Mu Ruo sat languidly on the sofa, listening to the incessant prattle of the unfamiliar man before her. Ruo, do not be disheartened. Bachin is merely toying with that woman. His true love has always been you. Did you not notice how her features bear a resemblance to yours? The man lowered his voice. I discreetly inquired, and it turns out she underwent plastic surgery to mimic your facial structure in an attempt to keep Bachin. She is utterly transformed from her university days. Mu Ruo rested her chin on her hand, silent. The man appeared perplexed. Since Mu Ruo had been pushed into the pool, she had not uttered a single word upon being rescued. Could it be that she was truly devastated? In truth, the one most bewildered was Mu Ruo herself. She recalled being by the seaside, yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself amidst a party. Indeed, she had entered the pages of a novel. The previous night, while idly scrolling through her phone, Mu Ruo inadvertently clicked on a melodramatic novel titled The CEO's Enchanted Love, Liu Xiao's exquisite pet, drawn in by the fact that the name of the second female lead, the White Moonlight, was identical to hers. The White Moonlight, Mu Ruo, was a wealthy heiress of equal standing to the male lead, Liu Bachin. He harbored some affection for her, and she reciprocated, though their feelings remained unspoken. Initially prioritizing her studies, the White Moonlight departed abroad for several years. Liu Bachin was heartbroken, believing that the White Moonlight valued her education over him. As Mu Ruo read, she was left perplexed. Of course, education is important. One must choose academics over fleeting romance. Even a wealthy heiress needs the prestige of a reputable university. Furthermore, was he not a domineering CEO? Traveling abroad should be as simple as drinking water for him. So why could he not visit her? Clearly, Liu Bachin held a contrary view. After years of separation from the White Moonlight, he encountered the novel's female protagonist, Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan had harbored a crush on Liu Bachin since high school, fully aware of his feelings for the White Moonlight. Thus, she deliberately emulated the White Moonlight's fashion, ultimately succeeding in becoming Liu Bachin's girlfriend. However, how could a CEO novel lack its share of tragic romance? Yes, the White Moonlight had returned. Seeing the male lead, whom she once adored, with a girlfriend, the once noble and graceful White Moonlight transformed into a cruel antagonist, relentlessly tormenting the female lead and even sabotaging her at every turn. In a bid to incite jealousy in the male lead, the White Moonlight arranged a marriage with another man. Subsequently, the female lead faced misinterpretation after misinterpretation from the male lead. Time and again, he discovered the truth, unveiling the White Moonlight's true nature. What fate could possibly await a malicious supporting character? Ultimately, the White Moonlight met her demise, her beautiful face marred and bloodied as she fell from the 27th floor amidst shards of glass. The female lead, still bearing the borrowed appearance and demeanor, happily remained with the male lead, even bearing him 3 sons. As she found herself in the shoes of such a tragically fated White Moonlight, Mu Ruo certainly needed a moment to collect herself. The man conversing with Mu Ruo was Zhou Jian, a mutual friend of the White Moonlight and Liu Bachin. In the original narrative, Zhou Jian held a disdain for the female lead, Xiao Wanwan, believing her to be cunning for imitating his dear friend Mu Ruo to gain favor. Zhou Jian was Mu Ruo's neighbor's father, and hers were close friends. Having called her sister since childhood, he later found himself aging more rapidly than her and thus switched to addressing her by name. Consequently, Zhou Jian firmly aligned himself with Mu Ruo, convinced that she and Liu Bachin were a perfect match and had continuously acted as her devoted supporter. Naturally, those who disdained the female lead would inevitably become collateral damage, and Zhou Jian's fate was no exception. Not only did his company go bankrupt, but his wife also ran off with his bodyguard, leaving him with a metaphorical green hat. Mu Ruo's emotions were a tangle. You are Zhou Jian? Zhou Jian looked utterly perplexed. Did you hit your head when you fell into the water? We have shared years of camaraderie. You do not recognize me? Mu Ruo's feelings grew even more convoluted. Both of them had suffered grave misfortunes. One disfigured from a fall, the other facing bankruptcy and betrayal. Truly, they were a pair of unfortunate souls. I understand your sorrow after all. You have loved him for so many years, Zhou Jian remarked, lighting a cigarette. Damn, those wretched friends of that vile woman, they just pushed you into the pool. At that moment, Liu Beiqin and Xia Wanwan approached, flanked by three girls who regarded Mu Ruo with overt hostility. It was indeed these three who had pushed Mu Ruo into the water. Liu Beiqin, embodying the quintessential CEO archetype, stood tall at 6 feet, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a chiseled face that exuded an air of authority. Xia Wanwan, on the other hand, possessed the typical innocent flower visage, her shoulder-length black hair framed by a flowing white dress, her brow slightly furrowed, projecting an aura of vulnerability. Upon seeing her somewhat familiar face, Mu Ruo felt a sense of foreboding. She seized Zhou Jin's phone from the table to use as a mirror. Indeed, the White Moonlight, sharing her name, bore a striking resemblance to Mu Ruo. No one relishes having their appearance imitated, particularly their own visage. Now, Mu Ruo comprehended why the White Moonlight was relentless in her pursuit to torment Xia Wanwan. Who could remain sane under such circumstances? However, Xia Wanwan's beauty was rather insipid, primarily relying on makeup and attire for support. After all, in the original narrative, she was not depicted as a beauty, but rather an ordinary girl who transformed into a wealthy socialite. At a glance, Mu Ruo's features appeared far more defined. After the water incident, her makeup had completely washed away, and with a towel draped over her shoulders and her half-wet hair cascading down her back, she radiated an ethereal glow, as though a pearl set apart from the rest. In the original story, the White Moonlight had slapped Xia Wanwan, demanding that her three roommates kneel in apology. Xia Wanwan, weeping, evoked Liu Beiqin's sympathy, leading to a confrontation with the White Moonlight, who then left with Xia Wanwan. Zhou Jin, true to his role as the White Moonlight's loyal sidekick, would have undoubtedly confronted the group had he been a girl. He abruptly stood. On what grounds did they push Mu Ruo into the water? Beiqin, you must provide an explanation. Liu Beiqin furrowed his brow. It was merely a splash, no harm done. It is hardly a grave matter. Xia Wanwan's friends chimed in. It was purely accidental. Beiqin, you are Wanwan's boyfriend, why invite other women? Some people simply should not be present in such circumstances, especially when they have a girlfriend yet still cling to the event. Mu Ruo's gaze was cold and indifferent as she gestured for Zhou Jin to sit down. Then she inquired, where are my bag and phone? When she fell into the water, she had been holding a bag. They had only rescued her, and not her belongings. Zhou Jin hastily instructed someone to retrieve Mu Ruo's items. Her bag was a limited edition, impervious to rain. Let alone the immersion of a swimming pool, its ruin was inevitable. The phone and other contents, having soaked for so long, were uncertain in their operability. Mu Ruo assessed her belongings. Fortunately, the brands and prices in the novel aligned with her reality. Xia Wanwan and her companions watched Mu Ruo's actions with confusion. Xia Wanwan was aware of how significant Liu Beiqin was to Mu Ruo. In high school, Mu Ruo had been the belle, even drawing attention from students at other schools. Having gone from an ordinary girl to a captivating woman, stealing the heart of the former belle, Xia Wanwan must have felt a surge of triumph. Logically, Mu Ruo, having suffered such humiliation in front of so many, should have confronted her. Xia Wanwan, with tears brimming, murmured, I apologize, it is all my fault. Xia Wanwan's friends, displeased, urged her, Wanwan, do not apologize to her. You were not the one at fault. I cannot stand those who covet another's boyfriend. Whoever committed the act should bear the consequences. We certainly acknowledge our part in this. Mu Ruo had already calculated the damages in her mind. She smiled faintly. So it is true that those who act must bear the consequences? Is it? The dress I'm wearing costs 258,000, the shoes 45,000, the bag 47,000, and the phone 13,000. All of it has been ruined by the water, totaling 786,000. Whoever is responsible should provide compensation. The moment her words fell, Xia Wanwan and her three friends were left in stunned silence. How much? 786,000? That sum could purchase an entire house in their hometown. Xia Wanwan and her friends hailed from ordinary families. To demonstrate that she was not materialistic, Xia Wanwan refused any expensive gifts from Liu Beiqin. Thus far, she had only requested his assistance in securing a respectable, high-paying job for her father. Xia Wanwan knew Mu Ruo's belongings were costly, but she had not anticipated them to be this extravagant. A mere dress costing over 200,000. How could she afford a bag worth hundreds of thousands? So vain. She understood that Liu Beiqin's family was slightly wealthier than Mu Ruo's, And since Liu Beichen was the sole heir, once she became Mrs. Liu, she would undoubtedly be more glamorous than Mu Ruo. Xiao Wanwan's three friends were in a panic. This was a staggering sum. They had entered Liu Beichen's company through Xiao Wanwan's connections, and a monthly salary of 10,000 was already considered high, but how could they possibly repay such an amount? With tears in her eyes, Xiao Wanwan turned to Liu Beichen. Beichen, I beside her. Zhou Jian seized the opportunity and fanned the flames, exclaiming, "Isn't it true that one person should bear the consequences of their actions? Beichen, you wouldn't be the one to foot the bill for Ruo, would you?" Xiao Wanwan's roommates continued to argue. She has worn the clothes, shoes, and bags. How could they possibly be so expensive? All these worn items combined are worth at most 20,000. Liu Beichen's gaze remained fixed on Mu Ruo. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that after her fall into the water, she no longer regarded him in the same light as before. Xiao Wanwan glanced at her three roommates. She would need their support in the future, so it was imperative not to alienate them now. 70,000 is hardly a fortune. Besides, Liu Beichen has the means to repay it. Surely, this money can be extracted from him later on. Wiping her tears, Xiao Wanwan said, "They are friends. I invited. The responsibility should rest on my shoulders. I only have 10,000 in savings, Ruo. I didn't realize you were so concerned about money. I'll transfer my savings to you now, and I'll write you an IOU for the remainder." "There's no need for that," Liu Beichen interjected, handing Mu Ruo a check for 1 million. He was seething inside, yet he found himself at a loss as to whom to direct this unnameable frustration. Xiao Wanwan was so naive, utterly oblivious. Her friends were similarly innocent girls, unfamiliar with the nuances of high society. Thus it was unreasonable to blame them. The only target for his ire left was Mu Ruo. "Mu Ruo, I never imagined you to be so enamored with money," Liu Beichen scoffed. "Perhaps for you wealth is the most significant aspect of life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought opportunities abroad." "And if not?" Mu Ruo replied. "Without money, could your foolish facade of a even stand here?" Mu Ruo was unlike Bai Yueguo. She had endured hard times and understood the true weight of life. Having just received a check for 1 million, she had no desire to remain and engage in conflict with these individuals. Not receiving an apology, but obtaining some money is still quite satisfactory, Mu Ruo said languidly. An apology might lack sincerity, but money is undeniably tangible. With that, she departed from the scene. Zhou Jian shot a glance at Liu Beichen. "Beichen, you should trust her. I believe your judgment has been clouded." Zhou Jian quickly caught up with Mu Ruo. "Is 1 million too little?" she queried. She was aware that the Mu family was wealthy, yet she had heard that they had fallen on hard times in recent years, not wealthy enough to dismiss 1 million as insignificant. Mu Ruo had meticulously chosen her attire for today to make an impression. She recalled that in the original narrative, the protagonist Xia Wanwan had a father who squandered money, often begging Liu Beichen for sums in the tens of thousands. The most extravagant gift the male lead had given was a diamond ring worth 14 million on their wedding day, which had left the protagonist utterly elated. "That's a considerable sum for us. But didn't you mention that your frugal husband provided you with a black card, allowing you to spend 20 million monthly as long as you didn't disturb him?" Zhou Jian remarked. "Beichen is currently enchanted by Xia Wanwan. One day, he will realize that the one he truly loves is you. Once you are divorced, you will undoubtedly marry Beichen." The original character's marriage had almost slipped Mu Ruo's mind, as the husband had a rather low presence in the narrative, existing at a higher social tier than the male lead. Later in the story, when Bai Yueguang passed away, the husband felt nothing and even served as a benefactor to the male lead, significantly aiding his career. 20 million each month? Mu Ruo exclaimed. "What was I thinking, contemplating a divorce from a bank?" Chapter 3. The dominant persona seems off. Zhou Jian escorted Mu Ruo to her residence. In the original narrative, the White Moonlight and the domineering CEO were engaged in a marriage of convenience, living separately and only coming together during pivotal events. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Mu Ruo was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the villa. She had envisioned her solitary existence in a modest dwelling, never anticipating that she would inhabit such an expansive mansion alone. It baffled her why the White Moonlight would forsake the life of a wealthy heiress to become a mere sycophant to the male protagonist. In her previous life, due to her profession, she was surrounded by numerous second-generation rich individuals, yet she herself was quite impoverished, having entered the workforce early to support her father's medical expenses. the butler. A quintessential middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit with silver hair, exuded a sense of warmth and attentiveness. However, the sudden utterance of this title made Mu Ruo feel oddly out of place. As though she were in a television drama, To maintain her facade and avoid raising suspicions, she merely nodded, refraining from further dialogue. Accepting her circumstances, she resolved to adapt for a couple of days before addressing other matters. To her surprise, the original owner's phone was remarkably water-resistant and still functional. Upon powering it on, she received a text from Liu Beichen. Mu Ruo, take some time to reflect on today's events. I recall you were never one to covet wealth. Disinterested, she ignored him and perused her contacts. Truth be told, the original text was lengthy, and the supporting characters appeared one after another. Aside from a few key protagonist and supporting character names, Mu Ruo had not memorized many others. She was still oblivious to the identity of the CEO, who casually swiped his card for the White Moonlight. As she scrolled through the extensive list of contacts, none evoked significant familiarity until she stumbled upon a name marked simply as FUIT. Dawned on her that this individual hailed from the prestigious Fu family, a prominent power in Rongqing. The pool area was infused with the scent of disinfectant. After a refreshing shower, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Fu Jinji's cold, elongated gaze revealed little sentiment, merely a nod in acknowledgement. Butler Li was acutely aware that there was no emotional bond between his master and mistress. There was a man who had held affections for the mistress during her studies. But after she traveled abroad, he began dating someone else. It was precisely this aspect that attracted Fu Jinji, leading him to marry her, with a prenuptial agreement stipulating that they would divorce after the passing of his father. Having served Fu Jinji for many years, Butler Li understood his frigid, unfeeling nature. Fu Jinji was akin to a flawless machine, focused solely on his expanding business empire, displaying indifference towards most people around him. Mu Ruo, possessing both beauty and grace, came from a respectable background and was emotionally unattached, making her the perfect ornamental spouse. In the middle of the night, Mu Ruo awoke parched. As she groggily descended the stairs in search of water, she glimpsed a figure and instinctively grasped his arm. Excuse me, where is the refrigerator? Upon glancing up, she was met with the strikingly handsome face of Fu Jinji, whose deep features exuded an air of mystery, contrasting sharply with the ostentatious demeanor of Liu Beichen. Although his icy eyes suggested aloofness, he possessed an underlying calmness. Fu Jinji gently released her slender wrist from his arm. The kitchen is ahead. Mu Ruo paused, taken aback. With a smile, Fu Jinji remarked, the room temperature is quite low. Walking barefoot on the floor is detrimental to your health. Thank you, Mu Ruo replied, stealing another glance at him. If she was not mistaken, this man was indeed the apex of the food chain in the narrative. Yet, how was it that he appeared so devoid of the expected charm and arrogance? Instead, he radiated a gentle elegance, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Was this truly the formidable mogul? Retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator, she twisted off the cap and took a sip, feeling a pleasant coolness wash over her. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, Fu Jinji was undoubtedly superior to the original male lead, Liu Beichen. He puzzled Mu Ruo why the original character would overlook such a remarkable man in favor of someone easily deceived by a superficial beauty. Despite her curiosity about the underlying reasons, she knew better than to reveal her thoughts, lest her true identity be uncovered, leading to dire consequences. Though it was summer, the air conditioning in the room was set particularly low. Walking barefoot on the frigid floor, Mu Ruo felt the chill creep up her body. Butler Li interjected, it is quite late. Perhaps the mistress should retire to her room. All right, Mu Ruo said, strolling towards her chamber while engaging in light conversation with Butler Li. Your master has a rather pleasant temperament, doesn't he? Indeed, Butler Li replied. He possesses the kind of charm that allows him to smile while committing heinous acts. Being the scion of the Fu family, Fu Jinji certainly exhibited the minimal courtesy expected when interacting with a lady. Those who knew him less well would perceive him as an accessible yet distinguished individual, while those who understood him better were aware of his latent danger. Mu Ruo felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of sharing a room with this enigmatic figure. The original text suggested a lack of emotional connection between them, often detailing their separate living arrangements. Yet it left the specifics of their intimate encounters unexplored. Pushing open her bedroom door, she felt a surge of relief. The space was devoid of any presence. Clearly, this couple adhered to a practice of separate sleeping arrangements. Chapter 4. Do I look like 50,000 to you? Having slept soundly through the night, Mu Ruo awoke early the next morning. Although the original character seldom resided in this place, it did indeed possess her walk-in closet. Preferring comfort in her attire, Mu Ruo washed up and donned a simple white t-shirt and black pants before making her way downstairs. Fu Jianji was currently preparing breakfast and feeling a bit hungry herself. She took a seat at the table, butlerly glanced between Fu Jianji and the mistress. Truth be told, the mistress's beauty was beyond reproach. None in the entirety of Rongqing could compare to Mu Ruo's allure. Unfortunately, their master remained indifferent to physical beauty, viewing his wife merely as an ornamental figure to accompany him in public. The selection of a suitable spouse for Fu was undoubtedly predicated on beauty, elegance, and a certain vanity, qualities that would ensure the Fu family maintained its dignity. Mu Ruo fit all these criteria perfectly, and she would not be the type to cling desperately to Fu Jianji, thus sparing him from annoyance. Despite Fu Jianji's lack of outward discontent, Butler Li was acutely aware that he did not welcome Mu Ruo's presence. If someone were to play the role of the villain, it would certainly be Butler Li, who diligently earned a handsome salary each year. Mu Ruo was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this her home? Her mind raced as she pieced together the fact that the original character and the mogul lived separately. Had Zhou Jian foolishly brought her to the mogul's domain? Clutching her glass of milk, she drank it down eagerly, then spread butter and blueberry jam on a slice of toast. After finishing one piece, she moved on to the deliciously fried sausages and cherry tomatoes. At that moment, she noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between Butler Li and Fu Jianji. If her memory served her correctly, the original White Moonlight was merely a commoner, not a celebrity. Previously, it was understandable that she had not eaten enough, given her occupation as an idol. Now, transformed into a wealthy heiress, how could she still go hungry? Was it unreasonable for a normal girl to have a hearty breakfast? With a defiant spirit, she speared a spiced fried egg. Fu Jianji dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin. The mistress appears to have quite the appetite today, if Butler Li was not mistaken. The mistress had always been particularly selective with her meals, often consuming numerous beauty-enhancing supplements while only taking a few bites of her main courses. The quantity Mu Ruo had just eaten surpassed all her previous meals combined. Previously, I was on a diet, but I've recently realized there's no need for it, Mu Ruo replied confidently. Has the mistress experienced a heartbreak? Butler Li inquired, a rather peculiar question, especially in the presence of the legitimate husband. Fu Jianji, however, regarded her with a teasing expression. Has the mistress truly experienced a heartbreak? How is it that everyone seems aware of her relentless pursuit of Liu Beichen? Could they not extend her a modicum of courtesy? Not at all. I've simply discovered that health is the truest form of beauty. Before long, Mu Ruo would pay the price for her newfound commitment to health. Fu Jianji did not express his displeasure at that moment, but it was clear that his tolerance for an outsider's interference was waning. The original Mu Ruo's parents had divorced when she was just a year old. Her father remarried shortly thereafter, welcoming a daughter with his new wife, whom they named Mu Kui. Mu Kui harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Mu Ruo for marrying Fu Jianji, who, it was evident, held no interest in her. Mu Ruo at least possessed the allure of a beautiful companion. While Mu Kui was far from that standard in Butler Li's presence, Mu Kui donned a sweet smile. Rest assured, Butler Li, my brother-in-law is quite busy with work and cannot attend to my sister. I shall ensure she is well cared for. Butler Li nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall rely on you, Miss Mu. Not at all. It is no trouble at all. Mu Kui maintained a sycophantic demeanor towards Butler Li, revealing her inclination to cater to her sister, who had always been rather spoiled. Ah, you truly are a wonderful child, Mu Ruo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Butler Li added, Mr. Fu is indeed very busy. Should the mistress require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Once Butler Li departed, Mu Kui quickly latched onto Mu Ruo. Sister, I have my eye on this limited edition dress, and it costs only 470,000. Could you transfer me 500,000? Mu Ruo crossed her arms and replied, Do I look like I have 50,000 to spare? Mu Kui was momentarily taken aback. Mu Ruo's biological parents divorced when she was young, and Mu Kui's mother joined the family thereafter. Consequently, Mu Ruo has always perceived herself as a member of this household. Even when neglected, isolated, or bullied, she never attributed blame to others. Instead, she regarded her own inadequacies as the root of her troubles. She relentlessly sought to please her father, her stepmother, and the younger sister born of this stepmother. Thus, when she was married off by the Mu family to Fu Jianji, merely to serve as a financial resource, she accepted it with a sense of satisfaction, believing she had finally made a contribution to her family. After all, Fu Jianji was wealthy. Spending his money and swiping his card was a trivial matter. In her youth, the kindness shown to her by Liu Beichen was one of the few sources of warmth in her life. The original Mu Ruo had been quite cruel to the female lead, Xiao Wanwan, constantly scheming against her. However, when it came to the Mu family and Liu Beichen, she had never treated them with anything less than respect. Yu Kuei felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Nevertheless, in her pursuit of money for Mu Ruo, she feigned nonchalance. It's just 500,000, sister. The Fu family is so wealthy. You wouldn't hesitate to give it to me, would you? Mu Ruo smiled. Clever girl. You've guessed correctly. Yu Kuei, now flaunting various high-fashion outfits in front of her friends, was entirely reliant on draining the original owner's resources. While she took advantage of Mu Ruo's money, she would also disparage her to her friends, claiming that Mu Ruo was unworthy of her brother-in-law and had merely stumbled into a fortunate marriage. The original owner had made some efforts to appease her family, but Mu Ruo would not. A small, ungrateful wolf, and it was merely 500,000. If she had the ability, she should try earning that amount on her own. Chapter 5. The malicious best friend Mu Kuei was perplexed by Mu Ruo's sudden transformation. She bit her lip in frustration. If you won't give it to me, then don't. Do you think I care? In no time, Mu Kuei rushed to complain to her stepmother, Yao Wanjin. Yao Wanjin had disdained Mu Ruo since her marriage. But what could she do? She adored her husband. If she did not love him, why would she have consented to be his mistress before he was even divorced? From a young age, Mu Ruo possessed striking beauty. Even when dressed in drab clothing by Yao Wanjin while Mu Kuei donned the most expensive outfits from the mall, Mu Ruo still resembled a porcelain doll, evoking sympathy. When news of the Fu family's desire to ally with the Mu family through marriage reached them, both Yao Wanjin and Mu father were ecstatic. The Mu family was affluent, but in recent years, due to economic downturns, Mu father's business had faced considerable challenges, diminishing their former glory. The Fu family, being a top-tier affluent household, was a union the Mu family could hardly aspire to in their prime. That such a family would seek to ally with them was astonishing. Yao Wanjin hastily adorned her biological daughter, Mu Kuei, to present her in the best light. However, to her dismay, the suitors showed no interest in Mu Kuei. The housekeeper, Li, understood the situation well. Her employer desired a beautiful vase that would not cling to him. Mu Kuei was neither sufficiently beautiful nor would she refrain from being a nuisance with her infatuated demeanor. After Mu Ruo's marriage, Yao Wanjin and Mu Kuei seethed with resentment, devising ways to extract money from Mu Ruo while simultaneously encouraging her to pursue true love. Indeed, everyone was aware that the original owner had her heart set on another, including her husband. Observing Mu Ruo's demeanor, Yao Wanjin sensed a change in her stepdaughter, something distinctly different from before. Yao Wanjin approached. Ruo, how have you been with Beichen lately? Mu Ruo replied. Liu Beichen? Yao Wanjin nodded. Mother knows that marrying up is not easy. You must have endured much hardship in the Fu family. Beichen is a good boy. I still like him. Although Yao Wanjin was the original owner's stepmother, having lived with her since childhood, she still referred to her as mother. Mu Ruo ignored her, slowly twirling noodles with her chopsticks. Mu Ruo yearned to engage in something meaningful. Yao Wanjin, noticing her indifference, quipped, "Oh, after a few days as a wealthy matron, you've forgotten your mother. You're blocking my view of the television." Mu Ruo lifted her gaze coolly. If you think Liu Beichen is so wonderful, why not pursue him yourself? I am a married woman and must maintain my distance from a man who has a girlfriend. Yao Wanjin was momentarily taken aback. The words from Mu Ruo shocked her. Due to her studies abroad, Mu Ruo had always harbored guilt towards Liu Beichen, believing she had betrayed true love for her education. Even now, married, she could not forget him. During mealtime, Yao Wanjin and Mu Kuei sat beside Mu father, appearing as a blissful family of three, while Yao Wanjin served dishes to Mu Kuei and Mu father. Exchanging affectionate remarks, Mu Ruo sat alone in the corner, unnoticed, as if she did not belong to this family. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. To her, the original owner's malicious schemes were wrong. Yet she also recognized the original owner as a pitiable figure, sacrificing herself for a fleeting warmth in her youth, ultimately leading to her tragic downfall. Mu Kuei, feeling somewhat wronged, addressed Mu father. Daddy, I want a dress. Let my sister buy it for me, but she refuses. Mu father's thick brows knitted together. Ruo Ruo? Kue is your sister. What's wrong with you buying her a dress? I can buy it if you want. Mu Ruo lazily sipped her drink. You need to give me money. We're a family. Why bring up money? Mu father's displeasure grew. Do you know how hard your mother worked to raise you? She's not even your biological mother, yet she treats you so well, and you show no gratitude. Yao Wanjin quickly intervened to smooth things over. Everyone is eating. Don't scold the child. Kue, you must be more understanding. Even though your sister has plenty of money, you cannot spend it recklessly. If you want a dress, wait for your father to buy it for you. Mu Ruo's lips curled in a cold smile. Observing Mu Ruo's retreating figure, Mu father's brows furrowed. Did she take the wrong medicine today? Yao Wanjin also sensed something amiss. The harmonious scenes of Mu Ruo with the three of them had always been a facade. She had pretended to be indifferent while secretly yearning for their affection, never refusing their requests. What had changed today? Mu father inquired again. How much is that dress? Mu Kue replied. 500,000 for a dress. Mu father was displeased. Do you think money falls from the sky? Do you know how challenging it is to run a business now? Had it been 2 or 3 years ago, when the Mu family was thriving, Mu father would have had no qualms about such an expense. Now, things were different. While he chastised Mu Kue, he ultimately could not bear to deny his daughter and transferred some pocket money to her. Next time, find a way to ask your sister for it. Mu Ruo stood at the entrance of the Mu residence. Living in a villa district, hailing a cab was a challenge. Moreover, she was unaware of where the original owner resided alone and needed to inquire with someone. That unreliable Zhou Jian was certainly not an option. She scrolled through her WeChat contacts and quickly spotted the name Du Haili. In the original narrative, Du Haili was a friend of Mu Ruo's. Complicit in her schemes of deceit and wrongdoing, Du Haili was the kind of mindless lackey often found in stories of the malicious second female lead, obediently following the orders of her domineering leader. It wasn't until she was arranged to be run over by a car by the male lead, Liu Beichen, that she realized the gravity of their actions. With a sigh, Mu Ruo dialed Du Haili's number. Within 30 minutes, a girl in a pink dress arrived in a convertible, pulling up in front of Mu Ruo. Contrary to Mu Ruo's expectations of a venomous side character, Du Haili had a round doll-like face, curly long hair, large eyes, and prominent rabbit teeth, exuding an air of cuteness. Chapter 6. Discovering her husband's name. Ruo. Du Haili greeted warmly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Why did you call me? Du Haili and Mu Ruo had been classmates since elementary school. In her youth, Du Haili had been rather plump and somewhat slow-witted, often ridiculed by teachers and bullied by other girls in her class, who gave her unkind nicknames. Mu Ruo had been a staunch adversary of those who tormented Du Haili, once calling over male classmates to teach them a lesson. From that moment on, Du Haili viewed Mu Ruo as her savior and became her loyal follower, idolizing her deeply. The original Mu Ruo had harbored disdain for Du Haili, finding her dull-witted and incapable of understanding simple conversations. Yet, having a subservient lackey proved to be quite convenient at times, especially since Du Haili's family was wealthier than the Mu family. Du Haili, with her abundant resources and lack of supervision at home, was always at Mu Ruo's beck and call, willing to do whatever was asked of her, even using her connections to bully Xiao Wanwan's mother. I heard people say that Xiao Wanwan spreads rumors about you being vain and materialistic, Du Haili exclaimed indignantly. That woman is simply despicable. I will definitely find a way to teach her a lesson. Du Haili looked at Mu Ruo, somewhat flustered. Though it was merely a single-word difference, it made a significant distinction for her. Du Haili often struggled to comprehend many things, yet she was also somewhat sensitive, vaguely sensing that her best friend held her in slight contempt. Apart from Mu Ruo, she had no other close friends. The children of her parents' acquaintances rarely played with her, and throughout her years in prestigious schools, she often faced bullying. During the years Mu Ruo studied abroad, Du Haili had made a few friends and dated several boyfriends, but these relationships were predominantly based on her wealth. The moment she paid for their outings, they would beam with delight, only to later ridicule her as a Navi spendthrift. As Mu Ruo settled into the car, Du Haili soon drove her to an underground garage in a nearby complex. Upon disembarking, Mu Ruo noticed Du Haili remained seated in the car. Haili, why not come to my house for a visit? Du Haili hesitated. Me? She was aware that Mu Ruo somewhat resisted allowing others into her home. Only when they shopped together, heavily laden with bags, Would Mu Ruo permit her to carry items alongside her? Today, the two individuals did not indulge in shopping. Mu Ruo unexpectedly invited her to accompany her as a guest, leaving her quite flustered and somewhat ill at ease. Haley followed Mu Ruo into the elevator and took the initiative to press the button for the 17th floor. This level housed only Mu Ruo as its resident, and fortunately, the fingerprint scanner allowed access. Upon entering her home, Mu Ruo could only lament how the original owner, while a goddess in public, appeared rather neurotic at home. The original owner maintained an immaculate and ethereal appearance outside. Yet her living space was a chaotic mess, with delivery boxes and discarded clothes strewn haphazardly about. A thick layer of dust coated the table, and there was a sticky patch on the floor exuding an unusual fragrance, likely the result of spilled perfume or toner. Haley hesitated, suggesting, "Shall I help tidy up your place?" Mu Ruo responded, 20 million a month. With such wealth, would I impose upon my dear friend to clean? Without hesitation, Mu Ruo summoned the most expensive cleaning service available, which promised to arrive within half an hour and complete the task in 2 hours. Upon confirming the cleaner's arrival, Mu Ruo promptly took Haley by the hand and declared, "Let us dine out." They entered a nearby upscale restaurant. Having not yet dined, Haley's stomach growled during their drive, and she was eager for a meal. Upon learning that Mu Ruo was treating, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it was usually she who covered the bill when dining in such establishments with friends. Even when she had been with Mu Ruo before, she had borne all the expenses, as Haley cut into her steak. She found it hard to swallow. The last time Mu Ruo had been so kind to her was when Xia Wanwan and Lu Beichen had quarreled, prompting Wanwan to storm off to work at a nightclub. Mu Ruo had urged Haley to spread a rumor among Wanwan's family and friends that she was working as a hostess at the club, insisting that her honest appearance would make them believe anything she said. Though she was willing to assist Mu Ruo, she felt a bit awkward about engaging in such activities. She worried that Mu Ruo might ask her to do something even more uncomfortable this time. Mu Ruo savored a bite of foie gras, her eyes squinting in delight. Haley hesitated. Ruo, what do you need me to help you with this time?" Mu Ruo replied. Quickly catching on, she smiled. "Nothing at all. It has been quite a while since we last met, so I simply wanted to catch up. What have you been busy with lately?" Upon hearing this, Haley's spirits lifted instantly. "I recently started dating someone new. And he treats me very well," Haley said. "Tomorrow is my birthday, and he and his friends will be celebrating for me. Ruo, will you have time to join us? If you're busy, it's no trouble." She added, "Of course I have time. Just send me the location, and I shall be there," Mu Ruo assured. The fact that Mu Ruo was willing to attend her birthday this year made Haley's eyes light up with excitement. Suddenly, Mu Ruo recalled something. "By the way, Haley, do you know anything about my husband?" Haley nodded. "Yes, he is powerful and influential, quite formidable." Then, as if remembering something, Haley's face turned pale. "Ruo, you aren't plotting to harm him and seize his inheritance, are you?" "I wouldn't dare. His family is quite formidable," Mu Ruo replied, nearly choking on her fruit wine. Cough, cough, cough. "No." Wiping her mouth, Mu Ruo continued, "I haven't seen him in so long that I've forgotten his name. He is so mysterious that I can't even find anything about him online." At a nearby table sat two impeccably dressed gentlemen. Fu Jianji had come here for dinner with friends and had taken note of Mu Ruo early on. However, she seemed preoccupied with her meal and conversation, entirely oblivious to the other patrons. Upon hearing Mu Ruo utter such peculiar remarks, Fu Jianji's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. "My name is Fu Jianji," Haley interjected. "I know you two lack feelings for each other, but I didn't expect you to forget even that." Mu Ruo breathed a sigh of relief, glad to remember her husband's name. There was no need to worry about exposing herself in front of Fu Jianji. Chapter 7. A deduction of 20 million. Haley was perplexed as to why Mu Ruo seemed like a different person all of a sudden. Yet, Mu Ruo had just declared that they were best friends. Haley had never imagined that Mu Ruo would consider her a close friend. After their meal, Haley, as she used to, offered to carry Mu Ruo's bag and hold the door open for her. Mu Ruo almost protested, feeling as though she had stepped into an ancient tale, acquiring a maid. However, she reconsidered. Altering someone's mindset and behavior was no simple task, and the stark contrast would surely be evident to the other party. Regarding Haley, Mu Ruo did not harbor the same disdain as depicted in the original text. The portrayal of her character in the original work was exceedingly shallow. Only upon meeting her in person could one understand that these characters were not merely words on a page. but vibrant individuals with flesh and blood. Family banquet? Mu Ruo pondered. The original narrative primarily focused on the tumultuous love between the male and female leads. Consequently, Mu Ruo was entirely unaware of the dynamics within the Fu family and had gleaned nothing from the text. Apart from the knowledge that the Fu family had a formidable patriarch, Mu Ruo sent Haley a private message. "Do you know anything about the inner workings of the Fu family?" Haley replied. "The Fu family is a very secretive and powerful clan. I know nothing about them." Haley's family was quite well off, and she, as a young lady, could easily squander millions each year. However, compared to the Fu family, the Du family was grossly inferior. After all, according to the original narrative, the Fu family served as a benefactor to the male lead, Liu Beichen, aiding him in ascending a higher echelon. Haley's understanding of Fu Jianji had only deepened after Mu Ruo's marriage into the Fu family. "Aside from Fu Jianji, have you heard any other names?" Mu Ruo inquired. Haley was completely at a loss. Zhou Jian was even less informed about the Fu family, and Mu Ruo lamented, scratching her bedding in frustration. "What am I to do then? I won't even know anyone there. Could she request a leave of absence?" Mu Ruo tentatively expressed to Butler Lee that she had been quite busy lately and might not be able to attend. Butler Lee replied, "Sir has stated that the lady must fulfill her responsibilities. If she cannot, there will be a deduction from her monthly allowance." "How much is deducted at once?" Mu Ruo asked. "20 million each time." Butler Lee replied, "If this month's deduction is exhausted, it will come from the next month's allowance." Mu Ruo was baffled. Even Butler Lee was unclear as to why the master had issued such a directive. In the past, unless the patriarch was present, the master typically attended family banquets alone. This time, however, he had instructed Butler Lee to ensure that Mu Ruo accompanied him. An idea struck Mu Ruo. "Butler Lee? Since I have had little interaction with the Fu family, do you have any advice for me?" Butler Lee responded, "Madam, I cannot speak on behalf of the master, whether good or bad. As a successful individual earning a substantial salary." Butler Lee adhered to a strong sense of professional ethics. Mu Ruo suddenly felt deflated, collapsing onto her bed. Just then, her phone rang. Distracted, she picked it up and answered. The voice on the other end was irritatingly bubbly. "Mu Ruo, I've had another argument with Wan." Feeling already displeased, Mu Ruo's irritation deepened upon hearing the pretentious tone. "Get lost." After uttering that, she hung up. Liu Beichen on the other end was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the Mu Ruo he knew? In the past, whenever he quarreled with Xiao Wanwan, Mu Ruo would rush to his side, ever the gentle mediator. Though Liu Beichen, Xiao Wanwan was a particularly innocent and delicate girl, though she could occasionally be unreasonable. Despite Wanwan's frequent claims of wanting independence, she often relied on her family, living off their generosity. This bolstered Liu Beichen's sense of pride as a man, as he relished the feeling of control that he could not experience with someone of Mu Ruo's standing. However, Xiao Wanwan too had her shortcomings, such as her inability to comprehend Liu Beichen's social circle and everything about him. During the day, when Liu Beichen sought to gather the latest news, he invited a few friends out and ended up spending around 700,000 to 800,000. Upon hearing this figure, Wanwan became upset, bitterly pointing out that her father could never save that much money in a lifetime, while Liu Beichen could easily spend it on a few bottles of wine. Liu Beichen grew angrier, feeling that his expenditure was unrelated to Wanwan's father's finances. They argued, each unwilling to acknowledge the other. Liu Beichen's close friend, Mu Xinghui, was taken aback. Mu Ruo actually hung up on you? Wasn't she always eager for your calls? He found himself torn between wanting Xiao Wanwan, who catered to his vanity, and being unable to forget Mu Ruo, who was both beautiful and noble. Little did he realize that she seemed to be behaving strangely lately. Almost as if under some influence, Liu Beichen took a furious gulp of his drink, exclaiming, "Women! They're as elusive as needles in a haystack." Mu Xinghui urged. "Don't. You still need Mu Ruo. Remember, her husband is Fu Jianji, a figure others can only dream of reaching. If you want to uncover secrets, Fu Jianji undoubtedly holds the key." With a few sweet words, Mu Ruo will surely comply. The mere mention of Fu Jianji's name ignited a mix of trepidation, grievance, and confusion within Liu Beichen. "I believe Mu Ruo is behaving this way to draw your attention," Mu Xinghui asserted. "Some girls might act distant to pique your interest." Liu Beichen, upon hearing Mu Xinghui's words, instantly believed him. He knew that given Mu Ruo's feelings for him, she would not easily forget him. However, he still thought that Wanwan was the better girl. "Wanwan is truly good. She desires nothing but my kindness," Mu Xinghui remarked. Moreover, Wanwan is vibrant and lively, unlike Mu Ruo, who seems to be nothing but a woman obsessed with vanity, marrying into the Fu family for wealth, unwilling to remain single for your sake. Listening to Mu Xinghui's words, Liu Beichen felt even less regret about being with Xiao Wanwan. Chapter 8. Mu Ruo, is this your way of driving him away? Several of Haley's friends were acquaintances made through her boyfriend, and all had a cordial relationship with him. Her boyfriend, Sun Hong, was an actor, somewhat handsome but lacking in fame, having only played supporting roles in some low-budget productions. Let's cut the cake now, Sun Hong said, gazing at a particularly beautiful large cake in the center. Which bakery made such a grand cake? It was made by my family's nanny, Haley replied with a smile, having prepared for a long time. I have another friend who will be here shortly. Sun Hong scoffed. What other friends do you have? He doubted that Haley could have any decent friends, considering her rustic demeanor and inability to comprehend the nuances of conversation. Since entering the entertainment industry, Sun Hong's expenses had skyrocketed, yet due to his lack of fame and fans, his income was meagered. It was during this time that he met Haley, who was rumored to be wealthy. After pursuing her for over half a month, he indeed won her affection. True to her nature, Haley was generous, spending hundreds of thousands on clothes and accessories in a short span. Whenever he lamented his financial struggles, she would send him substantial red envelopes. Today, Haley's birthday party was held at a hotel. She eagerly awaited Mu Ruo's arrival when she spotted Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan, sweetly and intimately, emerged from a hotel room with Liu Beichen. Despite the waiter repeatedly indicating that the banquet hall was booked, Liu Beichen remained proud, insisting on taking Xiao Wanwan for breakfast. The previous night, Mu Xinghui had deceived Xiao Wanwan, claiming that Liu Beichen was in the hotel with another woman. Believing that Liu Beichen was with Mu Ruo, she hurried over, only to find Liu Beichen alone in the room. The two had been inseparable all night, and Liu Beichen was thoroughly satisfied. He had known Mu Ruo for a long time, since their school days, where he viewed her as an ethereal and pure figure. Not only had they never been intimate, but they had never even embraced. However, after reuniting with Xiao Wanwan, it took mere days for them to end up in bed together. Liu Beichen was highly pleased with Xiao Wanwan's performance in bed, and thus planned to treat her to a lavish meal at the banquet hall today. Upon seeing them enter, Haley felt displeased. This is my birthday party. You weren't invited, so why are you here? Haley recalled that Mu Ruo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Xiao Wanwan. Whatever Mu Ruo detested, Haley shared the same sentiment. Haley, is this your birthday party? Liu Beichen stiffened, unable to restrain himself from asking, why did you do that back then? Xiao Wanwan remembered Haley, Mu Ruo's lackey, who had spread rumors about her being a call girl, leading to her social demise in front of relatives and friends. Mu Ruo often put on an air of elegance and grace. Xiao Wanwan had learned to emulate Mu Ruo's demeanor perfectly. Despite harboring intense resentment for Haley, Xiao Wanwan feigned magnanimity, saying, Beichen, please don't question her about that anymore. I've already forgotten. The more understanding and gracious Xiao Wanwan appeared, the more it pained Liu Beichen, his eyes glinting with coldness. You tell me, why spread rumors behind my back? Sun Hong and his friends had seen Liu Beichen, the young master of the Liu family, in newspapers and on media reports. Now, witnessing the conflict between Liu Beichen and Haley, they all kept their distance, fearing repercussions. Xiao Wanwan bit her lip. It surely isn't her fault. It must have been Ruo who made her do it. It was my own doing. Haley glared at Xiao Wanwan. You had plastic surgery to resemble Ruo. So what's wrong with me looking down on you? Xiao Wanwan's hand instinctively touched her face. Feeling wrong to the point of tears, she turned to Liu Beichen. Beichen, I didn't. Just then, Mu Ruo entered from outside. She wore a beige suit, adorned with pearl earrings and a necklace, the luster of the pearls almost matching her fair complexion, further enhancing her ethereal presence. Xiao Wanwan's eyes scanned Mu Ruo's earrings and necklace, a pang of jealousy washing over her. Ever since learning the price of Mu Ruo's clothing and accessories, she had taken to comparing them, determined to imitate Mu Ruo's appearance to capture Liu Beichen's heart and take Mu Ruo's place. She knew she had to do it flawlessly. The necklace around Mu Ruo's neck was one Xiao Wanwan had seen online. Easily obtainable for a couple of hundred, the earrings, being more intricately crafted, would likely be harder to find. Liu Beichen was also captivated by Mu Ruo's fresh and refined appearance, momentarily breathless. Dressed like this, Mu Ruo was perpetually the most alluring, like the moon in the sky, high above, forever untouchable. Unconsciously, Liu Beichen glanced at Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan, having rushed over the previous day to catch him in the act, had not bothered to dress up, her attire appearing quite shabby in comparison. Lu Baichen found Mu Ruo, the white moonlight, far more enchanting. Mu Ruo lightly furrowed her brows. What happened? Lu Baichen pressed his lips together, coldly responding, you should ask her. Haley hung her head in silence. Lu Baichen looked at Mu Ruo with a complex expression. She maliciously tarnished Wan's reputation in front of others. Mu Ruo, if you slap her, I would consider this matter unrelated to you, and forgive you, Mu Ruo. For a man, you want me to slap my good friend who willingly drove out at midnight to pick you up? Is the male lead really this foolish, or am I just being naive? Haley glanced at Mu Ruo with trepidation, aware of how much Mu Ruo valued Lu Baichen. To Mu Ruo, he was everything. Her eternal son that would never set would be entirely normal for Mu Ruo to slap her for Lu Baichen's sake. However, today was her birthday. Haley shut her eyes in fear as she saw Mu Ruo raise her hand. Instead, Mu Ruo gently patted Haley's shoulder. Don't be angry over trivial matters, Haley. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday. Haley was taken aback. Mu Ruo coldly looked at Lu Baichen. Do you enjoy hitting women so much? Lu Baichen, enraged, shouted, Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo replied with a chilling tone. Your forgiveness is laughable compared to my friends. It's Haley's birthday today. If she didn't invite you, you should leave. Lu Baichen couldn't believe his ears. Mu Ruo was indeed urging him to leave. And judging by her demeanor, she was entirely serious, not joking in the slightest. Mu Ruo, have you lost your mind? Treating me this way for a mere lackey? Chapter 9. Even cosplay can't mimic it so well. A smirk curled at the corner of Mu Ruo's lips as she stared at Lu Baichen, her gaze filled with disdain and mockery. Yes, I am mad, she replied nonchalantly, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. What, has young Master Lu just realized it? Lu Baichen's expression softened slightly upon hearing her words. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Mu Ruo's frankness. It was because I was mad that I devoted myself to you. Mu Ruo continued to taunt, her eyes devoid of warmth. Now that I am clear-headed, I will no longer fall for your deceit. Lu Baichen's expression darkened once more, his face a stormy hue as he fixed his gaze on Mu Ruo. Don't push your luck. Xiao Wan could no longer contain herself, her eyes reddening as if she might burst into tears at any moment. How can you speak to Baichen like that? Mu Ruo let out a cold laugh. She turned to Xiao Wan, scrutinizing her from head to toe, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. To be honest, Xiao Wan did bear some resemblance to her. With makeup, they could look even more alike. Most people would feel uncomfortable seeing others mimic them. Miss Xia, I am not Lu Baichen, Mu Ruo said coolly. Your ploy of feigned vulnerability won't work on me. Xiao Wan was momentarily taken aback by Mu Ruo's words, her complexion paling instantly. She bit her lip, seemingly wanting to retort, but ultimately fell silent, merely trailing behind Lu Baichen as they left. Once they were gone, Haley's friends approached. Sun Hong recognized Lu Baichen, the young master of the Lu family, having seen him in the news. The audacity of Mu Ruo to mock the two left Sun Hong astonished, leading him to speculate that Mu Ruo must have a significant background. Glancing at Haley and then at Mu Ruo, Sun Hong asked, Haley, is this your friend? A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, despite having spent considerable time in the entertainment industry and meeting many famous actresses, Mu Ruo's beauty and poise remained the most unforgettable he had ever encountered. Haley felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She understood how much Lu Baichen meant to Mu Ruo. Normally, Mu Ruo should have slapped her for Lu Baichen's sake. Yet, in this critical moment, Mu Ruo chose her over him. If she had hindered Mu Ruo and Lu Baichen's love, Haley would feel guilty for a lifetime. Ruo, I'm sorry, Haley said, lowering her head. I should have let you hit me just now. Mu Ruo. Are we the wicked supporting cast being so severely pooed? Mu Ruo looked at Haley, unable to suppress a laugh. Haley, hitting someone can get you detained by the police. You don't need to feel guilty. Lu Baichen asked me to do it. He was harming me? Not you. Her words were laced with sarcasm, clearly intended to comfort Haley and alleviate her guilt. Haley seemed to believe her. Really? Mu Ruo nodded. Really? Instantly, Haley's mood improved significantly as she beckoned Mu Ruo to join her in cutting the cake. Sun Hong's eyes were fixated on Mu Ruo, a glint of desire evident in his gaze. He proactively offered a plate of cake to Mu Ruo. You're Mu Ruo, right? I'm Haley's boyfriend. Let's add each other on WeChat. Mu Ruo. I forgot my phone. Sun Hong brought a large gift box today, and upon opening it, It contained a bouquet of artificial flowers, one of those bulk sets from an online store for 99 yuan, delivered to your doorstep. The gifts that Sun Hong's friends gave to Hailey were mostly similar, either cheap perfume or gaudy lipstick and eyeshadow palettes. Upon seeing these, a hint of stiffness appeared on Hailey's smile. She wasn't truly naive. She could discern the insincerity. The gifts she had previously given them were luxury items worth tens of thousands. However, if these people did not show up, nor did Mu Ruo, her birthday would indeed feel desolate. Mu Ruo gifted Hailey a diamond-encrusted necklace, the latest design from this brand. When Hailey opened Mu Ruo's gift box, she was somewhat taken aback. She adored this brand's jewelry and was pleasantly surprised that Mu Ruo remembered. Sun Hong looked on enviously. Wow, this must be quite expensive. Mu Ruo smiled lightly. It's all right. When giving gifts, one should always choose something worthy of the recipient. Sun Hong feigned ignorance of Mu Ruo's implication. My mom also loves this brand's necklaces. Unfortunately, I lack the funds to buy one for her. Mu Ruo replied. Then work hard to earn money for your mom. After getting a gift for your mom, don't forget your girlfriend. A man should be self-reliant and strong. Hailey, wouldn't you agree? Hailey found herself inexplicably convinced by Mu Ruo's reasoning and nodded emphatically. Sun Hong was momentarily taken aback. He realized that Hailey was no ordinary friend, not easily deceived, and chose not to comment further. Liu Beichen still couldn't believe that Mu Ruo would show him no respect in front of so many people. Yet, for some reason, the thought of Mu Ruo made his heart flutter slightly. He found this side of her rather endearing. Xiao Wanwan caught up with him, her eyes red. Icon. Liu Beichen snapped back to reality. What was he thinking? He already had Xiao Wanwan. Only a woman as pure and wholly dependent on him as Xiao Wanwan was his true match. And to be honest, although Xiao Wanwan wasn't as refined as Mu Ruo, she bore a slight resemblance to her, didn't she? Mu Ruo had abandoned him for her studies, and now she was marrying another man for money. She had become a tainted woman. Xiao Wanwan, who loved him without regard for career or wealth, was his ideal partner. Xiao Wanwan looked at Liu Beichen with tears in her eyes. Beichen, you still like Wanwan? Don't you? If you do, I will step aside for you. You two can be together. I want nothing, as long as you are happy. Liu Beichen tenderly embraced her. What are you thinking, silly girl? The one I like is you. She was merely a vain and wicked woman, Xiao Wanwan said, but she is so noble and beautiful. Standing in front of her, I feel like an ugly duckling. The jewelry and clothes she wore today are something I could never match. Liu Beichen pulled her into his Ferrari. You deserve the best. Those things would look even more beautiful on you. That evening, Mu Ruo and Hailey left the hotel together. Upon reaching the lobby, she spotted Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen again. Mu Ruo glanced at her own attire, then at Xiao Wanwan, who wore a similar beige ensemble, adorned with identical pearl earrings and a necklace. The cosplay was so uncanny. As soon as Xiao Wanwan saw Mu Ruo, she hid behind Liu Beichen like a frightened little rabbit. Hailey grew annoyed at Xiao Wanwan's imitation of Mu Ruo. It was one thing to secretly mimic her features, but to wear the same clothes and jewelry. Did this person lack her own aesthetic? Hailey rolled up her sleeves. Ruo, that wretched girl is copying you again. I'm going to confront her. Mu Ruo stopped Hailey. Although Hailey had often played the role of an enforcer in the original narrative, repeatedly acting as the bully on Mu Ruo's behalf against Xiao Wanwan, seeing the sweet and adorable Hailey wanting to fight was still surprising. Never mind. Mu Ruo cast a glance at Xiao Wanwan, deciding not to hold a grudge in the original story. After Mu Ruo met a tragic end, Xiao Wanwan became pregnant. Liu Beichen, fearing that the malicious Du Hailey would retaliate against pregnant Xiao Wanwan, took preemptive action and orchestrated Du Hailey's death. The narrative described a heavy downpour that night. With heavy traffic, Du Hailey was killed in an accident, and it took an entire night for anyone to discover her, leaving her unrecognizable. Those who were close to Mu Ruo either ended up in prison or met a grim fate. This was the inevitable outcome for all. Mu Ruo was uncertain whether the plot would unfold as in the original text. If it followed the same trajectory, with all the fortune resting on Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen, her fate and that of her friends would certainly be dire. All she could do was distance herself from this mad couple and clearly convey her disinterest in Liu Beichen. As for Xiao Wanwan's imitative tendencies, she could mimic all she wanted. Mu Ruo had an entire lifetime of outfits and jewelry, and if she could, let her imitate each one. Liu Beichen noticed Xiao Wanwan's fear of Mu Ruo and instinctively pulled her closer behind him. He looked at Xiao Wanwan, then at Mu Ruo. Strangely, when the two wore different outfits, Or when Xiao Wanwan wore only a couple of items reminiscent of Mu Ruo, he felt they bore a resemblance. However, when they donned identical attire, he felt they appeared less alike. First, there was the complexion. Mu Ruo had a fair, milky skin tone that glowed naturally, resembling a shining light bulb. The beige ensemble accentuated her porcelain-like skin. Though Xiao Wanwan's skin was also fair, it was 2 shades darker than Mu Ruo's, making her appear somewhat aged in the beige ensemble. Secondly, there was the bone structure. Perfect bone structure was innate and difficult to replicate. Mu Ruo had a small head and face, a long neck, and an exquisitely proportioned shoulder and head ratio, resembling a perfect sculpture, making her look like a runway model in such a slim and straight-cut outfit. Xiao Wanwan, with her inherently cute appearance, had a slightly larger head and face. The lines of the outfit at her shoulders accentuated this, making her head appear even larger in comparison. It was like a poorly crafted imitation doll next to a beautifully handcrafted porcelain doll. Liu Beichen felt a surge of irritation, yet his expression remained proud. Wanwan, I think you look better in this outfit, Mu Ruo responded. Indeed, young Master Liu's discerning eye is commendable. For some reason, Liu Beichen felt as though Mu Ruo's words were mocking him. Highly interjected. Clearly, you look better. She is just a poor imitation, Liu Beichen coldly retorted. Do highly, don't overstep. If you weren't a woman, I would have knocked you out by now, Mu Ruo remarked. It seems young Master Liu only dares to make such threats towards women. Liu Beichen's face turned ashen with anger. Yes, for the Fu family's family banquet. She was genuinely uncertain how to navigate it. The mere thought of Fu Jianji, an unpredictable and inscrutable figure, made her head throb. For reasons unknown, Mu Ruo felt that navigating the narrative related to this Fu family tycoon would be even more challenging than dealing with Liu Beichen. Perhaps Fu Jianji was simply harder to read and understand. Just as she arrived at the parking lot, her phone rang unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number appeared, and a strange voice spoke. Hello, is this sister-in-law? Brother Fu is in the hotel and needs you to come help him with something. Mu Ruo was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door of the room the man had mentioned. Moments later, the door swung open. Fu Jianji stood there clad only in a bathrobe, droplets of water glistening on his dark hair, his expression oddly somber, his handsome features carrying an unspoken chill. Mu Ruo? What brings you here? Mu Ruo replied. Didn't you call for me to come over? Fu Jianji suddenly appeared fearful, as if recalling something, but quickly regained his usual aloof demeanor. I see. With a click, the hotel room door locked behind him. Mu Ruo could hear everything clearly. Turning to leave, she was abruptly halted as Fu Jianji pressed her wrist against the door, his voice low and menacing. Since you're here, my lady, do you wish to leave? Mu Ruo. She certainly didn't want to be unwittingly turned into a human antidote. Fu Jianji scrutinized her carefully. Though her face remained unchanged, the subtle expressions were entirely different from the Mu Ruo of old. The current Mu Ruo was far more vibrant. Seeing the once affected features now displaying hints of vigilance and curiosity, Fu Jianji found it amusing. I have an important meeting tomorrow morning. I must ensure a good night's sleep tonight, he stated. You will watch over me all night. If anything unexpected occurs, call this number. He is a doctor, Mu Ruo. All night without sleep. But I'm human too. I can get tired if I can't meet next month's 20 million. It's all over. Fu Jianji inquired. Can you manage that, my lady? Mu Ruo. Staying up late is nothing. What is the big deal? Rest easy, my benefactor. I'll keep watch over you all night. Fu Jianji smiled warmly. His natural handsomeness became even more captivating with that smile. I certainly don't have a daughter as foolish as you. Chapter 11. I want. Though she claimed to be attentive to everything concerning the tycoon, by the time it reached 2:30 a.m., Mu Ruo found herself struggling to stay awake. Her eyelids were heavy, constantly drooping, then snapping back open. She pinched her cheeks, and no matter what, for the sake of her 20 million, she absolutely could not sleep. She fixed her gaze on the sleeping Fu Jianji, studying him intently. To be honest, he was undoubtedly the most handsome man Mu Ruo had ever encountered. When he closed his eyes, a sense of coldness enveloped him. His features were striking, his eyes clear, and his lips carried an air of aloofness. Compared to Liu Beichen, Fu Jianji possesses an enigmatic allure that is difficult to articulate. Unfortunately, Mu Ruo is acutely aware of the current circumstances, and no matter how visually appealing Fu Jianji may be, he is not the kind of man who can be easily ensnared. The original text offers scant yet perilous descriptions of Fu Jianji. He is unequivocally someone who prioritizes personal gain above all else, exhibiting a rather indifferent disposition towards emotions, treating marriage as a mere transaction. Possessing wealth that rivals nations, he is lavish in his expenditures, yet should he find himself displeased, he can swiftly drive someone to despair without hesitation. Mu Ruo opened her phone to scroll through videos, relying on this distraction to fend off sleep. Throughout the night, Fu Jianji did not exhibit any further signs of the medication's effects, aside from an occasional furrowing of his brow. Suggesting some discomfort, there were no other indications. Observing his peaceful slumber, Mu Ruo inadvertently dozed off beside the bed. When Fu Jianji awoke, it was already 7 in the morning. The bright morning sunlight streamed in, casting a soft golden glow throughout the room. He felt as though something weighed heavily upon his chest and glanced down. The girl was soundly asleep, her inky hair cascading gently over her shoulders, and her unadorned face appeared almost ethereal. Mu Ruo's lashes were exceptionally long, seemingly capable of stirring one's heart. Her lips, a delicate shade of cherry blossom pink, appeared inviting. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a thought flashed through Fu Jianji's mind, prompting a sardonic smile, consistently detached. Perhaps the dosage administered yesterday was indeed excessive, as its effects lingered even now. The moment he shifted slightly, Mu Ruo stirred awake. Her mind was preoccupied with the prospect of next month's living expenses of 20 million, resulting in a sleep that was rather shallow. Upon opening her eyes, she unexpectedly locked gazes with Fu Jianji's slanted, phoenix-like eyes. Startled, Mu Ruo realized she had fallen asleep, and worse, that the magnate had caught her in the act. "Good morning," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with an unmistakable sense of unease. Fu Jianji, with a hint of amusement, replied, "You? What's the matter?" Mu Ruo's gaze fell upon his chiseled abdomen, perfectly sculpted with 8 distinct muscles, the alluring lines capturing her attention. "Your abs are truly impressive," she remarked. Fu Jianji's smile faltered as he tightened his bathrobe before heading to the bathroom. Mu Ruo exhaled in relief. Perhaps the magnate would refrain from mentioning any deductions from her finances. A short while later, the doorbell rang. Mu Ruo opened the door to find a stern-looking man in formal attire. "Madam, here are the clothes for you and Mr. Fu." Assuming he was Fu Jianji's assistant or secretary, she accepted the 2 large boxes, one pink and one black. Convinced the black box belonged to Fu Jianji, she placed it on the bed and called out to the bathroom, "Mr. Fu, your assistant has delivered a set of clothes." The sound of running water was clearly audible. "Good," came a somewhat cold voice from within. "Leave it outside." Uncomfortable in yesterday's attire, which had wrinkled overnight, Mu Ruo opened the assistant's package to reveal a high-neck, form-fitting qipao, elegantly crafted with exquisite embroidery, likely handmade. Its floral patterns at the neckline and cuffs vividly lifelike, exuding an air of opulence. Alongside the qipao was a smaller box. Upon opening it, Mu Ruo was astonished to find an entire set of jewelry. Having experienced some worldly events prior to entering this narrative, she recognized the substantial value of the jewelry set, having once attended a jewelry exhibition. Fu Jianji soon emerged from the bathroom, clad in the suit delivered by his assistant. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters, he radiated a commanding presence. "This outfit is for you," he stated. "Change into it. The jewelry is also yours." Mu Ruo blinked in disbelief. "The jewelry is for me too?" A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Fu Jianji's narrowed eyes. "A reward for last night." "May I inquire about its value?" She ventured. "40 million. Then I shall decline." "That is far too extravagant." Mu Ruo was acutely aware of her circumstances, currently unemployed, relying on Fu Jianji for sustenance. Thus, she endeavored to acquiesce to his every proposal. After all, he was her benefactor, and it was inappropriate to indulge in his generosity while disparaging him, was it not? She was already concocting plans for her future endeavors. The 2 million living expenses stipulated in their contract were merely compensation for their marriage of convenience. Today's jewelry, however, was not included in that arrangement. "Should you refuse, I shall discard it," Fu Jianji declared. "I want it. I absolutely want it." Fu Jianji chuckled inexplicably, gesturing for her to proceed. "Go change, tidy your hair. We are visiting the Fu family today. You may encounter some discomfort, but for the sake of this exquisite jewelry, bear it." Mu Ruo nodded. As long as her life was spared, she would endure. For such a lavish adornment, She was more than willing to tolerate a modicum of hardship. After all, how many would covet such an opportunity for 40 million? Nevertheless, with Fu Jianji frequently mentioning sums in the millions, Mu Ruo began to question the true cost of living in this world. Were the upper echelons of society truly this indulgent? She distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, the male lead, Liu Beichen, typically gifted the female lead, Xiao Wanwan, jewelry worth merely a few tens of thousands. The previous day's gifts, a dress and matching jewelry identical to her own, totaled over 90,000, which had left Xiao Wanwan quite pleased, as Liu Beichen seldom bestowed such lavish gifts upon her. The disparity in treatment between Liu Beichen and Fu Jianji was staggering, despite their similar standings. After changing into the qipao and securing her long hair with an emerald hairpin, several wisps fell gracefully against her fair neck, adding a touch of languid charm. Although she wore no makeup, her features remained strikingly beautiful. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf brows, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality, capable of captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. She had merely splashed her face with water, devoid of foundation or lipstick, yet her naturally flawless complexion remained as luminous as ever, though perhaps a shade too pale, lacking a hint of color. No need for makeup. This is just right, she concluded. Time was of the essence, and they proceeded to the restaurant for breakfast. The hotel dining area, located on the top floor, offered a sumptuous spread each morning. To maintain her image and avoid a recurrence of her gastrointestinal issues, Mu Ruo opted for only a glass of milk and a sandwich, less than Fu Jianji's portion. Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips as if recalling a memory. Not feeling hungry today? Mu Ruo took a sip of milk. You know, I rarely have an appetite. I eat very little. Mu Ruo? What are you doing here? Liu Beichen, having arrived with Xiao Wanwan for breakfast, immediately spotted her. The reason was clear. Mu Ruo's presence was undeniably striking. Fu Jianji followed his gaze. That moment, he had yet to encounter Liu Beichen, but he was aware of the latter's name and knew he was Mu Ruo's object of affection. It was precisely for this reason that Fu Jianji had initially married her. Mu Ruo's heart raced. She could not allow Fu Jianji to discern her complete lack of interest in Liu Beichen. Should Fu Jianji suspect her feelings, it could raise doubts about her authenticity, and he might even wonder if she would develop an interest in him instead. Men like Fu Jianji detest women who cling to them. Today, Mu Ruo's qipao was nothing short of stunning. As she sat, nearly every gaze in the room gravitated toward her. Liu Beichen, captivated, felt a mix of anticipation and agitation. Are you waiting for me on purpose? Xiao Wanwan, as a woman, was the first to notice the man seated across from Mu Ruo. The striking appearance and charisma of the man were hard to ignore. Initially believing Liu Beichen to be the pinnacle of masculinity, she quickly realized that he was incomparable to Fu Jianji. Fu Jianji's voice was indifferent. Ruo, who are these two? It was only then that Liu Beichen noticed Fu Jianji. Upon seeing him, Liu Beichen's instincts flared. He sensed that this man was formidable, exuding an aura of significance. I'm Liu Beichen, a friend of Mu Ruo's, and this is my girlfriend, Xiao Wanwan. Liu Beichen. Fu Jianji echoed, his expression darkening slightly. I am Fu Jianji, Mu Ruo's husband. Liu Beichen was taken aback. This young man was Fu Jianji? He had heard tales of Fu Jianji's prowess in the business world, having built an empire beyond ordinary imagination. Previously, Liu Beichen had envisioned Fu Jianji as a wealthy, middle-aged man sporting a beer belly. He was unprepared for the strikingly handsome and youthful figure before him. Sitting beside Mu Ruo, there was an unmistakable aura of a perfect match between talented individuals. Xiao Wanwan had heard of Fu Jianji. Others spoke of Mu Ruo's husband as a tycoon worth billions, capable of transforming Rongqing. Previously, she had shared similar sentiments with Liu Beichen, believing that Mu Ruo was vain, marrying an older, unattractive man for wealth. Now seeing Mu Ruo's husband, who was unexpectedly handsome and wealthier than Liu Beichen, Xiao Wanwan felt a pang of jealousy. She had thought that by imitating Mu Ruo and winning over the man she adored, she had acquired the best of everything. Little did she know, Mu Ruo possessed even greater fortunes. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xiao Wanwan's gaze drifted to Mu Ruo's attire and accessories. The jade bracelet adorning Mu Ruo's wrist was a vibrant emerald green, accentuating her delicate wrist, rendering it irresistibly captivating. The string of emerald and diamond beads around her neck exuded an understated opulence that only grew more enchanting with each glance. Xiao Wanwan promptly spoke up. Mr. Fu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. We have all heard your name. We were astonished to learn you married Mu Ruo, as we believed her unworthy of such an outstanding man. Mu Ruo responded with a coy smile. Indeed, our innocent and charming little flower knows how to charm the elite with her flattering words. Fu Jianzi replied with a composed demeanor. If anyone is unworthy, it is I who am unworthy of her. Xiao Wanwan felt a deeper sense of bitterness. She now perceived Fu Jianzi as more refined and attentive to a woman's feelings than Liu Beichen. Typically, when others suggested Xiao Wanwan was unworthy of Liu Beichen, he never refuted them. With envy, Xiao Wanwan looked at Mu Ruo. Ruo, your dress and jewelry are exquisite. Did Mr. Fu gift them to you? Where did you acquire them? Fu Jianzi recognized that Xiao Wanwan's outfit was identical to Mu Ruo's from the previous day. He nonchalantly remarked, custom-made, there is only this one. Owen felt embarrassed. She had hoped to hint for Liu Beichen to procure a matching set for her, but now that seemed unlikely. Since the beginning, Liu Beichen's expression had been dark. He noticed that Mu Ruo's attention had never wavered from Fu Jianzi. Moreover, Mu Ruo's high-neck qipao concealed her figure so thoroughly that he couldn't help but suspect what had transpired between her and Fu Jianzi at the hotel the previous night. Chapter 13. Quite ordinary Liu Beichen left without partaking in breakfast, striding out of the dining hall. Observing this, Xiao Wanwan hurried after him. Beichen. Wait for me. Liu Beichen paused momentarily, coming to a halt. Xiao Wanwan, feeling wronged, exclaimed, I haven't eaten yet. Why would you leave without me? Liu Beichen remained silent, his face clouded with gloom. During their time together, it was mostly Xiao Wanwan who consoled him. After all, Liu Beichen held the title of CEO and was the eldest son of the Liu family. If Xiao Wanwan did not indulge him, numerous other women would be eager to do so. Feeling a wave of grievance, Xiao Wanwan asked, Are you still unable to forget Mu Ruo? Seeing her dining with her husband. Are you feeling jealous? Liu Beichen scoffed. No yet. Upon seeing Xiao Wanwan's pitiful expression, he felt a sudden pang of compassion. That woman, Mu Ruo, was fickle and capricious. What was so appealing about her? The Xiao Wanwan before him was the one deserving of his affection. Besides, Xiao Wanwan was not significantly inferior to Mu Ruo. In many aspects, she excelled beyond her. An emptiness settled in Liu Beichen's heart, and he quickly embraced Xiao Wanwan. All right, let us not be upset anymore. Let us go eat. Mu Ruo watched Liu Beichen's retreating figure, feigning a sense of loss. Regardless of the circumstances, in front of Fu Jianzi, she had to pretend to have feelings for Liu Beichen. Fu Jianzi, with a knowing smile, asked, Is he the man you fancy? Mu Ruo nodded. We have known each other for many years. Quite ordinary. Fu Jianzi's blunt assessment struck a chord. Although Mu Ruo was beautiful, her taste in men was evidently lacking. Mu Ruo felt disheartened. While others might critique Liu Beichen, they could at least offer a more flattering comparison. Yet, Fu Jianzi's words rang true, given his own superiority in both appearance and status compared to Liu Beichen. However, the fact that Fu Jianzi could engage her in such discussions with a smile demonstrated his indifference towards her. And a wonder, in the original narrative, Mu Ruo, as Fu Jianzi's wife, met her demise at the hands of Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan. While Fu Jianzi remained unfazed as he promoted Liu Beichen to work for him. After breakfast, Fu Jianzi rose. Let us go. Mu Ruo followed him into his sleek black Bentley. Fu Jianzi drove in silence. Offering no conversation, Mu Ruo discerned that while he projected a polished demeanor and treated women with kindness, there were moments that betrayed his cold nature. After half an hour, they arrived at the Fu residence. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Ruo had dozed off during the ride, feeling slightly uncomfortable from the intense air conditioning. As she drowsily opened her eyes, Fu Jianzi parked and instructed, Get out. Mu Ruo followed him outside. And at that moment, she realized the extraordinary nature of the Fu household. The villa appeared as if it had emerged from a traditional Chinese ink painting, nestled among mountains and rivers, radiating rich cultural heritage and unique charm. The exterior was constructed from natural stone and timber, deep in hue and with clear grain, reflecting a sense of solemnity and the passage of time. As they entered through the courtyard, they were greeted by a Mingqing-style screen wall. The garden featured winding paths and changing scenery, with rockeries and flowing water, bamboo groves, and pines, creating a Jiangnan garden landscape that felt both crafted and natural. Flowers of all seasons surrounded a clear fish pond, where koi swam gracefully, a harmonious blend of stillness and motion. Dressed in her qipao, Mu Ruo walked alongside Fu Jianzi, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding environment. Mr. Fu, please call me by my name, she attempted to say. Fu Jianzi interrupted. You seem to forget so easily. We were just here last month, and the guests are the same. Mu Ruo hesitated. Oh, right. We did come last month. Such trivial details would not be recorded in the original text. Mu Ruo genuinely had no recollection of the specific events from the previous month. Fu Jianzi observed her anxious demeanor, his gaze darkening slightly. The last time they visited, it was during their wedding, and it was evident that Mu Ruo was not well acquainted with many members of the Fu family. However, teasing her felt akin to playfully engaging with a stray kitten, which he found amusing. The Fu family's servants approached, clad in matching black uniforms, exuding an air of formality as they respectfully addressed Fu Jianzi. Mu Ruo couldn't help but wonder if they would refer to her as the young mistress in the same awkward manner as portrayed in dramas. Fortunately, the atmosphere remained tactful. They simply addressed her as Madam, like butlerly. Following Fu Jianzi inside, Mu Ruo was struck by the interior adorned with intricate lattice windows and wooden carvings, embodying quintessential Chinese elements. The lofty ceiling of the living room was graced by a splendid palace lantern, its golden silk shade casting a warm and tranquil glow over the rosewood furnishings, each piece exuding exquisite craftsmanship and a profound historical essence. Calligraphic scrolls from renowned artists adorned the walls, their ink fragrance radiating a scholarly ambience. A woman in her 40s, donned in a black qipao, sat gracefully with a teacup in hand, accompanied by a young lady in a white dress. Observing the woman's demeanor, Mu Ruo instinctively surmised she must be Fu Jianzi's mother. From her tone, Mu Ruo could tell the woman held a disapproving attitude towards her. Indeed, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is often fraught with challenges. Fu Jianzi coldly acknowledged, "Where is grandfather?" "I heard his health has been declining." Mu Ruo mused about the archaic dynamics of such a prominent family, yet she felt compelled to nod in agreement. Given the money Fu Jianzi had given her, Mu Ruo was astonished. The woman appeared far too youthful to be Fu Jianzi's mother. To her surprise, she learned that this was Fu Jianzi's grandmother. Did the elite truly maintain such remarkable appearances? Before she could fully process this revelation, Fu Jianzi grasped her hand. Chapter 14. Do not move. Mu Ruo had seldom held hands with men. The moment she was grasped, a hint of shyness washed over her. Zhou Yinhu and the girl in white shifted their attention to the clasped hands of Fu Jianzi and Mu Ruo. Fu Jianzi led Mu Ruo away. Ascending the stairs, his tone gentle and indulgent, markedly different from his demeanor when speaking with Zhou Yinhu. "Why aren't you wearing your wedding ring? Where is your diamond ring?" Despite being married, the original owner had concealed her wedding ring, unwilling to acknowledge her marital status, but she couldn't recall its hiding place. Meanwhile, Fu Jianzi wore a simple yet elegantly designed wedding band that accentuated his long fingers. Hinting at an understated sensuality, Mu Ruo replied, "I forgot to wear it. If you keep forgetting, I shall have to punish you." Despite understanding that everything Fu Jianzi presented was a fate, a performance for her benefit, Mu Ruo found herself momentarily entranced in conversation with such a striking and charismatic man. Fu Jianzi possessed a unique aura. He could immerse you in whatever persona he desired, in front of his subordinates. He was a strict and commanding boss. Among friends, he was witty and humorous. As a lover, he exuded elegance and politeness. The true essence of his character remained elusive to all. Mu Ruo inexplicably felt that Fu Jianzi was better suited for the role of an actor. Zhou Yinhu observed the exchange, her expression darkening. Beside her, the girl in white was on the verge of tears, biting her lip, her gaze fixed on Fu Jianzi's retreating figure. Mu Ruo followed Fu Jianzi upstairs. Walking until they reached a room, Fu Jianzi opened the door, and with a resounding bang, it shut behind them. Once the door closed, he immediately released Mu Ruo's hand, and the tenderness that had graced his face vanished without a trace. Mu Ruo remarked, "Mr. Fu, your grandmother appears quite youthful." "She is not my biological grandmother," Fu Jianzi replied. "I thought you still remembered." He silently observed Mu Ruo performing before him, choosing not to expose her act. With a bold demeanor, Mu Ruo pressed on, Mr. Fu, would you enlighten me about your family's circumstances?" Fu Jianzi ignored her, heading straight to the bathroom to wash his hands, understanding that powerful individuals often possessed a penchant for cleanliness. Especially after shaking hands with women, she followed him, saying, "Come on, we are two lonely souls here. A conversation might alleviate our boredom." Fu Jianzi replied, "Lonely souls can engage in far more entertaining activities. Would the lady like to learn more?" Mu Ruo quickly retorted, "No, thank you." After washing his hands and drying them, Mu Ruo sought to retaliate against his cold demeanor by following suit to wash her hands. Ugh, shaking hands with a man I dislike is truly unpleasant, she lamented. 20 million. He stated succinctly, I stand corrected. Mu Ruo conceded. At that moment, a knock echoed from the outside. Fu Jian, Ji abruptly raised his hand and removed the hairpin that held Mu Ruo's hair, causing her long locks to cascade down, a subtle fragrance wafting toward him. Mu Ruo was taken aback, still reeling from the sudden change when Fu Jianji pressed her against the wall, commanding, don't move. His icy lips brushed against her ear, igniting a blush that rendered her utterly still. The door creaked open unexpectedly. A girl clad in white entered, holding a platter of fruit. Upon witnessing the intimate scene between Fu Jianji and Mu Ruo, the platter slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor. Jianji, she gasped, her tears spilling forth like pearls on a broken string. Yet, she summoned the strength to continue. I apologize, I intended to bring you some fruit, but it seems I have intruded. After uttering these words, she hurriedly gathered the scattered fruit, sobbing as she left. Mu Ruo clenched her teeth in frustration. Fu Jianji released her. Had this been the past, he would have deemed it unnecessary to engage with Mu Ruo beyond maintaining a facade of cordiality. Now, observing her in that moment, he suddenly smiled. 20 million. Mu Ruo reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. Forcing a cheerful expression, it is an honor to have such intimate contact with Mr. Fu. Zhou Yin fled in tears, and upon encountering Zhou Yinhui, her sobs intensified. Jianji, she and that woman. Zhou Yinhui immediately grasped the situation. Fu Jianji seldom resided in the family estate, while Zhou Yin had long considered herself the lady of the house. If Fu Jianji had been close with Mu Ruo, it would certainly provoke Zhou Yin. She couldn't help but scold Zhou Yin. What a trivial matter to warrant such tears. They are husband and wife. What they do in their room is entirely normal. Zhou Yin covered her face. Why should that be? That woman comes from a lowly background. She is unworthy of Jianji, aunt. Didn't you say their marriage was a facade? Zhou Yinhui had not anticipated the current situation. She thought she knew Fu Jianji well. After all, the shadows of his parents loomed large over him. A man of such intelligence would typically maintain a distance from women, in comparison to ordinary families. The Mu family was quite affluent, possessing nearly 100 million in assets. Yet, in the eyes of the Fu family, they were merely a small, unrefined household. Fu Jianji's choice to marry a woman from such a family could only be a strategic move to counteract Zhou Yinhui's attempts to arrange marriages for him using her elder status. Having scrutinized Mu Ruo's appearance closely, Zhou Yinhui realized she indeed possessed a captivating allure that could attract men. Even the most stunning beauties Zhou Yinhui had encountered paled in comparison to Mu Ruo's beauty. It seemed only natural for Fu Jianji to be drawn to a woman of such striking appearance. Rest assured, Fu Jianji will undoubtedly divorce her. Zhou Yinhui consoled Zhou Yin. If you are so fond of Fu Jianji, he will surely be yours. Yin, dry your tears and compose yourself. Zhou Yin nodded, stifling her sobs. Her years of affection for Fu Jianji had solidified her resolve not to give up. The woman named Mu was merely an outsider. Chapter 15. Excuse me. After Zhou Yin departed, Mu Ruo regarded Fu Jianji with a hint of mischief. Just now, Mr. Fu touched me again. Does that mean you need to wash your hands once more? Oh, and it seems you also kissed my ear. Doesn't that? Fu Jianji replied in a flat tone. So, you are quite the conversationalist. Mu Ruo proudly raised an eyebrow. Indeed. With a sly grin, she anticipated his next words would again involve 20 million. Prompting her to feign silence, mimicking a zipper motion with her mouth. Fu Jian, she observed her antics with a cold smile. Mu Ruo continued. The one who barged in earlier is Zhou Yin. The niece of Zhou Yinhui. Fu Jianji cautioned her, be wary of her. Their arrangement was merely a transaction. Their marriage was not born from affection. Fu Jianji's role was simply to provide financial support. And should Mu Ruo face any difficulties, she was expected to handle them independently. Fu Jianji had little interest in intervening. This warning was already a generous gesture. Mu Ruo understood. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently. The elderly Mr. Fu, with his silver hair and stern visage, appeared to be in his 70s, standing beside Zhou Yinhui, who, though looking to be in her 40s, was actually nearing 50. Mr. Fu was almost 80. Their age difference was considerable, reminiscent of an old man marrying a much younger woman. Fu Jianji had two younger uncles, both born of Zhou Yanhui, one aged 23 and the other 27, both younger than Fu Jianji. Though these two held a higher familial rank, Fu Jianji remained the decision-maker in the family business, his word being law. Upon learning of the tangled relationships within the Fu family, Mu Ruo felt a sense of awe. Indeed, such convoluted dynamics could hardly arise in ordinary families. Mu Ruo discreetly transferred 20,000 to the maid tending to the courtyard. The maid, filled with gratitude, had not expected such generosity for merely sharing information about the Fu family, in contrast to the harsh matriarch and the spoiled young lady of the Zhou family. This new mistress of the Fu household appeared remarkably amiable. Even as a maid in a wealthy household, everyone desired a modicum of respect. Mu Ruo lowered her voice. By the way, may I inquire about the circumstances of Fu Jianji's parents? It was peculiar that someone so young had lost both parents. Mu Ruo was aware that prying into Fu Jianji's personal affairs was inappropriate, yet she feared being caught off guard should the subject arise. The maid's expression shifted alarmingly. Mu Ruo frowned. Is this a forbidden topic? The maid glanced around before responding. Madam, Master Fu's parents have been deceased for many years, having passed when he was quite young. No one in the Fu family dares to mention it. It's best not to bring it up. Mu Ruo was taken aback. No one in the Fu family dared to speak of it. Very well. Respecting Fu Jianji's privacy, she chose not to press further. Nodding, she replied, understood. Truth be told, Zhou Yanyan was indeed a beauty. If Xiao Wanwan were to stand before her, she would hardly be worthy of even carrying Zhou Yanyan's shoes. Clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, Zhou Yanyan possessed a strikingly pretty face, though her eyes were red and swollen, casting an unfriendly gaze at Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo had long braced herself for confrontation. After all, 20 million was not easily earned. I have been pondering this for days. Zhou Yanyan approached Mu Ruo, her voice deliberately lowered, her eyes filled with hostility. Is GNG blind to choose a woman of your background? Mu Ruo tilted her head to face Zhou Yanyan. If her information was accurate, the Zhou family had not always been as prominent. In fact, they had once been less affluent than the Mu family. The young and beautiful Zhou Yanhui had married the elder Mr. Fu, who had subsequently supported her brothers, thus enabling the Zhou family to rise in status, allowing Zhou Yanyan to assume her role as a revered young lady. Having grown accustomed to her privileged status, Zhou Yanyan was intent on provoking Mu Ruo. Sensing this, Mu Ruo caught a glimpse of the tall, elegant figure in the distance. Very well, if Zhou Yanyan wished to label her as a green tea, Mu Ruo would play along. Placing her hand on her forehead, Mu Ruo feigned dizziness. Miss Zhou, I'm feeling a bit faint. Zhou Yanyan scoffed. Are you trying to elicit sympathy from me? That trick won't work. Mu Ruo continued to hold her forehead, appearing genuinely pitiful, exuding a delicate charm reminiscent of rain-soaked blossoms. She stepped closer to Fu Jianji and, in front of Zhou Yanyan, pretended to stumble, falling gracefully into Fu Jianji's embrace. Her eyes brimmed with tears, she apologized. I'm sorry, Jianji. After speaking with Miss Zhou, I suddenly feel unwell. Zhou Yanyan was taken aback. Her earlier comment about Mu Ruo being a green tea had been a spur-of-the-moment insult intended to provoke a reaction, but she hadn't anticipated that Mu Ruo would genuinely embody that very label. Zhou Yanyan opened her mouth in astonishment. She was equally perplexed about what she had done wrong, yet found herself compelled to endure a mouthful of dog food here. Zhou Yanyan cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Fu Jianji. Having known him for so many years, she had harbored feelings for him since her earliest memories. Yet, she had never once witnessed Fu Jianji treating her with such indifference. Each interaction with him was met with his frosty demeanor. Unconsciously, Zhou Yanyan positioned herself between Fu Jianji and Mu Ruo. Fu Jianji's attitude towards her instantly turned cold. Excuse me. Chapter 16. May I wear your nightgown? Fu Jianji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Madam, you are truly astute. Thank you. Thank you. Mu Ruo feigned ignorance of his implications. It's innate. Fu Jianji nearly found himself amused by her audacity. Mu Ruo had never been one to tolerate disrespect. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Regarding the wealthy Fu, who had generously provided her with funds, she was reluctantly willing to show deference. However, when it came to the unfamiliar Zhou Yanyan, Mu Ruo had no intention of yielding to her. What could possibly be more infuriating than flirting with Fu Jianji in front of Zhou Yanyan? Absolutely nothing. During dinner that evening, Fu Jianji's two younger uncles arrived. His second uncle, Fu Quan, appeared slick and somewhat oily, while the third uncle, Fu Zhang, donned spectacles, exuding a more refined aura. These two men were even younger than Fu Jianji. The old master had welcomed them into the world late in life and adored them deeply. Zhou Yanhui favored her two sons even more. She viewed Fu Jianji as a thorn in her side, wishing for his early disappearance so that her beloved sons could inherit the entirety of the Fu family legacy. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances surrounding Fu Jianji's father, the old master harbored guilt towards him. Over the years, materially, Fu Jianji had never lacked anything from the Fu family. The old master did not particularly favor Mu Ruo either. In his eyes, her humble origins were unworthy of Fu Jianji. In other matters, the old master dared to impose on Fu Jianji, but when it came to matters of the heart, he would never dare to force him. You and Jianji must take good care of each other. The old master solemnly instructed Mu Ruo, urging them to bear a child soon to ensure an heir for the Fu family. Mu Ruo nodded in agreement. The old master felt a rare sense of relief, seeing her neither competing nor contradicting him. Zhou Yanhui, however, was discontent with the old master's gaze lingering on Mu Ruo and Fu Jianji. Fu Quan and Fu Zhang, both eloquent, took their seats beside the old master, regaling him with amusing anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from him. Zhou Yanhui listened with a smile, occasionally serving them dishes. The old master's attention was captivated by these two younger sons, leaving Fu Jianji in the shadows. Mu Ruo thought to herself, I don't understand why. Even though this is Fu Jianji's home, he feels like a stranger here. During the day, a maid had mentioned that Fu Jianji lost his parents at a young age. Did this mean he had spent over 20 years in solitude? Being subjected to such neglect and indifference for an extended period could easily lead one to become reclusive. Yet, Fu Jianji treated women with utmost courtesy and conversed with everyone with grace. Appearing utterly devoid of any psychological issues. One could only imagine the remarkable state of mind possessed by such a successful individual. As Mu Ruo contemplated these thoughts, she noticed Zhou Yanhui continually serving her two sons. She then offered Fu Jianji a slice of mushroom. He glanced at her, but did not partake of it. Mu Ruo reasoned that since she had used serving chopsticks, it wasn't a matter of him finding her unsanitary. She thought him quite particular and offered him a shrimp instead. This time, he accepted it. Throughout the meal, Fu Jianji remained silent. Having spent the previous night in the same hotel room, Mu Ruo felt no surprise at sharing a room again today. However, she had only confirmed his well-being at dawn before dozing off herself. If tonight's sleep was as restless as the last, her body might not withstand it. May I sleep in your bed tonight? This bed seems quite spacious, Mu Ruo inquired. Fu Jianji lit a cigarette, his slender, handsome features appearing somewhat grim amidst the smoke, a stark contrast to the gentle image he had first evoked in her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she sensed a hint of ferocity and restlessness hidden beneath his calm exterior, lending him an air of danger. Yet, in an instant, as the smoke dissipated, he donned a suave facade, revealing a soft smile. Mu Ruo thought she must have misjudged him moments ago. She tentatively asked, Mr. Fu, are you all right? Miss Mu, Fu Jianji replied coolly, for your safety, refrain from attempting to concern yourself with me or to understand me. Why not? Is the world about to end? Fu Jianji chuckled in exasperation, opening the bathroom door. The world will not, but you might. Perhaps handsome men looked striking in black, and Fu Jianji was no exception. His features were chiseled, and when he smiled, there was a gentleness about him. But when he did not, he emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance as he showered. Mu Ruo pondered his words for a long while. Fu Jianji was undoubtedly dangerous. Some who appeared gentle were often the puppeteers orchestrating everything from the shadows. It was clear he harbored disdain for women. He was an incredibly charming man. Well aware of his superiority, surrounded by women in numbers that could overwhelm him. His earlier words suggested he feared Mu Ruo might become infatuated with him, much like Zhou Yanyin and her relentless suitors. Mu Ruo clarified, well, I have someone I love. Fu Jianji's elongated eyes narrowed coldly as he scrutinized her, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yes, you see, I love Liu Beichun, and there is no possibility of my heart wavering. So you need not worry about my pursuing you. I lack a nightgown, and sleeping without clothes is uncomfortable. May I borrow yours? Mu Ruo anticipated his refusal. I have already rummaged through your wardrobe. This black top will suffice as a nightgown. Indeed, it was quite appropriate. His entire wardrobe was composed of black, including his undergarments. With Fu Jianji's reluctant consent, Mu Ruo embraced the garment and retreated to the bathroom. Fu Jianji's bathroom was larger than the bedroom she had previously occupied. She swiftly showered and dried her hair before emerging. At 1.88 meters tall, Fu Jianji's shirt served her well as a nightgown. He sat on the bed, pen in hand, presumably attending to emails. Having had a restless night previously and enduring a long day, Mu Ruo was genuinely exhausted. Without even glancing at Fu Jianji, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Chapter 17. Indeed, the hearts of capitalists are dark the next morning. Mu Ruo awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated, eager to roll about in bed. With her eyes closed, she attempted to turn over. She found herself unable to move. Mu Ruo opened her eyes to behold the sharply defined jawline of a man before her, the contours from his chin to neck both sleek and sensual. His pronounced Adam's apple exuding more sexual tension than the male models she often admired in magazines. A director once told her during a film shoot that an actor's bone structure must surpass their appearance for a story to resonate on screen. Fu Jianji not only possessed exceptional looks, but his bone structure was flawless, with a nose as prominent as a mountain peak and deep, striking features that lent him an air of mysterious charm. Mu Ruo mused that if Fu Jianji were to star in films back in her world, he would surely become a sensation, even without any acting skills, simply based on his striking visage. However, for her in this moment, the pressing question was why they were sprawled together so disheveled in the early morning. A hint of panic flickered in her eyes. While Fu Jianji was undeniably a top-tier beauty, she considered herself attractive as well. Wasn't it likely that she had been taken advantage of in this situation? Was the 2 million worth it? The long, powerful arm of the man encircled Mu Ruo's waist. She attempted to quietly extricate his arm and stealthily slip out of bed. However, as soon as her hand rested on Fu Jianji's arm, he opened his eyes. Fu Jian, she coldly loosened his grip. Explain. I did not intend to seduce you, nor did I wish to approach you. You must see clearly that it was you who held me. Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow. The more she spoke, the guiltier she felt, aware that she had a restless sleeping habit, often kicking off covers and tossing in her sleep. Despite the spacious bed, it was entirely possible she had rolled over to Fu Jianji's side and ended up entangled with him. At that moment, Mu Ruo suddenly realized it was not she who had rolled toward him. Rather, he had pushed her to the edge of the bed, leaving her pressed against the side while he occupied the vast expanse on the other side. It was evident that Fu Jianji had recognized this fact as well. Fu Jianji showed no signs of embarrassment. This is my bed, Miss Mu. Granting you a corner to sleep in is already quite generous of me. Truly, you are the wealthy president earning a fortune daily. You can twist even the darkest matters into white. Indeed, the hearts of capitalists are dark. Mu Ruo descended from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. Fu Jianji observed her retreating figure, lost in thought. He twisted open a bottle of water left on the bedside, retrieved a bottle of medication from the drawer, poured out 2 pills, and called for a maid. Not long after, Mu Ruo heard a knock at the door and went to answer it. Zhou Nianyan stood outside, her eyes red and puffy, clutching a set of clothes and glaring at Mu Ruo with hostility. She had just seen the maid deliver a set of clothes. Every quarter, high-end luxury brands send their latest garments to the Fu family, their tags untouched. Following the young master's instructions, a servant fetched the smallest size dress for the lady. Upon seeing this, Zhou Nianyan snatched the clothing from the servant's hands, eager to assess the situation. She bit her lip as she glanced at Mu Ruo, who was clearly clad in a man's shirt. Her long hair cascaded lazily over her shoulders, and one button at the collar remained undone, while the shirt hem fell above her knees, revealing her fair, slender, and straight calves. Zhou Nianyan felt a pang of anguish in her heart and, in the presence of Mu Ruo, fainted unexpectedly. Mu Ruo. In a state of panic, Mu Ruo looked towards Fu Jianji. He was adjusting his tie, dressed in formal attire as he was heading to the office today. Without a change in expression, he remained as gentle as usual. Do not worry. She has a severe heart condition. Fainting suddenly is quite normal. Mu Ruo, relieved that she had not clashed with Zhou Nianyan the previous day, thought to herself that if she had, she would have been unable to bear the consequences, whether Zhou Nianyan's fainting was genuine or feigned. The servants of the Fu family quickly noticed the anomaly, promptly calling for a private doctor and dragging Zhou Nianyan away. Throughout his life, Fu Jianji had witnessed Zhou Nianyan faint multiple times. Some instances were deliberate attempts to gain his attention, while others were due to her anger when he ignored her. Many in the Fu household whispered behind his back, labeling him cold and unfeeling, claiming that the girl poured her heart out to him, yet he remained indifferent, not even sparing her a glance. Fu Jianji found this notion laughable. Just because someone yearns for him does not mean he is obligated to reciprocate. Moreover, he had not forgotten about his deceased father. His feelings towards the Zhou family were solely one of aversion. As for women, he had but one request: to refrain from loving him, to keep their distance. Observing Mu Ruo's expression, Fu Jianji mockingly inquired, "What is it? Do you pity her? Feel sorry for her?" Mu Ruo replied, "Not at all. If anyone deserves pity, it is you." Faced with such a suitor, one would be subjected to moral coercion whether they accepted or distanced themselves. Fu Jianji was momentarily taken aback. He chuckled softly, whispering a sweet and tender remark as he passed her. Not even think about it. Mu Ruo sensed that indeed the wealth of the domineering man was not easily acquired. Zhou Nianyan fell ill. She was summoned by Zhou Yanhu, who scolded her mercilessly. "Nianyan is a young lady. Are you really asking her to fetch clothes for you? Is there not a single servant in the house?" Mu Ruo replied. She snatched the clothes from the servant. "I did not ask her to." Zhou Yanhu retorted with a derisive laugh. "You lack any sense of decorum. Do you not know that once married, you cannot retort when elders speak to you? Speak back again, and I shall have Jianji divorce you immediately." Mu Ruo thought of the 20 million and listened as she was unjustly berated. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Looking up, she saw Fu Jianji, who had just left for a meeting. With a serious expression, Fu Jianji stood at the door. "Grandmother, there is an event today that requires Ruo's presence. I shall take her with me." Zhou Yanhu's demeanor softened upon seeing Fu Jianji. "Very well, you two may go." Chapter 18. Like the deep sea grateful beyond measure, Mu Ruo felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she settled into the car. Fastening her seatbelt, "Thank you, thank you." The relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is notoriously difficult, and Zhou Yanhu presented a particularly upgraded version of this dynamic. The mother-in-law of her mother-in-law, faced with a man, she adopted one demeanor, but when with herself, she transformed entirely to Mu Ruo's side. Fortunately, she seems to hold you in high regard. Otherwise, if she treated you as her own grandmother, it would be quite difficult to escape. Respect? Fu Jianji suddenly chuckled, his eyes cold. From the age of 5 to 15, I resided in this house. Today, she was meant to stay. After all, she used my money and ought to endure such treatment. The black Bentley swiftly exited the villa area, heading towards the city. Mu Ruo began to speak. "My home is," but her sentence was cut short as the car halted abruptly by the roadside. Passers-by likely regarded such an expensive vehicle as a rarity, casting glances as they walked by. "Get out," Fu Jianji instructed. "It is easy to hail a taxi from here." "All right," Mu Ruo conceded, realizing that despite the seemingly gentle exterior of the Tycoon, his core was indeed unfeeling. "I am going to find my ex-boyfriend. To clarify, Liu Beichen is not your ex-boyfriend," Fu Jianji teased. "You have never pursued him successfully, young lady. I wish you luck in your romantic endeavors." Mu Ruo, caught off guard, inhaled a mouthful of exhaust fumes. "Where is your husband?" Xiao Wanwan asked. Glancing around, Liu Beichen glared at Mu Ruo with a dark expression. His face contorted as if Mu Ruo had placed a green hat upon him. "My husband is at work. He is very busy," Mu Ruo replied. "What brings you here?" Xiao Wanwan blushed. Liu Beichen just bought me a house here. It cost over 20 million, she said, her tone filled with pride. Though the house was not in Xiao Wanwan's name, it effectively served as a gift to her. Liu Beichen, unsure of his own motives, attempted to prove his love for Xiao Wanwan through extravagant gestures. Yet faced with a tight cash flow, it was not easy to procure such a sum at once, leading him to finance the purchase through a loan. Mu Ruo's heart sank. Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen bought a house here. They can't possibly be in the same building as me, can they? Curiosity piqued, Mu Ruo inquired. Xiao Wanwan, feigning shyness while secretly reveling in triumph, smiled. "Ruo, we live right above you. I hope you do not mind." No matter the circumstances, Xiao Wanwan was determined to overshadow Mu Ruo, even in matters of real estate. Damn this plot, Mu Ruo thought. Having chosen to avoid conflict with the protagonists, why did these two still intrude upon her life? Recalling her original fate in the narrative sent chills down her spine. In the original text, any female supporting character who crossed paths with Xiao Wanwan met a tragic end. no matter if they later realized their mistakes. The original Mu Ruo's fate was particularly grim, as one female leader was manipulated into a drunken stupor by Xiao Wanwan and her friends, who then exploited her, posting photos online. Unable to bear the humiliation, the woman succumbed to madness, abandoned by her husband and children, ultimately confined to a mental institution. Wanwan, Beichin. Xiao Wanwan's roommates harbored deep-seated animosity towards Mu Ruo, immediately shielding Xiao Wanwan upon her arrival. Mu Ruo, what are you doing here? Xiao Wanwan, glancing at Lu Beichin's expression, quickly added, you must not treat Ruo this way. She lives here too, just below us though, is that so? One roommate sneered, she is a young lady, married to a wealthy man. She must rely on her father and husband to live in such luxury. Mu Ruo smiled. Indeed, unlike you, Wanwan, who built everything from scratch through hard work to reside here. Their expressions shifted instantly. Mu Ruo, do not be too arrogant, Mu Ruo retorted. Is speaking the truth considered bullying? Xiao Wanwan lowered her head, her eyes turning red with grievance as she stood before Lu Beichin. Beichin, she is right. I should not be living in your house. I should strive for my own success. Lu Beichin shot Mu Ruo a cold glance. Do not listen to her, Wanwan. Everything I have is yours. After uttering this romantic line, Lu Beichin anticipated Mu Ruo's usual display of heartbreak. Yet she merely smiled and walked away, leaving him in a state of shock. Night fell. Fu Jianji stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape outside. Butler Li entered, carrying a glass of warm water and some pills. Mr. Fu, you should rest early. Fu Jianji had long struggled with insomnia, grappling with even more serious issues. Butler Li was well aware of this, having accompanied Fu Jianji through numerous trials over the years. Yet in public, Fu Jianji maintained an impeccable facade, exuding grace and eloquence. To those who had never met him, he appeared as a ruthless, unfeeling business mogul. To those who had, he was a paragon of gentility. Fu Jianji's world was one of profound solitude, barren and untouched. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the depths of the ocean, where rare creatures and sunlight are seldom found, unreachable even by humanity's most sophisticated instruments. The deep sea remains perpetually tranquil, concealing any hint of tumult, much like Fu Jianji's emotional demeanor, always calm and indifferent, even when capable of unleashing a tsunami that could engulf an entire city. Chapter 19. Because he did indeed take the medication in the dead of night, Mu Ruo covered her ears with a pillow, her eyes wide open, filled with frustration. All she wanted was to rush upstairs and unleash her fury. Must they make such a racket at this hour? She was aware of the male lead's prowess, capable of overwhelming the female lead night after night. But could they not be so ostentatious? The soundproofing in the apartment she resided in was not particularly poor, yet the occupants above were making such a commotion it felt as though they were bellowing at the top of their lungs. Above, Lu Beichin panted heavily, gazing at the blushing Xiao Wanwan, who contentedly wrapped her arms around him. She knew Lu Beichin had been with many women. Sometimes, when they quarreled, he would deliberately sleep with another woman to provoke her. However, Lu Beichin had never slept with Mu Ruo. Xiao Wanwan speculated that Mu Ruo must long to be with Lu Beichin. With families of similar status, if they were to engage intimately, Mu Ruo would likely pressure Lu Beichin into taking responsibility. Yet Lu Beichin was deeply in love with her and would never grant Mu Ruo that claim. In most instances, Lu Beichin, even when entangled with other women, tends to favor those who can be easily dismissed with a mere monetary incentive. A woman of true status and prestige would undoubtedly prompt Lu Beichin to ponder the implications of their encounter before making any move. Beichin, you are astonishing tonight, as if you have taken a potion. Praised Xiao Wanwan, her cheeks flushed. Why is he so extraordinary this evening? Upon hearing her words, Lu Beichin's expression darkened abruptly, for he was indeed under the influence of a drug. He was acutely aware that Mu Ruo was residing just below him, and he understood that the soundproofing of the floors was decent enough that without an excessive commotion, those below might remain oblivious. Having sweated profusely, Xiao Wanwan's makeup had become disheveled. Lu Beichin, in a fit of irritation, wiped her face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he noticed that without her makeup, Xiao Wanwan bore less resemblance to Mu Ruo. While Mu Ruo possessed naturally flawless, porcelain skin, Xiao Wanwan could only approximate this effect with foundation. However, once the makeup faltered, her true complexion emerged, rendering her appearance somewhat ludicrous. The same applied to her brows and eyes. Stripped of cosmetic enhancement, Xiao Wanwan appeared rather insipid. Xiao Wanwan, sensitive to Liu Beichen's gaze, discerned a considerable distance in the way he looked at her, inciting a sense of panic within her. In truth, she had been feeling this anxiety for several days, as she recognized the profound impact Mu Ruo, his unattainable ideal, had on Liu Beichen. Xiao Wanwan was aware that her resemblance to Mu Ruo, combined with her more accommodating demeanor, was her greatest asset in surpassing her rival. Realizing her makeup had deteriorated, she hastily rose from the bed. Beichen, I need to wash my face. Liu Beichen, fatigued after their encounter, had little desire to engage with her. Less than half an hour later, Xiao Wanwan emerged from the bathroom. Her makeup restored, her eyes and lips appearing pitifully enchanting, exuding a purity reminiscent of Mu Ruo. She knelt before him, eager to serve. Beichen, do you still desire my company? I can assist you. Indeed, Xiao Wanwan proved to be the most accommodating. The proud young lady Mu Ruo would never stoop to such lengths for his pleasure. If you had to choose between Mu Ruo and me, who would you select? Liu Beichen pressed his hand against Xiao Wanwan's head. Of course, it would be you. The following morning, Mu Ruo awoke with dark circles under her eyes. With a scowl, she retrieved a pair of sunglasses. Today, Haley had invited Mu Ruo out, claiming her aunt had arranged a meal and wished for Mu Ruo to accompany her. Coincidentally, as she entered the elevator, Mu Ruo encountered Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan once more. Xiao Wanwan donned a strappy top, layered with a gossamer white jacket. The marks of kisses were prominently visible on her collarbone and neck. Mu Ruo rolled her eyes. Even without witnessing the scene, the sounds from the previous night were enough for her to infer what had transpired. It seemed the fates conspired against her, thrusting her into such a sight early in the morning. Xiao Wanwan, with a pitiful demeanor, greeted Mu Ruo. Good morning. Ruo, are you? Mu Ruo coldly retorted. Am I older than you? Why call me sister? Noticing her ire, Xiao Wanwan understood that Mu Ruo was undoubtedly envious of her liaison with Liu Beichen the previous night. Although secretly triumphant, she feigned a look of hurt. I apologize. Liu Beichen's gaze fell upon Mu Ruo. Her long hair cascaded around her shoulders, clad in a black dress and sunglasses. Given it was still morning, her reason for wearing them was evident. Either she was envious of Xiao Wanwan to the point of tears from the previous night's events, resulting in her swollen eyes, or she had spent the night longing for him. Awakening with dark circles, Mu Ruo stated coolly, There's no need to apologize, Miss Xia. Just keep your distance from me. The cruel twist of fate, where the protagonists wreak havoc upon one another. Wanwan wishes to purchase a home here. Not for you. Liu Beichen interjected coldly. Mu Ruo, don't be too self-absorbed. This occurrence is merely coincidental, Mu Ruo replied. Indeed, in a city with thousands of neighborhoods, what are the odds that we would end up in the same one? And on the same floor with you living above me? Xiao Wanwan's eyes flickered. Ruo, why don't you live with your husband? Why are you staying alone? Liu Beichen scoffed, fully aware it was undoubtedly for his sake. As the elevator doors opened, Haley stood waiting. Ruo, you've come down already? Xiao Wanwan? What are you doing here? Without uttering a word, Mu Ruo seized Haley's arm and led her into the car. Haley, visibly incensed, remarked, Has that woman plotted against you again? Ruo, I will find a way to make her leave Liu Beichen. Like Zhou Jian, Haley was a fervent supporter of the supposed true love between Liu Beichen and Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo removed her sunglasses, saying, Let us just keep our distance from them in the future. Chapter 20. I am a married woman. Haley cautiously observed Mu Ruo. Ruo, what's wrong? Are you afraid of them bullying you? Mu Ruo gently closed her eyes. She was not afraid of Liu Beichen or Xiao Wanwan. She simply did not wish for her life and that of her friends to unfold according to the predetermined narrative of the story. At just over 20, the trio of Mu Ruo, Haley, and Zhou Jian should have been reveling in their youth and savoring life's pleasures. Yet they were forced to draw a premature conclusion to their stories. Haley, do you have any other aspirations? Haley paused, contemplating. Aspirations? I've been pondering that for quite a while and remained perplexed. She had never known what she should pursue. Having been saved by Mu Ruo, she became her follower, doing whatever Mu Ruo instructed. Gazing at Haley's expression, Mu Ruo found her answer in the story. Her existence alongside Haley as a malicious side character was likely intended to create obstacles for the heroine in her quest for the hero. Beyond that, they had no personal ambitions. After all, they were merely paper dolls, serving as stumbling blocks in the protagonist's path. awaiting the inevitable moment they would be outshone. After much contemplation, Haley admitted, "I don't know. My greatest desire is to torment Xiao Wanwan, ensuring you and Liu Beichen remain together." From today onward, Mu Ruo declared, "Let us adopt a new goal and cease revolving around them." Haley asked, "Such as?" Mu Ruo frantically messaged Fu Jianji. "For instance, my current objective is to gain my husband's permission to move into his home." She no longer wished to reside beneath the protagonists. Acquiring a new home was not out of the question, but Mu Ruo had only recently married Fu Jianji. The original character had either spent her money frivolously or had it seized by the Mu family. In Rongqing, decent housing was scarce and exorbitantly priced, leaving Mu Ruo at a loss for suitable accommodations. Coincidentally, Fu Jianji's residence was quite spacious. Living alone in a vast villa, he could hardly occupy all the space. Moreover, Fu Jianji was a figure capable of elevating the male protagonist. His own aura far surpassed that of the hero. Associating with such an influential person might very well shield her from a tragic fate of disfigurement and despair. That morning, after finishing his tasks, Fu Jianji was leisurely sipping coffee on his office sofa when his phone began to buzz incessantly. Rarely did anyone dare to bombard him with messages. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the screen. Messages from Mu Ruo flooded in. "Boss, I wish to discuss something with you. I would like to move into your residence. Could you spare me a vacant room? I promise not to disturb you and will ensure you hardly notice my presence." Fu Jianji replied, "Reasons?" A few years older than Mu Ruo, he regarded the passionate, tumultuous stories of young people as mere jokes. Thus, to him, Mu Ruo appeared as an amusing spectacle. He had been aware that the formerly pretentious Mu Ruo had an affection for Liu Beichen, but was taken aback to discover that this now seemingly naive Mu Ruo was equally smitten with him. Fortunately, Fu Jianji bore no aversion to the current Mu Ruo. His skepticism stemmed from his experience with Zhou Nyanyan, which had made him wary of many young women. A couple of years prior, Zhou Nyanyan had attempted to drug him, even going so far as to deliberately place her lingerie beneath his pillow. Mu Ruo reassured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Fu. My heart is solely with Liu Beichen. I would never intrude upon you. If I were to disturb you, it would only be to seek your advice on how to pursue Liu Beichen. Never to encroach upon someone of your stature." Seeing her demeanor so obedient and understanding, Fu Jianji, for reasons unclear, recalled Mu Ruo's deliberately pitiful expression. Very well, Mu Ruo sighed in relief. Finally, this evening, she would no longer have to endure the cacophony of Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan's tumultuous antics. As she prepared to move, Haley came to assist her as fate would have it. While lugging her suitcase downstairs, Mu Ruo once again crossed paths with Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen's gaze fell on Mu Ruo's suitcase. "Mu Ruo, where are you headed?" With a dispassionate tone, Mu Ruo replied, "I am a married woman, naturally going to my husband's place." Liu Beichen's expression stiffened, his gaze sweeping over Mu Ruo once more. Today, she wore no makeup, and her petite face appeared somewhat fragile, with dark circles beneath her eyes hinting at a restless night. Yet, despite this, she remained strikingly beautiful, her delicate jawline and fair complexion accentuated by her subtly pursed lips. Exuding an air of elegance and poise, Liu Beichen's lips curled slightly. "This evening, we will be quieter. There's no need for you to." At this point, Liu Beichen felt a pang of regret. Why should he feel compelled to explain himself to her? This woman had first abandoned him for the allure of foreign lands and later married a wealthy older man for financial gain. Why should he still care? Xiao Wanwan, observing the change in Liu Beichen's demeanor, bit her lip. Ruo, I wish you happiness with Mr. Fu. A man like him is difficult to secure. There must be many women pursuing him. So you must hold on tightly, Mu Ruo mockingly remarked. Rest assured, I truly adore my husband and will certainly cherish him well. She feigned affection for Liu Beichen in front of Fu Jianzhong. While pretending to love Fu Jianzhong before Liu Beichen, in truth, Mu Ruo harbored no affection for either, remaining a stranger to both. She inhaled deeply, genuinely fearful that one day the bigwig would engage in conversation with the male lead, thereby jeopardizing her facade. Until then, Xiao Wanwan had always believed that Liu Beichen was the finest man she could pursue. However, upon encountering Fu Jianzhong, she abruptly realized that there were indeed greater heights beyond her aspirations. Having already triumphed over Mu Ruo once, she pondered if she could conquer a second time. Chapter 21. Kindred spirits in the workforce. Xiao Wanwan cautiously inquired about Fu Jianzhong's circumstances. Beichen? Is the man that Ruo married perhaps a tad wealthier than you? Upon hearing her words, Liu Beichen's expression darkened a tad. That was an understatement. Given Liu Beichen's current worth, even 100-fold of that would pale in comparison to the wealth possessed by Fu Jianzhong. Liu Beichen's family operated a respectable company, while Fu Jianzhong's was an entire commercial empire, not only distinguished domestically but also renowned overseas. To Liu Beichen, Mu Ruo's ability to ascend to such heights as Fu Jianzhong was far more astonishing than Xiao Wanwan's pursuit of him. Previously, Liu Beichen had deemed Fu Jianzhong a greasy, middle-aged man. Yet, upon meeting him, all of Liu Beichen's superiority vanished, in terms of both appearance and demeanor. Fu Jianzhong evidently surpassed Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen's irritation simmered. What? Are you curious? Xiao Wanwan shook her head. I was merely contemplating that Ruo has always been fond of wealth. If that man is indeed wealthier than you, it's no wonder she chose to leave with him. Her words struck a painful chord in Liu Beichen's heart. He scoffed. Do you really think Mu Ruo could ever love Fu Jianzhong? Impossible. He was uncertain whether he was comforting himself or merely stating facts. Repeatedly affirming, absolutely impossible. She has known me for so many years. Years ago, when she studied abroad, she had been helpless. She could not make decisions at home. Throughout high school, she would secretly gaze at him during class. Xiao Wanwan paused, recalling that during their school days, Mu Ruo was the goddess in the hearts of all male students, the universally acknowledged beauty of the school. Whenever boys from other schools praised their female classmates, it sufficed for them to mention Mu Ruo's name or display her photograph for all to concede. With her pure and delicate features and her long, straight black hair, she captivated the hearts of boys even in a school uniform. Especially with the presence of the plain-looking Du Haili, Mu Ruo stood out like a moonlight illuminating everyone's hearts. In those days, Mu Ruo harbored a secret crush on Liu Beichen, but pride prevented her from ever confessing. Even when Liu Beichen deliberately established relationships with other attractive girls to provoke her, she never voiced her feelings, instead bullying those who approached him alongside Du Haili. Each class, she would steal glances at Liu Beichen. Xiao Wanwan had always believed that Liu Beichen was oblivious to Mu Ruo's furtive glances. She assumed he had cherished feelings for her, just as she was unaware of Mu Ruo's affections for him. However, men too possess vanity. It is a feeling hard to ignore when the most admired girl in school is looking at you. Xiao Wanwan jested. Beichen, did you know that during class, I was also secretly watching you? Liu Beichen frowned. He had little recollection of Xiao Wanwan during their school days. Moreover, there had been countless girls who secretly admired him. How could he possibly remember them all? Upon hearing that Liu Beichen wanted to see old photographs, Xiao Wanwan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Never mind, let us not complicate things. Liu Beichen suddenly realized he had never seen any of Xiao Wanwan's past photographs. Du Haili and Zhou Jian had adamantly claimed that Xiao Wanwan was no longer the same, asserting that she not only imitated Mu Ruo's style of dressing but also underwent cosmetic procedures to resemble her. Liu Beichen had never investigated the truth of such claims. Xiao Wanwan embraced Liu Beichen, saying, Beichen, rest assured, I would never forsake you for money or academics. Regardless of the past or present, my heart has always belonged to you. Hearing those words softened Liu Beichen's heart. Indeed, Xiao Wanwan was unlike other girls who chased after wealth and fame. His decision to abandon Mu Ruo had been the right choice. As they traveled, rain suddenly began to pour. By the time they arrived at Fu Jianzhong's grand villa, the rain had finally ceased. Mu Ruo retrieved her suitcase from the car. Du Haili stood in a daze. Ruo, your husband truly resides here. It looks immense from the outside. Mu Ruo sighed. Of course, a domineering figure should inhabit a grand abode. Especially one of such international stature. Should he not reside in a manor-like villa? Du Haili remarked. With such a splendid environment, it's no wonder the starting bid for villas here is 800 million. Mu Ruo gasped. How much? 800 million. She contemplated her previous earnings from a film, netting 200,000 after taxes and producing 2 films a year. While she once felt suppressed within her industry, compared to the general populace, she was undoubtedly among the high-income group. Now, as a member of the affluent, even if she toiled for 200 years without sustenance, she might still hope to purchase a property here. Yet now, without spending a dime, she found herself residing in a villa fit for the elite. As she observed the 2 girls disembarking from the car, Butler Lee hurried over to assist with their luggage. Madam, allow me. Butler Lee addressed her. This is my close friend. Her surname is Du. In addition to the suitcase in Butler Lee's hands, Mu Ruo carried a bag filled with her cosmetics, weighing heavily on her shoulder. She followed the butler inside, asking, "Is Mr. Fu home today?" Mu Ruo reassured him. Butler Li, rest assured, I will not disturb Mr. Fu without reason. Butler Li, once quite disapproving of her, had noted her previous condescending demeanor, tinged with the disdain of the upper class towards those beneath them. No one enjoys being looked down upon. Yet now, Mu Ruo earnestly stated, Butler Li, we are all workers here under Mr. Fu's employment. If I ever err, could you kindly remind me? We are all in this together. Butler Li nearly lost his composure, yet replied, Madam, if there is anything, I will certainly inform you. Since you are married to the master, you are the mistress of this household, and I will be more cautious. Chapter 22. Is Mr. Fu suffering from split personality? Mu Ruo asked. May I pose a question? Butler Li smiled. Please do. She continued. Isn't it true that Fu Jianzhong's company has female executives? It's quite normal for executives to convene at his home for urgent meetings. Regardless of Fu Jianzhong's true nature, he consistently presents himself with grace, embodying the refined demeanor expected of the Fu family heir, leaving many feeling as if they are basking in spring's warmth. Mu Ruo thought. Indeed, as a villainous female character in a novel, she lacked the fortune of the protagonist, unable to earn the bigwig's special regard. Thus, she resolved to diligently perform her tasks and humbly accept the generous salary afforded by the bigwig. Mu Ruo was again assigned to the bedroom she previously occupied. She nodded in appreciation. Noticing a significant change in Mu Ruo's demeanor, Butler Li's attitude softened considerably. Madam, I must advise you, do not provoke the master lightly. He is not one to be trifled with. His words were sincere. The more polished and genteel he appeared in public, the more ruthless and merciless he was behind closed doors. A man who has reached Fu Jianzhong's level is inherently dangerous. While the Mu family appeared wealthy to the average person, they seemed rather impoverished in the eyes of the Fu family. Should Mu Ruo ever cross Fu Jianzhong in a manner that displeased him, it would be but a simple matter for him to act against her. Butler Li understood that while he meant well, his words might come off rather harsh, akin to warning her not to set her sights on his master. Thus, he was prepared to accept any backlash from Mu Ruo. However, she merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging his advice. For the next 2 or 3 days, she saw little of him, having a habit of rising at midnight for water. On this particular night, as Mu Ruo passed through the living room, she caught sight of a dark figure on the sofa, nearly startling her. Upon closer inspection, she found Fu Jianzhong asleep on the couch. Perhaps due to the summer rains that frequently plagued Rongqing, he was soaked through, despite his status suggesting he ought to be sheltered from the elements. Butler Li, being older, was likely asleep at that hour, which was reasonable, yet it struck Mu Ruo as odd that none of the other night watch servants had alerted Fu Jianzhong to change into dry clothing. She poured cold water into a cup and heated it in the microwave, transforming it into warm water. Carefully, she approached Fu Jianzhong, gently nudging his shoulder. Mr. Fu? He lay in deep slumber, his thick eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. In the dim light, his features remained strikingly handsome. Surpassing many of the ancient Greek sculptures she had seen, Mu Ruo mused that perhaps he was simply exhausted. After all, a diligent bigwig focused on his career is quite distinct from a domineering figure like Liu Beichen, whose pursuits often involved emotional turmoil. However, just as her thoughts crystallized, Fu Jianzhong's eyes flickered open. For reasons unknown, his gaze at that moment was entirely different from what Mu Ruo was accustomed to. It was as if a cold blade had pierced the air. His aura transformed drastically. It felt as though spring had abruptly shifted into winter. More vividly put, it was akin to witnessing a gentle, charming man morph into a bloodthirsty beast under the cloak of night. Mu Ruo took 2 steps back, her hand holding the cup of water trembling slightly. Fu Jian, she cast a cold glance at Mu Ruo. What are you doing here? Mu Ruo replied. For days ago, you agreed to let me move in. Fu Jian's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. He could not remember whether he had genuinely consented to Mu Ruo's request. At that moment, he wished to see no one. When faced with the steaming cup of water that Mu Ruo offered, he abruptly swatted it to the floor. The cup shattered into countless pieces as steam dissipated into the air. Li Guanjia heard the commotion and hurried downstairs. Mu Ruo noticed that Fu Jianji emitted no discernible scent of alcohol. He hardly appeared intoxicated. She recalled the water-soaked clothes and hair he wore. Genuinely concerned he might catch a cold, a normal person would certainly develop a high fever or pneumonia after going through such an ordeal. With a salary of 2,000 a month, I am the boss's child. With 20,000 a month, the boss treats me like a child. With 20 million a month, I fear the boss might suddenly perish with a mere cough. Honestly, even if I were not compensated for it, I still could not bear to witness such a scene. The air conditioning at home was perpetually set to a frigid 16 degrees, and I needed to be under the covers to sleep at night. Stealthily, Mu Ruo adjusted the thermostat to warm air. The next morning, she woke up and, as usual, made her way to the dining room to enjoy her breakfast, which rivaled that of a five-star hotel. However, today, it had transformed into a two-person affair, as Fu Jianji was seated at the table. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, his exquisite tailored attire accentuated his striking handsomeness. Compared to his icy demeanor the previous night, today he appeared warm and gentle, almost like a different person. "Good morning," Mu Ruo stammered. Somewhat dazed, Li Guanjia smiled. "Madam, please sit down and enjoy your breakfast." Mu Ruo obediently took her seat, refraining from mentioning or inquiring about the events of the previous night. Fu Jianji swiftly finished his breakfast and headed outside. The moment he left, Mu Ruo's curiosity surged. "Li Guanjia, does President Fu have a split personality? One persona by day and another by night?" Li Guanjia squinted and coughed discreetly. Mu Ruo inquired. Fu Jianji, holding a cup of coffee, looked at her with a bemused smile. "Madam, are you so curious about my affairs?" Mu Ruo made a gesture as if zipping her lips, then lowered her head and took a large bite of the sandwich on her plate. Chapter 23. Serendipitous Blossoms. Fu Jianji watched with interest as she bit into a third of the sandwich, only to see her face turn crimson as she choked. Li Guanjia, suppressing laughter, was about to fetch her a glass of water, but Mu Ruo reached for the milk beside her and took a sip. It took her a while to recover. For reasons unknown, Fu Jianji found the woman somewhat foolish, yet there was a certain charm to her, perhaps because it garnered him a smile. He indeed smiled. But Mu Ruo felt utterly despondent. She was acutely aware of her misfortune. Having entered such a poorly written tale and becoming a tragic supporting character, she could choke even while eating. While eating, Mu Ruo's phone rang. The screen displayed Zhou Jin's name, and she answered. In the otherwise silent dining room, Zhou Jin's booming voice resonated clearly, audible to everyone present. Ruo, in a couple of days? It's Beichen's birthday. What do you plan to get him as a gift?" Mu Ruo glanced at Fu Jianji's expression. He had never expressed any discontent regarding his new wife's affection for another man. As long as it wasn't the obsessive love that Zhou Nian held, replete with schemes, he seemed quite pleased. Mu Ruo suppressed the urge to respond with a snarky remark about gifting him a coffin. I'm still contemplating. What are you thinking? If you ponder too long, Xiaowanwan's position will become even more secure." Zhou Jin continued, his loud voice echoing. "I've learned about Xiaowanwan's recent schedule. Should we consider kidnapping her to ensure she misses Beichen's birthday?" Mu Ruo replied. In the original text, the White Moonlight and her two minions indeed engaged in numerous illicit activities typical of villainous characters. This was also part of the original plot. On the eve of Liu Beichen's birthday, Mu Ruo and Zhou Jin colluded to have Xiaowanwan kidnapped and abandoned in an abandoned warehouse for a day and night, ensuring she missed Liu Beichen's birthday celebration. When the time came for Liu Beichen's birthday, Mu Ruo would provoke him by saying Xiaowanwan didn't care about him, forgetting even his birthday. Liu Beichen would undoubtedly become furious, and once Xiaowanwan was released, no matter how she explained herself, he would refuse to believe her. Subsequently, Mu Ruo would remain by Liu Beichen's side, acting as a gentle confidant, offering warmth and concern, just a step away from taking the lead. Zhou Jin, noticing Mu Ruo's silence, added, "Or shall we simply eliminate her?" Mu Ruo responded, "Brother, in real life, such actions would land you in prison." Though Zhou Jin indeed faced imprisonment in the novel, with a shared sense of sympathy for those teetering on the edge of criminality, Mu Ruo chose to extend a hand where possible. In the presence of Fu Jianji, her husband in a marriage of convenience, Mu Ruo found it difficult to express her current disinterest in Liu Beichen. If Fu Jianji were to discover her lack of affection for Liu Beichen, given his suspicious and narcissistic nature, he might suspect she had developed feelings for him, thereby withholding the generous living expenses she relied upon. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Ruo said, "Zhou Jin, I have always maintained an image of purity and kindness in Beichen's heart. Doing such a thing might not be wise. I fear he would be angry if he found out." Upon hearing Mu Ruo's words about her high moral standing, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Fu Jianji's eyes. Zhou Jian on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. Mu Ruo continued. Beichen's birthday is significant. I will prepare a surprise for him that surpasses Xiaowanwan's. I intend to genuinely win Beichen over, rest assured. Zhou Jian fell silent, quietly hanging up the call. Mu Ruo stared at her phone, exhaling a breath of relief. Fu Jianji set down his coffee cup, a smile dancing in his voice. Watching others suffer in love truly is an amusing spectacle. He pondered for a moment, aware that it might be inappropriate to voice certain sentiments in front of a lady. Mu Ruo, facing the man's mockery, could not help but clench her fist. She tightened it for a moment before releasing it. Forget it. She could hardly blame the powerful man for deriding her. She found her own situation rather comical. Mu Ruo said, perhaps Mr. Fu has never loved anyone nor been loved in return, which is why he resorts to sarcasm. As soon as she spoke, Mu Ruo noticed Fu Jianji's gaze shift, mirroring the icy demeanor he had exhibited the previous night. His entire aura transformed. Li Guanjia, observing the shift, quickly interjected, Sir, it's time for you to head to the office. The driver is waiting outside. Fu Jianji turned and departed. Li Guanjia stood there, unsure of what to say to Mu Ruo. He understood that her previous remark was unintentional, even tinged with humor. Sometimes, a casual jest could inadvertently reveal a kernel of truth. The following day, Mu Ruo arranged to meet with Haley's aunt. Haley's aunt was an executive in the entertainment industry and had recently hinted that a prominent director was casting for a role but had yet to find a suitable actor. Having entered this narrative, Mu Ruo wished to avoid idleness, unlike in the original plot where she made it her mission to complicate Xiaowanwan's life. She desired to be engaged in something meaningful. Having her own pursuits would lessen her preoccupation with others. Should the powerful man suddenly cast her aside, she would at least have a path forward. Thus, upon hearing Haley's aunt mention the opportunity, she expressed her desire to try. When Du arrived, Mu Ruo had already been waiting at the CAF for over 10 minutes. Initially, Du had not been fond of Mu Ruo. She was aware that her niece was close with Mu Ruo but felt that Mu Ruo viewed Haley merely as a subordinate. Recently, when Du saw Haley and Mu Ruo together, she suddenly realized she didn't quite know Haley's friend. Mu Ruo seemed to possess genuine affection compared to Haley's previous acquaintances. Today, she delayed her arrival slightly, finding the young woman quietly seated by the window, showing no signs of impatience. Du's impression of her improved significantly. She approached and sat down. Ruo, I apologize for being late. I was held up by something on the road. Du discussed the director she knew, along with the script and character requirements. In the end, she said, Ruo, your appearance is quite fitting. However, you lack acting experience and have no formal training. The director has high expectations for performance, and it may be challenging for an amateur to catch his eye. If you genuinely wish to pursue this path, I suggest exploring other avenues, Mu Ruo replied. Aunt Du, I would like to give it a try first. She viewed it as a job application, akin to her past, quietly filming without engaging in excessive activities. Having acted for many years, she felt confident in her skills. However, Du did not believe Mu Ruo could meet the director's standards. Often, mere beauty was not enough to secure a place in this industry. Chapter 24, Words of blessing must be spoken today. Everyone had the day off, leaving the house empty. Madam, perhaps you should consider staying at a hotel. Mu Ruo was bewildered. A day off? Were the servants in a wealthy family not on call every day of the year? 24 hours a day? Yet upon reflection, they were human too. Everyone deserved a break. Since Mu Ruo had arrived at the doorstep, it seemed illogical to turn back to a hotel. Having grown up without a nanny, she was quite capable of taking care of herself. Despite the absence of the butler and housemaids from Fu Jianji's company, they continued to enjoy the benefits provided by it. Mu Ruo checked for flights to XX Island. Going abroad. No wonder they complied with Fu Jianji's request without complaint. As she gazed at the opulent villa worth billions, she calculated the daily cost of Fu Jianji's lifestyle while pondering whether it was cheaper to buy or rent such a property. With her mind preoccupied with finances, Mu Ruo sat cross-legged on the sofa, tapping her calculator on her phone, when suddenly the door swung open. She and Fu Jianji locked eyes, Mu Ruo remarked. Li Guanjia and the others have gone on a team-building trip abroad. Fu Jian's did not pay her any heed and simply walked past her upstairs. Mu Ruo, being particularly sensitive to scents, detected a faint aroma of alcohol lingering on him. It is quite typical for someone of Fu Jian's stature to engage in social gatherings frequently. With a polite inquiry, Mu Ruo asked, Have you eaten anything this evening? Would you like me to prepare something for you? Typically, individuals of such high standing would disdain anything less than a five-star chef's cuisine. However, Mu Ruo was aware that the cook in her home had previously been a head chef in a Michelin-starred restaurant, capable of transforming even the simplest fare into a delightful dish. In contrast, she was certain that Fujian's would look down upon her culinary efforts. If you're not eating now, then prepare breakfast for you in the morning, Fujian stated, mentioning that he preferred noodles for breakfast. Mu Ruo was momentarily taken aback but nodded gently in agreement. Suddenly, Fujian's glanced at her and asked, "What gift have you prepared for Liu Beichen's birthday tomorrow?" Mu Ruo completely forgot about this detail. She had not prepared anything for Liu Beichen. Considering the male lead who had caused her to fall and disfigure herself, she felt that not sending him a coffin was already generous. The thought of preparing something heartfelt was simply out of the question. Yet, faced with the inquiry, Mu Ruo racked her brain and replied, "A bottle of perfume." Fujian smirked derisively and ascended the stairs. Mu Ruo had an audition in a couple of days and was currently delving into the character's background. She was auditioning for a supporting role with limited screen time, yet the expectations were exceedingly high. This character was to be a decorative figure who could not merely be an empty vessel. It was said that the director had auditioned numerous individuals without finding the right actor, and was now broadly scouting for new talent. She mused that Fujian's would likely have breakfast around 7 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, Mu Ruo found it difficult to rise at that hour, often lingering in bed for an extended period. Since she needed to prepare breakfast, it would have to be even earlier than 7. She set an alarm for 6 o'clock, placed her phone by her pillow, and quickly fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. The next morning, Mu Ruo was awakened by the alarm, washed up, changed her clothes, and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The cook had prepped some ready-made dishes before leaving, including handmade noodles that would taste delightful after a brief boil in hot water. Mu Ruo adjusted the soup base and boiled 2 bowls of noodles, tucking 2 soft-boiled eggs beneath the noodles. As Fujian's grabbed his documents to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Mu Ruo emerging from the kitchen. Momentarily taken aback, he knew she was not one to rise so early. His words from the previous evening seemed to have been mere banter, yet he was astonished that she had genuinely remembered. Mu Ruo was equally taken aback, saying, "You asked me to get up and cook for you, and now you wish to leave without eating?" Fujian's replied, "No, I merely wanted to place the documents in the car first." Mu Ruo was not fooled by his feeble excuse. For someone of Fujian's caliber, lying would be as effortless as speaking the truth. They sat down in the dining area, and Fujian's took a bite of the noodles, chewing slowly. Frankly, the taste was rather mediocre, not particularly good, nor bad. Halfway through, his chopsticks pierced a soft-boiled egg. Mu Ruo was surprised that he managed to finish the bowl of noodles she had prepared. Typically, the cook would lean towards a Western-style breakfast. In the original text, it seems there was a reason why the male lead gained the favor and support of someone of Fujian's stature. After all, there were many young men of similar standing. Yet, individuals like Fujian's were exceedingly rare. His support for the male lead stemmed not only from the latter's fortunate innovation that caught his attention, but also because they shared the same birthday, which he found intriguing. Born on the same day, yet leading vastly different lives. If Mu Ruo recalled correctly, the male lead's birthday was indeed today. However, the meticulous butler Li had failed to remind her. Mu Ruo inexplicably felt that Fujian's was not only complex but also profoundly lonely. Like a fathomless deep sea, its surface alluringly blue, yet upon deeper exploration, it revealed a stark solitude and desolation. Mu Ruo bit her lip and said, "I've heard that those who eat a bowl of noodles in the morning tend to live long lives." Fujian's responded, Mu Ruo continued, "Yes, that's the reasoning. Regardless, the coming year will surely be splendid, with a flourishing career and a cheerful disposition." Butler Li, being a crafty old fox, intentionally omitted any mention of Fujian's birthday, indicating that Fujian's likely avoided the subject. It would be inappropriate for Mu Ruo to directly wish him a happy birthday. After all, if she unwittingly touched a nerve and was expelled from this mansion worth billions, losing her free lodging and breakfast, it would be a grave miscalculation. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to extend her best wishes. Mu Ruo genuinely hoped that Fujian's would experience a bright future. Chapter 25. Should I buy you a copy of the criminal law? Even if Mu Ruo had no intention of attending Liu Beichen's birthday celebration, she had no choice but to go. Zhou Jin drove over to pick her up, remarking, Ruo, you seem like a completely different person. Reflecting on the missed opportunity a couple of days prior, he lamented, if only we had tied up Xiao Wanwan. With her eyes closed, Mu Ruo sat in the passenger seat, quipping, would you like me to buy you a copy of the criminal law to see how many years you'd be sentenced for such actions? Zhou Jin was taken aback, yet stubbornly retorted, that's simply impossible. Mu Ruo, with a cool detachment, replied, whether it's possible or not is not for you to say. That's for the police to determine. Surely, you wouldn't want to sacrifice your own life for the sake of some so-called love for your friends, would you? Zhou Jin was momentarily speechless. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Zhou Jin's family background bore similarities to Mu Ruo's. They were neighbors, and their fathers had a good rapport, sharing many interests. However, while Mu Ruo's mother could not tolerate the chaos and sought divorce, Zhou Jin's mother, possessing a meek disposition, hesitated to pursue separation. During their childhood, when Mu Ruo's stepmother withheld food from her, Zhou Jin's mother would invite Mu Ruo over to eat, encouraging Zhou Jin to yield to his sister. Zhou Jin admired this beautiful, proud, and academically accomplished young lady, following her every command without question. Yet, he persisted, albeit with less conviction, can you really relinquish your many years of affection for Liu Beichen to an interloper? Xiao Wanwan mimics you in every way. Don't you find it unsettling, Ruo? She is like a thief, stealing your man and your appearance. One day, she'll ruin you entirely. Taken aback by Zhou Jin's words, Mu Ruo momentarily hesitated. In the original text, as the white moonlight figure, she maintained her pride and steadfastness, unwilling to lower her head. However, while she refused to bow, Xiao Wanwan was willing to do so, resulting in Mu Ruo's gradual disappearance. Xiao Wanwan was increasingly resembling the once proud and beautiful Mu Ruo. As various events unfolded, Mu Ruo transitioned from being an untouchable goddess to a villainous second female lead, despised by others. Conversely, Xiao Wanwan transformed from an inconspicuous ugly duckling into a beautiful swan, possessing both charm and a wealthy husband. Mu Ruo shook her head, asserting, Zhou Jin, as long as I remain true to myself, no one can steal me away. Observing his friend relinquishing a beautiful love, Zhou Jin felt a pang of sorrow. I know you still love Beichen. What gift have you prepared for his birthday today? Mu Ruo stammered. What did he give me on my birthday? If he attends your birthday, that's already a reason to celebrate. What more can you expect from him? With a sense of righteous indignation, Mu Ruo declared, for his birthday, as long as I can support him, he should be secretly pleased. Don't expect me to spend a single cent at Liu Beichen's doorstep. Mu Ruo, Hai Li, and Zhou Jin, the trio of schemers, assembled. Du Haili harbored a genuine disdain for men like Liu Beichen. However, she had no choice but to tolerate him, as Mu Ruo adored him to the point of obsession. Consequently, Du Haili was compelled to search for Liu Beichen's merits, such as his career growth and striking appearance. Noticing Mu Ruo's simple attire, a white silk dress with her long hair cascading freely, she was taken aback. Ruo, you haven't put on any makeup for such an important occasion? Zhou Jin, a typical male, was unable to discern whether Mu Ruo had applied makeup. To him, it was merely a matter of a slightly redder lip and a touch of blush. Nonetheless, Mu Ruo's beauty was undeniable. Her bone structure was exquisite, and her fair complexion didn't require much enhancement. Even without makeup, she remained stunning, a woman deserving of the title of the white moonlight figure in capitalist romances. Beauty was undoubtedly her ace card. Even without other assets, beauty was essential. After a while, Du Haili leaned closer to Mu Ruo and whispered, now I understand why you chose to do this. With no maids or chefs in the Fu household and the villa being too far for hot takeout, Mu Ruo had to take matters into her own hands. After savoring her own cooking and then indulging in desserts and beverages from a five-star hotel at Liu Beichen's banquet, Mu Ruo suddenly found her appetite returning, focusing solely on her meal. Suddenly hearing Du Haili's words, Mu Ruo inquired with curiosity, why? She simply felt lazy and thought it unnecessary to dress up for a man like Liu Beichen. Du Haili clenched her fist. You want to prove that you are a natural beauty. Even without adornments, just standing here is enough to outshine the meticulously groomed Xiao Wanwan, showcasing you as the genuine article while she is merely a counterfeit. Mu Ruo was left speechless. Did she possess such profound significance? Du Haili, perhaps inspired by a recent novel, continued to speak fittingly, By doing nothing but standing here, you've already bested Xiao Wanwan. Mu Ruo took another bite of her banana pudding, contemplating her desire to indulge before joining the film crew. After all, should the director select her, she might be required to gain or lose weight for the role. Making these desserts a rare treat, as it turned out, Du Haili's observations were indeed accurate. The moment Liu Beichen entered, his gaze instinctively gravitated towards Mu Ruo, who donned a light-colored dress, her dark hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Her unadorned visage resembled a blooming white flower, exuding an aura that caught the attention of numerous men in the room. Among the attendees were several of Mu Ruo's high school classmates, many of whom regarded her as their white moonlight, their goddess from their school days. It was nearly impossible for them to look away. Xiao Wanwan felt somewhat stiff as well in recent days. She had assumed that Mu Ruo was harboring some grand scheme against her, so she remained perpetually on guard in order to dazzle everyone at Liu Beichen's birthday banquet. Xiao Wanwan had borrowed exquisite jewelry from a wealthy friend and, under the pretense of using Liu Beichen's card, purchased a luxurious gown strikingly similar to the one Mu Ruo had worn at her graduation ceremony. She spent over 3 hours at the makeup artist's, meticulously preparing for the occasion in a bid to replicate Mu Ruo's former self. She had even brought along photos from Mu Ruo's high school days for the makeup artist to reference. Yet, to her surprise, Mu Ruo appeared today without makeup, adorned with no jewelry, simply dressed in a light-colored dress, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an effortless charm with every smile and frown. In this world, the person who resembled the former Mu Ruo the most was, indeed, the present Mu Ruo. In stark contrast, Xiao Wanwan felt as though she was merely donning a costume to imitate the past Mu Ruo. Chapter 26. I am married. A woman of matrimony. Xiao Wanwan cast a glance at Liu Beichen, biting her lip. Beichen. Her thoughts were a tangled web. Beichen. Today is your birthday, and Wanwan has come without any adornment, which hardly seems to show much regard for such an occasion. Upon hearing her words, Liu Beichen suddenly recalled that since Mu Ruo's return, her style of dress had become extravagantly luxurious, embodying a socialite aura that ordinary men could only admire from afar. His most vivid memory of Mu Ruo was during their high school days when everyone had maintained a simpler appearance. Mu Ruo had lost that simplicity, making Xiao Wanwan's innocence and straightforwardness all the more pronounced. Liu Beichen led Xiao Wanwan to Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo was indulging in a blueberry milfei when she noticed the two protagonists approaching, her feelings a mixture of complexity. Previously, she had made her stance clear to both Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan, declaring her unwavering love for her husband, thus severing any competitive tension with Xiao Wanwan. So why were they approaching her now? Xiao Wanwan assumed an air of the hostess. Ruo, you haven't spoken to Beichen since you arrived. Merely indulging in food. Are you feeling unwell? If you're not in a good mood, you can confide in me. Du Haili crossed her arms, fully embodying the role of a malicious sidekick. Why is our Ruo unhappy? Aren't you the most aware of that? Xiao Wanwan's complexion drained of color as she looked at Liu Beichen, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea. Beichen, have I said something wrong again? Liu Beichen cast a disdainful glance at Du Haili, but out of respect for Mu Ruo, he refrained from reprimanding her, turning his attention back to Mu Ruo. Happy birthday. The desserts here are delightful, Mu Ruo replied. For some reason, Liu Beichen felt a pang of disappointment. Was that all? Well, time flies, and I forgot to prepare a birthday gift for you. But it seems you forgot to prepare one for my last birthday as well. Ha, I suppose that makes us even. Liu Beichen's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, when he was upset with Mu Ruo, he had merely graced her birthday with his presence, as Xiao Wanwan had been jealous and prepared no gift. But could Mu Ruo even be compared to him? Xiao Wanwan's heart grew even more complicated. She had not anticipated that Mu Ruo had become so astute, employing a strategy of retreating to advance in order to capture Liu Beichen's heart. Liu Beichen scoffed. Forget it. If you didn't prepare anything, then so be it. Zhou Jin fixated on Xiao Wanwan's attire, suddenly speaking up. Xiao Wanwan, your outfit resembles what Ruo wore at her high school graduation. Just then, a few of Xiao Wanwan's roommates happened to arrive and overheard Zhou Jin's comment, all frowning in discontent. How could it possibly be similar? Our Wanwan is wearing the latest collection from Brandy. How could it resemble some outdated attire from years past? Upon hearing Zhou Jin's remark, Du Haili also found Xiao Wanwan's outfit familiar. Right? I thought it looked peculiar. It indeed bears resemblance. Ruo looked stunning in it. while Xiao Wanwan in it is merely average. Xiao Wanwan, in a panic, looked at Liu Beichen. Is that true, Beichen? My aesthetic does seem to align somewhat with Mu Ruo's. Liu Beichen's emotions were a tumultuous sea. He still vividly recalled how breathtaking Mu Ruo had looked back then. Clad in this outfit, Xiao Wanwan did bear a slight resemblance to the former Mu Ruo. He had initially intended to confess his feelings to Mu Ruo, hoping she would become his girlfriend. Yet, he was met with the news of her impending departure abroad. The anticipation had been immense, and the conclusion had been profoundly sorrowful. Liu Beichen coldly stated, "Ignore their comments. Wanwan, you look even more beautiful in it." Xiao Wanwan's roommates, upon hearing Liu Beichen's words, became ecstatic. Did you hear that? Our Wanwan looks even better. Many of Liu Beichen's high school friends had also come to celebrate his birthday. And upon hearing the commotion, they hastily approached Point One Girl. Upon noticing Xiao Wanwan's roommates' remarks, expressed surprise. Is this really Xiao Wanwan? After years, your eyes have become noticeably larger, and your nose more refined. Truly, a girl transforms greatly as she matures. You now resemble Mu Ruo somewhat. Zhou Jian scoffed. While others chimed in with their opinions, Xiao Wanwan has changed so much. She is so lucky to be with Beichen. I thought Beichen would end up with Mu Ruo. After all, they were the perfect match. Who knows who Mu Ruo married? That person must be exceptional, remarked one. Xiao Wanwan's roommate interjected. She married a particularly wealthy older man. Everyone's expressions froze, disbelief etched on their faces. Yet, Xiao Wanwan's friends embellished the story, presenting it as truth. That man is even wealthier than Beichen, and Mu Ruo was so enamored with his wealth that she clung to him, insisting on marrying him. Your goddess is just a woman enamored with vanity, willing to forsake everything for money. I've seen Mu Ruo's husband. He is barely taller than 1.7 meters, shorter than Mu Ruo, portly and balding. Her words struck a chord, leaving the high school classmates exchanging glances of incredulity. Is this true? I never imagined Mu Ruo would end up with someone so mismatched. Xiao Wanwan, hearing her roommate's fabrications, cautiously glanced at Liu Beichen's expression. For some reason, upon hearing the derogatory comments about Mu Ruo's husband being old and unattractive, Liu Beichen felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He would rather Mu Ruo be married to such a man than to someone like Fu Jianzi, who overshadowed him in every regard. Just the thought of Fu Jianzi, whom he had seen at the hotel, filled Liu Beichen with a sense of humiliation and discomfort. Xiao Wanwan realized that Liu Beichen did not mind her roommate's slander against Mu Ruo, and she gradually let out a sigh of relief. Some well-meaning classmates approached Xiao Wanwan. Wanwan, have you met Mu Ruo's husband? Is it true what they say? Xiao Wanwan's roommates, unfamiliar with Mu Ruo, claimed to have met her husband. If Xiao Wanwan were to admit she hadn't, no one would believe her. I have encountered them before. Xiao Wanwan smiled, acknowledging that the two were indeed not a suitable match. She believed she had not spoken untruths. In her perspective, Mu Ruo was indeed unworthy of such an exceptional man as Fu Jianji. The jealousy that had been harbored since her youth spread like wildfire, burning fiercely in her heart. Xiao Wanwan's heart ached with the sting of envy. She glanced at Liu Beichen and recalled the handsome, refined man she had seen that day. His appearance and demeanor far surpassed Liu Beichen's. Akin to the unattainable stars and moon, such a man belonged to a realm entirely distinct from Xiao Wanwan's OWN. Mu Ruo's abandonment by Liu Beichen should have driven her to madness in the shadows. Consumed by jealousy time and again, leading to her own self-sabotage, thus ensuring Liu Beichen's utter revulsion and eventual abandonment of her, allowing Xiao Wanwan to take her place, possessing not only Mu Ruo's visage but also everything she yearned for. Yet, how could Mu Ruo ever aspire to a man superior to Liu Beichen? She was simply unworthy. Xiao Wanwan's smile concealed a wealth of resentment and jealousy. How unexpected. Xiao Wanwan's roommates were truly meddlesome. Zhou Jian's countenance darkened. Associating with such individuals revealed much about his character, and it was astounding that Beichen would place his trust in them. However, Mu Ruo appeared largely unconcerned in the narrative. Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen were the protagonists. Xiao Wanwan was portrayed as pure and kind, disinterested in conflict. Her roommates were frequently lauded by readers for standing up to the vicious trio, with the sentiment that a true angelic nature warranted such treatment of Mu Ruo. For she was exceedingly malicious, deserving of a taste of her own poison. To the protagonists, Xiao Wanwan's roommates were loyal friends who would go to great lengths for her. The trio of Mu Ruo was depicted as a nefarious assembly, crawling in darkness with ulterior motives. Yet, in the eyes of the malicious trio, they were the righteous ones, while Xia Wanwan and her friends were deemed shameless. The three had yet to dine and decided to visit a restaurant together. Mu Ruo. Proposal? Suddenly, Mu Ruo recalled Zhou Jin's grim fate, which had been a capital disaster, not merely confined to his imprisonment. He had been betrayed by both his wife and a company bodyguard, who had conspired against him, and his wife was even carrying the bodyguard's child. Ultimately, Zhou Jin received a lengthy sentence, while his wife and the bodyguard seized his company and wealth, marrying in comfort while banishing his mother to the streets. Readers at the time found the outcome gratifying, believing Zhou Jin's numerous misdeeds warranted such a conclusion. To be frank, Zhou Jin's fate was indeed tragic. The woman he was now pursuing worked at a cosmetics counter and was exceptionally beautiful. He had fallen for her at first sight. Yet, she harbored feelings for another man and held Zhou Jin in contempt. However, she was drawn to Zhou Jin's wealth, as he was exceedingly generous, gifting her items worth her entire annual salary. The man she fancied, on the other hand, came from a modest background and had been unable to find work after losing his job, incapable of supporting her. She found herself torn between her desire for true love and the allure of Zhou Jin's financial offerings. Vacillating between the two. In the original narrative, this girl became friends with Xia Wanwan, sharing her past experiences, and readers believed that her true love lay with the bodyguard, wishing them a blissful life together. Zhou Jin was portrayed as a tyrant who imprisoned beauty with wealth. Chapter 28. Even the mightiest have their moments of despair. Mu Ruo. Zhou Jin, perhaps you should focus on your career for now. Once you've succeeded, you can contemplate marriage. Do highly nodded in agreement. I believe Mu Ruo is right. Zhou Jin sighed. Yet, I truly like her. I have never encountered such a gentle girl. What captivates Zhou Jin must be more than mere appearance. For years, he had regarded Mu Ruo, a beauty, merely as a good friend and sister, indicating that he was not a man easily swayed by physical allure. Mu Ruo recalled the girl's character in the original story, gentle yet resilient, capable of blossoming even in adversity. Even if she ended up marrying someone she did not love, she would find a way to secure her beloved a high-paying, leisurely bodyguard job, purchase a large house for her parents in the city, and cleverly maneuver her unwanted husband into prison, ultimately acquiring both wealth and love. At the time of reading, the audience, viewing from the heroine's perspective, found no fault in this. They felt Zhou Jin's wife was both pitiable and inspirational. Zhou Jin existed as a mere vessel for others, family and lovers alike. To drain of his resources, Mu Ruo took a sip of her coffee. How many times have you met her? Zhou Jin recalled vividly. 7 times. Mu Ruo. What gifts have you given her? Not much, just 3 bags, a necklace, and a bracelet, totaling a little over $1 million. Mu Ruo. What is her annual salary? Zhou Jin pondered. She mentioned earning 6,000 per month. Mu Ruo. How far have you progressed? Zhou Jin appeared slightly embarrassed. I intended to hold her hand that day, but she was too innocent to allow it. Mu Ruo mused inwardly that this girl, with an annual income of less than 100,000, had received gifts worth more than a decade's salary after just 7 meetings, yet had not even shared a hand-holding moment. If he did not treat this naive soul gently, she might just run away, leaving him to seek out another unsuspecting catch. She was a good girl, but his pursuit methods were misguided. Mu Ruo resolutely stated that for such a girl, employing monetary pressure would only breed aversion. Currently, Zhou Jin was infatuated with that girl, and even if his mother intervened, it might not extinguish his ardor. Mu Ruo understood that any harsh words from her might instead provoke his rebellious spirit. Zhou Jin was taken aback. But my mother said that if you like a woman, you must spend money on her. If you do not even possess her, such actions will only highlight the disparity between you, causing any normal girl to feel intimidated. Mu Ruo turned to Do Highly. Highly, do you think my words hold any merit? Do Highly, of course, believed her sister was always right and nodded vigorously. Mu Ruo continued. Zhou Jin, you must pursue her using the right approach. Zhou Jin was truly inexperienced in courting women. His father was notoriously unfaithful, leaving his mother in a pitiful situation. Zhou Jin had resolved from a young age that when he grew up, he would not subject his wife to such suffering, ensuring a wholesome family for his children. Thus, unless he felt a strong affection, he would not frivolously flirt with women. Now, hearing Mu Ruo's articulate advice, Zhou Jin was filled with admiration. Ruo, you truly are remarkable. What should I do to win her over? Mu Ruo. First, do not gift her anything exceeding her daily wage. Excessive generosity will burden her psychologically. Avoid arriving in your luxury car and making extravagant purchases at her workplace. Her colleagues and superiors will distance themselves from her. Additionally, when chatting on WeChat, refrain from sending her red envelopes worth thousands. She will perceive you as a nouveau riche, too crass. Zhou Jian pulled out his phone and opened a notes app, diligently jotting down Mu Ruo's advice. Du highly intrigued, asked, Ruo, Sun Hong has been persistently asking me to persuade my aunt to provide him with resources, but my aunt is unwilling. He has been giving me the cold shoulder. How can I cheer him up? Mu Ruo. It dawned on her why readers of the original story despised the malicious trio. Not only were they wicked, but each was more consumed by romantic notions than the last. Why would any normal reader admire such love-struck fools? Highly perplexed, could not grasp Mu Ruo's meaning, Mu Ruo patted Highly's shoulder. In summary, as the one spending money, you must assume the role of the benefactor. Lest this little star take advantage of you. If he wishes to sulk, delete his contact information and give him the cold shoulder for a few months. Mu Ruo was skeptical that Highly, with her wealth and beauty, could ever be played like a fool. At Lu Beichen's birthday banquet, the gathering had devolved into a romantic guidance session for the malicious trio. On the way, Mu Ruo spotted a bakery still open at this late hour. For reasons unknown, thoughts of Lu Beichen's lively birthday celebration shifted her focus to Fujian. Mu Ruo inexplicably felt that Fujianji might be quite lonely. Standing at the pinnacle of power, he appeared invincible, yet even the mightiest could experience moments of despair. She parked by the roadside, entered the bakery, and selected a palm-sized pink cake adorned with strawberries, cranberries, and chocolate, appearing quite delightful. After all, it would be remiss not to acknowledge the birthday of a benefactor who contributed 2 million monthly. Staring at the delectable cake, she pondered that if Fujianji did not accept it, it could serve as her breakfast the following day. Thus, she made her decision. Chapter 29. Perhaps her eyes were a bit clouded. Mu Ruo pushed open the door to her apartment. The living room appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. She glanced at the cake in her hands. Through the transparent packaging, it seemed to beckon to her. Imploring her to consume it, contemplating, she turned towards the kitchen to store the cake in the refrigerator. At that moment, she heard footsteps. A man descended the stairs, clad in a black bathrobe, his damp hair unkempt. Mu Ruo quickly averted her gaze, covering her eyes with her fingers. Fujianji's tone was indifferent. Does covering your eyes serve any purpose? It does not. Given that she was holding something and using one hand to shield her eyes. Mu Ruo cleared her throat. To demonstrate my disinterest in your flawless physique, Fujianji, once dressed, appeared tall and well-proportioned, leaving Mu Ruo astonished by his impressive build. If misfortune were to befall him one day, he could easily find success as a top model based solely on his physique. Fujianji's lips curled slightly in a cold smirk. Mu Ruo detected a hint of discontent in his demeanor. Clearing her throat again, she revealed the cake. Well, since the family has left, I feared you might be hungry this evening. Today is Beichen's birthday, so I brought you a piece of cake. Fujianji glanced at the cake in Mu Ruo's hands. Marveling at how perfectly round it was, Mu Ruo also lowered her gaze to inspect it. She had purchased a 4-inch small cake, which, though no larger than the palm of her hand, was whole and not the kind sold by slices. Fearing he might misunderstand and think she had bought it specially for him, Mu Ruo explained, I intended to have it for breakfast. If you choose not to eat it, then so be it. Before she could finish her thought, Fujianji took the cake from her hands, saying, Thank you, madam, for bringing this late-night snack. Mu Ruo watched as he settled onto the sofa in the living room. Observing him slice the petite cake with deliberate elegance, Fujianji exuded a unique aura, entirely distinct from others. Even as he casually performed such a simple task, his presence was impossible to overlook. He seemed to project an air of warmth and gentleness. Yet there lingered moments of unintentional arrogance and aloofness that hinted at his position of power. Mu Ruo regretted not purchasing an 8-inch cake instead. Watching him eat while she was unable to partake made her feel quite envious. Fujian, she cut a corner of the cake and placed it on the plate before him. Pushing the remainder toward Mu, are you is this for me? She asked. With a half-smile, he replied, What else could it be? After tasting it, Mu Ruo found it delightful. Not overly sweet and perfectly refreshing with the fruit's essence infused throughout. It was no wonder it cost her 388 for such a small treat. In truth, Fu Jianji did not have a penchant for sweets. Throughout his life, he had never celebrated his birthday. Considering it not worthy of such festivities, he was uncertain how Mu Ruo had discovered the date of his birth, but her demeanor today indicated she was well aware. If it were the old Mu Ruo, she would have abstained from not only sweets, but even a sip of water late at night to avoid any morning puffiness. The girl before him now savored the cake with unabashed delight. Her exquisite features reminiscent of a first love, yet her mannerisms were oddly naïve and clumsy, as she devoured the cake in large bites, contrasting sharply with her elegant appearance. Fu Jianji's gaze lingered on her. Mu Ruo sensed his stare, a flutter of anxiety washing over her. Being scrutinized by someone of Fu Jianji's caliber felt unsettling. "What is it?" she inquired. Fidgeting, he pointed to her nose, and she realized, to her embarrassment, that a smear of cream had adorned it from her earlier indulgence. "It's quite delicious, don't you think?" she commented, attempting to deflect her embarrassment. Could we refrain from mentioning Liu Beichen? The mere thought of him made Mu Ruo's head throb. Hearing Fu Jianji describe his fervent affection for Liu Beichen only intensified her discomfort. It felt akin to a scenario from school where an admired, handsome student inquired about her relationship with a notorious troublemaker, as if mocking her taste. Nevertheless, after years of acting, Mu Ruo knew how to navigate the situation. Her lashes fell, veiling her misty eyes, projecting an air of grievance and sadness. "He has a girlfriend. How could he possibly want me to stay? I can only ponder for now and perhaps revisit this once he is single." Observing her, Fu Jianji felt an inexplicable sense that Liu Beichen was rather blind. Such a man had never caught his interest. They existed in entirely different spheres. "I know you harbor feelings for him," he stated, his tone suddenly icy. "However, in public, you are my wife, Fu Jianji's, and you should maintain a respectful distance from him." Mu Ruo nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Fu. I am well aware of my boundaries and shall not bring disgrace to the Fu family." She quickly finished the cake before her, still left wanting more, and sipped on some lemonade. Perhaps having eaten too much, she felt lethargic and nestled into the sofa, turning on a variety show. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her diminutive face, accentuating her delicate features and imparting a somewhat innocent charm. During the selection of her marriage partner, Butler Li had remarked that Mu Ruo was among the most beautiful. Fu Jianji recognized her beauty, but had remained unaffected by it until he observed her sleeping. In that moment, he acknowledged her attractiveness, albeit with a hint of imperfection in her eyes. That night, the air conditioning shifted from cold to warm, and he knew it was Mu Ruo who had altered the settings. Chapter 30. Truly, she is his sister Ruo. Mu Ruo awoke at 3 in the morning, roused by the chill. The lavish household of her esteemed companion felt akin to an ice cellar during summer. Perhaps Fu Jianji was inherently inclined to prefer cooler climates, needing such an environment to thrive. Shivering, she wrapped her arms around herself only to discover she was draped in Fu Jianji's tailored blazer. The exquisite, handcrafted garment exuded a subtle scent of men's cologne, embodying the composed aura he presented. Without a second thought, she surmised that he had kindly placed it upon her to shield her from the cold. Alas, a single blazer could not stave off the chill. Clad in his coat, she ascended the stairs, groggily opened her door, and tumbled into bed, surrendering to sleep once more. Fu Jianji propped himself up beside her. His sleep had always been restless, and even at this late hour, slumber eluded him. Fortunately, his insomnia meant he would not awaken to find a woman in his bed without the prior knowledge of how she came to be there. Strangely, however, as he gazed at Mu Ruo sleeping soundly beside him, he felt drowsiness wash over him. It was reminiscent of that day at the Fu ancestral home, where they had shared the same space. Marking one of the earliest nights he had managed to sleep, as dawn broke. The curtains shielded the sunlight, and Mu Ruo eventually stirred, her biological clock prompting her to awaken. Stretching lazily, she rolled over, only to be startled by the realization that the comforter was black. She distinctly remembered her own room having white bedding. Peering down, she confirmed the cool, silky fabric enveloping her. Observing the dark, minimalist decor of the room, it was evidently a man's quarters. She recalled her disoriented entrance the previous night, realizing she must have mistakenly entered Fu Jianji's room. It seemed he had not slept there. If he were to misconstrue her late-night intrusion, her 2 million next month would be in jeopardy. After showering and changing clothes, Mu Ruo descended the stairs, her thoughts consumed with what to have for breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen, she was surprised to find Fu Jianji preparing a meal. The broad-shouldered man, clad in a simple white shirt, exuded an air of sophistication, his demeanor calm and composed. He had toasted slices of bread and prepared an egg garnished with herbs, accompanied by roasted tomatoes and lettuce, simple yet appetizing. Mu Ruo observed him from the side. "Mr. Fu, I never knew you could cook," he replied nonchalantly. "During my studies abroad, living alone necessitated learning to cook." Feeling slightly drowsy after breakfast, Mu Ruo settled into the sofa to review the character settings of her script until she received a call from Zhou Jian. "Ruo Jie," Zhou Jian began. "Xiaoyu has asked me to arrange a job for her distant cousin. He lacks education. What would you suggest?" Mu Ruo recalled that name from her readings, and upon Zhou Jian's mention, she remembered that they hailed from the same area. They are indeed from the same place," she replied. Zhou Jian sighed. "Xiaoyu is a strong yet unfortunate girl, struggling in the big city. She mentioned her cousin is a good person but has had bad luck. He lost his last job and is now delivering takeout. It's a grueling job." Suddenly, Mu Ruo's instincts kicked in. This so-called distant cousin couldn't possibly be the bodyguard with whom she had an affair in the original story, could he? "What is her cousin's name?" she inquired. Zhou Jian replied, "Wu Shuoliang." He pondered for a moment. "Our company has no suitable positions for him, as all require technical skills or education. I fear Xiaoyu might think I look down on him if I suggest security work." Wu Shuoliang was indeed Xiaoyu's romantic interest. Many readers had referred to them as the Liang Xiao duo, lamenting how their love was hindered by bullies, making their union particularly arduous. Mu Ruo felt a surge of irritation. "What do you intend to do? Should I consider having him as my bodyguard? I happen to need one. Zhou Jian proposed. "I could offer him a salary of 30,000 a month. What do you think?" "Ruo Jie," Mu Ruo retorted. "Aren't you concerned he might not actually be Xiaoyu's cousin? What if he is merely her romantic partner?" "Ruo Jie, what are you implying?" Zhou Jian bristled. "Xiaoyu is an exceptional girl. She would never deceive anyone." Mu Ruo thought to herself how love-struck individuals, regardless of gender, could be quite alarming. Zhou Jian, who was perceptive around Liu Beichen, failed to apply the same scrutiny to his own situation. Considering Zhou Jian's defense of her in front of Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan, she held her tongue. "Zhou Jian, listen to me. The more you like her, the less you should easily arrange for a bodyguard position, a profession with little future. For Xiaoyu's sake, it would be wiser to encourage her cousin to pursue further education. Perhaps assist him in obtaining a student loan and seek employment afterward." Zhou Jian reflected on her words, acknowledging their wisdom. "You truly have a way with words, Ruo." Zhou Jian felt a surge of happiness in his heart. Xiaoyu was indeed a good girl and would surely be delighted at her cousin's pursuit of further education. Rather than going through the hassle of loans, he might as well directly support him. It seemed overly complicated. No, if Mu Ruo continued to press the matter, offering money might make the recipient feel looked down upon. The more Zhou Jian pondered, the more he felt Mu Ruo's words rang true. Truly, she was worthy of being his sister. Xiaoyu mentioned that she wished to dine with him this evening. Zhou Jian hesitated. He was unsure how to interact with girls. Ruo, could you accompany me?" he asked. Having two girls together would surely spark conversation. Unlike Xiao Wanwan, Xiaoyu was genuinely the kind of good girl. After a moment's consideration, Mu Ruo agreed. "All right. It just so happens that I have nothing on my agenda today and could use some fresh air." The fate of the notorious trio in the original story was indeed tragic. Chapter 31. You truly are a filial child. In the evening, Mu Ruo parked her car beside a shopping mall. Zhou Jian waved at her. Ruo, over here." As Mu Ruo approached, she inquired, "Does she work here?" Zhou Jian nodded affirmatively. This mall was not particularly upscale, and Mu Ruo was curious how Zhou Jian came to know Xiaoyu. Following Zhou Jian, they arrived at a counter on the first floor where Xiaoyu was stationed. At that moment, the store was devoid of customers, and Xiaoyu was engaged in conversation with her colleagues. They envied Xiaoyu for attracting the attention of wealthy suitors. They had witnessed her transition from carrying a handbag worth a few hundred to flaunting a small Chanel bag worth several thousand. Her jewelry evolving from ordinary pieces to diamond-encrusted necklaces. While they admired her, a tinge of jealousy lingered. Being pursued by a wealthy heir was indeed enviable, as even a casual gift from him equated to several months of their salaries. Alas, they lamented, they did not possess such alluring looks. The wealthy heir was also strikingly handsome, a rare find indeed. As Xiao Yu thought of Zhou Jian, she felt not the slightest affection. Rather, she was somewhat repulsed, considering him a foolishly straightforward man devoid of charm. Perhaps she and Zhou Jian belonged to entirely different worlds. Faced with his gifts and advances, she felt a strong aversion. Hey, Xiao Yu, what stage are you two at? She always claimed to be single to her colleagues. Though her co-workers earned modest salaries, they hailed from affluent backgrounds, owning homes and cars in the city. The man she favored, Wu Shuoliang, paled in comparison to her colleagues' partners, possessing only a pleasant appearance without other commendable attributes. Thus, Xiao Yu maintained her facade of being single. Me and Mr. Zhou? Xiao Yu smiled lightly. He invited me out for dinner tonight. Ever since Zhou Jian began pursuing her, her colleagues, despite their envy, treated her with much more warmth, occasionally gifting her bubble tea or other items. Even the management's attitude towards her had notably improved. Xiao Yu intentionally fostered the impression that she and Zhou Jian were quite close. Xiao Yu, you must seize this opportunity. Whether you can settle in Rong City hinges on him, her colleagues encouraged. Xiao Yu forced a smile. She indeed yearned for a home in Rong City. If only Wu Shuoliang were as affluent. The mere thought of him caused her brow to furrow. Wu Shuoliang had many admirable qualities, yet he could not endure hardship. He lost his previous job for playing video games during work hours and had yet to find a suitable position. She had deceived Zhou Jian, claiming Wu Shuoliang was her distant cousin, hoping he might assist him in securing a job. Initially, she believed Zhou Jian's family wealth and company would surely facilitate this. But he instead proposed helping Wu Shuoliang pursue further studies to enhance his qualifications before seeking employment. Xiao Yu sighed. Wu Shuoliang's family was not destitute, and as a young man, he ought to be capable of studying. Why was he in this predicament? Encouraging him to study seemed less beneficial than letting him continue delivering takeout. Concerned, Xiao Yu's thoughts drifted. The cost of living in Rong City was exorbitant, and she could not neglect Wu Shuoliang. She pondered how to persuade Zhou Jian to agree, even if it meant resorting to seduction. From a distance, Mu Ruo spotted the girl Zhou Jian was pointing at. From her perspective, Xiao Yu indeed fit the male aesthetic. The girl had her raven hair styled in a bun, donned the cosmetics counter uniform, with an ample bosom, slender waist, and fair complexion. She exuded the charm of a virtuous homemaker. Zhou Jian spoke with a hint of pride. Isn't she beautiful? Ruo, don't you think my taste is quite refined? Mu Ruo nodded slightly. Indeed, she is lovely. Zhou Jian glanced at his watch. She finishes work at 7. There's still half an hour left. Would you like to buy a couple of skincare products at her counter? Mu Ruo replied, no need. I still have some at home. Zhou Jian, trying to drum up business for Xiao Yu, insisted, stock up a little. Don't you girls love hoarding things? I bought my mother 10 sets of their gift boxes, Mu Ruo inquired. What brand of skincare did your mother use? Zhou Jian thought for a moment. I believe it's called La Prairie. In a pink bottle, Mu Ruo chuckled. You downgraded your mother's skincare regime from several thousand per set to a few hundred. Zhou Jian, you truly are a filial child. Zhou Jian replied sheepishly, well, I just let her use it for her hands. At that moment, Xiao Yu caught sight of Zhou Jian and Mu Ruo from a distance. Her colleagues also noticed, isn't that Mr. Zhou? And is that his girlfriend? They glanced between Xiao Yu and Mu Ruo. Truthfully, there was no comparison. It was like pitting the belle of one's college against a top-tier celebrity. Although both were beautiful, their qualities were worlds apart. One of Xiao Yu's colleagues exclaimed, Mr. Zhou's girlfriend is stunning. Have you ever seen a real-life celebrity? I think she looks even better than many starlets. Xiao Yu bit her lip, feeling a pang of anger. Though she held no affection for Zhou Jian, it did not mean she accepted her admirer mingling with other women. At that moment, Zhou Jian and Mu Ruo noticed Xiao Yu observing them. Zhou Jian approached. Xiao Yu, are you about to finish work? She glanced at Mu Ruo and asked, Mr. Zhou, is this your girlfriend? Zhou Jian quickly clarified, no, this is my sister, Mu Ruo. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt her mood lighten considerably. However, she still harbored a subtle aversion towards Mu Ruo. Your sister is quite beautiful, and Mu Ruo smiled. Hello? Mu Ruo. Xiao Yu acknowledged her with a curt, hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm still on duty. If there is nothing urgent, please visit after I finish work. Each time she said this, Zhou Jian would purchase several thousand worth of items to boost her sales. Yet today, after glancing at Mu Ruo, he vaguely replied, all right, and headed to the nearby Starbucks with her. Xiao Yu stood frozen, perplexed as to why Zhou Jian had refrained from buying her products. She persisted until closing time, changing into her own clothes before exiting. She intended to discuss arranging a job for Wu Shuoliang with Zhou Jian and couldn't afford to leave in a huff. Xiaoyu mustered a sweet smile, waving at Zhou Jian as he emerged. Mr. Zhou, I'm right here. Chapter 32. What a grand green hat. Zhou Jian noticed Xiaoyu and greeted her warmly. Xiaoyu, let me carry your bag. Xiaoyu discreetly glanced at Mu Ruo and handed her bag to Zhou Jian. Where shall we dine today? Zhou Jian mentioned a restaurant, and upon reaching the parking lot, he opened the car doors for both Xiaoyu and Mu Ruo, allowing them to sit in the back. Xiaoyu was reluctant to share the back seat with Mu Ruo. I'll sit in the passenger seat. Zhou Jian hesitated, concerned about Mu Ruo feeling awkward alone, and turned to her. Mu Ruo waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was fine. After checking the restaurant, Zhou Jian suggested, Xiaoyu discovered the average cost was over 1,000 and closed her phone, asking, Is Mu Ruo your biological sister? Zhou Jian replied as he drove out of the parking lot, not by blood, but closer than a sister. His words were genuine, as Mu Ruo had often dined at his home as a child, helping his parents supervise his homework. To Zhou Jian, Mu Ruo was akin to a sister. Ahead, a young couple was sweetly conversing, while Mu Ruo sat awkwardly in the back. She resorted to messaging Fu Jianji. I am out today. I can buy breakfast for tomorrow. What would you like? With the housekeeper absent, she and Fu Jianji took turns cooking. Mu Ruo teased. How about I get some durian mixed with stinky tofu? Of course, if she wanted her salary deducted next month. QWQ I'm sorry. Fu Jianji, upon seeing the crying rabbit emoji from Mu Ruo, couldn't help but smile. Realizing he was smiling, he quickly suppressed it and sent Mu Ruo a red envelope. Excited, Mu Ruo opened it. UG.0.01. Furious, she ground her teeth and turned off her phone. They soon arrived at the restaurant. Mu Ruo opened the car door and stepped out, entering together with Zhou Jian and Xiaoyu. Observing Mu Ruo's ease in such settings, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Had she been with Wu Shuoliang, it was unlikely they would ever find themselves in such an environment for the next decade or two. Poverty-stricken couples often lament their plight. Without money, what good is love? Zhou Jian cheerfully remarked. Xiaoyu, Ru Ruo is quite amiable. If you ever find yourself in a situation where discussing matters with me as a man feels uncomfortable, you can always consult her. Xiaoyu remained skeptical, suspecting Mu Ruo to be the archetype of a scheming woman. She chuckled inwardly and continued conversing with Zhou Jian. My cousin mentioned he does not wish to pursue studies. His family struggles financially. He wants to earn some money over the next few years to improve his family's living conditions. Zhou Jian was taken aback, realizing that some families face such hardships. Xiaoyu, so kind-hearted, lived a rather average life yet cared deeply for her family. Zhou Jian felt a twinge of guilt. May I ask, which relative is this cousin of yours? Mu Ruo interrupted Zhou Jian with a smile, saying, Miss Zhang, you are truly kind to your cousin. Zhang Xiaoya's expression stiffened slightly. He is the son of my uncle, and our blood relation is quite close to To. If he is your uncle's son, he should be your cousin, and you both should share the same surname. Zhang Xiaoya momentarily struggled to comprehend the logic, but finally realized, I meant, he is my maternal uncle's son. Zhang Xiaoya was quick to respond. In our region, it is customary to refer to maternal uncles as uncles. Small towns differ greatly from your big cities. Ru Ruo, you wouldn't look down on me, would you? Mu Ruo smiled. Of course not. Every place has its customs. Zhou Jian, caught up in his infatuation, was entirely absorbed in thoughts of how genuinely kind Xiaoya was, completely oblivious to the fact that his current demeanor mirrored that of Liu Beichen's at the beginning. Mu Ruo then inquired, Xiaoya, have you ever been in a relationship? Are you single now? Zhang Xiaoya's face paled. To be honest, she and Wu Shuoliang had established a relationship and were living together. When Wu Shuoliang first learned that Zhou Jian was pursuing her, he was furious and wanted to confront him. However, upon seeing the extravagant gifts Zhou Jian had sent, along with the red envelopes, Wu Shuoliang reluctantly accepted that they were essentially in a breakup state, urging Zhang Xiaoya to keep this wealthy second-generation man close. Though Zhang Xiaoya and Wu Shuoliang were no longer a couple, they continued to cohabit and engaged in all the activities that couples typically do. Zhang Xiaoya still held deep feelings for Wu Shuoliang. Every encounter and conversation with Zhou Jian filled her with disgust and distress. Only the gifts could ease her pain. Zhang Xiaoya lowered her gaze. I had a brief online relationship during my studies, but we never met in person. When I discovered he had a girlfriend in real life, we ended it. After being hurt, I didn't want to pursue romance anymore. Zhou Jian listened, his heart aching. Xiaoya, Those who let you down are merely scumbags. You will encounter someone far better. A girl like you deserves to be treated well. Zhang Xiaoye shyly smiled. My family is quite traditional. I just want to find a man I truly love to marry, and then be a devoted housewife, taking care of his family and treating his parents well. Mu Ruo thought to herself that Zhang Xiaoye's words were a fatal blow to Zhou Jian, who had grown up in a dysfunctional family. Sure enough, Zhou Jian was left speechless. After finishing their meal, Zhang Xiaoye took the initiative to offer to pay. Zhou Jian, you've treated me many times. Today, I just received my salary, so let me treat you. This meal cost more than Zhang Xiaoye's monthly salary. Zhou Jian could not bear to let her pay. Not only did he insist on paying, but he also took Zhang Xiaoye to the Guijin Center to buy clothes, encouraging her to pick anything she liked while he footed the bill. Mu Ruo was left stunned by this foolishness. Big boss, you're paying for my shopping today too? No, Zhou Jian, your wife is 100 times richer than you. Use your own card. Upon hearing that Mu Ruo had a wealthy husband, Zhang Xiaoye's impression of her changed for the better, completely contrary to her previous assumptions. Mu Ruo browsed. She couldn't find anything appealing until she spotted a deep gray tie that was quite attractive, with a simple yet elegant design that surprisingly suited Fu Jianji. For some inexplicable reason, she purchased the tie, considering it a 2 million rebate for the big boss. Then, Mu Ruo noticed a hat. The design was quite bold. A green hat. She snatched the hat and placed it on Zhou Jian's head. Don't you think this hat suits you perfectly? Chapter 33, 1,000 Cups Without Intoxication. Zhou Jian found it baffling. I usually don't wear hats. He looked in the mirror, wondering who wears a hat to work. Mu Ruo crossed her arms. I actually think it suits you very well, from the very beginning. Zhang Xiaoye had been eager to win Mu Ruo's favor. Hearing Mu Ruo say this, she quickly chimed in. I think Mu Ruo's taste is quite good. Zhou Jian, you look great in it. Zhou Jian, he examined the hat on his head more closely. This hat is green, right? Mu Ruo, what do you mean by that? Mu Ruo chuckled lightly. Zhou Jian assumed Mu Ruo was joking with him. Mu Ruo, you're in trouble. Just take a cab to find your car. When Zhang Xiaoye noticed it was a green hat, she felt a twinge of guilt. She covertly glanced at Mu Ruo. Although Zhang Xiaoye was confident that her actions were flawless and that no one would know about her past with Wu Shuoyang unless he revealed it, women's intuition is often remarkably accurate, and she feared Mu Ruo might sense something. With Mu Ruo present, Zhang Xiaoye didn't want to be seen as a gold digger, so she only picked out one outfit for herself and refrained from buying anything else. She felt a deep sense of guilt. Zhou Jian, you were so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Zhang Xiaoye glanced at the car Mu Ruo drove. Zhou Jian, is your friend very wealthy? Zhou Jian nodded. Her husband's family is quite impressive. She doesn't have feelings for you, does she? Zhang Xiaoye frowned slightly. You two seem quite close. Zhou Jian felt a bit awkward. Dismissing the possibility, if Mu Ruo hadn't fallen for the handsome and wealthy Fu Jianji, fixating instead on Liu Beichun, how could she possibly be interested in him? Zhou Jian was self-aware. Besides, he regarded Mu Ruo as a sister. Any shift in that relationship would be incredibly awkward. Zhang Xiaoye gazed out the car window. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. However, I don't particularly like others being too close to my boyfriend. Zhou Jian understood her sentiment. Don't worry. I will maintain distance from other girls in the future to avoid making you jealous. Zhang Xiaoye replied softly. About my cousin's job.at the mention of this. Zhou Jian felt a headache coming on. He truly had no high-paying, easy job to offer Zhang Xiaoye's cousin. Even for a company assistant position, qualifications mattered. Zhou Jian recalled what Mu Ruo had mentioned during their conversation yesterday. If she genuinely likes you and is suited for you, she will respect your choices and not put you in a difficult position. We are lacking security personnel in our company. What do you think? Security personnel? Zhang Xiaoye seemed somewhat displeased. Standing all day was quite tiring. Previously, Wu Shuoliang had worked as a security guard in a community, but he found it too exhausting and felt it was a demeaning job, ultimately resigning. Zhang Xiaoye's job also required her to stand and attend to customers. But she could endure it. Wu Shuoliang could not handle the pressure, and Zhang Xiaoye felt sorry for him. She bit her lip. Zhou Jian, can't you arrange a managerial position or something for him? Zhou Jian was taken aback. His industry was in technology, and even ordinary employees needed to be college graduates in relevant fields. Managers had to be from prestigious universities. A man who hadn't even attended college would be utterly unqualified for such a role. I'm afraid that's not feasible, Zhou Jian replied. Zhang Xiaoye lowered her head, quietly wiping away her tears. If it were before, Zhou Jian would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. However, perhaps influenced by Mu Ruo, he suddenly felt that this girl was not quite right for him. Zhou Jian quickly drove Zhang Xiaoye to the entrance of her residential complex. Zhang Xiaoye hesitated. Zhou Jian, won't you come up to my place for a bit? Wu Shuoyang isn't home tonight. Even if he were, it wouldn't matter much. Previously, Zhang Xiaoye had deceived Zhou Jian, claiming she rented a two-bedroom apartment with her cousin to save money. As an adult, Zhou Jian understood what she meant. After giving Zhang Xiaoye so many gifts and not even holding her hand, he was taken aback by her newfound closeness. He originally intended to get out of the car, but he quickly held back. It's getting late, Xiaoye. You should go upstairs and rest. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Xiaoye's eyes. All right, what a pity. I bought desserts for two. Mu Ruo retrieved a bottle of chilled wine from the refrigerator. She had an audition the following afternoon and, unsure of the outcome, decided to celebrate in advance with a bottle of champagne and some cake. The feeling of having money in her bank account was delightful. Just after finishing 2 slices of cake, she noticed Fu Jianji walking in through the door. Holding a wine glass, Mu Ruo and he exchanged glances. Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow. Madam, are you indulging in a little midnight snack behind my back? Mu Ruo replied. There's no need to phrase it so scandalously. What does it mean to sneak a snack behind him? She poured him a glass of wine. How about a glass to help you sleep? In the past, when Mu Ruo struggled to sleep, she often had a glass of red wine as a remedy. The housekeeper, Li, had mentioned to her that Fu Jianji had trouble sleeping at night, advising her to make as little noise as possible. Fu Jianji accepted the wine that Mu Ruo offered. It was a bottle she had bought for 998 at the supermarket, which felt quite expensive to her. Unfortunately, Fu Jianji didn't appreciate wines of that caliber. He took a sip. Rather than tasting like wine, it resembled juice, with the fruit flavor being far more prominent. Fu Jianji looked at her, half smiling. Are you planning to drink with me? How's your tolerance? Without hesitation, Mu Ruo replied. 1,000 cups without intoxication. 30 minutes later, in the villa's underground wine cellar, Mu Ruo was fast asleep on the sofa, her half-full glass of whiskey untouched. Fu Jianji stared at it, perplexed. How could she have the audacity to claim she was immune to intoxication? The night was dim, with exquisite lighting illuminating the rows of expensive bottles in the temperature-controlled wine cellar, casting a soft glow on Mu Ruo as well. Fu Jianji's gaze remained fixed on her. Chapter 34, 1,000 cups of milk tea without intoxication. The doctor had repeatedly cautioned Fu Jianji against drinking alcohol. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he was advised to avoid coffee and tea as well, as these could easily provoke emotional fluctuations. Yet, Fu Jianji had always taken the doctor's advice lightly. Mu Ruo stirred groggily from her slumber. Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was rather mediocre, falling short of her exaggerated claims. Just that small amount of strong liquor had already left her feeling drowsy and ready for sleep. After indulging in alcohol, one often feels a warmth enveloping their body, particularly the discomforting sensation of strong liquor burning within their stomach, leading to a desire for a chilled bottle of water for relief. Upon opening her eyes, she found Fu Jianji looking down at her from a towering height. The man's aura exuded a distinct danger, and his gaze felt unfamiliar to her. Mu Ruo, currently in a hazy state of consciousness, blinked slowly. Mr. Fu, are you drunk? At that moment, Fu Jianji was engulfed in an extreme low, an indescribable restlessness prompting him to let out a cold laugh as he tightened his grip on Mu Ruo's chin. The sensation of her skin was smoother than the softest silk. Fu Jianji had never been fond of physical contact with others. Though he appeared warm, he was, in reality, the epitome of coldness. Yet, inexplicably, Mu Ruo's touch evoked a sense of longing within him, making him reluctant to release her, akin to holding a soft and harmless doll. At that instant, Mu Ruo finally perceived that something was amiss with Fu Jianji's demeanor. He did not seem like a drunken man lost in revelry. His elongated, deep-set eyes remained calm at all times, yet lacked the clarity they usually possessed. His hand slid down to Mu Ruo's delicate neck, squeezing it firmly, but upon witnessing the pain etched on her face, he quickly relinquished his grip. The genuine leather sofa in the wine cellar was spacious enough to accommodate both of them. Perhaps Fu Jianji frequented this place, as a layer of soft, white rabbit fur blanket lay atop the sofa. Mu Ruo was uncertain if this was merely a drunken illusion, but she felt the man tightly embracing her on his lap, whispering what seemed to be dangerous words in her ear, likely in French or German. Mu Ruo could only comprehend a few phrases in English and Japanese, leaving her utterly oblivious to his meaning. Eventually, she succumbed to the haze of intoxication and closed her eyes. The following morning, Mu Ruo awoke with a splitting headache. Realizing she was in Fu Jianji's room, she touched her body, confirming she was still clad in the attire from the previous night. However, her recollection of the events from the night prior was merely a foggy impression. Blurring the lines between dreams and reality, she had an audition for a role that day. If successful, it would mark her entry into a profession within this world, relieving her from the anxiety of being cast out into the streets by a domineering husband. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 10 in the morning. Ordinarily, a busy executive like Fu Jianji would have already departed for work. Descending the stairs, she fortuitously spotted Fu Jianji engaged in conversation. Butler Li listened attentively, nodding along, while the maid silently cleaned the railings and floors like a machine. Butler Li glanced at Mu Ruo, and she sensed something peculiar in his gaze, wishing to slip away unnoticed. She was suddenly met with Fu Jianji's voice. 1,000 cups without intoxication? Mu Ruo replied. 1,000 cups of milk tea without intoxication. Fu Jianji smirked. Doesn't Madam wish to know why you found yourself in my bed this morning? Although the maid typically behaved like a mute, her silence was merely a product of her high-paying job, not a lack of curiosity. They were aware that there was no affection between the madam and the sir, as they seldom shared a bed, appearing amiable while maintaining a genuinely cold distance. Hearing such explosive news, their ears perked up. With her job still uncertain, Mu Ruo feared that Fu Jianji might misconstrue her as a scheming woman after his bed. Jeopardizing her chances, Mu Ruo stammered, I was drunk. Fu Jianji regarded her with a sardonic smile. Perhaps you mistook me for Liu Beichen? The mirth in Fu Jianji's eyes vanished abruptly. Mu Ruo, treading perilously close to provoking her employer, declared, Mr. Fu, you know I only love Liu Beichen. Fu Jianji produced the tie Mu Ruo had purchased the previous day. Was this also for Liu Beichen? Mu Ruo nodded emphatically. Fu Jianji coldly remarked, spending my money to support another man? Mrs. Fu, you are quite amusing. Mu Ruo retorted, Boss, you know that once the company pays the employees, that money belongs to them. Fu Jianji remained silent for a long moment, scrutinizing her face. Mu Ruo stealthily slipped into the kitchen to have her breakfast. Fu Jianji handed the tie to Butler Li, instructing, burn it. Butler Li stood in shock. Understood. Fu Jianji pondered for a moment, believing that burning it was too lenient for Mu Ruo. Tie it on me. Having served Fu Jianji for many years, Butler Li promptly complied. The tie looked most dashing on the gentleman. He remarked that if other men wore it, they would merely imitate a poor copy. After Mu Ruo had her fill, Fu Jianji was already gone. She stealthily made her way to the garage, only to discover that her usual Lamborghini had been taken. A quick check of her bag confirmed that the car keys were indeed missing. This $800,000 beast belonged to Fu Jianji, compared to the other brand-new sports cars in the garage, which depreciated by 2,000 for every additional kilometer driven. This slightly older model was the only one she felt justified in using. Mu Ruo persisted in her attempts to engage Fu Jianji. Boss, I wish to take a car out today. Fu Jianji replied. To deliver a tie to Liu Beichen? Mu Ruo clarified. No, it's for something important, a work-related opportunity that is more crucial than life itself. If I succeed, I'll treat you to hot pot. The car keys are in the drawer of the cabinet on the right side of the study. Mu Ruo's eyes scanned the front row of Bugattis and McLarens, glancing at Ferraris and Aston Martins, all exuding an ostentatious aura. If she were to drive one of those, she feared she would be mistaken for a behind-the-scenes investor or producer rather than an auditioning actress. Ultimately, she chose a sleek, black Maserati. Chapter 35. The results are in the role Mu Ruo was auditioning for was that of an ancient beauty, the sister of a tyrannical villain, whose exterior was pure and innocent while her heart was as venomous as a serpent's. Though her screen time in the film was minimal, her presence needed to be stunning. She queued outside for a while, and when the director flipped through her resume, his brows furrowed deeply. Overseas study experience. Yet no acting history at all. Admittedly, she was a rare beauty. But in this day and age, many submitted heavily edited photos, and he found it hard to believe her face was untouched. The assistant director whispered. This is a recommendation from Sister due to you held some sway in the industry and had a good rapport with the director. Despite being recommended by Du, the director was merely granting Mu Ruo an audition opportunity. Whether she would be selected depended entirely on her own abilities. The director nodded, signaling for Mu Ruo to enter. The moment she stepped into the room, the director's team was instantly captivated. The girl before them possessed exceptionally symmetrical features and exquisite bone structure. Free of any blemishes, dressed in a loose white t-shirt and gray trousers, her hair casually tied back, she exuded an elegant grace likely due to her ballet training. Truly a beauty, even more vivid than her photographs. Just by her appearance, director Zhao felt a surge of excitement. He sought a character who exuded beauty, someone who would leave an audience in awe at first glance. After numerous auditions, he had encountered either those with charisma but lacking beauty or those stunning in appearance yet devoid of charm. This girl, even without wearing ancient costume attire, radiated an ethereal quality. Director Zhao lowered his voice. It's her. We can hone her acting skills gradually, guiding her through each movement. The assistant director frowned. Her aura is too pure. She doesn't convey the wickedness of a princess. No, I want that very feeling, Director Zhao asserted. Once she comprehends the character's essence, there will be a transformation. Regardless, everyone had to audition today. Despite his inclination to select Mu Ruo based on her looks, he still needed to see her perform. He instructed Mu Ruo to enact a scene where the princess seeks the male lead's attention during a feast hosted by her tyrannical brother. There was no actor portraying the tyrant. Mu Ruo would have to perform without a partner, relying solely on her imagination. All eyes in the audition room fell upon Mu Ruo. The girl set down her script, not reciting the lines verbatim in mere moments. Her aura shifted. With an innocent expression, she gazed at the non-existent tyrant, her naive features betraying a hint of unawareness regarding her own cruelty. She held nothing in her hands, yet mimicked the motion of adjusting a hairpin. This single gesture left director Zhao in a daze. Despite her resume indicating no prior acting experience, Du had specifically mentioned that she was an untrained beauty eager to try her hand at acting. He had not anticipated that with just one movement, this girl could embody the presence of a powerful young woman. Your Highness, I find this rather intriguing, she purred, her voice both enchanting and playful, perfectly aligning with her character. Her gaze shifted, playfully moving from the tyrant to the male lead, who was bound and kneeling on the ground, adding a touch of malice. Bestow him upon me. Let me be the one to punish her. What say you? Though she wore a simple t-shirt and trousers, Director Zhao and the others felt as though she donned royal garments. As the princess gracefully descended from the feast, she approached the non-existent male lead, then brandished her imaginary hairpin, poised to inscribe characters upon his face. As the scene concluded, Mu Ruo bowed expressionlessly towards the director's table. Just before entering the story, she had been filming an ancient costume movie as the second female lead. Although her visage resembled that of a trending star, she was not a celebrity. Lacking connections or financial backers, she relied solely on her acting skills, making her way in the film industry challenging. Thus, whenever she landed a role, she committed to several months of training, studying everything from the character's demeanor to the skills they should master. Regarding the recent performance, Mu Ruo felt quite at ease, believing there were no issues. Director Zhao looked at Mu Ruo with the gaze of a discerning connoisseur who had just discovered a rare steed, eager to secure her on the spot. The staff politely invited Mu Ruo to leave, stating that the audition results would be communicated within 2 days. Mu Ruo nodded and departed. Director Zhao observed Mu Ruo's retreating figure, declaring, "She is the one." The assistant director expressed concern, "She is too beautiful. Could this be a problem?" Director Zhao, visibly displeased, retorted, "The character is designed this way. Should we seek out an unattractive one instead?" "No," the assistant director hesitated. "What I mean is, she is far more beautiful than the lead actress. Might this upset the award-winning actress?" Director Zhao scoffed. As a prominent figure in the industry, he would not be swayed by actors, especially since this was not a television drama. Having decided on this novice actress, he was resolute. Not long after Mu Ruo left, she received a call informing her that she had passed the audition and that they wished to discuss contract matters with her. This opportunity materialized largely thanks to Haley's aunt's recommendation, prompting Mu Ruo to treat Haley and her aunt to dinner that evening. Du was unaware that Mu Ruo had successfully auditioned and was surprised that the results had come so swiftly. Observing the 2 young women before her, Du felt quite pleased. Unmarried and childless, she cherished the company of youthful individuals. Du took the opportunity to comfort Mu Ruo in advance. Mu Ruo, Director Zhao, is a household name, and his productions are notoriously difficult to get into. He has dismissed hundreds of candidates. Should you not succeed in the future, do not lose heart. I will help you find other opportunities. Aspiring to be a star does not solely mean acting. Mu Ruo took a bite of her ice cream. The results are already out. She showed you the message. Du was taken aback, not expecting the message to have come directly from director Zhao. Having been in the industry for so long, she was well aware of how challenging it was to enter Zhao's crew. She feared that someone in the crew might exploit Muru's beauty and lure her into compromising situations. As soon as the call connected, Director Zhao spoke. Du, where did you find such a stunning novice? She has truly never acted before. I checked and found no record of her previous work. It is remarkable that she possesses such talent without any experienced eye in the future. If you come across someone like her, remember to recommend them to me. Chapter 36. Fu Jianji's disdain for love-struck minds. Du was bewildered as she listened to Director Zhao extolling Mu Ruo's acting and dialogue delivery, claiming that her interpretation of the character was nothing short of perfect, making future shooting much easier without the need for extensive teaching. Du hung up the phone feeling perplexed. A while later, Director Zhao sent over the video of Mu Ruo's audition. After watching it, Du fell into a contemplative silence. She had always believed Mu Ruo to be merely a pretty face, yet she was astonished to find that Mu Ruo's acting surpassed that of many actors in her company. Du stepped outside to inquire if Mu Ruo would be interested in signing with her company. Mu Ruo hesitated briefly before shaking her head. In her youth, in a desperate bid to fund her father's treatment, she had indeed signed with the company. However, the higher-ups had attempted to exploit her, leading to her being sidelined instead, and she had accrued significant debt before successfully terminating her contract. Subsequently, all her roles were negotiated independently, without any agency. Naturally, without anyone to promote her, she remained relatively obscure, despite her looks and talent existing outside the mainstream. Nevertheless, the income she earned was sufficient for her, and far less taxing than the lives of many 9-to-5 workers, as she merely sought a high-paying job without aspirations for more. This remained true even now, as she wished for a stable income post-divorce from Fu Jianji, rather than the narrative found in the original text where a woman, upon separation from her partner, falls into despair, lacking her own career and being belittled by the leading characters. Du felt a twinge of regret, but ultimately refrained from employing various temptations to persuade Mu Ruo. As the three departed the restaurant, they arrived at the parking lot, only to overhear a heated argument. Beichin, I am utterly disappointed. A girl's heart-wrenching voice echoed. How could you betray me? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Wan, please do not be unreasonable. Lu Beichin's voice was tinged with exasperation. I was drunk that night, which led to my indiscretion with a woman from the club. Xiao Wanwan's eyes were red. She clearly seduced you. Why should I not confront her? My friends are here. If you strike her, I will lose face. Lu Beichin's tone turned irritable. If it were Ruo, she would certainly be able to endure this. Mu Ruo interjected. Excuse me, could you refrain from dragging me into your argument? I am not a dumpster for your emotional waste. I have no interest in your quarrels. Mu Ruo couldn't help but lament the cruelty of the world. With millions in Rongqing and thousands of parking lots, it was indeed unfortunate that she had the misfortune of encountering the leading characters wherever she went, and no wonder she was branded as the most malicious white moonlight in this narrative. Xiao Wanwan's tone grew increasingly sorrowful. Are you implying that I cannot measure up to Mu Ruo? If so, I will leave. You will leave? Lu Beichin scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Every single item you wear and use has been bought by me. Even your job is sourced through me. Lu Beichin, do you think I cannot survive without you? I will go find work right now. With that, Xiao Wanwan turned and fled. Mu Ruo covered her eyes with her hand. Indeed, presidents locked love. The unparalleled pet of Lu Xiao was a melodrama masquerading as a sweet romance. Such scenes of the leading couple arguing appeared more than once in the original text. The female lead's dramatic outbursts about leaving the male lead and establishing her independence were not uncommon. However, in the narrative, their conflicts often stemmed from Mu Ruo, the White Moonlight, stirring discord, escalating minor frictions into major disputes, allowing her to reap the benefits of their turmoil. What Mu Ruo did not anticipate was that, despite her conscious effort to distance herself from this quarrelsome duo, they would still find reasons to argue. And she would inadvertently witness their discord. At that moment, Du Haili was already buzzing with excitement. Her romantic fantasies ignited. Ruo, this is the perfect opportunity for you to approach Lu Beichin, comfort him, and you two are sure to reconcile. Mu Ruo shot Du Haili a sidelong glance. Not going, I am a married woman. Du patted Du Haili's shoulder. Sweetheart, let us be wise. Such a man is unworthy of a beauty like you. Liu Beichen was engulfed in his anger, oblivious to the presence of the three women. Mu Ruo opened the car door and got in. The sleek, black Maserati swiftly vanished into the night. Upon returning home, Mu Ruo conferred with the production team regarding the contract and decided to sign it. After their discussions concluded, she realized that it was getting late and retreated to her room for a shower. Fu Jianji entered shortly thereafter. In just a few days, Stewardly had noticed a peculiar change in his master, who no longer seemed as averse to Mu Ruo as before. Fu Jianji was known for his duplicity. In their circles, those who were completely transparent without any guile often found themselves at the mercy of others. Previously, Fu Jianji had treated Mu Ruo with gentleness and courtesy, yet Stewardly could discern the underlying animosity he harbored. However, he now observed Fu Jianji and Mu Ruo entwined on the sofa, the latter cradled in his arms as if she were a cherished childhood toy. After regaining his senses, Fu Jianji made no indication of his feelings. Instead, carrying Mu Ruo to his room. Of course, Stewardly would not hastily conclude that Fu Jianji had developed feelings for Mu Ruo. It was more likely that he found her endearing, akin to a delightful little pet. This seemed the most plausible explanation, for Fu Jianji did not appear to be the type to fall in love. These past few days had been rather dull for Fu Jianji, and Mu Ruo's arrival certainly added a touch of intrigue. He noticed a message on her phone, which was unmistakably hers. Approaching it, he read a message from Liu Beichen. Wan and I had another fight. Ruo, I still think highly of you. You are exceptionally understanding, unlike Wan, who is so unreasonable. What are you up to right now? Fu Jianji chuckled nonchalantly, genuinely perplexed at how Mu Ruo could be so infatuated with such a man. Fu Jianji held a profound disdain for love-struck minds. To prevent Mu Ruo from succumbing to romantic delusions within his abode, he contemplated and ultimately deleted all three messages. Chapter 37. A night of companionship after finishing her shower. Mu Ruo remembered that she had left her phone on the sofa. She hurried downstairs to retrieve it and spotted Fu Jianji. From her perspective, he was indeed a handsome man, possessing charm, physique, and grace. Unfortunately, he had ventured down the extreme path of the domineering CEO trope. One type is inherently averse to women, maintaining a pristine lifestyle and only engaging with his destined partner. As the story's tragic villainous White Moonlight. Mu Ruo was acutely aware that she fell into the latter category. Thus, she merely glanced at a man like Fu Jianji, fully aware of her own limitations and survival instincts. She had no intention of jeopardizing her well-being over matters of the heart. After searching for her phone without success, she looked up to find her pink phone case in Fu Jianji's possession. He was casually toying with her phone without a hint of hesitation. Right in front of its owner. Mu Ruo, Fu Zong, that seems to be my phone. Fu Jianji chuckled lightly. Madam, do you often indulge in this? Mu Ruo stammered, what else would it be? Occasionally, she would immerse herself in several challenging literary works to embody her character, or rigorously practice action scenes, often found in peculiar attire. Winter coats in summer and dresses in winter. While on set, Mu Ruo was absolutely determined that no one would ridicule her taste. Mr. Fu, you truly do not comprehend how captivating the man within is. Fu Jianji smiled slightly. Oh, Mu Ruo continued. He is worth hundreds of billions, the sovereign of a commercial empire. Fu Jianji replied. What a coincidence. I too possess a fortune of hundreds of billions. Mu Ruo added. He stands at an impressive height of 186 centimeters, with looks that surpass even those of celebrities. Fu Jianji remarked, how lucky. I stand at 188 centimeters and am more handsome than Liu Beichen, who is just about handsome enough to be a male star. Mu Ruo exclaimed. He gifted his wife a mansion valued at 10 billion. Fu Jianji countered, how fortunate. The villa estate he resides in is valued at 11 billion. Fu Jianji chuckled. Then let us give this villa to my lady. Mu Ruo's eyes sparkled as if she were gazing upon the most esteemed person in the world. Really? Fu Jianji lightly tapped her on the head with his phone. Take the left staircase upstairs, enter your room and sleep. Everything in your dreams is real. Expressionless, Mu Ruo snatched her phone from his hand, already knowing. However, a thought suddenly struck her. Mr. Fu, if I were to suddenly become an actress, would that violate the contract? Would your family oppose it? Fu Jianji scoffed. On what grounds would they oppose? Mu Ruo replied. I heard some wealthy families are rather strict. Fu Jianji responded. Madam, as long as you please me. You may do as you wish. Mu Ruo's heart raced. Would you invest 10 billion for me to shoot an epic sci-fi space war film? In your dreams, I permit you to dream such dreams. Mu Ruo stomped her foot in frustration, transforming into a fiery dragon as she ascended the stairs to sleep. Butler Li sighed deeply. I always thought the lady was an elegant and gentle woman. Fu Jianji chuckled softly. Soon, night fell. Butler Li brought a glass of warm water for Fu Jianji to take his medicine before sleeping. Yet, Fu Jianji knew all too well that these medications had little effect on him. Sleeplessness would persist regardless. He had been busy with a project and could not afford to dull his senses with alcohol. After spending 2 nights embracing Mu Ruo, he had surprisingly slept remarkably well. Their rooms were adjacent, and now, in the stillness of the night, if there were any significant sounds from Mu Ruo's room, Fu Jianji would certainly hear them. It was evident that Mu Ruo had forgotten this fact. In the middle of the night, her phone rang. Without checking who was calling, she answered. A slightly inebriated male voice reached her ears. Ruo. I had a fight with Wan Wa and Mu Ruo responded. Liu Beichen? She mentally scolded him for disturbing her at such a late hour. Of course, she knew about the quarrel between Liu Beichen and Xiaowan Wan. She had witnessed the drama unfold nearby. Fu Jianji, hearing the name Liu Beichen, let out a cold laugh. He spent 20 million each month to support Mu Ruo, not to have her chatting with other men in the dead of night. Mu Ruo was unwilling to serve as an emotional dumping ground at such an hour, and she promptly hung up the phone. Before she could catch her breath, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Fu Jianji standing there, his expression icy. Dressed in a black silk robe adorned with exquisite embroidery, he looked exceptionally handsome, and Mu Ruo was momentarily dazzled by his charm. Mr. Fu? She queried. Fu Jianji coldly stated. Did Butler Li not inform you that no noise is permitted at night? Mu Ruo stammered. I'm sorry. Fu Jianji turned to leave. Your salary for next month will be entirely deducted. Mu Ruo quickly grasped his arm. No, please don't. She had only been working without receiving any pay. The first of the month was approaching, and she couldn't survive without her wages. She clutched the sleeve of his robe. Fu Jianji glanced at her hand. The girl's fingers were delicate and fair, as if a gentle squeeze would cause them to bleed. Mu Ruo followed his gaze, then suddenly withdrew her hand. Sighing, how could she, exuding the aura of a treacherous second female lead, dare to touch the esteemed protagonist? Seeking to atone? Mu Ruo nodded. Fu Jianji smirked. It's not that it's impossible. Hope surged within her. She knew Fu Jianji could not be all that cruel. The depths of his elongated, dark eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. You'll be sleeping with me tonight. Mu Ruo's guard went up. Just sleeping, nothing more. Fu Jianji chuckled. Does madam think I harbor any intentions towards you? Mu Ruo fell silent. It seemed he truly did not. Sleep together it was. After all, Fu Jianji was undeniably handsome. They had shared a bed before. Chapter 38. 20 million gone in a flash. Mu Ruo's sleep was quite satisfactory. She chose a small corner of the lavish bed, lying on one side. Although she was uncertain why Fu Jianji wanted her to do so, he must have his reasons. Would he indulge in any inappropriate actions in the middle of the night? Mu Ruo deemed it improbable. The male lead, who looked down upon her, certainly wouldn't be interested in someone far inferior to him. Fu Jianji possessed much greater self-control than Liu Beichen. Of course, it was also possible that Fu Jianji was impotent. Mu Ruo silently pondered. Drowsiness soon overcame her as she nestled into the soft pillow, its satin surface faintly scented with sandalwood. A fragrance reminiscent of Fu Jian's it inexplicably soothed her in a daze. Mu Ruo slipped into a dream. Not long after, Fu Jianji noticed Mu Ruo unwittingly rolling over in her sleep, gravitating towards him. Perhaps drawn in by his aura, she did not seem to mind his presence. Fu Jianji reached out, cradling her in his arms. His previous disdain for her was genuine. Now, his indifference might be true as well. Why did he allow her to sleep in his bed? Because she was merely a sleeping pill, a human form of it, nothing more. Yet, Mu Ruo's body was remarkably soft. The sensation of her touch was surprisingly comfortable. Fu Jianji had always been averse to physical contact. In her dreams, Mu Ruo may not have been accustomed to being held, as she gently shifted away. Even with a contract in place, their marriage was not a sham. What was wrong with sharing a bed? When Mu Ruo awoke the next morning, it was no surprise that Fu Jianji was absent from his room. As she strolled out of Fu Jianji's room, she encountered a maid diligently cleaning the floor. Perhaps due to Fu Jianji's prohibition against idle gossip among the maids, she remained silent. Yet her gaze towards Mu Ruo was noticeably warmer than before. The maids in the household naturally respected the lady with a name and a tangible presence far more than the one without. After receiving the substantial sum of 20 million, Mu Ruo began searching for a home. For her, the first thing to do upon acquiring wealth was to secure a property for herself. Even if, as in the novels, she faced betrayal and disdain from all, being treated like a pariah, she would still have a place to rest her head in the dead of night. However, finding the right house was not a decision to be made lightly. Mu Ruo was unfamiliar with the housing market in Rongqing and struggled to determine where would be most convenient. Out of boredom, she poked at the affluent Mr. Fu, presenting 4 selected properties to inquire which one he deemed superior. Curiosity piqued, she adopted an air of humility, asking why. She awaited a detailed analysis of the pros and cons regarding transportation, healthcare, and environment. Taking a deep breath, Mu Ruo considered how this was a display of wealth in itself. She wished to have nothing to do with this group of wealthy individuals. Fu Jianji replied, "Why buy a house?" Mu Ruo lamented, "Because I need to move out on your house. I cannot make a sound at night. Even the slightest noise turns me into a sleep companion." Ever since that night, Mu Ruo had been caught by Fu Jian, even when she merely went downstairs for a glass of water. Penalized 2 million for breaching the contract, if she wished to avoid further penalties, she had to serve as a sleep companion. Yes, Mu Ruo finally pried this information from Butler Li, who was as steadfast as iron. Like many eccentric tycoons, Mr. Fu had peculiar afflictions. Some suffered from stomach pains, others from ailments only the female lead could cure, while some, like Fu Jianji, simply dealt with insomnia. Whether he had other issues beyond insomnia remained to be seen. Sleeping beside a certain tycoon could perfectly resolve his sleeplessness. Fu Jianji remarked, "I allowed you to move out." Mu Ruo replied, "I'm just temporarily residing here, right?" Fu Jianji clarified, "According to the marriage contract, to avoid any external suspicion regarding our marriage, we must live together." At that moment, Mu Ruo suddenly realized a grave issue. Throughout her time in this narrative, she had yet to see the marriage contract. Yet, Fu Jianji effortlessly mentioned it. She had no idea what clauses it contained. Mr. Fu, could you send me a copy of the contract for review? Fu Jianji responded, "Has your contract gone missing? If yours is lost, I can freely alter mine," Mu Ruo retorted. "Of course not. I've hidden it in the safe, too lazy to retrieve it." 3 minutes later, Mu Ruo pestered the diligent Butler Li, inquiring about the contract. Butler Li knew that aside from the marriage agreement, there was no other contract between Mu Ruo and Fu Jianji. Yet, it seemed the lady was somewhat legally ignorant. Entirely unaware of the previous content, thoroughly deceived by her husband, Fu Jianji was a titan of a commercial empire, and it was well known that capitalists often lacked scruples. As Fu Jianji's well-paid chief steward, Butler Li naturally leaned towards the one who signed his paycheck. "I'm just a mere steward, not privy to such matters," he stated. Mu Ruo conceded. "All right then. Regardless of living arrangements, I'll purchase the house first." Properties in high-end neighborhoods of Rongqing were more expensive than her own life. Upon receiving a sudden windfall of 20 million, it vanished as swiftly as a cooked duck taking flight. Mu Ruo found herself once again in a position devoid of ample cash flow. At this juncture, Mu Kuei and Yao Wanjin reached out to her via phone. They were acutely aware that at the beginning of each month, Mu Ruo received a substantial sum from Fu Jianji. In the preceding months, after indulging in a lavish spree of luxury clothing and accessories, she had subsequently funneled her earnings into the coffers of the Mu family. Despite reaping a fortune of 2 to 3 billion from her marriage to Fu Jianji, the original owner had saved little. Furthermore, she harbored a belief that Fu Jianji was rather stingy, feeling that his net worth in the billions afforded her only a paltry sum. Mu Kuei harbored a lingering jealousy over Mu Ruo's entry into high society. Torn between envy and a desire to extract benefits from Mu Ruo, she sought to drain her of her wealth. Chapter 39. Fortune awaits. At the onset of each month, Mu Kuei adopted an unusually sweet demeanor towards Mu Ruo. However, Mu Ruo maintained a frosty countenance, listening to her sister's prolonged entreaties of sister over the phone. Mu Kuei, after much circumlocution, inquired, "Sister, are you financially well off at the moment? I wish to purchase something, and could you lend me 500,000? Mu Ruo retorted, "Do not call me sister. We do not share the same mother." A brief silence ensued on Mu Kuei's end before she queried, "What's wrong?" To which Mu Ruo dispassionately replied, "Nothing much." She was weary of being a mere cash dispenser. How much have you borrowed from me in the past? Make sure to return it. In a fit of exasperation, Mu Ruo exclaimed, what makes you think you deserve to marry Fu Jianji? It is our family's relentless efforts that have nurtured you. Had it not been for you, I would have been the one to marry him. Incorrect, Mu Ruo chuckled lightly. I was able to marry Fu Jianji because I am beautiful, intelligent, witty, brave, kind, and endearing. It has nothing to do with you. Spare yourself the flattery. Realizing the gravity of her words, Mu Ruo could no longer tolerate the conversation and abruptly hung up. An inexplicable chill washed over Mu Ruo. Mr. Fu, are you off work? She inquired, noticing Fu Jianji's presence. His tone was frigid as he replied, indeed. Mu Ruo felt a sense of despair wash over her. When did you arrive? As Fu Jianji assessed Mu Ruo, he mused, so, my fortune of 8 lifetimes was indeed spent to marry you. Mu Ruo's legs weakened at the thought of him, possibly implying that next month's 20 million would disappear. No, marrying you is my fortune, sincerely. There is no other tycoon like you. She wished to continue savoring such fortune. Fu Jianji glanced upstairs, prompting Mu Ruo to grasp her pillow and ascend. I shall go warm the bed for the boss. Should you require my services as a drinking companion, do not hesitate to summon me. For 500,000, I can offer a discount for acquaintances. With that, she scampered upstairs to continue her role as his bedfellow. Fu Jianji watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. Beside him, Butler Li remained silent. Marrying her has exhausted my fortune of 8 lifetimes? Fu Jianji mused. Butler Li, eager to placate, interjected, absolutely not, sir. Your fortune is yet to be realized. Soon after, Mu Ruo received a notification from the director, who wished for her to undergo 2 months of training before joining the cast. Despite having impressed the director during her audition, she was still a newcomer. And given the film's grand scale, the production team had enlisted specialized trainers. Mu Ruo harbored no objections. As she pondered these myriad concerns, she inadvertently dozed off atop her pillow. Upon returning home, Fu Jianji was greeted by the sight of Mu Ruo resting on his pillow, clad in a champagne-hued silk nightgown. The accompanying robe, of the same fabric and color, hung loosely, revealing her immaculate back. Partially obscured by her dark hair, which lent an air of alluring mystery to Fu Jian, she felt a surge of discontent. Suddenly, Mu Ruo's phone rang, and she frowned as she answered. Her father's voice was stern, launching directly into accusations. Kue is your sister. How could you make her cry? Mu Ruo, still groggy, momentarily failed to recognize her father's voice. He had never favored her. Her mother was aloof and proud. A beautiful yet cold figure who offered no dignity to the man. It was only after meeting Yao Wanjin that he discovered true love, and the daughter born of that love, Mu Ruo, became his favored child. Mu Ruo bore a striking resemblance to her mother, possessing a delicate and beautiful exterior. Yet underneath lay a cold and haughty demeanor. Thus, he had never desired custody of Mu Ruo. Unfortunately, her mother had abandoned her, leaving her in an orphanage, and the Mu family, unable to forsake their own, allowed Yao Wanjin to raise her. Despite Yao Wanjin's outward kindness, she was harsh with Mu Ruo. Yet her father turned a blind eye. Fortunately, Mu Ruo had a conscience, recognizing she was raised by the Mu family and had always adhered to their wishes. Even when Mu Ruo received luxuries, Mu Ruo remained grateful, believing her parents loved her. Throughout the years, Mu Ruo complied with the family's demands, excelling in her studies. The only blemish was her marriage to the wealthy Fu Jianji, a man whom Mu Ruo had long desired. Have you squandered your education? Her father seethed. Kue is your blood sister. How could you speak to her like that? If not for you, she would have married Fu Jianji. What are you so proud of? Mu Ruo was taken aback. Her father continued, the family's situation is dire. Transfer all your funds to Kue. If you do well, your mother and I will still favor you. Mu Ruo furrowed her brow. You're barking like a dog at this hour. Are you unwell? This time, her father was stunned into silence. Mu Ruo, having not slept well and feeling irritable, calmly uttered the coldest words. Do you think I crave your approval? Even if no one loves me in this world, I will be just fine. Fu Jianji crossed his arms, his cold gaze fixed on the fragile girl before him. She stated firmly, I only treat those who are worthy with kindness. You do not qualify with that. She hung up the call, only to find Fu Jianji standing at the door. All capitalists enjoy eavesdropping on phone calls. she quipped. Fu Jianji chuckled. This is my home. My room. It is only natural for me to hear what I do. Mu Ruo cursed inwardly. Fu Jianji's expression darkened. Is the worthy person you referenced Liu Beichen? Mu Ruo. She truly did not wish to sully her own judgment. Yet she was even less inclined to risk losing next month's 20 million. With great difficulty, she nodded. To Fu Jianji. This gesture signified her solemn acknowledgement of the reality. Chapter 40. The women I most admire are bad. Fu Jianji poured himself a glass of whiskey, swirling the liquid within. Butler Li hesitated, contemplating his words. After a lengthy pause, he finally ventured, Sir, the doctor advises against drinking at night. If you find it difficult to sleep, you could take another pill. Alcohol can be quite stimulating to the body. Fu Jianji smiled, not denying the label of a heartless capitalist that Mu Ruo had placed upon him. His voice was low and smooth as he mused. Butler Li, what do you believe capitalists cherish the most? Butler Li. After a moment of uncertainty, he replied, making money? Incorrect. Fu Jianji stated. It is the act of forcefully taking what belongs to others, transforming it into one's own. A man like Fu Jianji would seize anything he found intriguing, regardless of its ownership or his personal feelings towards it. Outwardly, he appeared charming and eloquent. Yet only he was aware of the darkness lurking within. The depths of the sea harbor no innocuous creatures, only monstrous beings that thrive in tempestuous waters, ready to engulf colossal ships. Butler Li could think of nothing else. His mind was consumed by the glass of whiskey in Fu Jianji's hand. Sir, the doctor has advised against drinking, he cautioned, but was quickly quelled by Fu Jianji's icy stare. In a bid to appease, Butler Li suggested, perhaps you could have your wife come downstairs to drink on your behalf. It would only require a payment of 500,000. Moreover, since you are acquainted, you could even offer a 50% discount. Fu Jianji's expression darkened. Did he think money was so easily acquired? Mu Ruo had labeled him a heartless capitalist. Tell her 50,000. If she cares to come, she may. Was Mu Ruo the kind of woman to bow down for 50,000? As it turned out, she indeed was. Following the abrupt end of the call, Mu Ruo's father seethed with indignation. He had never anticipated that his once compliant daughter would dare speak to him so harshly. Given the current state of the Mu family business, he had hoped Mu Ruo would leverage her relationship with Fu Jianji to secure assistance. However, her current attitude suggested she would not aid him at all. Puffing heavily in frustration, her father was met with Yao Wanjin's soothing intervention. Do not be angry. It is not worth it for the children. While the Mu family's financial situation was considerably better than that of the average household, human ambition knows no bounds. Previously, Mu Kuei and Yao Wanjin had received substantial sums from Mu Ruo to indulge in various luxuries. Now that these funds had suddenly dried up, they were left seething with resentment. Yao Wanjin sighed, what a pity. Mu Ruo bears no resemblance to our family, showing not an ounce of gratitude. Had the one who wed Fu Jianji been Kuei, our family business would undoubtedly have flourished beyond its current state. Yu Kuei's eyes darted with intrigue. Now I too could marry Fu Jianji, provided he divorces Mu Ruo. Yao Wanjin, whose beauty and lineage could not compare to Mu Ruo's biological mother, felt a pang of dissatisfaction watching Mu Ruo's advantageous marriage. Her own daughter seemed perpetually unable to catch up. Initially, Yao Wanjin managed to endure, as Mu Ruo had generously shared her earnings from Fu Jianji with them. However, with Mu Ruo now solely indulging herself and completely disregarding her family, Yao Wanjin found it intolerable. Contemplating the situation, she thought, such ingratitude for Mu Ruo cannot be allowed to persist. Mu father furrowed his brow. He harbored little affection for Mu Ruo, and as Mu Kuei and Yao Wanjin whispered among themselves, he too began to view Mu Ruo as somewhat ungrateful. After all, the Mu family had always been well off, providing Mu Ruo with every luxury since childhood, even sending her abroad for education. Surely, even a daughter from an ordinary family should know how to express gratitude, let alone Mu Ruo, who had married into a prestigious family? Now, instead of showing appreciation to her family, she had the audacity to chastise her biological father over the phone. A true ingrate. Without her family, could she have wed Fu Jianji? Mu father scoffed. She now believes she has spread her wings and attained freedom, dreaming of transforming into a phoenix. Outside the Mu family, she is nothing. Indeed. Mu Kuei nodded in agreement, declaring, Father, we must teach her a lesson to remind her of our strength. The following morning, Mu Ruo remained in a deep slumber, heavily influenced by alcohol. Meanwhile, Fu Zong, having slept soundly, was already dressed in formal attire, seated in the back of his car, ready to head to the company. To his surprise, he encountered Yao Wanjun and Mu Kuei outside the company. Mu Kuei, adorned in an elegant gown, appeared demure and refined, remaining silent beside Yao Wanjun. Fu Jianji recognized the two as Mu Ruo's stepmother and sister. Out of courtesy, he nodded. Although Yao Wanjun was an elder, she felt somewhat anxious and intimidated in the presence of someone from Fu Jianji's esteemed background. Mr. Fu, Yao Wanjun began, I wish to discuss Mu Ruo with you. Upon hearing Mu Ruo's name, Fu Jianji paused. Mu Kuei gazed at him with admiration and awe. Indeed, brother-in-law, we understand you are busy, but these matters are of great importance. Fu Jianji inclined his head. I would like to hear more. Yao Wanjun sighed. This child, Ruo, has exhibited poor character from a young age. Not only does she bully her sister at home, but she also has a penchant for stealing money and possessions. Despite our family's repeated attempts to correct her behavior, Mr. Fu, you are a good man, and I do not wish to cause you harm. Fu Jianji found her words amusing. He knew that understanding a person through the lens of their stepmother and sister was hardly reliable. Moreover, even if their claims were true, they pertained to a past version of Mu Ruo. The Mu Ruo of today was a completely different individual. Oh? Fu Jianji replied nonchalantly, his demeanor inscrutable. The Fu family is exceedingly wealthy. It is an honor for Mu Ruo to marry you. Yao Wanjun feigned sorrow, adding, however, we fear she may engage in unsavory actions that could tarnish our family's reputation. I wanted to forewarn you about her nature. So you might be aware of her character. She is quite adept at masquerading. Thank you for the warning, Fu Jianji replied tersely, yet his words carried a sharpness that was unmistakable. I have a particular admiration for wicked women. Chapter 41. Fu Zong was in a decidedly foul mood today. Upon hearing Fu Jianji's remark, Mu Kuei froze in place, while Yao Wanjun wore an expression of incredulity. They had assumed that Fu Jianji would trust the evaluations from those close to him. Yet it became evident that he was indifferent to whether Mu Ruo was good or bad. Mu Kuei's gaze on Fu Jianji grew increasingly complex. Though she lacked Mu Ruo's cunning, she was not blind to certain truths. For instance, the man before her, despite his courteous demeanor, exuded an arrogance that was impossible to conceal. Indeed, Fu Jianji was far from a benevolent character. Yet, this very quality only added to his allure, stirring a desire for exploration and proximity within her. As this realization dawned on her, Mu Kuei felt a surge of indignation. How could Mu Ruo be worthy of such a man? It felt as though a weight pressed against her chest. Twisting her features into a grimace, brother-in-law, you should know that Mu Ruo does not love you. Her heart belongs to her childhood sweetheart, Liu Beichen. Yao Wanjun swiftly pulled Mu Kuei back, wishing to prevent her from losing face before Fu Jianji. She understood that gentle and kind-hearted women were most likely to capture the interest of someone like Fu Jianji. Thus, she had always encouraged Mu Kuei to maintain the image of a refined young lady. Yet at that moment, Mu Kuei's demeanor was anything but ladylike. Oblivious to the impropriety of her words, she pierced through with her sharp tongue. She has explored every avenue with Liu Beichen. Both permissible and forbidden. Brother-in-law, a man like you deserves better than to be ridiculed for being with a second-hand woman like my sister. Fu Jianji's expression darkened, and he scoffed. Ms. Yao, is this how you raise your daughter? Has she not learned that the Qing dynasty has long since fallen? Mu Kuei's face paled. Yao Wanjun quickly intervened, apologizing. I am sorry, Mr. Fu. Kuei is not herself today. She is usually not like this. Yet Mu Kuei remained stubbornly rooted in place, unwilling to leave. Throughout their exchange, Fu Jianji maintained a poised demeanor, never losing his composure. However, Yao Wanjun could sense that Fu Jianji's anger had been ignited by Mu Kuei's words. Unaware of the consequences of her words, Mu Kuei lamented, wiping her tears. Why should she have it so good? Yao Wanjun felt a stir of agitation. Be quiet, I instructed you to maintain a demure image before Fu Jianji. How have you managed that? You hardly resemble a young lady of a prestigious family. Mu Kuei bit her lip. He said he likes wicked women. You can't take him seriously. There are countless wicked women in the world. Does he like them all? Yao Wanjun furrowed her brow. She had previously overlooked this, but it was clear now that Mu Ruo had grown far too independent for their control. Mu Kuei sighed heavily. Mother, are you truly content to let her live such a charmed life? Yao Wanjun was certainly not content. unless Mu Ruo willingly transferred her assets acquired through Fu Jianji back to the family. Allowing her to soar to greatness was simply unacceptable. The likes of those whom she and her mother had once looked down upon could never rise higher than them. Yao Wanjin sneered. Rest assured. After you mentioned Mu Ruo's relationship with Liu Beichen, Fu Jianji's entire demeanor shifted. No man would tolerate his woman mingling with another and. By the way, do you have any evidence of Mu Ruo's past with Liu Beichen? Mu Kue replied. No, I was merely speaking off the cuff. If Mu Ruo had indeed been with Liu Beichen, given her level of infatuation, she would never have married Fu Jianji for money. She would rather perish than part with Liu Beichen. Yao Wanjin's brow remained furrowed. Very well, we shall observe the situation further. Today, we have planted a seed of doubt in Fu Jianji's mind. Even if he becomes infatuated with Mu Ruo, he will likely come to resent her. Assistant Zhao was in great distress today, immensely troubled. For Fu Zong's mood was particularly foul. Fu Zong rarely revealed his true feelings. Even when his two uncles stirred up trouble and tarnished his reputation, causing him considerable annoyance, he maintained an air of calm, which led others to believe he had an admirable temperament. Yet privately, he had dealt harshly with his two uncles, ensuring their investments were utterly lost and that they received a thorough beating from thugs at a bar, leaving them bedridden for weeks. Such a blatant display of icy demeanor, coupled with a thorough reprimand of all senior staff reporting to him, was a rare occurrence, perhaps 2 or 3 times a year. Assistant Zhao, holding a cup of coffee, hesitated to enter, hoping that the new intern, Xiao He, would deliver it instead. Xiao He, a graduate of a prestigious university, was lively and intelligent. Assistant Zhao cleared his throat, maliciously attempting to ensnare the newcomer. Go deliver this coffee to Fu Zong. It is a splendid opportunity for you to shine. However, Xiao He, uninterested in the tropes of corporate romance novels, had her sights set on climbing the corporate ladder, aspiring to become a manager and achieve a prosperous life. The idea of catching the attention of her boss was nowhere near her agenda. Thus, when faced with such a daunting task, she, like a seasoned veteran, politely declined. No, Mr. Fu prefers the coffee you make. Ultimately, it was the diligent and unassuming head of the secretarial office, Assistant Gao, who delivered it. Fu Jianji's mood was undeniably poor. He felt indifferent towards Mu Ruo, merely viewing her as a means to soothe his own restless nights. Why should he allow anyone else to partake in his personal remedy? He rapped his fingers on the desk. Assistant Gao placed the coffee before Fu Jianji, who spoke in a cold tone. Investigate my wife's past with Liu Beichen. It is entirely reasonable to inquire about my wife's romantic history with other men. This was utterly unassailable. The capable Assistant Gao nodded. I will compile a report for you. Chapter 42. My apologies. My hand slipped. The capable Assistant Gao, who could easily lead an intelligence agency, diligently gathered a wealth of information in a short span, producing a detailed investigative report for Fu Zong. From Assistant Gao's perspective, when the leader entrusted him with a task, he was determined to collect all pertinent information. He not only included in the investigative report the school that Mu Ruo and Liu Beichen attended, along with the testimonies of classmates who believed that Liu Beichen harbored a crush on Mu Ruo, as well as those who claimed that Mu Ruo secretly admired Liu Beichen, but he also meticulously compiled the names, ages, phone numbers, and addresses of Mu Ruo's close friends. Furthermore, he enumerated Liu Beichen's past romantic partners, particularly those with whom he maintained long-term relationships. Additionally, Assistant Gao even gathered information regarding Mu Ruo's time studying abroad, detailing her major, teachers, classmates, and friends. Point 1 could only commend Assistant Gao for never squandering his substantial salary. If the leadership expected 100, he delivered a staggering 300. After reviewing the report, Fu Jianzi found the situation somewhat absurd. It was understandable that the former Mu Ruo had feelings for Liu Beichen, as he had been rather appealing in his youth. However, the current Mu Ruo's affection for Liu Beichen left Fu Jianzi questioning her judgment. This man toyed with girls of a lower socio-economic status solely for his amusement, evading responsibility and seeking only superficial emotional gratification, while simultaneously complying with familial pressures to court women of similar social standing, presenting a facade of normalcy in their presence. After each failed blind date, he would turn to Xia Wanwan, claiming that he was compelled by his family, not acting of his own volition. Apart from his appearance, Fu Jianzi struggled to comprehend what could possibly attract Mu Ruo to Liu Beichen. If she desired to love a man, why not choose him? Fujianzi believed himself to be far superior to Liu Beichun. Having perused the report, he articulated his thoughts to Butler Li. After a moment of silence, Butler Li remarked, "If Madam truly has feelings for you, it would breach the prenuptial agreement, and you would receive not a penny henceforth. Those who labor understand the sentiments of their peers best. If he were in Butler Li's shoes, he too would be enamored with Liu Beichun." Fujianzi maintained a stoic expression. "Oh?" In an instant. A wave of disdain surged within him. With a faint smile, Fujianzi replied, "When did I ever express a desire for Mu Ruo to have feelings for me?" Butler Li acknowledged this at that moment. Mu Ruo was stretching on her yoga mat, preparing for her upcoming training session, where she would focus on dance. With a foundation in dance, she found this preparation quite manageable. Each evening, when she had a moment to spare, she would attempt to stretch and practice certain dance movements. The girl's body was supple and flexible. Clad in cotton shorts and a white tank top, her dark hair was styled into a bun atop her head. As she stretched, her legs appeared slender and elongated, perfectly straight as if drawn by a fine pen. Her profile was exquisitely refined, devoid of any blemish, resembling the graceful lines found in the works of Mucha. At that moment, she caught a faint whiff of smoke and turned her head to the side. Fujianzi, dressed in white and black, with his elongated fingers holding a cigarette, emanated an aura that felt unusually distant and detached. Contrasting with his usual warmth, Mu Ruo wrinkled her nose. "Ugh, you still smoke." Fujianzi smiled enigmatically. As he passed by her, he casually placed a hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong with smoking?" Mu Ruo replied. "I despise men who smoke. The smell is unbearable." Perhaps the cigarette in Fujianzi's hand was of high quality, with a unique fragrance that was subtle, imbued with a hint of agarwood, far from the acrid scent she had encountered in public settings. Mu Ruo mused that the depictions of the charismatic CEO's tobacco scent in novels were indeed accurate. Fujianzi chuckled. "So obedient. Have you never secretly tried it during your school days?" Mu Ruo hesitated. Which student secretly smokes while studying? In truth, she had never attempted it. Fujianzi offered half of the cigarette to her lips. "Want to give it a try?" Her lips were beautifully shaped, a delicate shade of rosy red, appearing soft and pure without any lipstick. With a hint of skepticism in her eyes, she approached and took a small puff. The smoke quickly caught in her throat, causing her to erupt into a fit of coughing. Fujianzi chuckled as he gently patted her shoulder. The thin strap of her top felt like a soft cotton cord under his large hand, easily enveloping her shoulder due to their height difference. Mu Ruo, her face flushed from coughing, exclaimed, "I knew it. All you CEOs are like black sesame dumplings, trying to kill me." Fujianzi finished the cigarette with a laugh, extinguishing it in the nearby ashtray. After drying her hair, Mu Ruo applied a couple of drops of luxurious rose oil, known as liquid gold, a bespoke blend costing over 100,000 for a small bottle. She found herself contemplating the possibility of a divorce from Fujianzi and whether she could transition from opulence back to modesty. In the original narrative, due to the protagonist Mu Ruo's illicit actions, her marriage with Fujianzi, who harbored disdain towards her, ultimately dissolved. Nevertheless, Mu Ruo wished to retain the benefits of the Fu family's status, refraining from disclosing the divorce to those around her. Eventually, the astute Xia Wanwan uncovered this truth, allowing her to turn the tables on Liu Beichun. As she set down the hairdryer, her phone rang. When she reached for it, Fujianzi, seated on her bed, preemptively picked it up. What a coincidence. It's a call from Liu Beichun. A wave of frustration washed over Mu Ruo. Why was this male lead so persistently haunting her? Would it not be better for him to continue entangling with Xiaowanwan? In Fujianzi's presence, Mu Ruo dared not voice her grievances. "Give me the phone. I'll answer it." Fujianzi's finger moved slightly, disconnecting the call. "Apologies, my hand slipped." Mu Ruo replied. Fujianzi glanced at the time. "It's already 9 o'clock. I intend to sleep." He added, "Madam, if you make even the slightest noise after I fall asleep, I shall deduct 2 months' salary." Mu Ruo's thoughts were consumed by the prospect of her 40 million. "Wasn't it usually a threat to deduct 1 month?" Fujianzi replied coolly, "I am the one who disperses the salary. The right to explain lies with me." Chapter 43. Does it hurt here? Mu Ruo gazed at his retreating figure, seething with indignation. Oh, what if he paid her salary? She quickly composed herself, adopting a respectful demeanor, appearing like an obedient child. Very well then, having a salary was indeed commendable. At least he possessed the financial means. Under someone else's roof, one must inevitably bow their head. Fu Jianzi chuckled softly as he departed. Mu Ruo, resigned, made her way downstairs, pouring herself a glass of ice water, adding slices of mint and lemon for ambience, seeking solace in solitude. Butler Li cast her a curious glance. Although Madame often complained about the excessive air conditioning in the house, no matter how chilly it was, she always took a glass of cold water to drink late at night. "Madam, would you like a cup of warm water?" he inquired. Mu Ruo shushed him, lowering her voice. "Don't speak." "Why not?" Butler Li asked. Mu Ruo sighed in exasperation. "Mr. Fu wants to sleep. Making even the slightest sound will result in a salary deduction." Having lived a significant portion of his life, Butler Li had never witnessed Fu Jianzi retire to bed at 9 o'clock while still awake. Mu Ruo sighed softly. "Butler Li, have you ever had your salary deducted?" she continued. "When the day comes that I divorce Mr. Fu and find myself unemployed, I may as well apply to be a maid here. After all, it includes food and lodging, and I could even travel abroad every year. You're in charge of recruitment, right? Given our good relationship, you must hire me." Butler Li shook his head. "That won't do. Although Madame's qualifications are sufficient, they do not align with the job requirements. I cannot casually offer someone a backdoor entry." Mu Ruo retorted. "Do you need to match qualifications to be a maid in the Fu household? Never mind. Who doesn't praise Mr. Fu for being exceptional, able to sustain such a lavish villa along with an entire team? If this house were given to me, I could run it into the ground." Accumulating unpaid utility bills, Mu Ruo and Butler Li exchanged banter. She mused that while they were downstairs, Fu Jianzi was upstairs, and given the villa's excellent soundproofing, they should not be overheard. However, as they conversed, Butler Li suddenly fell silent. Mu Ruo looked up to see Fu Jianzi watching her intently. Her heart raced, and she quickly stood up. Before he could raise the issue of salary deductions, Mu Ruo gulped down the remaining ice water and hurried upstairs. "Mr. Fu, don't worry. I'll sing you a lullaby to ensure you fall asleep." Fu Jianzi scoffed softly and retreated to his room. Mu Ruo, ever astute, slipped in after him, diving under his covers. "I can sing a lullaby. Would you like to hear it?" Fu Jianzi had no intention of retiring for the night. His bedroom connected to a study and a small underground chamber, where he often handled work-related matters. Indeed, there were tasks that required his attention. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Mu Ruo inquired as Fu Jianzi walked into the study. "Not all CEOs are like your beloved Liu Beichen, engaging in frivolous escapades." Mu Ruo hesitated, knowing that personal attacks were unwarranted. Yet there was a grain of truth in Fu Jianzi's words. As a magnate of a multinational conglomerate, Fu Jianzi was undeniably busy. He rose before 7 each morning, his schedule packed with appointments, often flying abroad for meetings on his private jet. In contrast, the narrative painted Liu Beichen as a protagonist endowed with a halo. Despite neglecting his responsibilities, he succeeded effortlessly, winning Fu Jianzi's favor and securing substantial investments in his projects. In reality, Fu Jianzi possessed the capabilities befitting his status. Bored, Mu Ruo scrolled through sweet stories of domineering CEOs doting on their delicate wives. Gradually succumbing to sleep on her pillow at 11:30, Fu Jianzi emerged from the bathroom, draped in a dark robe, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. The sedative effect of Mu Ruo's presence was indeed profound. Within 20 minutes, he slipped into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, he felt an unusual weight in his arms and, irritated, opened his eyes to find Mu Ruo had unknowingly rolled into his embrace. Her body trembling slightly, the impatient emotions vanished in an instant as Fu Jianzi grasped Mu Ruo's shoulders. Ruo? Mu Ruo, in excruciating pain, was drenched in cold sweat, gently biting her lip. She truly had no idea that this body experienced such severe menstrual cramps. In her previous world, although her body appeared identical to the current one, perhaps due to regular exercise and attention to warmth, she had not experienced particularly noticeable cramps despite consuming a considerable amount of cold food. The original owner had made too many sacrifices for beauty, adhering to a rather harsh diet, resulting in insufficient vitality. During winter, she still wore thin clothing and long skirts without regard for warmth. Combined with Mu Ruo's habit of drinking ice water and consuming cold dishes, leading to this unbearable pain. Painkillers. Mu Ruo's delicate face turned pale. "Did they have any painkillers at home?" Fu Jianzi called for Butler Li to bring a painkiller, which he administered to Mu Ruo. After she took it, Fu Jianzi spoke in a deep voice. "I will take you to the hospital. Or have a doctor come to see you. Mu Ruo sipped some hot water, her lips regaining a hint of color. Going to the hospital would just mean injections and more pills. In a while, the medication will take effect. Observing Mu Ruo lying on the bed, he also reclined beside her. From now on, do not walk barefoot on the floor. The cold will seep in. Mu Ruo's face remained pale, her naturally delicate features now tinged with illness and fragility. Rendering her even more pitiable with tear-brimmed eyes, she looked at Fu Jianji. I'm disturbing your sleep in the middle of the night. You 1T deduct my salary, will you? Fu Jianji replied with a cold laugh. In the eyes of my lady, am I merely a businessman who sees only money? That is not the case, Mu Ruo said. In my eyes, you are primarily a handsome man. Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow. Between me and Liu Beichen, who is more handsome? Mu Ruo fell silent, stifled. How insecure must you be to compare with Liu Beichen? The disparity is akin to comparing a blade of grass on Earth to the finest grass in the neighboring galaxy. Can't you just look in the mirror? Yet Mu Ruo kept in mind her affection for 20 million. Oh no, for Liu Beichen. She remained silent, and after a while, her eyes welled with tears. My stomach hurts. It hurts so much. Fu Jianji scoffed. Serves you right. In the next moment, he pulled Mu Ruo closer, his large hand resting on her body. Is this where it hurts? Chapter 44. Capitalists seize every opportunity. Men's body temperature is slightly higher than that of women, and with Mu Ruo currently feeling weak, her hands and feet were icy cold. Fu Jianji's broad palm enveloped her, nearly covering her slender waist entirely. Mu Ruo initially pondered whether this was inappropriate. However, as his warm hand pressed down, the pain gradually subsided. If a capitalist can take advantage, then so should a handsome man. A certain master once said, a fool is one who does not seize opportunities. After serving as a companion for so long, what harm was there in Fu Jianji providing her some warmth? Mu Ruo nestled against Fu Jianji, casually pressing her icy feet against his calf. The painkiller's effect soon kicked in. Mu Ruo gradually warmed up and unknowingly fell asleep against Fu Jianji. His gaze was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Had Mu Ruo seen his expression at that moment, she would surely have felt fear, reluctant to remain in the embrace of such a dangerous man. Unfortunately, many things in life come without what-ifs. Fu Jianji gazed at her sleeping face, his hand unconsciously resting on her neck. The slender, pale neck appeared remarkably fragile, prompting thoughts of whether, if he exerted enough force, she might remain forever in his arms, free from thoughts of Liu Beichen. Fu Jianji's mind was in disarray. His originally gentle and handsome features took on an air of sinister coldness under the light. After a while, he slowly released his grip, retrieving a pill from the drawer and taking a sip of warm water. The next day, Mu Ruo awoke, likely due to the painkiller's effect wearing off. She still felt some lingering discomfort. To her surprise, Fu Jianji had not yet risen. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 8 o'clock. The intimate position they shared was far too close. Far beyond the simple relationship between an employer and an employee, Mu Ruo reminded herself that he was not only her boss, but also her husband, and quietly extricated herself from Fu Jianji's embrace. At that moment, Fu Jianji awoke as well and glanced at Mu Ruo with indifference. Good morning, she greeted. Fu Jianji headed to the bathroom. Morning, Mu Ruo followed behind him. I need to move out in the next couple of days. Where to? Mu Ruo replied. I have to join the crew for training and will be staying at a hotel with everyone. For how long? Who knows? In the film city over in the West Ring. The group said it's getting busy, with filming and training being quite arduous. After being a wealthy lady for so long, I'm finally returning to being a chosen worker. Which director? Director Zhao Jia. You must have heard of him. Filled with hope for the future, Mu Ruo added. Mr. Fu, once I become famous, I will endorse your company's products. Fu Jianji replied. Dream on. The boss needed to shower in the morning. Mu Ruo felt she had no right to linger there. Under Fu Jianji's gaze, she exited the room. Little did Mu Ruo expect that after distancing herself from the bustling world and Liu Beichen, she would encounter Xiao Wanwan. Indeed, the bond between her and the female lead was unusually profound. After quarreling with Liu Beichen, Xiao Wanwan, in a fit of anger, sought a job and ended up as the receptionist at the hotel where Mu Ruo was now staying. Sister Ruo, what a coincidence. Xiao Wanwan bit her lip, genuinely surprised to see her here. The crew had booked the hotel rooms, and Xiao Wanwan certainly knew they were there for filming. Having arrived a bit earlier, she had skillfully made connections with several crew members and established good relationships with some of them. There wasn't much to say. Xiao Wanwan concealed the disappointment in her eyes. During her recent job hunt, Xiao Wanwan, with her impressive qualifications, could have found a better position. However, given the current economic downturn and her abrupt departure from Lu Beichen, securing a good job in a short time was challenging. To save face, she refused to live in Lu Beichen's house, opting instead for an external rental. Yet, clearly, Mu Ruo lacked her diligence, her effort, and even any relevant experience. Yet merely relying on her looks had allowed her to join Director Zhao's prestigious crew. The more Xiao Wanwan thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Sister Mu Ruo, why did you switch to acting? Xiao Wanwan exclaimed, Director Zhao's crew is notoriously difficult to enter, right? You have no prior experience. You'll surely face challenges. If you need help, please let me know. We were classmates after all. I will definitely assist you. As Xiao Wanwan spoke, several actors from the same crew overheard. They knew that Director Zhao had selected a newcomer to portray the princess in the film. To be honest, Mu Ruo's appearance was indeed on par with the film's requirement for an unparalleled beauty. Even without makeup or costumes, she stood out, and once dressed, she would undoubtedly be even more stunning. However, Mu Ruo was not a performing arts major and had no prior experience whatsoever. She had no notable works to her name. How could someone like her enter Director Zhao's crew without any insider help? Given Mu Ruo's looks, one could easily assume she had climbed into some producer's bed. These actors, although in minor roles with limited screen time, had put in considerable effort to secure their positions. Upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's comments, they couldn't help but gossip. A newcomer with no experience entering mid-career, all because of her looks. I can't imagine the scene of her acting alongside the leading actors. They awaited the moment Director Zhao would lose his temper on set. Mu Ruo, I shot a cold glance at Xiao Wanwan. Don't come trying to get close to me. Are we that familiar? Xiao Wanwan felt a bit awkward. Mu Ruo took the room card and headed upstairs. After her departure, Xiao Wanwan's colleagues curiously inquired, Wanwan, do you know this beauty? Xiao Wanwan lowered her head. Yes. She likes my boyfriend, so I had to break up with him and suddenly seek a job. Xiao Wanwan felt her words were accurate. Mu Ruo indeed had feelings for her boyfriend. Now that she had broken up with Lu Beichen, she had to find a new job. However, to the ears of those listening, it sounded as if Mu Ruo had set her sights on Xiao Wanwan's boyfriend, displacing her and forcing her to leave. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wanwan's colleagues were infuriated. Wanwan, you're too kind. If it were me, I wouldn't just ignore her. I would expose all her dirty deeds so everyone could see her true colors. Xiao Wanwan smiled ruefully. Forget it. It's not easy for her to enter a director's crew, so I won't do anything unethical. Chapter 45. Mu Ruo begins to miss the Fu family. Mu Ruo swiped her card to open the door and collapsed onto the hotel bed. Damn it. She might truly have become accustomed to the life of a wealthy lady, as she was now beginning to find the hotel mattress uncomfortable. With her eyes closed, she lay there for a brief moment. It must be said that the conditions at the Fu household were far superior. The bathroom at the Fu residence was larger than this hotel room. As a newcomer actress, with low pay and poor treatment, and lacking a professional team, the crew would not provide her with 5-star accommodations. This hotel room was merely of average quality, though it was kept quite tidy. It felt somewhat shabby. Having only been away for a day, Mu Ruo began to miss the Fu family. Taking a deep breath, she pondered that if Fu Jinji were to divorce her and she hadn't made a name for herself in her acting career, what would her future hold? Now in her early 20s, if she were to live until 70, that would leave 50 years ahead. Maintaining a high-quality life over those 50 years would require considerable expenses. Mu Ruo sat on the bed, pulled out her calculator, and began to calculate, then search for relatively stable investment options available in the market. Just then, her phone chimed. Upon opening it, she saw a message from Butler Lee. Mu Ruo, of course, if anything were to happen, even with 10 times the courage, I would never contact Fu Jianjit. A slip could result in a salary deduction. Moreover, who would call their benefactor to resolve their problems? Mu Ruo only wished to elevate Fu Jianji, hoping he would live a long life and, ideally, never divorce her, even though that possibility seemed slim. However, Mu Ruo has overlooked the extent of the protagonist's madness in this book. Over the past few days, Lu Beichen has been exceedingly irritable. Seizing the opportunity of Xiao Wanwan's absence, he complied with his family's directives and went on blind dates with several young women of comparable social standing. Yet, to his dismay, none of these ladies were inclined to indulge him. Instead, They regarded him with a rather discerning Lu. Bachin found himself unable to derive the emotional validation he sought from them and was compelled to masquerade as a gentle and witty persona to appease their expectations. The initial reason he chose Xiao Wanwan over Mu Ruo was not solely due to Mu Ruo's sudden betrayal and departure abroad. Deep down, Lu Bachin yearned for others to accommodate him rather than the other way around. It was evident that Xiao Wanwan, who had harbored feelings for him for many years and possessed the ability to endure, was far more aligned with his desires. He was enamored by Mu Ruo's aloofness and her perfectly measured pretentiousness. Yet he also relished how Xiao Wanwan went to great lengths to please him. Should Xiao Wanwan ever find his various callous behaviors intolerable, he would contemplate discarding her. Fortunately, this time, Xiao Wanwan called him. Her voice choked with emotion as she confessed that she truly loved Lu Bachin and was willing to forgive him for any transgressions. Lu Bachin exhaled a long sigh of relief. Indeed, he had known that in matters of the heart, one must inevitably concede. However, Xiao Wanwan presented a request. She suddenly expressed a desire to become an actress and inquired whether Lu Bachin could secure her a position in Director Zhao's production crew. Wishing to portray the role currently played by Mu Ruo, Lu Bachin had some acquaintance with Director Zhao. In his younger days, Director Zhao had fallen on hard times, and Lu Bachin's family had extended a hand of assistance. To Lu Bachin, this seemed an inconsequential matter, merely a minor role. He readily agreed and called Director Zhao to arrange a meeting for the following day. Xiao Wanwan was overjoyed. If Mu Ruo could transition careers through her connections, Xiao Wanwan believed she could do the same. In fact, she felt confident that she could excel far beyond Mu Ruo's capabilities. A pampered young lady like Mu Ruo would surely struggle with the rigors of a career change. Xiao Wanwan, on the other hand, had endured countless hardships over the years to win Lu Bachin's affection. The following morning, Mu Ruo descended from upstairs, yawning. She was to attend a dance lesson with the production crew and had opted for a simple, loose-fitting athletic outfit, foregoing makeup. Xiao Wanwan greeted her cheerfully at the reception. "Good morning, Ruo. Are you?" Mu Ruo felt a tangle of emotions. If it weren't for the occasional insights into Xiao Wanwan's thoughts in the original text. Mu Ruo, aware of Xiao Wanwan's dual nature, a seemingly innocent flower concealing a dark core, might have genuinely believed that Xiao Wanwan was an amiable person. From this perspective, Mu Ruo found it hard to believe that Xiao Wanwan harbored genuine feelings for her. Observing the hotel manager's sharp demeanor, Xiao Wanwan silently cursed the wretched woman. The day before, a guest had called, but just then, Xiao Wanwan's phone rang. It was an HR representative from a company to which she had submitted her resume. Comparing the two, securing a new job took precedence, prompting her to hang up on the guest. To her astonishment, the guest subsequently lodged a complaint against her. In Xiao Wanwan's eyes, the hotel manager was a particularly acerbic woman, leveraging her over a decade of experience at the hotel to consistently criticize Xiao Wanwan's performance, whether lamenting her failure to log room information correctly or chastising her for using her phone during work hours. Previously, during her tenure at Lu Bachin's company, she had never encountered such a loathsome supervisor. Following Mu Ruo's departure, the hotel manager continued her relentless tirade. "How many mistakes have you made this month? Given your brief tenure, I've refrained from docking your pay, but due to this complaint from a guest, I will deduct 200 yuan from your wages. If this happens again, you might as well resign." As her words hung in the air, a sinister voice interjected. "I believe it is you who ought to resign." Xiao Wanwan turned to see Lu Bachin, her face lighting up with surprise. "Bachin?" Lu Bachin glanced at her name tag and promptly contacted a high-ranking official at the hotel, demanding the manager's dismissal and pledging never to employ her again. The hotel manager stood frozen. Alternating her gaze between Lu Bachin and Xiao Wanwan, Lu Bachin's expression was one of disdain. "You have 1 hour to gather your belongings and leave." Xiao Wanwan, feeling wronged, rushed into Lu Bachin's embrace. With his pride soaring before his woman, Lu Bachin declared, "I will take you to meet Director Zhao." Chapter 46. One must gain something. Director Zhao wore an expression that was difficult to interpret. To be candid, he was no stranger to the phenomenon of capitalists attempting to place individuals into his productions. However, Lu Bachin, who had not even invested in his film, brazenly sought to insert his girlfriend into the mix. Leaving Director Zhao momentarily speechless, Lu Bachin's parents had assisted Director Zhao during his misfortunes, but Lu Bachin himself had not. As a well-known director, he was not to be trifled with. Lu Bachin was not yet in a position to threaten him. "Director Zhao, I am aware that your crew is not easily accessible, Liu Beichen began, but you once promised to repay our family's kindness. Surely you wouldn't go back on your word? Director Zhao regarded Liu Beichen with an inscrutable expression. Are you certain this is how you wish to repay that favor? Liu Beichen nodded affirmatively. Of course. Director Zhao furrowed his brow. Very well, I shall arrange for her to take on the role of a palace maid. A palace maid? Liu Beichen expressed his discontent. I heard there is a role for a princess. It is minor but surely suitable for Wanwan. A princess? Director Zhao was equally astonished. He stared incredulously at Xiao Wanwan. Her? Truth be told, while it would pose no issue to insert Xiao Wanwan into a minor supporting role in a television series, this was a film. The princess, despite having limited screen time, required an extraordinary presence, one that surpassed even the film's leading lady in beauty. Director Zhao had auditioned numerous candidates from local universities and yet found no suitable match. Now, Liu Beichen was requesting such a role for his girlfriend? Xiao Wanwan bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Liu Beichen. Beichen, am I not capable? Not at all. Director Zhao firmly rejected her. Absolutely not. The aesthetic standards for this film are exceedingly high and cannot be compromised. To be frank, even offering a palace maid's role was a tremendous favor in Director Zhao's eyes. Countless established actors yearned for a chance to appear in his films, and Xiao Wanwan, as a newcomer, was already receiving generous consideration. Director Zhao was not being harsh. Rather, his standards were simply exacting. The big screen demanded a flawless bone structure, and any imperfections would be magnified. Xiao Wanwan's eyes were slightly mismatched, and her nose bore traces of cosmetic surgery. Once on camera, her flaws would be amplified tenfold. While she appeared a delicate beauty in person, on screen, she would pale in comparison to even the other palace maids. Director Zhao had unwavering confidence in Mu Ruo, whom he had personally selected for the role of the princess. He was thoroughly satisfied with her and had already signed a contract, making it impossible to replace her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan's sense of injustice surged within her. She wiped her tears and stormed off. Liu Beichen felt humiliated before his woman and was deeply disappointed as he departed. Addressing Director Zhao, I did not expect you to treat a benefactor in this manner. With that, he rushed after Xiao Wanwan. Director Zhao sipped his goji berry chrysanthemum tea, astonished that the Liu couple had raised such a son. If Liu Beichen's parents were aware of their son threatening him with favors, they would surely feel humiliated. Suddenly, Director Zhao recalled that today was the day Mu Ruo was scheduled for training with the crew, and he decided to check on her progress. When Director Zhao arrived, the guiding instructor was assisting Mu Ruo with her movements and expressions. When you raise this hand, direct your gaze towards the tips of your fingers. Your expression should be alluring but not overly so. Maintain a hint of disdain. As a princess, you must convey a sense of superiority when regarding anyone other than your brother. Mu Ruo followed her guidance flawlessly. The instructor remarked, excellent. Not only are your movements precise, but your expressions also capture the essence of the character. Ruo, have you studied dance before? Mu Ruo nodded. I learned a little in the past. Observing their interaction, Director Zhao felt immense satisfaction. This was precisely the character he had chosen in this day and age. Even a pampered young woman seeking to be supported by a wealthy heir had the audacity to demand a role as a breathtaking beauty in his film. By comparison, the more he observed Mu Ruo, the more pleased he became. After the session, Director Zhao conferred with the guiding instructor, who was equally impressed with Mu Ruo. However, the instructor had numerous critiques, noting that despite having no formal dance training, Mu Ruo insisted on adding and removing movements, articulating her request with conviction and expecting the director to comply. In contrast, the humble demeanor of Mu Ruo as a newcomer was a delightful surprise. Just wait, that woman named Mu will undoubtedly drag the entire film down. I wonder which investor shoved this vase into our midst. Her character was particularly poor. Just yesterday, she had looked down on the hotel front desk staff. The instructor frowned, feeling some aversion towards those who spread rumors behind others' backs. Although she had known Mu Ruo for a brief time, her ability to judge character was keen. As the sound of a vehicle approached, the group vanished without a trace. The Fu residence remained as frigid as ever. Mu Ruo's presence had infused the lavish and exquisite villa with a distinctive aura. Yet, upon her departure, everything reverted to its original state, and the once cold Fu household returned to its former chill. Butler Li observed various reports. Mr. Fu, your wife has joined Director Zhao's crew for this film. Have you invested in it? Fu Jian held a glass of wine. His expression dark and detached. Butlerly continued. Your wife lacks experience. Entering such a production could lead to her being taken advantage of. The prevailing dynamics in that industry are notoriously cutthroat. Butlerly was unaware of how Mu Ruo had managed to enter. He only understood that newcomers like her were highly susceptible to being bullied. After a moment of contemplation, Butlerly thought, perhaps if you were to greet them, the situation might improve significantly. No need, Fujianji replied coolly. If there is something she wishes to discuss, she should come to me directly. Of course, there must be some form of compensation. Fujianji had never been a paragon of virtue. He would never engage in anything devoid of benefit. There was always a necessity to gain something in return. Chapter 47. A benefactor is still a father once the training concluded and it was time for filming. Mu Ruo felt as though she had been ostracized. The director bore her no ill will, and although Director Zhao, a prominent figure, treated all actors equally regardless of their status, he had recently been in a foul mood, displaying displeasure towards anyone in the crew. After arriving, she made an effort to greet several actors on set, but none acknowledged her. All right then. Such is the treatment of a newcomer, she mused, recalling her own experiences as a novice in the real world, where she had often been left to sit on the sidelines. Having not eaten breakfast, she quietly sought a corner with her coffee sandwich to nibble on. Alas, this wretched world. At that moment, Mu Ruo could hardly fathom that something far worse awaited her. For an extended period, there had been no news from him. Thinking of President Fu, she quickly sent a message to inquire about his well-being. Hello, President Fu. Mu Ruo felt somewhat awkward, hinting, well, it's already the beginning of the month. Fujianji replied. Mu Ruo clicked her tongue in frustration. How could the boss not grasp her hint? She decided to be more direct. Boss, my salary has been transferred to my bank account. The 2 million arrived in an instant. Gazing at the long string of zeros, Mu Ruo felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, dismissing her earlier irritation at her colleagues for ignoring her. Thank you, love you. Fujianji inquired. There's a charity gala tonight. Do you have time? Mu Ruo eagerly responded. Absolutely, I'm at your service, ready to fulfill my duties as Mrs. Fu. Fujianji teased. Do you love me? Mu Ruo replied. I love you like I love my father. From now on, you shall be my father. A benefactor is still a father. The original's biological father was truly despicable, favoring his stepmother and Mu Kue, treating Mu Ruo as though she were refuse found in a dumpster. In contrast, Fujianji, who provided her with money, felt the most amiable and admirable. For Mu Ruo, money could resolve 99% of life's troubles. Just like now, her worries dissipated with the arrival of 2 million. As she munched on her sandwich, she contemplated her investment options, deciding it would be wise to spend half and save the other half in the bank to earn interest. Just as she was reveling in her good fortune, a shocking piece of news struck her like a thunderbolt. Director Zhao had suddenly added a new character. Originally, the script featured only Mu Ruo, a princess whose beauty was matched only by her cunning, and the tyrant, both representing the pinnacle of beauty in the crew, embodying the opulence of a dynasty destined to be overthrown by the protagonists. Now, a new princess character had been introduced, one who harbored compassion for the common people and stood alongside the leads to topple the regime. Indeed, the actress portraying this princess was Xiao Wanwan. Liu Beichen had previously boasted that he would help Xiao Wanwan secure this role, determined to assist her in her transition to acting. After being rebuffed by Director Zhao, Liu Beichen was left humiliated. He could endure embarrassment anywhere, but not in front of his woman. Thus, Liu Beichen issued a stern warning to Director Zhao, threatening to expose him for his ingratitude if he did not allow Xiao Wanwan to join the cast. He further declared that the Liu family would never invest in Zhao's future projects. This maneuver infuriated Director Zhao, who was known to be a grateful person, having publicly acknowledged the assistance of the Liu couple during his youth. Praising their business acumen, if Liu Beichen's son were to accuse him of ingratitude now, Director Zhao would find himself at a loss for words. For Director Zhao, investment was not paramount. He had no regard for the trifling contributions of Liu Beichen. With or without Liu Beichen's backing, there were plenty of prominent figures willing to invest. Director Zhao hastily sought out a screenwriter to modify the script, adding a character that was merely supplementary. Xiao Wanwan insisted on playing the princess, demanding a positive role that would endear her to the audience. Director Zhao, unsure of her fixation on the role, acquiesced by adding this inconsequential character. When Xiao Wanwan arrived, she brought coffee for everyone in the crew, even treating the assistance of other actors. all the while smiling as she distributed the drinks. Observing this young woman's warmth and humility, the crew responded favorably towards her. Xiao Wanwan soon spotted Mu Ruo in the corner. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she approached Mu Ruo with a cup of coffee and said, "Sister Ruo, I'm in the cast now. You're not upset, are you?" Mu Ruo shot her a cold glare. Damn it. Now I understand why the original wanted to eliminate Xiao Wanwan. First, she had usurped the original's crush using a face that mimicked hers. Next, she had a penchant for wearing the same outfits as the original, purchasing identical items, and insinuating that the original was merely imitating her to attract Liu Beichen's attention. At this moment, Mu Ruo had no desire to engage with her. She merely wished to find a steady job and earn a living. Who wouldn't he want to rid themselves of her? Sensing Mu Ruo's disdain, Xiao Wanwan lowered her head, appearing pitiful. "Sister Ruo, if you're angry and don't want to see me, I'll withdraw. Will you drink this coffee?" Mu Ruo scoffed. "Can't you see I'm already holding a cup of coffee? What a wretched world. The insufferable leads." She truly felt like losing her mind. With that, Mu Ruo headed to the dressing room to change and apply makeup. Once Mu Ruo left, the others in the crew were somewhat irked. What kind of attitude is that? The leading actors don't act so high and mighty. Wanwan, don't take it to heart. Don't pay any attention to someone like her. Good intentions met with ingratitude. Mu Ruo's appearance was captivating. Even the most renowned beauties in the entertainment industry would pale in comparison. Judging solely by her looks, many regarded Mu Ruo as a cunning, scheming individual who feigned innocence to harm others. Xiao Wanwan, as a newcomer, endeared herself to everyone in the crew, and though her looks were somewhat average in the industry, her aura was commendable, leading others to perceive her as a pure, kind-hearted, and optimistic young woman. Mu Ruo waited all day at the filming site and finally shot her scenes in the evening. The scenes were straightforward, requiring her to observe the battles of slaves in the arena while bantering with her royal brother. She completed it in one take. Xiao Wanwan, watching Mu Ruo's performance, thought it was nothing exceptional. Chapter 48. The moon that cannot be plucked. After changing into a lovely evening gown, Fu Jianji was already waiting downstairs. Dressed in a tailored black suit, Fu Jianji possessed an imposing height and an elegant demeanor. Even when exuding warmth and gentleness, he radiated an air of nobility that made him seem distant and unattainable to ordinary people. It must be said that Fu Jianji, being a few years older than Liu Beichen, held a commanding presence and mature grace that left Liu Beichen in the dust. Mu Ruo approached him and asked, "Is there anything I need to be mindful of for tonight's charity gala?" Fu Jianji glanced at her. "At the very least, you should capture something." When she had no money, she would come to him with sweet words. The moment her salary had arrived was when Mu Ruo felt the most triumphant. "That's no problem. I have plenty of money now." She had assumed the gala would merely feature the auction of paintings or similar items, perhaps fetching a few thousand or tens of thousands, with proceeds donated to those in need. To her astonishment, the items being auctioned were jewelry and antiques worth millions, with proceeds to be donated proportionally. As she beheld the dazzling jewels, Mu Ruo felt a strong desire to possess them. By the end of the evening, she had acquired a flawless pink diamond necklace, leaving her 2 million in the dust. Fu Jianji, with a hint of a smile, asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Mu Ruo nodded eagerly. "It is indeed." She considered that investing in such collectible jewelry was quite worthwhile, and some pieces could be showcased in certain settings. However, they were prohibitively expensive. Fu Jianji remarked, "Liu Beichen's current status does not warrant an invitation to this event." Mu Ruo replied, What does that have to do with Liu Beichen? Does he inherently provoke the leads? They all seem intent on establishing their presence before me. Yet, truth be told, Liu Beichen's business had not yet expanded significantly. This charity gala was privately hosted, and he indeed would not have received an invitation from the organizers. Mu Ruo mused, "He will have wealth in the future. Within 5 years, he will possess that capability." Her remark was not meant to flatter Liu Beichen. She simply stated what the subsequent narrative implied. After all, in the original text, Liu Beichen was the male lead, the author's favored child. The author would undoubtedly allow Liu Beichen to flourish in his career, demonstrating to his parents that he had the ability to marry Xiao Wanwan without resorting to a wealthy heiress. Fu Jianji's expression darkened slightly. "Oh, my lady seems quite confident in other Ian." Mu Ruo sighed, her tone tinged with jealousy. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be so sure. But Liu Beichen certainly possesses that potential. He will soar to great heights. After all, he is the male lead of this story." Regardless of his constant romantic pursuits, the author would grant him opportunities for advancement and prosperity. Even Fu Jianji himself served as a pivotal figure for the male lead. A benefactor and guiding light. As Mu Ruo, the malicious and unfortunate second female lead, harbored deep envy for the fortunes of Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan. The gala was filled with attendees toasting Fu Jianji. Many sought to ingratiate themselves with such a prominent figure. Even if they could not win his favor, merely appearing before him to gain familiarity was beneficial. As a chosen worker receiving a monthly salary of 2 million. Shielding her boss from toasts was an essential skill. Mu Ruo took it upon herself to intercept several drinks on Fu Jianji's behalf, who, aware of her drinking capacity, eventually pulled her away from the gathering after a few rounds. As expected, once she entered the car, Mu Ruo succumbed to her drowsiness and leaned back against the rear seat, drifting off to sleep, dressed in a peach-pink gown, the latest fashion of the year. The colors struck one as rather gaudy, and the style was undeniably cliché, disastrous on most. Yet, on Mu Ruo, it radiated a certain vibrancy, akin to a peony in full bloom, the rosy hue accentuating her alabaster skin beautifully. While the fitted design emphasized her delicate waist, slender enough to be grasped with a single hand. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, framing her exquisitely delicate features. Fu Jianji had not adjusted the seat for her comfort. Perhaps Mu Ruo found the position uncomfortable, for she tilted to the side and nestled into Fu Jianji's embrace. His expression was as cold as ice. "Why don't you lean on Liu Beichen?" Deep in slumber, Mu Ruo nuzzled her cheek against him, exuding an air of playful affection. The softness of a girl's body indeed exuded a fragrant tenderness, reminiscent of delicate rose petals in spring. Easily crushed by the slightest touch. Fu Jianji lowered his gaze, noticing the foundation smeared across his black suit. His expression darkened. Butler Li had already prepared for the inevitable loss of reason that comes with his employer's inebriation. Securing all valuable items in the house and locking the wine cellar to prevent anyone from entering, the considerate Butler Li quickly stepped forward. "Allow me." Though his hair had grayed, he had practiced judo and was slightly adept in martial arts. Easily capable of subduing a few young men who lived on takeout and late nights, carrying a girl upstairs was well within his capabilities. Such a taxing endeavor, of course, would fall to him in place of his employer. Fu Jianji cast a cold glance at Butler Li. "You?" Butler Li replied. No, my old bones can't manage that. You should take over while I go open the door." With great consideration, Butler Li ascended to unlock the door to Fu Jianji's bedroom. Fu Jianji forcefully kicked open the door to Mu Ruo's room. Butler Li thought to himself that this situation was not what he had envisioned. And then he failed to notice Fu Jianji emerge from Mu Ruo's bedroom. Fu Jianji tossed aside his soiled suit jacket, headed to the restroom, twisted a towel, and surveyed the array of bottles on the vanity, selecting a bottle of makeup remover to moisten the towel before stepping out to gently cleanse Mu Ruo's face. The camellia-scented makeup remover was delightful, and after wiping her skin, he followed with a clean damp towel. Once her makeup was removed, her features appeared even more striking, her pale lips resembling peach blossoms. Fu Jianji held her chin, examining her closely, concluding that this version of Mu Ruo was indeed a beauty. Mu Ruo gradually opened her eyes. "Awake?" she inquired, furrowing her brow, uncomfortable due to the constriction of her gown. She reached for the zipper at her waist, intending to lower it. Fu Jianji restrained her hand. Not wishing to take advantage of her in her vulnerable state, Mu Ruo gazed upon his handsome visage, his features as radiant as a bright moon, aesthetically pleasing from any angle. Indeed, he was a moon that could not be grasped. Chapter 49. "Then I have no interest in you, it's a bit warm," Mu Ruo complained, her head throbbing painfully, still intoxicated. Stumbling from the bed, she declared, "I need to take a shower." Unfortunately, her balance faltered, and she pitched forward upon dismounting the bed. Fu Jianji raised his hand to steady her, guiding her into the bathroom before exiting her room. Butler Li was taken aback to see Fu Jianji emerging this evening. He expressed his surprise. "Mr. Fu, allow me to fetch you a glass of warm water. It's getting late. You should really retire early." Fu Jianji had discarded his jacket in Mu Ruo's room. Now clad in a white shirt with his tie undone and 2 buttons released, exposing his refined collarbone, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance, he lit a cigarette. No need. The next morning, Mu Ruo awoke early. She had to go to the film set, which was far from her current location, necessitating an early departure. To her surprise, She found Fu Jianji already downstairs when she descended. She glanced at her watch. It was indeed 6 o'clock in the morning. The billionaire CEO was up at 6, and what right did she have to be complacent? Silently chiding herself, she greeted the magnate, "Good morning, Fu Jianji." Sipping his coffee, met her gaze. "Good morning." Mu Ruo gulped down half a glass of milk and grabbed a piece of toast as she moved toward the door. "Butlerly, could you drive me to a place where it's easy to hail a cab? I need to get to the set early." The inconvenience of shooting period dramas lay in the elaborate makeup process, requiring an early arrival for preparations. Fu Jianji chuckled. "What else would you expect?" Adopting an obedient demeanor, Mu Ruo approached his side. "Sir, please instruct me. I will attend to it immediately." My dress has been soiled by you. Fu Jianji inquired. "How do you propose to compensate for that?" Indeed, there were traces of foundation upon his attire. Most of Fu Jianji's clothing was custom-made, crafted by European designers who traveled to the country to take measurements before producing each piece quarterly. Thus, even seemingly ordinary items in Fu Jianji's presence were, in reality, quite expensive. Mu Ruo responded. "I'll take it to the dry cleaners today." "Very well," Fu Jianji replied with a smile, "but your salary for next month is forfeit." Mu Ruo's heart sank. She felt that in the original context, the White Moonlight had no trouble extracting money from Fu Jianji. There was no mention of any entanglement between them. Mu Ruo was merely a tool for him to appease his family. Their interactions were minimal, yet here she found herself threatened with pay deductions. "What do you intend to do?" Mu Ruo asked. Fu Jianji smirked. "I haven't decided. It depends on your performance this month. If you vanish as you did last month, you can forget about seeing a dime for the next half year." Butlerly was witnessing a side of his master he had never seen before, so calculative. Fu Jianji was typically generous and never squandered time on women. He stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, and Mu Ruo suddenly understood. The financier deemed the expenditure unjustifiable and expected her to provide some value in return. She could either amuse him or resolve his dilemmas. After all, 20 million was no trivial sum. He would not part with it lightly. For Mu Ruo, it was not overly concerning. She had acquired the money too easily to feel comfortable with it. Moreover, Fu Jianji suffered from severe insomnia. Without someone to soothe him to sleep, his temper was likely to be fouled. In that moment, Mu Ruo felt a tinge of awkwardness in her thoughts. Her ears flushed crimson, and she added, "I'll only comfort you to sleep. Nothing more." Fu Jianji raised his hand and playfully pinched her cheek. This morning, she wore no makeup, her cheeks soft and rosy, with a silky texture. "Little girl, do you think I would be interested in you?" Mu Ruo, indignant, retorted. "I am quite beautiful. You know, in her previous life, she had amassed many fans, though she had never acted in dramas, with admirers claiming she was stunning enough to overshadow any leading lady. However, Fu Jianji, a figure of such stature, was often portrayed in novels as an ascetic, indifferent to a woman's beauty. Even if she were to shed her clothes and slip into his bed, he would likely cast her out." As her words trailed off, Fu Jianji's grip on her face tightened. Instantly, Mu Ruo backpedaled. "I was mistaken. Mr. Fu is my dream lover. I dream of you every night, wishing you would be my husband in the next life." Fu Jianji released her, exchanging a knowing look with Butlerly, signaling him to escort her. Upon arriving at the film set, Mu Ruo noticed that the atmosphere among the crew was rather tense. Director Zhao had transformed into a fiery dragon, unleashing his wrath indiscriminately upon everyone, even scolding Mu Ruo. "Why are you so late? Don't bother showing up if you're going to be tardy again." Mu Ruo trembled, feeling out of place among the crew, many of whom harbored a dislike for her due to Xiao Wanwan's influence. Seeking solace, she gravitated toward a familiar instructor. The instructor chuckled. "The newcomer who joined us yesterday couldn't get a single shot right, flubbing the same scene over and over," leaving Director Zhao utterly exasperated. Mu Ruo shrugged. Different fields indeed felt like different worlds. Her own entrance had been seamless, as she was not a novice. She had won several Best Supporting Actress awards in her previous life, her talent widely recognized. Xiao Wanwan was determined to compete with her. Yet she had entered a production led by Director Zhao, known for his stringent standards. Frustration was inevitable. Director Zhao was not fond of Xiao Wanwan, irritated by her insistence on joining the cast. Yet he would not deliberately sabotage her scenes. The production was on a tight schedule, and he had no desire to waste time on such matters. However, in Xiao Wanwan's mind, it transformed into a narrative of deliberate obstruction. With Director Zhao denying her opportunities, the instructor chuckled again. Did you know that Director Zhao is also known as One Cut No? He has a plethora of footage, but only a scant few make it past his editing. In her view, Xiao Wan, forcibly inserted into the production and failing to meet Zhao's standards, was bound to be cut entirely, leaving her with no screen time in the final cut. Mu Ruo replied. She had witnessed and experienced this herself. Previously, when she outshone the film's leading lady, all her shots were cut at the behest of the opposing team, resulting in her absence from the final edit. Chapter 50. However, for Xiao Wan, Mu Ruo could only think, she deserves it. Watching her stumble brought Mu Ruo a sense of joy. Perhaps overly delighted, when it came time to shoot, Mu Ruo found herself unable to immerse in her role, her face betraying a hint of smugness, which earned her another scolding from Director Zhao. She refused to believe that, as a fellow newcomer, Mu Ruo could outperform her. Xiao Wan lamented her lack of scenes with Mu Ruo. Otherwise, the audience's discerning eyes would surely reveal the truth of their respective talents. As she arrived, she witnessed Director Zhao reprimanding Mu Ruo, and her earlier frustrations evaporated instantly. After being scolded, Mu Ruo did not take offense. She recognized that it was her own failure to engage with the material, and in such a prestigious director's production, escaping criticism was nearly impossible. She gestured to Director Zhao. Please give me a few minutes. I need to adjust my state. Director Zhao was taken aback by Mu Ruo's resilient attitude and nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Ruo took a few sips of water, allowing her emotions to gradually settle as she immersed herself in the world of the script. Moments later, 3, 2, 1, action! The princess hurriedly pushed aside the nearest maid, her eyes reddening in an instant. Yet, she gritted her teeth, suppressing all her emotions and tears, her gaze shifting from shock to one of deep resentment as she ran barefoot towards the other end of the palace. Click! Director Zhao nodded. Good. Had he not been unfamiliar with Mu Ruo's past works, he might have suspected her of having considerable acting experience. Even fresh graduates from acting schools could not achieve such nuanced and precise emotional transitions. Those who had doubted Mu Ruo's entry into the cast due to her connections began to reconsider. Even without backing, her acting skills were commendable enough to earn Director Zhao's attention. Xiao Wan, observing from the side, wore a sullen expression, casting a dark look at Mu Ruo. She was utterly unaware of Mu Ruo's hidden talents and capabilities. Yet, even if she were to be looked down upon by the director, Xiao Wan remained determined to stay. She was exceedingly courteous to everyone in the crew, even to the small assistants, making an effort to inquire about their well-being, which left a favorable impression on most. This was not the case for those who had acted alongside Xiao Wan. Mu Ruo continued her daily routine, unperturbed. Life was already exhausting enough. She wished to indulge herself rather than seek approval from those with whom she had no connection. To her, everyone was merely a colleague, and she treated them with a sense of equanimity. Consequently, some crew members privately labeled Mu Ruo as haughty and aloof. On a rare day off, she dined with Haley and Zhou Jian. Observing this love-struck individual, Mu Ruo focused solely on her meal. In the original text, both Zhou Jian and Xing Xiaoya were married, and their bond could not be easily severed by mere words or actions. Sister Ruo, I followed your advice, and Xiaoya was indeed very warm towards me in recent days. Zhou Jian had stopped sending Xing Xiaoya red envelopes or expensive gifts as he had when they first met. Having enjoyed Zhou Jian's previous attentions, Xing Xiaoya's daily expenses had gradually become extravagant. Suddenly, with Zhou Jian's affections waning, she became somewhat anxious. Finding a rich heir like Zhou Jian, who was both foolish and generous, was indeed a rarity. Xing Xiaoya was aware of many cunning wealthy heirs who not only deceived for pleasure but also were miserly, gifting only counterfeit items. In contrast, Zhou Jian was a breath of fresh air. Despite her lingering disdain for him, she had to admit that having such an adoring partner significantly enhanced her quality of life. Thus, upon noticing the decline in his gifts, she assumed her previous cold demeanor was to blame and proactively sought to be amiable towards him. Frequently checking in on him. As for Wu Shuoyang's work, Xing Xiaoya no longer insisted that Zhou Jian arrange it for her. Zhou Jian relished their current relationship and felt particularly grateful to Mu Ruo. Sister Ruo, do you think I should propose to Xiaoya? Mu Ruo found it difficult to respond. Zhou Jian, throughout your relationship, haven't you noticed anything amiss? For instance, has she ever left you feeling disappointed? Zhou Jian appeared displeased. Sister Ruo, that's impossible. You sound just like my mother. She also thinks Xiaoya is not right for me. Mu Ruo sighed. realizing that love-struck individuals were beyond persuasion, fearing she might be branded a meddling mother-in-law. Imagining Zhou Jian's future locked away in prison, she couldn't help but shake her head. Don't propose now. Young women today are not keen on marrying early. Once you've established a successful career, then you can consider it. Haley, naturally, agreed with Mu Ruo's reasoning. Nodding vigorously, Mu Ruo took a sip of juice. Moreover, I have a packed work schedule this year. If you were to marry, I wouldn't be able to attend. Haley replied, if Sister Ruo can't go, then I won't either. Zhou Jian, intimidated by the two women, shook his head, then perhaps it's best to let it go. Ruo, how have you been lately? Mu Ruo found it difficult to articulate. Xiao Wanwan had stopped working at the hotel front desk and had intentionally booked a room next to Mu Ruo's. Once again, Mu Ruo was forced to overhear the romantic entanglements of the lead characters. Everyone knew of the original owner's sincere feelings for Liu Beichen. Had Mu Ruo still been the same person as before, constantly hearing her beloved man with a woman she despised would likely have driven her mad. Xiao Wanwan excelled at psychological manipulation, subtly cornering individuals until they felt compelled to act maliciously. The current Mu Ruo, however, had not lost her sanity, though thoughts of doing so did cross her mind daily. Thankfully, she had purchased a pair of high-quality earplugs, enabling her to sleep soundly through the night. While eating, Mu Ruo glanced at her phone, unexpectedly discovering a message from Fu Jianji. I have no plans tonight. I'll come to your hotel. Mu Ruo thought, oh. Given Fu Jianji's notoriously poor sleep, she feared that staying in a hotel with inadequate soundproofing would lead him to unleash chaos upon the lead characters. Yet, she dared not oppose Fu Jianji's decision. As an exemplary high-paid employee, whatever her boss said was law, with no room for refusal. All right. Chapter 51. He would not bow to Mu Ruo as husband before finishing her meal. Zhou Jian checked his phone. It's getting late. Xiaoya's work shift is ending. I'll go pick her up. Zhou Jian nodded. All right. After getting out of Zhou Jian's car, Mu Ruo headed to the supermarket on the lower level of the mall. As Zhang Xiaoya exited the mall, she immediately spotted Mu Ruo taking the elevator. Concealing her dissatisfaction, she approached Zhou Jian. Did you bring Mu Ruo with you? Zhou Jian nodded. It was on the way. So I gave her a ride. Zhang Xiaoya felt somewhat impatient as Zhou Jian had not been as attentive as before. After all, she did not harbor feelings for him. She was merely flattering him for his money. Zhang Xiaoya suspected that Zhou Jian was spending his time and resources on another woman. Are you two really just ordinary friends? Zhou Jian affirmed. Of course, we've known each other for years. If we were meant to develop another relationship, it would have happened by now. Zhang Xiaoya bit her lip. Zhou Jian, you are too kind. You don't realize that some women are just green tea bitches? Pretending to be your good friends while harboring other intentions. Zhou Jian's expression darkened at her words, clearly displeased. Noticing his change in demeanor, Zhang Xiaoya quickly added, of course, I don't think Mu Ruo is that kind of woman. Sister Ruo is genuinely kind. Zhou Jian replied curtly, just treat her like my sister and don't think about anything untoward. She has someone special she likes. Zhang Xiaoya nodded. I know. You mentioned she has a husband. Zhou Jian chuckled. Not her husband. Zhang Xiaoya was taken aback. Not her husband? In our circle, many engage in sham marriages. She has a first love she adores. Zhou Jian felt a sense of nostalgia. Their love was true and destined to overcome all obstacles. Zhang Xiaoya watched as Mu Ruo disappeared from view, her gaze heavy. So that's how it is. Zhou Jian opened the car door. Let us go. Zhang Xiaoya hesitated. My mother has been ill lately. Zhou Jian, could you lend me some money? I will pay you back. Zhou Jian, without a hint of doubt, transferred her 300,000. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the transfer with disappointment. She had expected that a wealthy heir like Zhou Jian, upon hearing about her mother's illness, would at least send 1 million. Mu Ruo went to the supermarket to buy some snacks and drinks, as the crew's boxed lunches were making her nauseous. After grabbing 10 boxes of strawberry milk and 10 assorted sandwiches, she thoughtfully picked up a pair of earplugs for Fu Jianji, anticipating that the male and female leads might disturb the peace again. Upon arriving outside the hotel, Mu Ruo emerged from the green taxi. Laden with bags. Fu Jianji elegantly stepped out of his black Rolls-Royce, and they crossed paths. Mu Ruo quickly approached him. What a coincidence! Fu Jianji took the heavy bag from her hands. Knowing his courteous nature, she did not refuse. Thank you. Thank you. Mu Ruo looked up at him. Mr. Fu, have you eaten dinner yet? No, he replied. Perfect timing for this. Mu Ruo's eyes lit up. There is a television in the room. We can eat snacks and watch TV together. Fu Jianji smirked. Shall we watch a drama about a domineering CEO falling for a little wife? Mu Ruo choked momentarily. All right, I admit I enjoy that. She thought. She endeavored to find lofty justifications for her actions, seeking to uplift her spirits and stave off depression. Fu Jianji remarked, "You're grasping at straws." Dressed in a soft lavender sleeveless dress that reached her knees, revealing her slender, fair legs, and wearing ballet flats with softly curled hair cascading down her back, Mu Ruo smiled sweetly at Fu Jianji. He, with broad shoulders and long legs, exuded an elegant demeanor in his white shirt and black trousers. The cuffs rolled to his elbows, adorned only with a subtly understated Vacheron Constantin watch. Though he carried a heavy bag, it did little to diminish his refined image. Strangely, Mu Ruo and Fu Jianji seemed to complement one another well. While Mu Ruo was considered tall among women, Fu Jianji stood at a striking height of nearly 6'2", making her appear petite and delicate in his presence, his aura enveloping her entirely. Liu Beichen's steps faltered momentarily. Even in the past, Mu Ruo had never bestowed such a radiant smile upon him. She had always maintained an air of pride and elegance. Though deeply in love with him, she had kept her demeanor as untouchable as the moonlight. How could she smile so sweetly at another man? Liu Beichen felt a pang in his heart, followed by a wave of resentment. Wasn't Mu Ruo supposed to like him? This woman was not only vain and materialistic but capricious as well. Xiao Wanwan, with a complicated expression, tugged at Liu Beichen. Beichen. Xiao Wanwan bit her lip, pondering, how could Mu Ruo's husband possibly be here? Liu Beichen let out a cold laugh. What else could it be? It had been far too long since they last met, and he had come here to indulge his physical desires. Liu Beichen never anticipated that Mu Ruo would not remain chaste for him. A surge of anger welled up within him, difficult to contain. Xiao Wanwan's emotions were tumultuous. Someone of Liu Beichen's caliber should not be reduced to being a subordinate to her husband. This realization filled her with both resentment and jealousy. She could not bear the thought of Mu Ruo competing with her for Liu Beichen, nor could she tolerate the notion of Mu Ruo abandoning Liu Beichen for someone even better. After all, she had painstakingly triumphed over Mu Ruo, having put her beneath her feet. How could she allow Mu Ruo to rise higher than her? Compared to the aristocratic and refined Fu Jianji, Liu Beichen appeared somewhat ordinary. Xiao Wanwan scrutinized Liu Beichen with a discerning gaze. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Beichen, let us go and greet Mr. Fu." Under normal circumstances, Liu Beichen indeed ought to make himself known to Fu Jianji, as he was eager for potential collaboration. If the Liu family could earn Fu Jianji's favor, it would significantly enhance their standing in the business world. Yet, given the current circumstances, Liu Beichen was entirely unwilling to approach. He had no desire to bow down to Mu Ruo's husband. "I refuse," Liu Beichen huffed. "If you wish to go, then you may do so." Xiao Wanwan tugged at his arm. "Beichen, I am doing this for your own good. Meeting Mr. Fu would be beneficial for your career." Liu Beichen continued to wear a sullen expression. Xiao Wanwan's eyes darted about. "Then I shall go over and greet him on your behalf. Otherwise, Mr. Fu might think us impolite." Which would not be good. Liu Beichen tacitly acquiesced to Xiao Wanwan's plan. She tossed her hair, took out her phone to check her appearance, and then approached Mu Ruo and Fu Jianji. "Sister Ruo." Xiao Wanwan greeted, "Good evening." Mu Ruo felt a headache coming on. Why was it that she encountered the leads of the story wherever she went? She genuinely felt that the world was conspiring against her, leaving her no escape. Her expression turned icy. "Do you need something?" Xiao Wanwan replied in a soft and fragile tone. "No. I noticed you've seemed quite displeased with me lately, so I wanted to come and apologize. I never intended to act, but Beichen said I was quite suited for it, and it would be a pity not to seize the opportunity since Director Zhao has a role available. I did not mean to bump into you." Mu Ruo crossed her arms. "Where you go is of no concern to me. We are not close, so please refrain from speaking to me." Xiao Wanwan lowered her head. "Very well. I just happened to run into the leading actor. Don't you have a kissing scene tomorrow? He wishes to rehearse with you tonight." Mu Ruo found it puzzling. "I will call him and ask." Xiao Wanwan nodded. "Beichen is over there. I won't disturb you. Goodbye, Sister Ruo." After saying this, Xiao Wanwan cast another glance at Fu Jianji. "Goodbye, Mr. Fu." Once Xiao Wanwan departed, Fu Jianji remarked in a nonchalant tone, "You have a kissing scene?" Mu Ruo was bewildered. "That is not mentioned in my script. Perhaps the director has suddenly added a scene. I will call and inquire." The movie script was straightforward. During the decline of a dynasty, a young tyrant ruled, indulging in excess with his sister while enslaving the populace to construct opulent palaces. The male lead, unwilling to accept the tyranny, infiltrated the palace to assassinate the tyrant, but was captured. The princess found the male lead intriguing and took him into her confidence. The character Mu Ruo portrayed, the princess, indeed harbored special feelings for the male lead played by the actor, yet the male lead's affections were solely for the female lead. Even after witnessing the world's splendor and being favored by the most stunning beauty, his resolve to overthrow tyranny remained steadfast, his heart unchanged towards the female lead. Based on the original script, the director's sudden alteration of tomorrow's scenes could indeed lead to a kissing scene between Mu Ruo and the leading actor. Outside the hotel, the aroma of roasted corn wafted into Mu Ruo's nostrils. Making her crave a bite. I will go queue for some corn, she announced. Fu Jianji nodded. While Mu Ruo stood in line, he took out his phone and made a call. Director Zhao picked up almost instantly upon seeing the caller ID. Mr. Fu, hello, Fu Jianji stated calmly. Does Mu Ruo have a kissing scene tomorrow? Zhao was taken aback. Mu Ruo was an unknown newcomer he had brought into the industry. How could Mr. Fu know of such a newcomer? Since Mu Ruo had been recommended by Du Yu, a figure with some standing in the circle, she certainly did not hold a candle to someone like Fu Jianji. Zhao thought for a moment. While he was aware of the actress, there was no kissing scene in the script. Mr. Fu, do you know her? Oh, she is my wife. I was concerned, so I called to ask. Fu Jianji's voice, warm and soothing, struck Zhao like a thunderclap. After hanging up, Zhao was left in a dazed. Fu Jianji's wife? Previously, Zhao had thought highly of Mu Ruo's acting and appearance, believing that with some resources, she could be groomed for success, and had even considered signing her to his company. Who would have thought she was Fu Jianji's wife? The status of Fu Jianji and Liu Beichen in Zhao's eyes was entirely different. Liu Beichen had resorted to various threats to secure a minor role for himself, and had subsequently decided to have all of his scenes cut. If Fu Jianji were to exert his influence, Zhao would instantly rewrite the entire script, allowing Fu Jianji to play whatever role he desired, tailoring the script to his specifications. The reasons were simple. First, Fu Jianji's background was far too formidable. One word from him could ruin Zhao's illustrious career as a renowned director. Second, Fu Jianji was indeed a financial backer, having invested hundreds of millions into the project. This young woman, with such connections, had not mentioned a word of it. The idea of a kissing scene had never existed in the first place. Even if it had, after Mr. Fu's call, Zhao would not dare to proceed. Zhao had completed a commercial film to earn some money and intended to create an art film that would not garner audience interest. Eagerly awaiting a financial backer to invest, Fu Jianji did not respond. What are you eating? Mu Ruo replied, eating it on the cob. After saying this, Mu Ruo realized that gnawing on corn was not an activity befitting a high-status tycoon. She glanced at Fu Jianji, noting his bespoke shirt, trousers, and shoes, which must have cost a fortune, and the watch on his wrist worth 67 million. A tenuan roasted corn seemed utterly beneath him. Nevertheless, Mu Ruo could easily consume two. She quickly finished one. Fu Jianji observed her, resembling a little squirrel gnawing on an acorn, her eating style particularly neat, her pale cheeks slightly puffed, exuding an inexplicable charm. Upon returning to the hotel room, Mu Ruo sent a message to the leading actor, inquiring whether he wished to rehearse for tomorrow's scenes. As a minor actress, she was not familiar with the leading actor at all. Those with established status in the crew looked down upon her as a newcomer. Thus, the notion of the leading actor wanting to rehearse with her at midnight seemed increasingly strange to her. Suddenly, it struck Mu Ruo that she had just been played by Xiao Wanwan. How could director Zhao possibly notify only one person about alterations to the script? Sending such a message to the leading actor at midnight, especially someone with abundant resources, could easily be misconstrued as a hint. Mu Ruo was well aware of Xiao Wanwan's penchant for deceit, yet she had not anticipated that Xiao Wanwan would fabricate such an easily debunked lie regarding work. Just then, various suggestive sounds emanated from the adjacent room. In anguish, Mu Ruo pressed her hands against her ears. Fu Jianji approached and gently removed her hands. Not hearing it does not mean it isn't happening. To be honest, Fu Jianji genuinely felt that Mu Ruo's taste in men was rather poor, both shallow and disappointing. Chapter 53. Yet Fu Jianji was a unique individual. Mu Ruo felt a sense of heaviness in her heart. She thought that if the original persona were present, hearing the sounds from next door would surely break her heart. Liu Beichen was deliberately letting her hear it to inflict pain. However, Mu Ruo's sorrow was not solely due to this. What bothered her was that despite having endured so much suffering, despite having faced neglect and bullying as a newcomer in her previous world, she had hoped that her past experiences would spare her from similar fate in this world. Yet, the same trials were once again unfolding before her. Perhaps her personality truly was unlikable, and she simply lacked the social skills. As her former agent had said, refusing to bow, bend, or please others would only result in a lifetime of playing minor roles. Perhaps fate was indeed predetermined. Yet, one can only feel vulnerable for a fleeting moment. Once she gathered herself, she would continue to forge ahead. Mu Ruo blinked. Mr. Fu? Fu Jianji grasped Mu Ruo's chin, his fingers caressing her soft lips. This is the first time I have seen you so distressed. For reasons unknown, if anyone else were to come this close and pinch her chin, Mu Ruo would feel immense aversion. Yet Fu Jianji was different. Everything he did seemed befitting and left no room for disdain. Mu Ruo felt a slight pain as he pressed her lips, gently grasping his hand to lower it. Mr. Fu, I am already so upset. Please have mercy and don't mock me. A flicker of harshness flashed through Fu Jianji's heart as he spoke in his usual gentle tone, giving no indication of the storm brewing beneath his composed exterior. You are so fond of him? Mu Ruo replied. You wouldn't understand. It's akin to how the deep sea cannot fathom the grass swaying on a cliff. Fu Jianji pinched her cheek. Indeed, I do not understand. All I know is that if you make me unhappy, I will ruin Liu Biaiken, Mu Ruo replied. Huh? So you are finally not docking my salary? I might just manage to keep my 20 million for next month. However, to avoid arousing Fu Jianji's suspicion, she feigned innocence, saying, Don't be like that. He is innocent. Fu Jianji merely smiled. Whether or not he was innocent was beyond his concern. All he knew was that those who irked him would not meet a favorable end. The sound insulation in the hotel room was truly inadequate. Today, it seemed Liu Beichen was filled with rage, and the scene of him with Xiao Wanwan was particularly fierce. With Mu Ruo's years of reading experience, she found herself feeling somewhat awkward listening to the sounds from the other side of the wall with Fu Jianji by her side. She gently nudged Fu Jianzizi, saying, Please don't press down on me. You're nearly flattening me. Standing at over 1.80 meters, Fu Jianzizi possessed both muscularity and stature, making him quite substantial, perhaps due to her inherently frail constitution. Mu Ruo, despite her voracious appetite, remained slender aside from her curves, which made his weight a tad uncomfortable for her, especially in such an awkward situation. Recently, the weather had been rather humid, suffused with the scent of impending rain, leaving Mu Ruo feeling rather grimy by the end of the day. She resolved to take a shower and then recalled Fu Jianzizi, asking, Did you bring a change of clothes? What will you wear for pajamas tonight? Fu Jianzizi replied nonchalantly, I didn't bring any. My assistant will deliver them in the morning. Mu Ruo scrutinized him. Are you certain you want to sleep in those clothes? There was a home goods store adjacent to the hotel that stocked pajamas. Fu Jianzizi responded dismissively, Are you volunteering to run errands? Errand fees can be quite steep. After a brief pause, Mu Ruo offered, I can accompany you there. She was uncertain of Fu Jianzizi's clothing size. And aside from pajamas, he would certainly need a fresh pair of undergarments. Upon returning, the room was finally serene. With an early call time for the film set the next morning, Mu Ruo aimed to retire early, first indulging in a shower. After emerging to dry her hair, Fu Jianzizi entered the bathroom. Perhaps due to the hotel setting, lacking the presence of butler Li or any maids, Mu Ruo felt an odd tension, as if she and Fu Jianzizi were clandestinely sharing a hotel room. Shaking her head, she scolded herself for such errant thoughts. A man as fastidious as Fu Jianzizi would never settle for accommodations below 5 stars. A short while later, Fu Jianzizi emerged clad in a bathrobe and Mu Ruo handed him the hairdryer, explaining, It's broken and only blows cold air. You must keep pressing this button for it to work. Fu Jianzizi replied, You do it for me. Mu Ruo acquiesced. All right then, given the favor of 2 million. What harm is there in drying the hair of my benefactor? She stood upon the bed, one hand on Fu Jianzizi's shoulder, wielding the dryer to style his hair. After finishing, she set the dryer aside and nestled into bed, saying, Tomorrow morning, I must head to the film set. Mr. Fu, if you awaken early, do remember to rouse me. Fu Jianzizi had been sleeping particularly little these past few days. As was his custom, Mu Ruo, beside him, served as an impeccable sleep aid, quickly succumbing to slumber within minutes. Fu Jianzizi too closed his eyes. The following morning, Mu Ruo clutched her sandwich and strawberry milk, seeking a quiet corner on set to enjoy her meal. Xiao Wanwan had also arrived, bearing an array of coffees and snacks for everyone. Despite not having any scenes herself, the crew adored Xiao Wanwan's warm, neighborly charm, in stark contrast to Mu Ruo's striking and aloof demeanor. Moreover, Xiao Wanwan was consistently generous with treats, engaging warmly with the cast. While Mu Ruo only brought food for herself and rarely expressed concern for others, it was no surprise that the crew favored Xiao Wanwan. However, today, Xiao Wanwan was acutely aware of her precarious position and dared not approach Mu Ruo. Fearing her ire, after all, the previous day, the leading actor had mistakenly perceived Mu Ruo as a woman attempting to ascend through dubious means, resulting in a rather frosty demeanor towards her. This sentiment echoed the leading man's attitude within the narrative towards the princess character. The actor, renowned for his exceptional skills, nearly overwhelmed Mu Ruo in their scenes together. Unexpectedly, Mu Ruo, a newcomer, managed to hold her own against the acclaimed actor's formidable performance. Initially, he had anticipated Mu Ruo would struggle and require multiple takes. Yet she succeeded on her first attempt. The leading actress, though lacking scenes with Mu Ruo, had remained present on set. Many in the crew believed the leading actress to be temperamental and difficult to please. Hesitant to engage with her, and Mu Ruo had no interactions with her either. Once their scene concluded, the leading actress, struck by admiration, approached Mu Ruo. "You performed quite well, young lady. Are you signed with an agency?" Director Zhao shot a disapproving glance at the actress, recognizing yet another attempt to poach talent. Chapter 54. Perhaps Fu Jianzizi was simply too exceptional in this production. Both lead roles were well established within the industry. The leading actor, Gongwan, had garnered fame for over a decade and was married with children, boasting a legion of devoted fans. The leading actress, Minli, had received countless accolades since her debut, holding significant stature both domestically and internationally. Moreover, it was rumored that her background was formidable, rendering her immune to industry underhandedness. Gongwan's prejudice against Mu Ruo had yet to dissipate, and he continued to regard her with disdain. Minli, with her icy demeanor, was avoided by the cast, while others maintained a more amiable rapport with Gongwan, especially Xiao Wanwan, who, after wrapping her scene, kindly offered him a bottle of ice water. "Teacher Gon, you must be quite weary from filming. Please, have a drink." Having traversed the entertainment industry for years, Gongwan had encountered countless beauties, yet the refreshing innocence and kindness exuded by Xiao Wanwan was a rarity. Initially, he had dismissed her acting skills, but now he reconsidered. Poor acting was preferable to poor character. Xiao Wanwan refrained from sending late-night messages questioning his performance and would never malign other actresses. Gongwan's assistant found Xiao Wanwan to be a veritable angel of kindness. Despite knowing her acting was lacking, Xiao Wanwan diligently sought improvement, enthusiastically trailing after Gongwan. "Teacher Gon, could you please teach me how to perform in the next scene?" Faced with such vivacity, Gongwan felt a surge of protectiveness. "All right, come with me, and I shall instruct you." Xiao Wanwan felt a twinge of triumph, casting a glance at Mu Ruo. After all, there were several leading actors in the industry. And Gongwan was not the only one to have received accolades. If he disliked her, so be it. Was she to grovel for his approval? Mu Ruo had clarified the texting incident the previous night. If he did not believe her, that was his prerogative. At nearly 40, Gongwan was hardly her type, to be frank. While Gongwan was indeed handsome and stood out among male stars, he paled in comparison to Fu Jianzizi. Mu Ruo pinched her cheeks, unable to fathom why she felt compelled to compare every man to Fu Jianzizi. Perhaps it was simply because Fu Jianzizi was too remarkable, in the realm of wealth. It seemed no one in Rongqing could rival him. As for looks, Mu Ruo had yet to encounter a man more striking than Fu Jianzizi. With a sigh, she mused that indeed, those who provided for her were the finest in existence. Should Fu Jianzizi and she part ways, losing 2 million each month would undoubtedly plunge her into despair. "I have just begun my career and have yet to contemplate signing with an agency." The two settled into conversation. Mu Ruo retrieved a box of strawberry milk from her costume sleeve. "Teacher Hua, would you care for some?" Minli scrunched her nose in distaste. "I do not consume sugary beverages." However, upon noticing her assistant had not followed, she quickly snatched the milk from Mu Ruo and took a sip, declaring, "It's not entirely unpalatable." Minli rarely engaged with newcomers on set. Either they believed the rumors of her temperamental nature and kept their distance, or they were excessively sycophantic, which only served to irk her. Mu Ruo's calm and unpretentious demeanor endeared her to Minli. Half an hour later, Both women were engrossed in a mobile game, each with their phones. Upon exiting the break room, Xiao Wanwan and the leading actor were taken aback to find Mu Ruo and Huo Minli sharing such camaraderie. Rumor had it that Huo Minli possessed a notoriously foul temper. Yet now she casually draped an arm around Mu Ruo's shoulders, appearing almost maternal. Xiao Wanwan bit her lip, feeling a pang of envy. She knew Mu Ruo relished in competing with her. Witnessing her rapport with the leading actor had likely stirred jealousy in Mu Ruo, prompting her to curry favor with the more prominent leading actress. It seemed Mu Ruo sought to overshadow her at every turn. As Mu Ruo departed the set, Xiao Wanwan cautiously approached Huo Minli, inquiring, "Sister Minli, are you and Mu Ruo close?" Huo Minli frowned. "What business is it of yours?" Truth be told, Huo Minli held disdain for actors like Xiao Wanwan, whose lack of foundational skills often hindered the entire crew's progress. Xiao Wanwan faltered, "I merely wish to caution you to be wary of Mu Ruo. We were classmates, and her reputation was less than stellar during our studies." Huo Minli's expression darkened instantly. She herself had been known to skip classes frequently and was hardly a model student. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wanwan, she had struck a nerve. "Furthermore, she has her sights set on my boyfriend. I read in the media that you recently started dating a handsome young man. You must tread carefully in that regard." Huo Minli scoffed. "What sort of treasure is your boyfriend that she'd want him? Such beauties are rare." The rumors of Huo Minli's temper were not unfounded. She had a hair-trigger disposition. Anyone who spoke ill of her behind her back was far from virtuous. They should have the courage to confront Mu Ruo directly. Xiao Wanwan was astounded by Huo Minli's reaction. With a voice raised, Huo Minli's words echoed across the set, drawing the attention of nearly the entire crew. Xiao Wanwan felt a flush of embarrassment, her gaze dropping to the floor. Gongwan and Huo Minli had always shared a strained relationship. Their previous collaborations had been lukewarm at best. However, Huo Minli's stature greatly eclipsed that of Gongwan, who knew better than to provoke her. Witnessing Huo Minli bully a newcomer ignited Gongwan's protective instincts, prompting him to interject, "Sister Minli, do not pick on the girl. She is 20 years younger than you and still a child. One ought to show mercy." Xiao Wanwan, feigning innocence, wiped her tears. "Teacher Gon, it was all my fault. Please do not blame Teacher Huo." Huo Minli rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous encounter with ghosts. The acting skills falter precisely when they should shine, yet flourish when they ought not to." Director Zhao, noticing a commotion, approached and reprimanded everyone, urging the actors to prepare for filming. Gongwan conveyed to Director Zhao the events of the previous night, insinuating that Mu Ruo possessed dubious character and was attempting to ensnare him into compromising her. Director Zhao, unable to articulate his thoughts, patted Gongwan on the shoulder, saying, "Let us not be overly self-involved." Regarding Mu Ruo's identity, Director Zhao refrained from disclosing any details, merely advising Gongwan not to overthink it. Chapter 55. Utter nonsense. Gongwan felt a twinge of indignation. He believed Director Zhao exhibited favoritism towards Mu Ruo, deliberately undermining him, perhaps speaking ill of him behind his back. For several days, Mu Ruo had not employed any of the tactics typically used to bully the female lead. In retrospect, he mused, Xiao Wanwan truly had a penchant for self-deprecation. Even though he refrained from provoking her, she persistently sought to irritate him. Did she truly believe Mu Ruo was a soft target to be manipulated at will? If she wished to bully her, she should first secure a sum of 20 million like Fu Jingyang. Ruo sent a photograph to Liu Beichen, depicting Xiao Wanwan with her arm draped around Gongwan's shoulder, their poses exuding a closeness akin to that of a couple. In the original narrative, the protagonist frequently engaged in such behaviors. Mu Ruo perceived that as her persona evolved, it increasingly resembled the original Mu Ruo. After completing these actions, she messaged the director, asking him to inform Gongwan to rehearse tomorrow's scenes with her. Since Director Zhao discovered that Mu Ruo was Fu Jinji's wife, his fondness for her had significantly increased. It wasn't merely due to her prestigious background. Rather, he admired her ability to remain grounded and focused on her craft, enduring his reprimands without resentment, a rarity indeed, indicative of someone genuinely passionate about acting. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Ruo's true motive was to earn a bit more to counteract Gongwan's shortcomings. Gongwan, feeling disgruntled, approached Mu Ruo's door, poised to knock, when he suddenly received a text from her. "I'm off to dinner, and I don't wish to rehearse tonight." He had never encountered such a discourteous newcomer and was infuriated. At that moment, he overheard a quarrel from the adjacent room. "What do you mean by being so close to Gongwan? Are you infatuated with him?" Or is he with you? Otherwise, why are you two so intimate? Upon hearing his name, Gan Wen's steps faltered as he was bewildered by the mention of himself by a stranger. Xia Wanwan, with her eyes covered, wept softly. We were merely rehearsing. My acting is subpar. And I sought his assistance. Beichen, what are you thinking? Liu Beichen, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted. This is hardly the time for rehearsals. He had his hand on your shoulder, and you didn't think to push him away? Ganwen had not even considered whether he had rested his hand on Xiao Wanwan's shoulder that day. Due to her warm and kind demeanor, he held her in high regard, viewing her as an innocent young woman devoid of ulterior motives. In hindsight, his protective instincts had surged, and when this young lady sought his guidance in acting, perhaps he had indeed crossed a line, provoking her boyfriend's misunderstanding, a troubling outcome. Contemplating this, Ganwen resolved to knock on the door and clarify. I am an acclaimed actor, a senior in this industry. If I inadvertently placed my hand on her, what could I do about it? The phrase handsy struck him like a bolt, rendering his expression momentarily frozen. In all his years, he had been referred to as husband, idol, or brother. But this was the first time someone had accused him of being handsy. Xia Wanwan, with a pitiful demeanor, lamented, clearly, Mu Ruo's acting is also lacking. Yet no one speaks against her. The director dislikes me, my colleagues ostracize me, and the acclaimed actor harasses me. They all favor Mu Ruo, teaming up to bully me. What can I do? This statement left Gan Wen's expression particularly rigid. While it was true that he harbored disdain for Mu Ruo, the notion that everyone conspired to torment Xiao Wanwan was utterly absurd. From Gan Wen's perspective, it appeared Mu Ruo was the one being marginalized. Whispers circulated within the crew that Mu Ruo had been inserted by the investors and that she had a penchant for stealing others' boyfriends. Although these claims lacked evidence, they were readily accepted by those eager for gossip. Upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's words, Liu Beichen felt a pang of sympathy. Wanwan, why didn't you tell me before? If you confide in me, I can stand up for you. The next time I see that hands-on actor, I'll give him a good thrashing. Xiao Wanwan, sobbing, looked exceedingly pitiful. No need. I can endure it. The more you help me, the worse they treat me. This. Gan Wen's expression soured, as if he had swallowed 1,000 flies. What more could he possibly misunderstand? He was not only being used by a newcomer as a tool for learning, but also being branded as handsy. Gan Wen glanced at Mu Ruo's message from the previous night. I apologize, Teacher Gan. Xiao Wanwan mentioned wanting to rehearse tomorrow's scenes tonight, which is why I inquired whether you wish to practice. I am sincerely sorry for any misunderstanding. Now, with a clearer mind, Mu Ruo's apology appeared rather formal. However, the prejudices clouding Gan Wen's judgment had led him to misconstrue Mu Ruo's intentions, intensifying his aversion towards her, a sentiment he unwittingly carried into the filming process. After Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen clarified their situation, the couple resumed their affectionate exchanges. Unable to contain his frustration, Gan Wen kicked the door forcefully before turning away. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Mu Ruo, who was carrying a bag of desserts while engrossed in her phone. Gan Wen couldn't bring himself to apologize. When Mu Ruo looked up, she greeted him with, "Oh, Teacher Gan." Flushing with embarrassment, he swiftly turned and left. The following day, however, Mu Ruo did not attend the set. She took the day off. Fu Jianji's grandfather had fallen ill, necessitating her visit alongside him. The Fu family favored dignified attire, and Mu Ruo wore a lilac brocade qipao, her raven locks elegantly pinned up with a blackwood hairpin. Though she wore no jewelry, her natural grace was undeniable. Upon seeing her dressed so exquisitely, Butler Li couldn't help but praise, "Madam, you are becoming increasingly beautiful." Previously indifferent towards her, Butler Li now appreciated her qualities. Alas, her relationship with the master of the house remained strained, their marriage merely nominal. Throughout their journey, Fu Jianji maintained a cool demeanor. Mu Ruo surmised his grandfather's illness weighed heavily on him and chose not to intrude. The driver delivered them to a hospital that exuded tranquility, far surpassing the beauty of many parks, with scarcely a soul in sight. It was the Fu family's private hospital. Chapter 56. Even if he is a madman, Mu Ruo surveyed her surroundings. Curiously inquiring of Fu Jianji, "Is this hospital exclusively for your family? Are there no other patients?" Fu Jianji replied curtly, "Correct." Upon their arrival, Fu Leo Yizi was still asleep. While Fu Jianji conversed with the doctor, Mu Ruo found herself at a loss for entertainment and stepped outside for some fresh air. The hospital's landscaping was impeccable. Despite the sweltering summer, not a single mosquito dared to intrude. Towering green trees and beautifully blooming flowers surrounded her. The mere dozen or so podocarpus trees she spotted were worth over $1 million each, not to mention the other rare flora. She mused that if a thief were to infiltrate and steal the flowers, they could easily become wealthy. Indeed, the world of the affluent was far more extravagant than anything Mu Ruo had encountered among the wealthy of her previous life. Born into such privilege, it was no wonder Fu Jianji exuded an air of superiority, an innate quality that set him apart. "You are Mu Ruo, Fu Jianji's wife?" A moment later, Mu Ruo recognized the speaker as Fu Quan, Fu Jianji's second uncle. Fu Jianji had two uncles, both sons of Zhou Yanhu. The bond between uncle and nephew was tenuous at best, and their relationship was fraught with tension. Both Zhou Yanhu and Fu Laoyizi wished for Fu Quan and Fu Zheng, the two brothers, to inherit more of the family fortune. However, neither could compare to Fu Zheng, though wrest power from Fu Jianji was akin to pursuing a fool's dream. Fu Quan had always been somewhat of an ne'er-do-well, often seeking female companionship outside. Yet, he possessed a silver tongue, showering Fu Laoyizi with flattery, which endeared him to the elderly gentleman, who indulged his whims. Fu Quan had previously encountered Mu Ruo but had not thoroughly examined her. Not anticipating that Fu Jianji would choose such an impressive partner. "Did you know Fu Jianji is a madman?" Fu Quan chuckled. "He could kill you one day, and he wouldn't have to answer for it." Mu Ruo crossed her arms, fully aware that Fu Quan and Fu Jianji were at odds, fundamentally enemies. Gleaning insights about Fu Jianji from Fu Quan would be as reliable as acquiring knowledge about her from her stepmother, utterly untrustworthy. "Do you think I would believe you?" Mu Ruo replied with a smile. "Uncle, I believe you are the one who appears mad." Fu Quan laughed heartily. "Little girl, you are still too naive. If you don't believe me, ask Butler Li. He has watched Fu Jianji grow up and knows him best. This man is cold-blooded and ruthless, like a venomous snake. Being with him is truly a pity, even if he is a madman." "I prefer him," Mu Ruo interjected. "A generous benefactor like him is hard to find." To speak ill of the benefactor is to speak ill of Mu Ruo herself. Out of professional integrity, she would never allow anyone to slander Fu Jianji. In her eyes, Fu Jianji was a godsend, wealthy, easygoing, and handsome. Unsurprisingly, Fu Quan was visibly agitated by Mu Ruo's words, his expression contorting. "You certainly have peculiar tastes." He despised being compared unfavorably to Fu Jianji. The truth was, he could never measure up to Fu Jianji, and thus, the Fu family's vast wealth had nothing to do with him. All the upper echelons revered Fu Jianji. Due to his inferiority to Fu Jianji, relatives of the latter bow and scrape before him, even though Fu Quan holds a higher generation rank than Fu Jianji. Others regard Fu Quan with indifference. Even the girl before them, whose appearance is as pure as moonlight, remains steadfastly by Fu Jianji's side, aware that he is a madman. To assert that Fu Quan is inferior to Fu Jianji is the gravest insult one could bestow upon him. Mu Ruo muses. Do all antagonists revel in proclaiming such sentiments? Will I, too, one day utter similar lines? Nearby, beside the artificial hill, Butler Li furrows his brow. The second young master lacks discretion. How dare he fabricate such rumors to slander you? Fortunately, Madame possesses the discernment not to naively believe Fu Quan's words and inquire about various matters regarding him. Fu Jianji maintains a faint smile on his face, exuding warmth. Is there any fault in what he says? Butler Li is momentarily startled by the icy coldness emanating from Fu Jianji's gaze. Fu Jianji's attention shifts to Mu Ruo. Even if Fu Jianji is a madman, she adores him above all else. Perhaps these words are spoken out of spite. The wind will remember, and the clouds will remember. In the distance, Mu Ruo does not see him. She gazes at the surrounding roses, flourishing beautifully, contemplating the theft of a bloom, yet fearing the label of a thief. Damn! Fu Quan crushes a perfectly blossomed tulip beneath his foot. That little wretch, open your eyes and see. I am superior in every way. Suddenly hearing this voice, Fu Quan is startled, hastily raising his head. Clad in black, Fu Jianji stands tall, exuding a warmth akin to jade. Smiling at Fu Quan, To outsiders, Fu Jianji appears as an exceptionally gentle man. Yet, to Fu Quan, he seems as terrifying as a malevolent spirit. Fu Quan instinctively wishes to retreat. I will go check on my father. Fu Jianji presses down on his head, forcefully slamming it against the artificial hill, chuckling as he gazes at him. Who did you wish to kill just now? Fu Quan, bloodied and filled with terror, struggles desperately, yet his feeble resistance is utterly insignificant before Fu Jianji, who excels in combat. Fu Jianji pushes him to the ground, his black leather shoe crushing Fu Quan's wrist. If you wish to perish, be my guest. Within the hospital, the doctors and nurses are accustomed to tending to the Fu family, and Fu Quan's pitiful state is hardly a novelty. After all, these two brothers are no strangers to such treatment. Yet, after so many encounters, even a fool should learn a lesson. Yet Fu Quan insists on provoking Fu Jianji. Chapter 57. Truly the villain opposing the Titan Zhou Nian gazes at Fu Quan, whose head is bandaged, and rushes over. Brother, are you all right? Fu Quan's face is pale, devoid of any color. This unfortunate appearance is, in truth, rather comical. However, neither Zhou Nian nor Zhou Yinhui can muster a smile at his expense. Zhou Yinhui grits her teeth. Did I not say? Stay away from Fu Jianji. Stay away from Fu Jianji. Why provoke him? Fu Quan grimaces in pain, wishing desperately for another dose of painkiller. He had been terrified by Fu Jianji and had completely overlooked the pain. Now, after the stitches, the anesthesia wears off, and Fu Quan increasingly feels the throbbing in his head. His wrist, crushed by Fu Jianji's boot, will require months of rest for proper healing. I did not provoke him. Fu Quan laments silently. Mother, he is a madman who assaulted me out of nowhere. Zhou Yinhui seethes. That wretched little scoundrel. Why isn't he buried alongside his parents in hell? Zhou Nian furrows her brow. Aunt, will brother's head leave a scar? The doctor explains that scarring is inevitable, given the numerous stitches. However, with modern medical advancements, a scar removal procedure can render it nearly invisible. Seeing her son in such a state, Zhou Yinhui's heart aches, and her hatred for Fu Jianji deepens. Fu Jianji, though appearing refined and gentlemanly, is, in reality, a veritable devil. Outsiders believe that when the old master of the Fu family married Zhou Yinhui, a young and delicate wife, and begot two young sons, Fu Jianji, the orphan grandson, would surely be disregarded and unloved. Leading a miserable existence, bullied by Zhou Yinhui, the shrewd and acerbic grandmother, and her two younger sons, in truth, the only reality is that Fu Jianji is indeed overlooked and unloved. The notion of being bullied is a falsehood. Fu Jianji is more likely to refrain from bullying others than to be bullied himself. Vengeful and ruthless, he appears as gentle as spring breezes, yet harbors a heart as cruel as a malevolent spirit. When Fu Jianji was a child, Fu Quan and a cousin from the Zhou family were quite mischievous, once beating Fu Jianji to a pulp, leaving him bruised and battered at merely 8 years of age. Bearing such a grudge at such a tender age sends shivers down Zhou Yinhui's spine. Yet, Fu Jianji, as if nothing had happened, continued to greet Zhou Yinhui politely and behaved normally before the old master. Fu Jianji's maternal grandfather severed ties with the Fu family upon his daughter's passing. However, Fu Jianji remains their only grandson. Even if Zhou Yinhui wished to eliminate him, she would not dare act recklessly. For her maternal grandfather's family wields immense power. If she were to harm Fu Jianji, his maternal grandfather's family would ensure her two sons meet a similarly grim fate. Zhou Yinhui remains frustrated. Yet, as the old master is still ill, she cannot afford to jest with his health or disclose any of this to him, fearing it would distress him. The old master is the sole pillar of support for her and her sons. Should anything happen to him, Fu Jianji would surely cast them out. I previously warned you not to be alone with him in secluded places. Zhou Yinhui scolds angrily. Has your brain been devoured by a dog? Fu Quan feels utterly wronged. I truly did not provoke him. I merely encountered his wife and exchanged a few words. How was I to know he would be so petty as to beat me to this extent? Upon hearing this, Zhou Nian can no longer contain herself, dabbing her tears as she runs out. Zhou Nian has always been sensitive, and Zhou Yinhui finds it unremarkable. Compared to Zhou Nian, her own son holds greater importance. Zhou Yinhui sits at the bedside, still simmering with anger. At that moment, the door is suddenly knocked upon. Zhou Yinhui initially assumes it is a nurse. Come in. Fu Jianji pushes the door open. The moment Fu Quan sees Fu Jianji, he recoils in horror, pressing against the headboard. Zhou Yinhui's expression stiffens. Jianji, you've come. Fu Jianji smiles faintly. How is my second uncle? I heard he was gravely injured, so I came to check on him. Fu Quan's complexion is peculiar. Did he truly not know how severe his injuries were? Was it not Fu Jianji's own hand that inflicted them? If Fu Jianji had not assaulted him, would he be so badly hurt? Zhou Yanhui nods. The doctor stitched him up over a dozen times. He has a slight concussion, but otherwise, he is fine. Jianji, Fu Quan is your second uncle. Please refrain from beating him again. Fu Jianji chuckles. Today's events were a misunderstanding. Seeing my second uncle in such a state, I am deeply concerned. Second uncle, you are not angry. Are you? Not at all. Absolutely not. Zhou Yanhui interjects before Fu Quan can respond. We are all family. It is normal for young people to have minor skirmishes. Have you inquired about your grandfather's condition? Fu Jianji nods. The doctor mentioned that grandfather is recovering well. His age requires him to stay warm at home. Hearing that Fu Jianji acted against Fu Quan for Mu Ruo's sake, Zhou Nian feels a deep ache in her heart, her watery eyes fixed on Fu Jianji. Just as in the past years, Fu Jianji remains indifferent to her, completely unconcerned with her emotions. Zhou Yanhui cannot blame Fu Jianji for her son's beating. She can only direct her ire towards Fu Jianji's wife. And what of Mu Ruo? Zhou Yanhui inquires. I heard this child is also here. Please ask her to come over so we can dine together tonight. When Mu Ruo is invited over, she notices Zhou Nian's hostile gaze upon her. However, having long been accustomed to Zhou Nian's disdain, Mu Ruo pays it little mind. Soon, her gaze lands on Fu Quan. Oh, second uncle, what happened to you? Fu Jianji replies coolly. He was careless while walking and bumped into a stone. Mu Ruo smirks inwardly, thinking, as expected of a villain opposing a titan. Even walking leads to a bump on the head. Chapter 58. Mu Ruo understands these experiences. Fu Quan feels a profound sense of frustration. Yet, he dares not refute Fu Jianji's words, fearing another beating. With the old master of the Fu family incapacitated, everyone in this private hospital, from doctors to nurses to staff, heeds Fu Jianji's commands, eye in their eyes. Fu Jianji is the sole master, with no one else holding any significance. Even if Fu Quan and Zhou Yanhui are foolish or arrogant, they would not dare cause a ruckus in the old master's presence. Without the old master's protection, Fu Jianji could deal with them as easily as one would with mere chicks. Lying in bed, Fu Quan is unable to rise. During meals, only Zhou Yanhui, Zhou Nian, and Fu Zhang are present. Fu Zhang, being younger, appears more serious than Fu Quan, resembling a good person. The atmosphere at the dinner table is oddly tense, though Mu Ruo cannot pinpoint the cause. Zhou Yanhui, unwilling to confront Fu Jianji, instead adopts a condescending tone towards her granddaughter. Laud Mu Ruo, you and Fu Jianji have been married for several months. Why have you not conceived yet? Zhou Yanhui expresses her displeasure, asserting that since they are in the hospital, a checkup should be conducted to ascertain your ability to bear children. Mu Ruo, she and Fu Jianji have not even consummated their marriage. How could they possibly conceive? We underwent premarital health checks. Fu Jianji speaks calmly, stating that both Ruo and I are in good health. Having children is still premature. Is it that Mu Ruo does not wish to have children? Nowadays, young girls fear hardship, unlike our time. Zhou Yanhui once again assumed the role of a wealthy matriarch from a feudal family, incessantly critiquing Mu Ruo. In short, your grandfather's greatest wish is to see you bear a son. You must not disappoint him. Fu Jianji replied. Such matters can only be left to fate. Mu Ruo nodded. Indeed, grandmother, we can only leave it to fate. Zhou Yanhui, somewhat irritated, retorted, Mu Ruo, your grandfather is quite advanced in age. If you cannot conceive, it would be better to consider finding someone else. Finding another partner was out of the question. Mu Ruo would not readily relinquish 2 million. Her grandfather was a fortunate man. Surely he would witness Jianji having children. With a smile, Mu Ruo reassured, grandmother, you should have faith in grandfather. Zhou Yanhui was so exasperated by the couple that she lost her appetite. Zhou Nian secretly cast a glance at Fu Jianji, offering him a piece of fish devoid of bones. Jianji, I remember you love fish the most. However, Mu Ruo noticed Fu Jianji's expression instantly darkening. In typical novels, such prominent figures often possess a penchant for cleanliness, making them reluctant to eat food offered by others. Mu Ruo took the piece of fish and said, thank you. I prefer it. Zhou Nian's little face turned pale with anger, looking as if she might suffer a heart attack. Mu Ruo genuinely feared that her actions might inadvertently cause this delicate beauty distress. Zhou Yanhui praised Zhou Nian. Jianji, look at her. Nian is the most virtuous, always caring for others. Mu Ruo nodded. She would make an excellent maid. Zhou Nian's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. Zhou Yanhui frowned. Mu Ruo, do you not like Nian? Not at all. Fu Jinji interjected, Mu Ruo simply prefers to speak the truth. This remark was undoubtedly the last straw for Zhou Yanyan. She stood up and fled. Fu Zheng and Zhou Yanhui quickly rose to pursue her. The once bustling dining table was now left with only Mu Ruo and Fu Jinji. Fu Jinji smirked. I feel like having fish. Mu Ruo stared back at him, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Under the roof, one must bow their head. After a minute, Mu Ruo finally relented, serving him a piece of fish, expertly removing the bones before placing it on his plate. With a sigh, she mused, upon reflection, you are rather pitiable. Your grandmother is not your biological grandmother, and your little uncle is only a few years younger than you. I can imagine you were often bullied by them in your childhood. Observing Fu Quan's demeanor, he resembled a little rogue, prone to bullying others. In contrast, Fu Jinji was like a gentle and polished gentleman. Today, Fu Quan had been disparaging Fu Jinji behind his back, clearly relishing in using his status as a little uncle to torment him. Fu Jinji recalled the past, his expression turning slightly cold. I was beaten by them when I was a child. How dare that scoundrel Fu Quan lay a hand on her benefactor? Mu Ruo now felt a twinge of sympathy for Fu Jinji. It was no wonder that beneath his warm exterior, he often exuded an air of aloofness. One is inherently cold-hearted. Fu Jinji must have been warm and genuine as a child, like a little son. With this thought, Mu Ruo couldn't help but feel pity for her well-off master, Mr. Fu. It turns out your childhood was so difficult. Sighing in empathy, she brought an entire plate of braised fish to him, carefully removing the bones. Fortunately, the yellow croaker has few bones, making it quite simple to prepare. In just a few moments, the main bones were cleared away. Fu Jinji watched Mu Ruo's every movement with great interest, observing her expressions with keen intrigue. But all that is in the past, and of course, if he were to hit you now, you would certainly call the police. One cannot be bullied from childhood to adulthood. Mu Ruo understood these experiences well. In novels, the happiness of prominent figures varies widely, while their tragedies often follow a similar script. Typically, they are bullied in childhood, darken in the middle, grow powerful, and ultimately retaliate against those who once tormented them. Given Fu Jinji's current standing, he must have taken control of the Fu family's company. Those who once bullied him, including his uncle, dared not act so brazenly in his presence anymore. Indeed, Fu Jinji's life story was remarkably inspirational, explaining why he could become the male protagonist's golden finger and benefactor. Mu Ruo contemplated, deciding to eat a bit more, ensuring that the scoundrels who bullied her benefactor would go hungry. Ironically, Zhou Yanhui and Zhou Yanyan were unwilling to indulge in oily or carbohydrate-laden foods that late at night. Mu Ruo and Fu Jinji rose, saying, we are full. Please enjoy your meal. Zhou Yanhui responded. Chapter 59. Instantly embracing Fu Jinji's waist. Though Zhou Yanyan was Fu Zheng's cousin, Fu Zheng found her incessant weeping rather annoying, especially since she clung to Fu Jinji like a lovesick fool. Both Fu Zheng and Fu Quan shared a disdain for Fu Jinji, viewing him as an obstacle in their path to success. However, despite their dislike, the two brothers found themselves unable to contend with Fu Jinji, having to endure his overbearing presence for years. With their preferred dishes having been picked clean, requesting the chef to prepare more would leave them starving for quite some time. Fu Zheng, feeling vexed, exclaimed, why are you crying? Can't you see how much Fu Jinji detests you? Not only did Fu Jinji loathe her, but Fu Zheng would also dislike any woman behaving like this towards him. Zhou Yanyan, infuriated by Fu Zheng's remark, retorted. You, Zhou Yanhui, displeased, interjected, Fu Zheng, how can you speak to your cousin like that? Zhou Yanhui understood well that it would be challenging to dispose of Fu Jinji. The best strategy now was to have Zhou Yanyan become Fu Jinji's wife. In doing so, even if one day old Master Fu passed away, Fu Jinji would refrain from treating them too harshly. Moreover, Fu Jinji was a man of great grace, never resorting to violence against women or uttering derogatory remarks. Zhou Yanyan clung to him, and he always remained indifferent and distant, never resorting to aggression. Had Fu Jinji been as brutish with Zhou Yanyan as he was with Fu Zheng and Fu Quan, she would undoubtedly have been frightened away. Finally unable to bear the sight of the lavish spread before him, Fu Zheng stood up and left. Zhou Yanyan bit her lip. Did you not say before that a strong man like Fu Jinji prefers delicate, gentle women? That was in the past. Zhou Yanhui remarked. Now, it is evident what he favors. Zhou Yanyan glanced at the array of dishes on the table. With such an abundance, she knew for certain that Fu Jinji had not been the one eating. Given his upbringing in a wealthy family, he would not be so picky as to finish only his favorite dishes. It must have been Mu Ruo. Could it be that Fu Jianji prefers women who can eat? Zhou Yin Yin took a chopstick full of braised pork, resolving not to feign illness any longer. Zhou Yinhui sighed. I understand that it may take time for you to change. We will take it slow. Approach things with a bit more flair, and overshadow Mu Ruo at that moment. Mu Ruo found herself lost. I can't find the hospital entrance. It wasn't that Mu Ruo was directionally challenged, but rather that this hospital was simply too vast. With a rather intricate layout, during the day, she might have found her way out by wandering around, but at this late hour, she felt utterly disoriented. Fu Jianji offered. Shall I escort you? Mu Ruo blinked. Is that permissible? It is not, Fu Jianji replied nonchalantly, but I could send a message to the director on your behalf. Then never mind, Mu Ruo reconsidered. Their relationship was not one that was suitable for the director to be aware of. She was mindful of her standing. She knew she was not Fu Jianji's rightful wife. While publicizing her status might benefit her, it would not serve Fu Jianji well. Their relationship was merely contractual. For what she currently had, Mu Ruo felt quite content and did not wish to exploit Fu Jianji's status for further gain. If the director chose to reprimand her, so be it. Everyone in the production team, from the cinematographers to the actors, had faced their share of scolding. Even the leading actors had been criticized when their performances faltered. In the hospital, Fu Jianji's room was his private sanctuary, furnished with a plethora of essentials. Its decor echoing that of his residence in the Fu family. Mu Ruo noticed a pair of exquisite ornaments on the table, crafted from a dark wood she could not identify, sculpted into two endearing little creatures resembling a small qilin and a small lion. The scent was delightful, and she couldn't resist picking one up to feel its texture. When Fu Jianji emerged, Mu Ruo curiously inquired, What are these carvings? They smell so fragrant. They are Pu, Fu Jianji replied with a smirk. If you desire one, you can pay for it with next month's salary. Mu Ruo gasped. My entire month's salary for this? It is worth 30 million. At that moment, Mu Ruo wished she could sever her own hand. How could she casually touch an item belonging to a tycoon? Of course, she shouldn't have. Her beloved lipstick cost only a few thousand, and yet she needed a special makeup box to organize it by shade and brand. Meanwhile, the tycoon's belongings were valued in the tens of millions, casually displayed on the table. Forget it. I still need my salary next month for clothes and bags. Why is such an expensive ornament placed here? Are you not concerned that a mischievous child might accidentally break it? Fu Jianji remarked casually. It's a guardian Pu. The hospital is rumored to be haunted, and Mu Ruo's face paled. Really? Fu Jianji chuckled without elaborating. Of course, it was a farce. Who still believed in such things in this day and age? Mu Ruo, having worked in the production team for a considerable time, genuinely believed in such tales. During her earlier days filming historical dramas, she had encountered some rather eerie occurrences, which had left her frightened enough to visit temples to burn incense daily. Fu Jianji's words had unsettled her, and she found herself believing him. Given the eerie nature of hospitals, she often heard peculiar stories about strange incidents occurring within their walls. Having been a little fearful of such things since childhood, coupled with her past experiences, her anxiety heightened. As she bathed, Mu Ruo felt uneasy, wondering if something lurked just outside the window. After showering, she climbed into bed beside Fu Jianji. He reached over to turn off the light. Unable to sleep, Mu Ruo asked, Have you ever encountered anything like that? Big boss? Fu Jianji found her question amusing, surprised that she was still pondering this after half an hour. While the pair of Pu served as guardians, their presence in his room was solely due to his distaste for the antiseptic odor of the hospital. The zeton wood was calming, and its placement in the room filled the space with a gentle fragrance. In a nonchalant tone, Fu Jianji recounted an encounter from his childhood when he had seen a woman, clad in white and with disheveled hair, standing outside the window. Perhaps it was the stormy weather at midnight that caused the window of their room to emit a sudden noise. Mu Ruo, startled, instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Jianji's waist. The softness and fragrance of the girl's body were akin to an addictive poison. Fu Jianji's voice was low and deep. Mu Ruo, why are you holding me? Embarrassed, Mu Ruo quickly released her grip. Chapter 60. Is the sun rising in the west? However, once she let go, a wave of fear washed over her, particularly given the tempest outside. She hesitated for a moment, struggling to concoct an excuse for her earlier actions. Yet, she noticed that the man beside her had fallen silent. He appeared to be asleep. Mr. Fu, she called tentatively, but Fu Jianji did not respond. With a sigh, Mu Ruo concluded that he was indeed asleep. She closed her eyes and soon felt drowsy herself. The next day, Mu Ruo arrived at the film set, lost in thought while cradling a cup of coffee. Huan Minli took a seat beside her. "Where were you yesterday?" she inquired. "There were some matters at home," Mu Ruo replied. "To appease Liu Beichen, Xiao Wanwan had also not come over the previous day." Shortly after Mu Ruo's arrival, Xiao Wanwan appeared, bearing numerous cups of coffee, cheerfully greeting each crew member with a smile. Mu Ruo nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed as she had said. To play the lead in a novel. Xiao Wanwan must possess a certain charm. If only she didn't constantly oppose Mu Ruo, her efforts to enhance her social connections might seem quite inspiring. Huan Minli scrutinized Mu Ruo's face before glancing at Xiao Wanwan. "I don't know why, but I feel like you two share a slight resemblance." However, Mu Ruo's features were evidently more three-dimensional, her bone structure flawless, exuding a natural elegance, while Xiao Wanwan was undeniably a petite beauty. A closer look under the lens revealed hints of artifice. Mu Ruo touched her own face. As usual, Xiao Wanwan approached Ganwan with a cup of coffee, playfully greeting him, "Good morning, teacher Gan." Yet this time, Ganwan did not acknowledge her as he had in the past. He simply walked past her with his script in hand, as if he didn't recognize her at all. Ganwan's assistant expressed surprise. "Hey, she just greeted you." Ganwan responded coldly, "Am I particularly close to her?" Xiao Wanwan froze, utterly bewildered by the shift in his demeanor after just a day. Ganwan then approached Mu Ruo, saying, "Mu Ruo, let us run through the lines." Huan Minli interjected sarcastically, "Oh, the sun must be rising in the west." Ganwan disregarded her jibe. After all, he had been mistaken previously. With his level of experience, he could not stoop to apologizing but could only take the initiative to express his true feelings. Huan Minli crossed her arms, stating, "You two rehearse, and I'll guide Mu Ruo from the side." Having received numerous awards, Huan Minli's acting skills were unquestionable. Even though Mu Ruo was not a newcomer, she could not rival Huan Minli, a seasoned actress with accolades from both domestic and international films. From a distance, Xiao Wanwan pouted, watching the two biggest stars in the crew surrounding Mu Ruo, assisting her with her performance. The others in the crew were equally intrigued. Why were the leading man and lady treating this newcomer so well? Just days ago, the leading man had shown disdain for her. Surely, he and Wanwan were on good terms. Yet when Wanwan had greeted him moments ago, he had completely ignored her. The unfolding drama left many wondering what had transpired. Hearing the gossip around her, Xiao Wanwan felt particularly uncomfortable, biting her lip. The other actors were somewhat snobbish, aware that in this industry, one must possess a keen sense of awareness. Even though they had previously listened to Xiao Wanwan's disparaging remarks about Mu Ruo, now, seeing the leading man and lady getting along with her, they were eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Mu Ruo. As for the kindness Xiao Wanwan had shown in recent days, bringing coffee and snacks, they remembered her gestures but did not feel obligated to stand by her side indefinitely. After all, who would refuse a few cups of coffee or snacks? Everyone was eager to curry favor with the stars. After completing a scene, Mu Ruo felt uncomfortably warm, clad as she was in a heavy hanfu on such a humid day. She sought a place to sit, only to be approached by a male actor who handed her a glass of iced lemon water. Mu Ruo, taken aback, thought, "Is the sun rising in the west?" She was hesitant to drink a stranger's beverage. Huan Minli rejoined her, Ruo, you're about to wrap up, right?" Mu Ruo nodded. As a supporting character in this film, her scenes were limited, and she would finish early. "Our company has a drama of commendable quality, and there's a vacant role for the second female lead. Would you like to take a look at the script?" The male actor nearby was astonished. They all knew Huan Minli to be generous, but her willingness to recommend Mu Ruo, a relative stranger, was unexpected, and Mu Ruo considered the offer, sure. Later that evening, Mu Ruo had more scenes to shoot outdoors. Following the recent rains, the atmosphere was humid, and various insects swarmed, prompting everyone to use repellent, which filled the air with a distinct scent. As the day concluded and everyone packed up, Xiao Wanwan chatted with an assistant when suddenly, the assistant's face paled, pointing at Xiao Wanwan's shoulder. Feeling a chill, Xiao Wanwan turned to discover a small snake, about the thickness of a finger, crawling on her shoulder. She screamed in terror, instinctively tossing the snake onto the assistant before fleeing in panic. The assistant, also a girl, was nearly fainting from fright as the snake coiled around her arm. Had this been a prominent actor, the crew would have rallied to help, but she was merely a junior assistant. Both boys and girls who feared snakes trembled and dared not approach, while a few unafraid chuckled at the spectacle of the frightened girl. Mu Ruo composed herself, donned a plastic bag over her hand, and carefully grasped the snake's neck, tossing it into a nearby thicket. Startled, the snake quickly slithered away. Harmless, Mu Ruo frowned slightly. It was nothing, really. She had once shared that same fear. The assistant finally broke into tears, feeling ashamed after having previously spoken ill of Mu Ruo with Xiao Wanwan. The crew's perception of Xiao Wanwan began to shift, no longer as warm as before. Chapter 61. Especially in front of your husband. Xiao Wanwan, still shaken, was oblivious to her own actions. The assistant, who worked for the male actor portraying the tyrant, had previously been on friendly terms with Xiao Wanwan. The actor, quite popular, viewed Xiao Wanwan as an innocent little sister. The assistant, accustomed to receiving coffee and snacks from Xiao Wanwan, now regarded her with suspicion after the incident. Xiao Wanwan felt guilty. I was just startled. It was a reflex. You're not really upset, are you? The assistant resented herself for not recognizing Xiao Wanwan's true nature earlier. Remembering their previous gossip about Mu Ruo, she felt a mix of shame and discomfort. What could be more painful than being saved by someone they had judged? The assistant shook off Xiao Wanwan's hand. I'm fine. She then hurried after Mu Ruo. Thank you. Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo retained her usual indifference, merely nodding in response. Everyone in the crew had their own opinions. Following the incident, their views of Xiao Wanwan had changed. Those who had once been close to her hesitated to approach, fearing they might be bitten by her venomous tongue one day. As for Mu Ruo, her exceptional acting skills had won her the leading man's respect. She never delayed the filming schedule. Although some had initially claimed that Mu Ruo looked down on others, she had never bullied any crew member. Their negative impressions of her seemed to stem solely from Xiao Wanwan's influence. As Xiao Wanwan's true character was revealed, any lingering negative sentiments towards Mu Ruo dissipated. While Mu Ruo left the set, the others continued to whisper among themselves. I found Mu Ruo ought to be quite impressive. She is not the green tea type Xiao Wanwan described. The bravery to grab a snake? I could never do that. Snakes terrify me. Have you noticed that Xiao Wanwan and Mu Ruo look somewhat alike? Their eyes and noses share similarities. I noticed that too. Xiao Wanwan claimed Mu Ruo had a crush on her boyfriend and was trying to imitate her to seduce him. But Mu Ruo shows no signs of having undergone any cosmetic procedures. Director Zhao's films reject plastic surgery. In contrast, Xiao Wanwan bears faint scars on her nose and ears. As these whispers reached her ears, Xiao Wanwan's expression hardened, and she quickly packed her things to leave. She realized the director disapproved of her. Now that her reputation had plummeted within the crew, there was no reason for her to remain. That night, Xiao Wanwan gathered her belongings and departed with Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen was perplexed by her sudden decision to leave. After all I've done for you, you choose to walk away? Liu Beichen was quite displeased. My father initially intended for director Zhao to produce a promotional video for the company, and I had already called in that favor. He would undoubtedly scold me. Xiao Wanwan's eyes darted thoughtfully. Beichen, have you ever considered pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? Liu Beichen hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he was destined to inherit the family business. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, it seemed as though fate was favoring him in his career. No matter what he endeavored to undertake, even if he faced initial setbacks and endured hardships, he ultimately found success. This success appeared to have little correlation to his abilities, as there were others more talented than Liu Beichen who lacked his fortuitous luck. Xiao Wanwan pondered. I believe you should give it a try. Achieve some accomplishments to show your family that you are extraordinary. Beichen, I have faith in you. Encouraged by Xiao Wanwan, Liu Beichen instantly felt a surge of confidence. Yet, Xiao Wanwan felt a twinge of reluctance. All along, she had considered herself the true success story in life. Mu Ruo was more beautiful than her, and she was steadily catching up in terms of beauty. Mu Ruo came from a better family background, while she had been extracting resources from Liu Beichen to support her own family, gradually guiding the Xiao family back on track. Now, Mu Ruo had abandoned her role as a full-time wife to embark on a new path. This stirred a sense of crisis within Xiao Wanwan. She sensed that Mu Ruo seemed different from before. Xiao Wanwan could not accept that someone she had once defeated was now rising to surpass her. Thus, she too aspired to enter this realm, determined to outshine Mu Ruo. Just as she had once gazed at Mu Ruo, the center of attention, she now sought to bring Mu Ruo down, compelling her to look up at her in admiration. So, Mu Ruo wished to become a star? Then she too would pursue that dream, and with greater fervor. Days later, Mu Ruo wrapped up her filming. Upon completion, she ordered a grand cake to share with her fellow crew members. The others, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly congratulated Mu Ruo on her wrap. Minli and Gon still had a significant amount of filming ahead of them, uncertain of how many more months they would need to work. Director Zhao was notoriously meticulous. He would not approve anything that fell short of his standards. Minli lamented Mu Ruo's departure, sighing, Ruo, who will play games with me now that you're leaving? Sigh, are you really not considering taking me on as your apprentice? Master, I'll even splurge on you for a mount. Mu Ruo replied, Sister Minli, you're worse than me, a novice. Let us not take on apprentices. Shall we? Gonwen remained aloof, still feeling awkward about past events. If you find yourself without work in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Your acting is quite commendable, Mu Ruo replied. Oh? All right. She would not refuse resources coming from an award-winning actor. Director Zhao patted Mu Ruo's shoulder. Little Mu, don't forget about me after your rap. Mu Ruo replied, Director, please refrain from being overly familiar. I fear others will say that I relied on underhanded means to join the production, Director Zhao retorted. Even if he had 800 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Director Zhao continued. I'm considering shooting a piece set in the 1980s. The story is particularly intriguing. Would you like to learn more? Mu Ruo's eyes brightened. Am I to play the lead? Director Zhao clarified. Not exactly. Mu Ruo's type does not align. She is far too beautiful for the character he envisions. Primarily, Director Zhao had his eyes on Mu Ruo's husband's financial backing. If the wealthy gentleman was willing to invest a couple of $100 million, that would be splendid, Director Zhao sighed. Little Mu? Do be sure to speak highly of me in front of your relatives and friends, especially your husband. At that moment, Mu Ruo was blissfully unaware that Director Zhao had learned of her marital status. Few were privy to her union with Fu Jianji. He was a rather low-key individual, seldom appearing in public. The media dared not pry into his affairs. Information concerning the Fu family was not easily obtainable. The deeper the roots of a wealthy family, the more concealed they often remained, rendering them shrouded in mystery to outsiders. Although this young lady sometimes exhibited boisterous tendencies and enjoyed snacking on the sofa, habits that starkly contrasted with Fu Jianji's demeanor, leaving the household staff somewhat bewildered. Once Mu Ruo departed, the home grew eerily quiet, and Butler Li found it challenging to adjust. Mu Ruo peeked. Is Mr. Fu not at home today? He has an important meeting. Butler Li smiled. Has the lady completed her work? Mu Ruo nodded. Although Minli had introduced a new project to her, Mu Ruo chose not to transition seamlessly into the next production. She wished to rest and reflect. Recently, Mr. Fu had been exceedingly busy, often traveling abroad. Butler Li cautioned. Please be careful not to upset Mr. Fu. Mu Ruo blinked. Is Mr. Fu in a bad mood lately? Butler Li nodded. Since he had a fondness for Mu Ruo, he offered this gentle reminder, concerned that she might inadvertently step on a landmine. He worried that she might misconstrue his well-intentioned advice as a deliberate command, leading her to act contrarily to assert her uniqueness. Nevertheless, Mu Ruo was quite perceptive. She did not believe she held any special significance in Fu Jianji's eyes. She feared that if she inadvertently provoked the affluent gentleman, she might find herself unceremoniously ousted from the mansion. Understood, Butler Li added. By the way, several brands have sent their latest seasonal items. Mr. Fu has already settled the bill on your behalf. I have delivered those items to your room. Mu Ruo exclaimed. She hurried upstairs, opened the door to her room, and began unboxing one luxurious item after another. Most were high-end clothing and handbags, all the latest styles, totaling several million. This was the original owner's habit. Since marrying Fu Jianji, her expenditures had significantly increased, prompting brands to send their seasonal collections directly. However, these expenses were solely her responsibility, unrelated to Fu Jianji. Mu Ruo tried on each piece, admiring herself in the mirror when a knock on the door interrupted her. Butler Li announced, to celebrate the lady's rap, I bought a cake for everyone to share. Mu Ruo replied, Butler Li, did you order this specifically for me? Butler Li nodded. Even though Mu Ruo had already feasted with the crew, she felt she could still indulge. Seeing his lady so cheerful after finishing her filming was akin to witnessing his own granddaughter's delight, which pleased Butler Li immensely. Then, Mu Ruo noticed a familiar face on the television. With the aid of the show's beautification effects, Xiao Wanwan appeared particularly captivating, looking endearingly pitiable. This was quite a shock. With a snap, Mu Ruo switched off the television. Xia Wanwan and Liu Beichen. Mu Ruo felt a surge of frustration. Why were these two everywhere? It seemed no matter where she went, she encountered them. Could this be the curse of becoming the villainess after her transmigration, as she attempted to escape the original plot? The narrative continually morphed, ensnaring her in all matters related to the protagonists. Ultimately, she would meet her downfall at their hands, losing her wealth, status, and beauty, while her friends suffered tragic fates, each meeting a sorrowful end. The story would unfold as originally intended, leading to its inevitable conclusion. And what of that childhood sweetheart of yours? Observing Mu Ruo's current demeanor, a blend of dejection and sadness, it was evident she was pining excessively for that man. To the point of despair, she lay sprawled on the sofa, her gaze lowered, catching sight of Fu Jianji's long, slender legs encased in black trousers, leading up to his lean waist and broad shoulders, complemented by a strikingly handsome face that could easily grace the cover of a fashion magazine. Mu Ruo blinked. Fu Jianji leaned down, grasping Mu Ruo's chin in his large hand. Her delicate face appeared even more vulnerable held within his grip. Fu Jianji smiled. Living in your husband's home while thinking of another man, is that particularly delightful? Mu Ruo replied. It's not that pleasant, brother. Could you please release my chin? You're going to crush it. Upon hearing her address him as brother, Fu Jianji's expression shifted slightly before he released her. Mu Ruo added, There's cake in the fridge. Would you like some? It's a particularly delicious strawberry cake. No, thank you. Mu Ruo suddenly recalled butlerly mentioning Fu Jianji's recent foul mood. Indeed, it seemed quite dire. She trailed closely behind him, like a little tail, as he ascended the stairs, darting ahead to position herself in front of him. Look. How do I look in this outfit? Fu Jianji glanced over. Mu Ruo was clad in the latest Miu Miu ensemble. The top was notably short, tightly hugging her chest and revealing a slender waist, while the pleated skirt fell above her knees, showcasing her long, straight legs. Her hair cascaded down to her waist, and her face bore no makeup, giving her the appearance of a schoolgirl just returning from evening study. Mu Ruo beamed. Thank you, big shot, for buying me clothes. Fu Jianji pinched her cheek playfully. You'll be sleeping with me tonight. Just as Mu Ruo was about to respond, her foot suddenly slipped, causing her to tumble down the stairs and land directly in Fu Jianji's embrace. She thought to herself how the classic trope of the female lead slipping had now befallen her, and then, with a soft peck, she accidentally kissed Fu Jianji on the cheek. Mu Ruo's face turned pale. Had she just inadvertently assaulted the CEO? Would she become a pitiful abandoned wife tonight? Fu Jianji's expression darkened. Mu Ruo weakly explained. It was unintentional. He walked past her without a word. Mu Ruo continued to follow. Mr. Fu, I truly didn't mean it. I swear to the heavens, I respect you as I would my own father. I absolutely did not. Mu Ruo. Did not what? Fu Jianji scoffed. I don't possess the same audacity as you. My dear daughter, Mu Ruo, does that mean you want to kick me out? A deduction from my wages, 20 million. Please, no. Chapter 63. One must not offend the CEO's bed in a bid to secure her salary for the next month. Mu Ruo persistently trailed behind Fu Jianji, hands clasped in a plea for him to grant her another chance. After all, she was a beauty. If news of her being fined 20 million for a mere peck spread, how could she ever maintain her reputation? Fu Jianji ignored her. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a halt. Mu Ruo, caught off guard, collided headfirst into Fu Jianji's back, causing a sharp pain in her nose. It was not that she was unwilling. After all, Fu Jianji was undeniably handsome. However, Mu Ruo had never kissed anyone before. It wasn't that she had avoided kissing scenes. Being an actress, she couldn't arbitrarily change the script. Yet, all the roles she had taken on thus far were supporting ones, and she had never played a leading character. Moreover, most films were serious dramas, and the main protagonists rarely engaged in passionate romantic scenes, leaving no opportunity for her, as a supporting character, to have a kissing scene. Thus, experiencing her first kiss and being dismissed so disdainfully left Mu Ruo quite vexed. Fu Jianji grasped her chin and scrutinized her. If you are unwilling, then so be it. How could she possibly be willing in such a situation? Mu Ruo shut her eyes. Of course, I am willing. Fu Jianji did nothing further and released her. Mu Ruo retorted. Oh, brother, do you enjoy talking big so much? With a hint of bravado, she continued, for 20 million. If once isn't enough, make it 10 times. At that moment, Mu Ruo was blissfully unaware of the exploitative nature and ugliness of capitalists. Believing wholeheartedly that Fu Jianji was merely boasting. 10 times is fine. Even 100 times would be okay. If he relished taking verbal advantage, let him have his fill before going to bed that night. Mu Ruo lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Zhou Jian sent her a message. What the heck? How did Xiao Wanwan end up on a balloon TV variety show? Mu Ruo promptly ignored the message and opened a game of Candy Crush. She had grown weary of hearing their names. To be frank, the success of Liu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan stirred not a single ripple in her heart. After all, they were the leading characters, perpetually basking in the halo bestowed upon them by the author. Xiao Wanwan, with her universally adored charm, and Liu Beichen, wielding the charisma of a powerful tycoon, were untouchable. Zhou Jian, embodying the role of a venomous male antagonist, suddenly proposed. Should I hire a few thousand trolls to smear Xiao Wanwan? Mu Ruo replied, forget it. I'd rather save that money. Zhou Jian hesitated for a moment. Ruo, I truly feel you have changed. He sighed, but watching them thrive so effortlessly makes me resentful. Mu Ruo understood. As a voracious reader of romance novels, she was all too familiar with Zhou Jian's mindset, a classic case of a spiteful supporting character. Witnessing the protagonists glide through life unscathed, it bred a deep-seated bitterness, prompting them to create chaos for the leads. Ultimately, they became mere fodder in the narrative, providing readers with a sense of satisfaction. Therefore, Mu Ruo resolved to eradicate this mindset at its roots. She would no longer follow any news about the leads or do anything for them. While they amassed wealth, she would remain devoted to serving the esteemed Fu. Contentedly earning her own 20 million point one day, when Fu Jianji allied himself with the protagonists, becoming their protective shield, she would join forces with Hai Li and Zhou Jian, taking their money and fleeing. As long as she had money, she could enjoy life anywhere. After all, even at the story's conclusion, Liu Beichen's influence did not extend as far as Fu Jianji's. Moreover, her appearance was quite endearing. Lacking any aggression, she was attractive but not overwhelmingly so, perfectly aligning with the audience's preferences. Although her screen time was limited, whenever she appeared, she assisted fellow contestants with enthusiasm and care, chopping or washing vegetables, which steadily increased the audience's fondness for her. In Zhou Jian's eyes, Xiao Wanwan was merely a green tea BTCH who had manipulated herself to resemble his friend, stealing the affections of the man his friend cherished. Seeing so many people fawn over Xiao Wanwan ignited Zhou Jian's ire. Though he had already contacted a troll company, after hearing Mu Ruo's advice, he ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, hiring trolls would cost a fortune. And Mu Ruo suggested saving the money instead, especially since Zhang Xiaoya's parents were ill and could use the funds for treatment. Zhou Jian sighed. Ruo, you suddenly started filming, and before you even gained any momentum, Xiao Wanwan became popular. Sigh, you can't compete with her for men, and in terms of career, you're also falling behind. He fell silent, as he felt a twinge of sympathy for Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo, though feeling a pang in her chest, stubbornly retorted, what do you know? After all, lacking the halo of the female lead, and being the archetype that all readers despised, she had achieved quite a lot already. Hadn't she? Feeling exasperated, Mu Ruo tossed her phone aside and buried her face in the pillow. As Fu Jianji emerged from the bathroom, he found the young woman clad in a milky white, regal-style nightgown, angrily pounding her pillow. Fu Jianji remarked coolly, this is my bed. Are you planning to destroy it? Mu Ruo replied, no, I'm just giving it a massage. Point one cannot offend the great one. Point one cannot offend the great one's bed either. Fu Jianji climbed onto the bed and turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Mu Ruo instinctively shifted closer to the edge of the bed, trying to give him more space. She suddenly felt a large hand grasp her shoulder. A peculiar sensation coursed through her, akin to being gently teased by a feather. Before she could react, her cheek was kissed. Mu Ruo recalled Fu Jianji's earlier words about the 10 times. Indeed, in this world, it seemed there were no losses that Fu Jianji could not avoid. She mused internally, marveling at how he suffered no minor setbacks, which explained his staggering wealth. If only she possessed such capabilities, she would have long since claimed the title of Best Actress. In the enveloping darkness, Mu Ruo caught a whiff of his stable, crisp, woody fragrance and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 64. It can't be this lawful. When Mu Ruo awoke the next morning, Fu Jianji's figure was already absent from her side. She ventured downstairs to pour herself a cup of hot milk, savoring it slowly when Hailey called, her voice choked with emotion. Mu Ruo felt a headache coming on, unable to decipher what she was saying while munching on a piece of toast. It was rush hour, and the traffic was at a standstill as she peered out of the window. A Porsche beside her lowered its window. Lu Baichen glared at her coldly. Mu Ruo, where are you headed? Mu Ruo cursed under her breath. How could she forget? Even with 2 million residents in Rongqing. In several districts, if 2 freshly graduated students were sent out to seek jobs, as long as they didn't arrange to meet, their chances of encountering each other in a year would be less than 1. Yet, in the story, the leads and supporting characters invariably crossed paths the moment they stepped outside. Seeing Mu Ruo's frosty demeanor, Lu Baichen felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. He was baffled by how the girl who once did various misdeeds for him and constantly compared herself to Xiao Wanwan suddenly no longer seemed to care for him. Lu Baichen's affection for Mu Ruo had lasted as long as his feelings for Xiao Wanwan. Initially, he had been drawn to Xiao Wanwan because she bore a striking resemblance to Mu Ruo. Viewing her as a substitute, feeling flustered, Lu Baichen suggested, "Let us find a place to talk." At that moment, the car in front of Mu Ruo moved. She rolled up her window, ignoring Lu Baichen, and followed the car ahead. Lu Baichen's lane remained congested, and he slammed his hand against the steering wheel in frustration as he watched the Lamborghini disappear from view. Mu Ruo hurriedly arrived at Hailey's home. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Seeing Hailey sobbing uncontrollably, Mu Ruo gently rubbed her head. "What's wrong, little one? Who's been bullying you?" Hailey choked out. "Sun Hong wants to break up with me." "Break up? That's excellent. That pretty boy doesn't he deserve you? He is asking for 2 million in breakup fees and wants my aunt to give him the male lead role in one of their dramas." Mu Ruo replied, "What an audacious request. Just kick him to the curb and ignore his demands." Hailey shook her head through her tears. Mu Ruo was incredulous. It seemed their trio was increasingly consumed by love. Scrambling to pursue the wrong men and women, Hailey whispered, "He secretly took photos of me." Mu Ruo frowned deeply. "We should report this to the police." Hailey shook her head. "He said if I report it, his family will release the photos. He would rather go to jail than not retaliate against me." Hailey's parents were prominent figures who would rather pay than suffer the shame of such a scandal. 2 million was hardly a problem for them. The drama produced by To Company was meant to promote their company's new young star, a significant production with a stellar cast, guaranteed to be a hit. Should they comply with Sun Hong, he would undoubtedly rise to fame. Mu Ruo's expression darkened. "That scoundrel. Why does he have to pick on you? Doesn't he know the havoc we wreak in the story?" By the latter part of the narrative, aside from drug-related issues, their trio had practically engaged in every nefarious activity imaginable. Yet this petty criminal dared to extort them. Hailey sobbed, and Mu Ruo cast a resigned glance at her. It seemed this friend was coerced into this predicament. Nevertheless, with the protagonists shielded by their halo, Mu Ruo had no desire to oppose them. How dare this minor celebrity provoke them? Mu Ruo's mind raced as she took Hailey's phone, located Sun Hong's number, and dialed it. Sun Hong's smug voice came through. "What's up? Have you come to your senses? Don't want your parents to see you like that online. Just follow my demands. 2 million, or no roll." Mu Ruo's voice was icy. "If you're willing, we can hand you the money tonight. If not, you'll get nothing. I'll report you for extortion immediately, and if those photos are released, we'll claim they were produced by Al." Sun Hong sneered. "Whether it's Al or not, the online experts will see through it. Besides, flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Why are only your Al photos being released? No one else's? If there's no roll, then 5 million. 2 million is the limit. Not a penny more. If you refuse, I'll report you." Sun Hong was starting to panic. He hadn't truly expected to land that role. After all, it was obtained through extortion. He feared retaliation from Do once he joined the cast. Securing 2 million would be a stroke of luck. If one is pushed too hard, not only will they fail to obtain any money, but they may also find themselves behind bars. He certainly does not wish to gamble with his future. Sun Hong spoke up. 2 million it is. We shall meet tonight." Mu Ruo provided him with an address before ending the call. Hailey had now ceased her tears. She felt too embarrassed to ask her aunt for that particular item, but 2 million was truly a trivial sum for her. The valuables in her home had already been rifled through by Sun Hong, and her account balance fell short of the 2 million mark. Wiping her eyes, Hailey said, Ruo, hand me your phone. I need to call my dad for some money." Mu Ruo replied, "No need. Du highly retorted, Ruo, are you seriously going to cover this? Mu Ruo firmly stated, absolutely not. To ask for Mu Ruo's money is akin to asking for her life. No one can deceive Mu Ruo into parting with her funds. Are you foolish? It is utterly impossible to give him money. Mu Ruo crossed her arms, suggesting they first deceive him. They must make him understand that once entangled with them, he had indeed kicked against an iron plate. Ensuring he would never dare to offend again, Du highly understood. We deceive him, then we dismember him and secretly bury him in my basement. I can have my parents assist with the cleanup. Ensuring no one discovers him, Mu Ruo replied, but we cannot be so unprincipled. Little did Mu Ruo know, Du highly harbored such twisted thoughts. The police and the legal system in this world were starkly different from those in Mu Ruo's previous existence. Many things had changed and been exaggerated from the original framework. After all, in her previous world, there was no enigmatic multinational tycoon like Fujian. Nevertheless, influenced by the rules of her former life, Mu Ruo was reluctant to engage in any criminal activities. No, Mu Ruo sighed, highly, we are law-abiding citizens. Let us refrain from such actions in the future. Du highly readily complied with Mu Ruo's wishes. Obediently nodding, Ruo, whatever you say. Chapter 65. Regret. Sun Hong, brimming with excitement, clutched his phone and took a taxi to the hotel Mu Ruo had specified, securing a room to await her arrival. The more he pondered, the more he regretted that he had asked for merely 2 million. After all, Du highly's car alone was worth more than that. However, he feared that if he pushed too hard, she might turn against him, leaving him with nothing. 2 million was not particularly substantial within their circle, yet for a nameless actor like Sun Hong, it was still a considerable sum. With no fans and lacking quality resources, this money would sustain him for quite some time. Sun Hong smirked, thinking to himself, when did he ever promise to hand over all the photographs to Du highly? He would definitely retain a portion. Intending to request more once the initial funds ran out. These young girls were all equally brazen, and he doubted she would refuse him later. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Sun Hong awaited their arrival. Moments later, the doors swung open, and both Mu Ruo and Du highly entered. Clad in striking black attire, Mu Ruo, in particular, caught his eye. Her figure clad in form-fitting black jeans accentuated her long legs and enviable proportions. Prompting Sun Hong's lecherous gaze to linger, the two young women placed a massive canvas bag on the table and unzipped it, revealing a cascade of red bills inside. Sun Hong's attention shifted from Mu Ruo to the mound of cash, his eyes widening with greed. So much cash? Mu Ruo scoffed. Are you not concerned about the police if we do a transfer? Sun Hong paused, recalling that robbers on television typically demanded cash. As transfers were more easily traceable, he reached out to pull the large canvas bag toward himself, but Mu Ruo smacked his hand with her crocodile skin purse, exclaiming, "Don't be so greedy. Delete the photos first." The force of the blow left his hand stinging. Though he was seething with rage, he temporarily swallowed his anger for the sake of the money, opening his phone gallery to delete the photos one by one as Mu Ruo insisted he scour his cloud storage and other applications. Are there any backups on your computer or other phones? I don't use a computer. I only have this one phone, Sun Hong replied, gesturing to Du highly, who nodded in agreement. Mu Ruo then confiscated his phone, placing it into her bag. Your phone is now mine. Sun Hong chuckled, if you want it, just take it. Can I at least keep the money? Mu Ruo crossed her arms, smirking, take it, and share it with your ancestors. Sun Hong's expression shifted as he sensed something was amiss. He opened the large bag, pulling out a stack of what appeared to be cash, only to find it was actually Joss paper, printed by the Bank of Heaven and Earth. You filthy bitches. How dare you trick me? He fumed, his anger boiling over. He retrieved another phone from his pocket, exclaiming, damn it. I will share your scandalous antics with the entire internet. Mu Ruo swiftly kicked him in the groin. I knew you would pull this stunt. Sun Hong was livid. He never imagined he would be outsmarted. However, he had come alone, partly because he underestimated Du highly's capabilities, and partly due to the fact that he was facing two women he thought he could easily dominate. Mu Ruo clapped her hands, calling out, Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian burst through the door, flanked by several tall, imposing bodyguards. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Hong felt a surge of fear and instinctively began to retreat. What do you want? Mu Ruo, arms crossed, sneered. What do you think? The three fiercest villains have come together. What else could we possibly want? At that moment, Mu Ruo genuinely felt pity for Sun Hong. Of all the people he could have crossed, he chose to provoke the law-abiding trio. The three of them had been successful in harming others, but had never succeeded in taking down the female lead, a mere pawn, devoid of the aura of the protagonists. Had dared to extort the villains. For some reason, Du Hailei's latent malicious traits suddenly awakened. Mu Ruo, are we really not going to dismember him? My basement is quite spacious. If we hide him there, no one will ever discover him. Sun Hong's face flushed with terror. Was this woman still the naive and easy-to-manipulate ex-girlfriend he once knew? Zhou Jian was equally taken aback. Not only had this man deceived his sister, but he had also dared to attempt extortion. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jian spoke. I think dismemberment is a bit excessive. Sun Hong's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Men understand men. We must spare him. Zhou Jian stroked his chin, pondering. Such scum should not be allowed to roam free. Who knows how many innocent girls he may deceive in the future? Sun Hong felt darkness closing in on him. Nearly fainting from fear, Mu Ruo coldly stared at him. Where are your backups? Delete everything. Sun Hong, terrified, hastily logged into his privacy space, erasing every photo until his phone was completely clean. Mu Ruo searched fruitlessly, her eyes narrowing. I suspect he is not being truthful. Let us cut out his tongue. He must have hidden the photos elsewhere. I swear, there is nothing else. Sun Hong exclaimed, covering his mouth in fear of the burly men rushing forward to fulfill her suggestion. I am not lying. May lightning strike me. I promise there is nothing else. I've deleted everything. Mu Ruo regarded Sun Hong skeptically. I do not believe you. I swear, it's all gone, clean as a whistle. Sun Hong wept, his face soaked with tears, truly believing he had deleted everything. Mu Ruo replied with a curt acknowledgement. Hailey, Zhou Jian, let us depart. Du Hailei, in disbelief, asked, are we really not going to kill him? Zhou Jian also felt that letting him go would be too lenient. Let the bodyguards strip him. Let us take some photos, Mu Ruo interjected, sensing that they were treading dangerously close to crossing a line. If he dares to offend again, we will do as you say. Zhou Jian insisted that the two girls exit first. We must take a set of photos, just in case he has any tricks up his sleeve. Should he retaliate in the future, we will be prepared. Sun Hong, filled with regret, lamented his choices. He had always perceived Du Hailei as a naive little bunny, not realizing that she and her friends were far from innocent. Even if he were granted 800 more lives, he would not dare to act so recklessly again. The terror he experienced today made him wish he had never crossed paths with these three women. Clutching his now empty phone, he hesitated before dialing the police. Hello, officer. I am being threatened. I request 24-hour protection. He recounted the entire ordeal, explaining how he had taken compromising photos of his ex-girlfriend and demanded $2 million, only to be met with refusal and further threats. In that moment, Sun Hong's minuscule brain finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Even if he reported it, the police would likely not side with him. He might even end up incarcerated. In a flurry, he hung up the phone. Chapter 66. It's nothing, just a small scene. Mu Ruo, Zhou Jian, and Hailey found a bustling night market to dine in. Zhou Jian ordered a plethora of signature dishes, then handed the menu to Mu Ruo and Hailey, inviting them to select their favorites. This place is always lively, and this restaurant is quite popular in Rong City. As a street vendor, Zhou Jian had never dared to bring Mu Ruo to such crowded venues, knowing she would likely find it distasteful. However, things had changed. For reasons unknown, Zhou Jian felt that Mu Ruo had become more accepting, noticeably different from her former self. She now exuded a certain warmth of humanity, and ever since she had let go of her obsession with Liu Beichen, Zhou Jian sensed that Mu Ruo had become more genuine and sincere towards her friends. He felt that Mu Ruo's release from her feelings for Liu Beichen was ultimately for the best. Though he regretted the past between them, believing they were a match made in heaven, he also recognized that Xiao Wanwan was merely an interloper. At that moment, the lively crowd erupted with excitement as a director and crew arrived to livestream a variety show. Xiao Wanwan was participating in a culinary program, and she happened to be among them. Originally, she was set to film next door, but as soon as she caught sight of Mu Ruo's eye-catching Lamborghini, she directed the crew to come over. Xiao Wanwan smiled sweetly at the camera. I've heard that this shop is quite famous in Rongqing. Let us go inside and take a look. As they walked, Xiao Wanwan pretended to accidentally bump into Du Hailei. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, Hailey, what are you doing here? Hailey initially intended to say it was nothing, but upon raising her head and seeing Xiao Wanwan, she instantly exploded. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Wanwan, why did you bump into me? Since it was a live broadcast, the variety platform was instantly flooded with comments. If a fairy like Wanwan bumped into me, I wouldn't know how happy I would be. Wanwan exudes an aura of a fragrant and soft girl. This woman, adorned in Chanel, must be an arrogant heiress. It seemed that Wanwan was acquainted with them, even calling her by name. Zhou Jian was also displeased and slammed the table. Standing up, Mu Ruo noticed the camera nearby. She was inherently sensitive to cameras, aware that they could distort black and white. Magnifying both virtues and flaws, Mu Ruo raised her hand to guide Hailey's face away from the camera's direct view. Her tone cold and indifferent. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. You all carry on with your business. Brother, please sit down and eat. Zhou Jian realized that Mu Ruo's reference to brother was directed at him and quickly took his seat. The moment Mu Ruo appeared on camera, it elicited a wave of gasps. Oh my goodness, Mom. I just saw a fairy. Which star is she? Wow. Her beauty is exceptional. I want to look like her in my next life. She referred to that man as her brother. Is he her elder brother? Haha. Although the man is quite handsome, he is not on her level. Indeed, beautiful women seem to have stepped out of a comic book. This woman has the look of a white lotus, and I can't understand why so many praise her beauty. Xiao Wanwan insisted on apologizing to Mu Ruo in front of the camera. Moreover, since Mu Ruo intentionally omitted Zhou Jian's name, Xiao Wanwan blurted out all three of their names. I'm sorry, Hailey. Zhou Jian, please don't be angry. It was unintentional. Mu Ruo, let me treat you all at this table. I'll pay the bill later, Mu Ruo replied coldly. Damn the lead actress. If you give Mu Ruo a knife, she'd want to stab the lead actress before taking on the author. Mu Ruo's tone remained utterly indifferent. It's fine, just a little misunderstanding. We can settle our own bill. You all go about your business. Xiao Wanwan left with the camera crew. As they walked, Xiao Wanwan explained to the camera, that was my high school classmate Mu Ruo, the school belle back in the day. Isn't she beautiful? I think she is stunning. When I was in high school, I was just an ugly duckling who didn't know how to dress up, and I envied girls like her. All three of them came from affluent families, the envy of everyone. Xiao Wanwan's words resonated with many viewers, and the comments flooded in. I was also envious of the popular figures in school, but those at my school liked to bully others. They were terrible people, so it turns out Wanwan was just like me in school. I used to feel inferior and liked her even more. You're so genuine. That girl named Mu Ruo looks mean. Xiao Wanwan didn't mention being bullied, but the audience assumed she was bullied by Mu Ruo and her friends. In an instant, the comments turned harsh, filled with insults directed at Mu Ruo and her companions. What a pity! That woman has such a beautiful face yet harbors such malice. Wanwan is truly a little son. I envy your courage. I'm stuck in the past and can't move on. Go be blunt. Those rich second-generation heirs, 99 out of 100 have bullied others. They're all no good. Only I think Wanwan and that woman bear some resemblance. Perhaps she feels that Wanwan looks like her and bullies her on purpose. Such people deserve to perish. How dare they exist in this world? After a while, Zhou Jian was eating when he glanced at his phone. What the? Zhou Jian cursed a string of expletives. Mu Ruo and Hailey ate with chili powder on their lips. What's wrong? Zhou Jian showed them some comments online. Mu Ruo seemed to have a natural knack for attracting negativity. After the earlier incident, most people forgot Zhou Jian and Hailey, focusing their ire solely on Mu Ruo. With some comments particularly vicious, Hailey could hardly eat. She had never faced such widespread criticism. A couple of insults would upset her, but thousands attacking Mu Ruo was unfathomable. Mu Ruo calmly sipped cold water. It's nothing. Just a small matter. Chapter 67. Mu Ruo's heartache for stars, being insulted, ridiculed, and slandered is quite common. Mu Ruo was not particularly famous in her original world, yet inexplicably garnered some attention. Initially, people criticized her for being too pretty, calling her a mere vase, claiming it pulled them out of the movie. Later, when she terminated her contract with her agency, they hired a large number of trolls to tarnish her reputation and claim she was backed by a wealthy patron. Damn, the entertainment moguls in Mu Ruo's world are all so ugly, with beer bellies big enough to hide 3 treasures. Even if she were poor and scavenging, she wouldn't want their sponsorship. Right? Honor is more important than life. Eventually, people discovered that Mu Ruo's resources were indeed harsh. A star with her looks and figure wouldn't have such a poor trajectory. Thus, the rumors evolved, suggesting Mu Ruo was backed by a powerful boss who was caught by the boss's wife, leading to her being blacklisted and suffering from poor resources. In reality, the boss's wife in those rumors actually preferred women and had extended an olive branch to Mu Ruo, but Mu Ruo, being straight, refused to engage with a married woman, declining the offer. After enduring so many storms, upon seeing Zhou Jian's phone full of these comments, Mu Ruo merely wanted to express that these were trivial matters. Let them insult her if they wish. Their happiness is all that matters. Mu Ruo was curious whether the more they cursed her, the richer or more beautiful she would become. After all, she was uninterested in sensationalizing variety shows and simply wanted to focus on making movies and leaving behind meaningful works. She possessed beauty and a fine figure, and those attributes should be utilized appropriately. Just like in her original world, where she played supporting roles in many films. Even if they were merely supporting roles and her resources were challenging, each performance was infused with her passion, gradually increasing her fan base. Some even began to clarify the rumors about her. Had she not been thrust into this narrative, Mu Ruo believed her path would have become increasingly smooth. But now that she was here, she resolved to make the best of it. Living in a multi-billion villa, driving luxury cars worth millions, and having a husband so strikingly handsome, albeit indifferent to her yet providing her with monthly allowances, was not far from her previous life. Lying in front of the camera, such a fate would crumble at a poke. Mu Ruo coldly scoffed. None of us bullied our classmates in school. Right? Du Hailie's expression turned somewhat strange. Mu Ruo's heart sank. She couldn't clearly recall the specific circumstances of the original character during high school. The book didn't elaborate much, Du Hailie stated. We bullied Liu Beichen's girlfriend back then, but those women deliberately flaunted themselves in front of us. Xiao Wanwan wasn't Liu Beichen's girlfriend. I didn't even notice who she was. Zhou Jian nodded. Xiao Wanwan was quite ordinary in school. I didn't even remember her. She used to deliberately dress like you, trying to mimic your face to attract Beichen. The mere mention of Liu Beichen made Mu Ruo's head throb, and she gestured for them to stop. Don't mention him. True love cannot be taken away. He and Xiao Wanwan are a perfect match. Mu Ruo truly wished to steer clear of such scoundrel-type male leads. She was picky, thank you. Zhou Jian received several messages on his phone. Upon opening it, he found one from Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya mentioned that her mother disliked the food in the hospital. Zhou Jian waved his hand and sent a red envelope of 50,000. Let your mother order from a nearby hotel. Hailey watched Zhou Jian sweetly in love and felt a yearning to find a handsome guy herself. Yet, for some reason, the men she found always turned out to be scoundrels seeking her money. Hailey sighed. With little to do, she pondered whether to join her parents' company for some hands-on experience. She casually messaged Yu, asking her to contact the media and prevent the video of Xiao Wanwan bashing Mu Ruo from spreading recklessly. Mu Ruo remained indifferent to the online comments, while Hailey couldn't bear to see her good friend being attacked. Fu Jianji was on a business trip, leaving Mu Ruo alone at home with the housekeeper. Mu Ruo took the fruit platter from Butler Li and pinched her own face. Butler Li, have I gained weight recently? Butler Li replied, Madam, you are in no way associated with the word fat. To be honest. In Butler Li's eyes, the current Mu Ruo looked a tad more plump than before. Previously, she appeared pale, like a paper doll devoid of any life. Now, Mu Ruo radiated vitality, and even her hair had stopped falling out. Butler Li no longer had to discreetly follow her to collect fallen strands. Her hair was now lush and dark, presenting as a vibrant and delicate beauty. Mu Ruo popped a slice of starfruit into her mouth and turned on the television. With nothing to do, Butler Li scrolled through his phone, and suddenly looked up. Madame Mu Ruo. Butler Li. You're on the news. Many people are criticizing you. Mu Ruo felt a pang of disappointment. She was already aware Du Hailey had asked her aunt to help quell the rumors, but Du did not wield enough power in the entertainment industry to suppress everything. She could only request that their company's related marketing accounts refrain from posting such content. Given Mu Ruo's appearance, any negative or positive news about her would attract attention. After all, she was inherently suited for this line of work. Online, people could easily be deceived by a beautiful woman's photo. In just a few hours, Mu Ruo had been labeled with numerous titles, including but not limited to bully, green tea, and unruly rich second-generation Li Guanjia. Come, let me show you. Mu Ruo wearily waved her hand. No need. She had grown indifferent to the slander, but that did not mean she was willing to revisit the hurtful words directed at her. Who would want to feast upon the insults thrown by others? Li Guanjia, however, could not allow anyone to malign his master's wife. After observing the spectacle for a while, he sent a message to Fu Jinji at that moment. Fu Jinji was abroad, preoccupied with matters on that end, and had entrusted Li Guanjia with full authority to handle the situation. The head of the news platform received a call from Li Guanjia, who instructed them to delete all related posts. Aware of Li Guanjia's association with Fu Jinji, they dared not protest, and by the end of the night, all traces had been thoroughly erased. Chapter 68. They say I am the daughter of the Queen Mother descending to earth. Li Guanjia acted out of pure goodwill. Yet, he had clearly forgotten that the rebellious nature of contemporary netizens surpassed even that of his nephew, who had dyed his hair yellow and pierced his ears back in high school. The quicker the marketing accounts deleted their posts, the more convinced everyone became that Mu Ruo had a scandal, prompting them to flock to the video app of the variety show featuring Xiao Wanwan to leave comments. Presently, Mu Ruo was not merely a green tea bitch from a wealthy family. She was also a second-generation rich capable of manipulating capital. Upon waking up, Mu Ruo's phone chimed incessantly. Bewildered, she glanced at her device. Scrolling through a barrage of messages, so she was being cyberbullied. Calmly, she rose to wash her face, brush her teeth, and change her clothes, then descended to have breakfast with the same tranquility. Li Guanjia suddenly realized he had made a misstep. However, with his master overseas and a billion-dollar project underway, he hesitated to disturb the busy Fu Daizong again after having done so yesterday. Mu Ruo sipped her milk and nibbled on a croissant. Li Guanjia quickly confessed, recounting the events of the previous day in full detail. After finishing, he wore a guilty expression. I suppose I shall let my master dock my salary for a month. To be fair, Li Guanjia had only ever received various generous bonuses and had never been penalized before. It was only after Mu Ruo arrived that he realized Fu Daizong understood that their workers cared deeply about money. Even resorting to salary deductions as a means of intimidation, Mu Ruo nonchalantly separated the roasted tomatoes. Oh, it's fine. I know you mean well. Li Guanjia internally shed 2 lines of metaphorical tears. Knowing his lady was indeed understanding. If one day Fu Daizong and I were to divorce, you could arrange a job for me with a salary of $1 million a year as compensation. Li Guanjia wiped away his tears. That simply won't do. I have my professional ethics. However, he added, I know quite a few second-generation rich, each with at least a few billion in assets. If you were to part ways with your husband, I could introduce you to someone. Some among them are homosexuals seeking a marriage of convenience to maintain appearances. Mu Ruo, Li Guanjia. Though they may not compare to your husband in looks or generosity, after all, their assets are merely a fraction of his. They are certainly not unattractive. Besides, in a marriage of convenience, you could earn money while enjoying your freedom on the side. Mu Ruo suddenly found herself intrigued by Fu Jinji's past. In the original story, Fu Jinji had only this one marriage of convenience, with no romantic entanglements elsewhere. Even towards the beloved heroine, Xiao Wanwan, he had shown no interest in Mu Ruo. Mr. Fu.To, that's not the case. He has never loved anyone in Mu Ruo. Oh, I see in their circle. They are like icebergs until they meet their destined one. Li Shu, remember, if Fu Jinji were to cast me out, you must help me find a new partner. Li Guanjia felt a twinge of guilt. Lady, aren't you saddened by such harsh criticisms? Having lived for so many years, Li Guanjia had never enjoyed being insulted, especially not by a mere girl. Mu Ruo sprinkled black pepper and dipped her bread in tomato. As a woman, one must possess the courage to face rumors. Before she could finish her thought, Li Guanjia pulled out his phone. Some claim your nose is artificial. Normal people cannot have such a slender and prominent bridge. I too wish to know the truth. Nonsense, Mu Ruo retorted indignantly. I was born this way, a natural beauty. The nurses who cradled me said I was the daughter of the Queen Mother descending to earth. Li Guanjia. Mu Ruo pinched her nose. Can a fake nose be pinched like this? Li Guanjia. No, all right then. I suppose I am not as indifferent as I thought. Mu Ruo transformed into a fierce dragon. Stabbing the tomatoes on her plate with her fork. Cursed world, cursed author. This body has already changed, and I have not committed any wrongdoings. Why am I still forced into the role of the antagonist against the heroine? If this continues, I might truly end up targeting Xiao Wanwan as the text suggests. I have not indulged in the pleasures of being a vile supporting character, yet I am forced to endure the tortures of one. Who cares about the past? Well, considering the money involved, Perhaps it is not entirely intolerable. However, I have yet to see my husband prepare any contraceptives. It should not be that serious. Besides, such things are not contagious. As Mu Ruo ascended the stairs, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Huam Minli to Mu Ruo. Feeling distressed beyond measure, Huam Minli, I will say some good words for you on Weibo later. Please don't, Sister Minli, don't do that. Mu Ruo understood the nature of netizens. They often forget their outrage after a short period. Although Huam Minli was a star of her caliber, once the public frenzy ignited, it could easily engulf her as well. Furthermore, Huam Minli had a history of being combative with the media, and her youthful indiscretions could resurface, leading to unwanted scrutiny. Mu Ruo was willing to bear the brunt of criticism herself, but did not wish to drag her friend down with her. Huam Minli lamented, "That little green tea is quite toxic. I wonder who is backing her. I want to see how much storm she can stir without any works to her name." Didn't you mention that the previous script had logical flaws? An old friend of mine is directing a new film, and there is a significant role that lacks a suitable candidate. You must have seen his work. The director of Yao Ku Da Mu Ruo director song? Is his crew short on hands? Huam Minli sighed. There are many action scenes, and they often perform wire work without doubles. Training takes half a year, and filming in sub-zero temperatures while wearing thin clothes for days is arduous. Many young newcomers cannot endure it, leading to a significant attrition of candidates. I have an injury and cannot take on this role. But I see you fitting the character perfectly. It's just a matter of whether you can withstand the hardship. If you're interested in auditioning, I can pass along the contact information via WeChat. Mu Ruo responded affirmatively. All right. Mu Ruo did not mind enduring a bit of hardship while filming. She initially entered the industry to earn money for her family's medical expenses, but later developed a genuine passion for acting, treating it as a career to plan for. For every role, she would immerse herself completely, aiming for the directors and audiences to remember her. If she sought to avoid hardship for more money, she would have pursued idol dramas instead. Chapter 69. I can't even imagine in my dreams. Not long after, Mu Ruo reached out to the people at Director Song's side. Director Zhao was gentle when not on set but turned irritable once filming began. Director Song, known for his reticence, arranged a time and place for her audition. Mu Ruo was uncertain whether Director Song was aware of the online turmoil. She feared that upon her arrival, he might refuse her due to her tarnished reputation, so she mentioned her concerns beforehand. Director Song's demeanor remained as composed as ever. Since you come recommended by Huam Minli, I trust her judgment. You may come by to audition when you have the time. The film directed by Song was an adaptation of a popular online novel, Sheng Yin, which leaned towards the fantasy genre and boasted a substantial fanbase. The character Mu Ruo was auditioning for held significant weight. Unlike the princess roles that often had minimal screen time, she took the opportunity to purchase the novel online, dedicating an entire day to finish it. The story was indeed captivating, featuring a male protagonist who ventured into a mysterious realm to recover a lost family heirloom, while Mu Ruo portrayed one of the guardians within that realm, exuding an icy demeanor and formidable combat skills. However, fantasy epics often yielded mediocre results. Regardless of the original script's quality, they frequently fell short of audience expectations due to poor special effects or unconvincing visuals. Conversely, if executed well, the stunning visuals and fantastical plot could captivate the audience profoundly. Mu Ruo had heard of Song Chua's name. He was a renowned and successful commercial director within the narrative world. Yet, she had never seriously watched any of his films. Isolating herself in her room, Mu Ruo revisited some of Song Chua's past works. Outside the room, Li Guanjia and the housekeeper exchanged glances. The housekeeper, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "For the past 2 or 3 days, Miss Mu has locked herself in her room, only emerging for meals," Li Guanjia murmured. "Surely Our Lady has suffered a significant psychological blow and is now in despair?" Housekeeper, huh? The more Li Guanjia pondered, the more convinced he became. Yes, their lady must indeed be feeling depressed. Counting on his fingers, he reasoned. Consider her, a young woman in her early 20s, who has always enjoyed a smooth-sailing life in a well-off family. The housekeeper interjected, "But the lady's family runs a company. They are quite wealthy, far beyond mere middle class." Having accompanied Fu Jianji, Li Guanjia had encountered every wealthy individual in the world, yet reflecting on his own modest circumstances, he concluded that it was indeed more tragic to think of the lady as a privileged heiress. Once a bright and cheerful girl, her world had turned upside down overnight. Although the housekeeper had never faced online abuse, she had endured verbal assaults from her husband before coming to work here, and understood that such experiences were unpleasant. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Li Guanjia continued to reflect. In such circumstances, anyone would feel despondent. Let alone Our Lady. The housekeeper nodded in agreement. Just then, the door swung open, and Mu Ruo emerged, disheveled and dazed. She had just watched a 2-hour film, causing her eyes to sting, and now only wished to go downstairs for a bottle of cold water. Butler Li and the housekeeper were taken aback, both turning their gazes towards Mu Ruo. Mu Ruo had long since grown accustomed to the fact that anyone could emerge from any corner of the house at any moment. After all, with Fu Jianji having purchased such a grand residence, it was impossible not to have someone manage it. The housekeeper could be in the kitchen, perhaps on the staircase, or even in the bedroom. All dressed in identical attire but possessing entirely different faces, Mu Ruo pondered that if someone wished to hire a hitman against Fu Jianji, it would be wise to don the housekeeper's uniform and hide within his abode. After all, there were several housekeepers, and Fu Jianji likely could not distinguish one from another. Butler Li regarded Mu Ruo's retreating figure. Do you think she resembles her? The housekeeper replied. Indeed. Quite similar. Mu Ruo unscrewed a bottle of ice water and gulped down a few mouthfuls, her eyes finally shimmering with vitality. To be honest, director Song Chu's films were indeed exceptional, consistently producing commercially successful blockbusters with stellar reviews. Even the supporting actors in his films were skilled performers. The favor granted by Hua Minli was truly precious, as most actors rarely received an opportunity to audition. Mu Ruo felt immense gratitude towards the senior who had once supported her. She logged into the game and sent a request to Hua Minli to become her apprentice. Never mind, master, let us not dwell on skills. When I have some time, I shall ascend the leaderboard and conquer all the challenging dungeons alongside you. Hua Minli was indeed online, laughing heartily in the game for quite some time before sending Mu Ruo a party invitation. The two of them activated voice chat. Hua Minli asked, "Did you watch the variety show yesterday?" "The one featuring Xiao Wan," Mu Ruo replied. No. Hua Minli, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Is it true that you both like the same man? Is that fellow blind? How could he choose her over you?" Butler Li, eavesdropping nearby, finally comprehended the root of his mistress's melancholy. The little green tea that she disparaged was not merely a former classmate, but also a rival in love. What was the name of the man whom his mistress fancied? Lu Dongchen or Lu Beichun? Experiencing heartbreak while being scorned by so many was truly unjust. Hua Minli had yet to marry and remained an ageless goddess. It was hardly surprising. Considering her wealth of several billion, the luxury of spending, the possession of opulent mansions, and the availability of young suitors at her doorstep, Mu Ruo clenched her fists, resolute that her career's pinnacle would be akin to Hua Minli's success as a renowned actress. Hua Minli, riding her flying little rainbow horse in the game, proudly showcased it to Mu Ruo. "Isn't it beautiful?" Mu Ruo exclaimed. "It can actually fly? Is this available in the shop?" Hua Minli replied. "It was drawn for 3 million, but it's no longer available," Mu Ruo exclaimed. "Game currency? That would still require 300,000. Mu Ruo had never spent more than 10,000 in the game. Preferring to buy lipstick over in-game purchases, Hua Minli chimed in, "That's in renminbi. I drew 2. Be a good apprentice, and your master will gift you one in the future," Mu Ruo remarked. "Such a money-grabbing game. I wonder which unscrupulous capitalist developed it." Butler Li observed Mu Ruo engrossed in the game and presented her with a slice of chocolate cake. "Madam, you play this game too?" Mu Ruo nodded. "I play with friends." Butler Li continued. "This game was barely alive a year ago, but ever since Mr. Fu's internet company acquired it, the player base has exploded. Mu Ruo queried. "Isn't he in real estate? Just how many industries has Fu Jianji ventured into?" Butler Li clarified. "Not at all. That's not Mr. Fu's primary business. Madam, are you not aware that the wealthiest individuals often dabble in various sectors?" Mu Ruo sighed. "I can't even imagine. Just like her?" Even in her wildest dreams, she dared only to aspire to become a domestic film queen, never having envisioned an Oscar. Chapter 70. Mu Ruo must never catch up to her, however, to be candid. Fu Jianji was indeed extraordinary. One could comprehend why the author chose not to cast him as the male lead. If he were the protagonist, where would be the commercial rival? How could the narrative unfold with his competitors scheming against him, only to be skillfully thwarted by the astute female lead? The intricate web of love and hate, spanning millions of words in the original text, could hardly develop without such a character. A male lead in a melodramatic romance must possess high intelligence yet display foolishness in his daily life. failing to perceive the female antagonist's schemes against the female lead, nor recognizing the malevolent machinations of the villainess disguised as an innocent. Moreover, he must be capricious, vacillating between loving the female lead and cavorting with the antagonist, contemplating arranged marriages for family legacy while simultaneously yearning for love and contemplating elopement. Such a series of astute maneuvers would likely elicit a cold chuckle from Fu Jianji. To have him as the male lead would undoubtedly eliminate more than half of the plot. If the author could not craft the storyline, they would struggle to fill the pages, and without that, they would find it challenging to earn a living. Thus, having Fu Jianji as a mysterious mogul who occasionally extends a lifeline to the male lead, Liu Bei-chun, allowing him entry into genuine high society and unlocking new narrative pathways, was the optimal choice for both the readers and the author's livelihood. Yet, it was no wonder Fu Jianji was so busy in the novel. Liu Bei-chun's daily routine revolved around being manipulated by the vicious female antagonist into misunderstanding Xiao Wanwan, resolving the misunderstandings, slapping the antagonist in the face, and sharing mundane moments with Xiao Wan. And in stark contrast, Liu Bei-chun appeared more suited to the role of the male lead. Butler Li proposed a clever idea to Mu Ruo. Madam, why not seek Mr. Fu's assistance? If he threatens to withdraw his advertising, both Xiao Wanwan and Chun Wanwan would be forced to exit, Mu Ruo countered. Do you not realize that your master is the protective umbrella of the protagonist group? Am I, as a member of the antagonist faction, truly seeking to have him assist me in defeating the main characters? Besides, Fu Jianji is merely my nominal husband. Is he really that omnipotent? Able to sway a mogul with a mere word? I believe the situation is not beyond redemption. To alter the public's perception of me is not simply a matter of overpowering them with capital, but rather shining with my own brilliance. Even without the protective aura of the lead characters, this world within the narrative is still a reflection of reality. Pain is real, and emotions are authentic. Even Butler Li, who is scarcely mentioned in the text, is a living, lovable old gentleman. Perhaps there exists a minuscule chance of escaping the curse of the ending. After Huang Minli completed her dungeon run, she went out for a meal. Mu Ruo stretched and rose from the sofa. Shall we bake a pizza for lunch? Xiao Wanwan, engrossed in her phone, wore an expression of irritation, despite the audience. Under her influence, relishing the variety show and incessantly hurling insults at Mu Ruo and her friends, Xiao Wanwan felt anything but joy. She understood that within this industry, ultimately, one must rely on their work to speak for them. Mu Ruo's outstanding performance in director Zhao's film, coupled with her looks and acting skills, would undoubtedly attract attention in the future. The more she realized this, the more anxious Xiao Wanwan became. She anticipated that Mu Ruo would react to the online discourse with explanations and rebuttals, and Xiao Wanwan eagerly awaited such a response. In this scenario, however, enraged netizens would heed no explanations. Just envisioning that scenario filled Xiao Wanwan with a sense of twisted delight. Yet, Mu Ruo did not respond in the manner Xiao Wanwan had anticipated. Instead, she remained calm and composed. Xiao Wanwan could distinctly sense that the fervor of the online discourse had waned over the past few days. She activated her Weibo account, rapidly gaining over 1 million followers, which brought her considerable benefits. Alleviating her need to covertly solicit assistance from Liu Bei-chun in an attempt to provoke Mu Ruo, she had deliberately posted a photo of herself holding hands with Liu Bei-chun the previous day. The comments section overflowed with compliments about how sweet and well-matched they appeared. This barrage of praise felt like a venomous dart, piercing Xiao Wanwan's heart. Reluctantly, she clicked on the profile of the individual who commented, hoping to discover it was one of Mu Ruo's alternate accounts. To her dismay, it was simply an ordinary girl who enjoyed sharing her daily life, possessing an unremarkable appearance and a mundane job. With a penchant for television and variety shows, occasionally voicing her opinions on celebrities. However, the ensuing wave of trolls inundated her. How dare you, an ugly creature, comment on our Wanwan, the little fairy. If you don't like it, don't watch. After looking at your profile, you resemble a pig. Is Wanwan jealous of that bully? Laughable. It seems you're the one envious of Wanwan. We adore this gossip. If you don't, then scram. Observing the insults and vitriol directed at this individual in the comments, Xiao Wanwan coldly smirked. Her assistant appeared somewhat awkward. Director Song stated that their crew does not favor nepotism. If Lu Zong is unwilling, they can easily find other investors. While Xiao Wanwan had gained fame through a variety show, that level of recognition was utterly insignificant in the eyes of major directors. Not only was she unlikely to secure a role, but even an audition opportunity would be out of reach. Nonetheless, two smaller drama productions had reached out to her, though neither offered leading roles. Xiao Wanwan bit her lip. Fine. I'll agree for now. I must produce results and ensure that Mu Ruo can never catch up to me. Chapter 71. She is even more beautiful in person than in photos the following day. Mu Ruo arrived at the location agreed upon with Song Chu for her audition. Before she even set foot inside, the leading actor hesitated. Director Song, this woman has a terrible reputation online. Would using her affect the box office? Today's audition not only included some crew members, but also featured the lead actor of Sacred Chant. Wu Tong and director Song Chu were old friends. He was immensely popular in the entertainment industry and a proven box office draw, playing the leading role in Sacred Chant. The character Mu Ruo was auditioning for was considered a significant supporting role in the film, with ample lines, numerous scenes, and several highlight moments. Logically speaking, such a role should not have been allocated to a newcomer with a tarnished reputation like Mu Ruo. However, she was recommended by Huo Minli, who had praised her acting skills from her previous work in the nation's Downfall production. Director Song Chu calmly reviewed Mu Ruo's profile and stated, I just spoke with Director Zhao. He commended her as a talented actress. Wu Tong had previously collaborated with Director Zhao and was a major player in the entertainment realm. However, he had clashed with Director Zhao during their last project, resulting in a heated confrontation, and their relationship had remained strained ever since. Although Wu Tong does not hold Zhao Jie in high regard, he certainly appreciates the other party's works and attitude towards filmmaking. Their last collaborative film was a tremendous success, and should Zhao Jie wish to work with him again, he would be more than willing. The notoriously picky director Zhao seems to be satisfied with this newcomer, leaving Wu Tong with little more to say. At that moment, Song Chu's phone rang. Liu Beichen, having profited significantly from his recent variety show investment, was in high spirits. Hello, Director Song, can you at least give my girlfriend a chance to audition? Song Chu's expression darkened. She's simply not suitable. Her height and appearance do not meet the requirements, and there are no roles for her. Without even an audition, you declare her unfit? Liu Beichen replied coldly. I've already sent her downstairs. You wouldn't deny me this small favor, would you? Liu Beichen sneered. I have relatives who review films. Just wait until they block your release. Don't come crying to me for connections. Song Chu, despite his good temperament, felt the urge to curse. Yet, fearing potential retaliation from Liu Beichen, he replied with a stern face, since she's already downstairs, let her come up. Initially, Song Chu wanted Mu Ruo to go first, but an unexpected interloper forced him to allow the newcomer to go ahead. Recently, Wu Tong had watched a popular food variety show and suddenly thought of Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan? She's quite pretty. A spirited young lady. I think she's not bad. Song Chu shot him a glance. Whether she's good or not will be determined after the audition. Sitting on a bench outside, Mu Ruo was reading her script. After the previous audition he exited, a staff member was about to usher Mu Ruo in when her phone rang. I'm sorry, Miss Mu, please wait a moment. At that moment, the impeccably dressed Liu Beichen approached, arm around Xiao Wanwan. Upon seeing Mu Ruo, Xiao Wanwan seemed taken aback. Ruo, what are you doing here? Mu Ruo's expression turned icy. Leave. Xiao Wanwan's eyes reddened instantly. Ruo, I'm sorry. I didn't expect people online to criticize you like that. I tried to stop them, but they insisted on painting you as a villain. Mu Ruo found it amusing. Had Xiao Wanwan possessed even half the acting skills she displayed now when facing the film crew's director, she would not have been cut from the audition. Frustrated, Mu Ruo snapped, I said leave. Do you hear me? Who wants to hear your explanations? Liu Beichen was taken aback by Mu Ruo's harsh words towards Xiao Wanwan. In the past, even if Mu Ruo looked down on Xiao Wanwan, she had always done so with a subtlety. Now, her anger was undoubtedly directed at him. Thinking of this, Liu Beichen felt a mix of sweetness and displeasure. Mu Ruo? How can you speak to Wanwan like that? She's not being malicious. Don't be so sensitive. Mu Ruo lazily lifted her gaze. You can leave too. Liu Beichen was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the staff called for Xiao Wanwan to enter. Liu Beichen followed her in. Upon seeing Song Chu, Liu Beichen maintained his elevated demeanor and greeted him. Song Chu, seated, merely nodded. Beside him, Wu Tong felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing Xiao Wanwan in person. He knew that the beauty filters of Balloon's TV's variety shows were impressive. He usually refrained from such shows to maintain his image, unaware that the filters were so remarkable. Xiao Wanwan's complexion appeared several shades darker than on screen. And her features lacked the same vibrancy, of course. She was still a petite beauty, but for Wu Tong, who had grown accustomed to the myriad of top-tier beauties in the entertainment industry, she seemed rather ordinary. At best, a small family beauty. Unlike Liu Beichen's arrogance, Xiao Wanwan was polite and beaming. "Hello, Director Song. Hello, Teacher Wu. I'm a fan of yours and would like to audition for the role of Feng Yu." Song Chu, with a stern face, handed Xiao Wanwan a page. "Try this scene." She was not in costume, nor had she transformed into her character. With no one present, she felt somewhat awkward performing to thin air. "Director Song, I fear I won't be effective alone. Could I have Teacher Wu join me for the scene?" This not only darkened Director Song's expression, but also Wu Tong's. If she couldn't perform without props, what was the point of even auditioning? With that oversized head and petite frame, she was auditioning for one of the film's most aloof characters. Would audiences find her convincing? Wu Tong shot a displeased glance at Song Chu and approached. Xiao Wanwan had only just memorized her lines, and though she stumbled through them, she struggled to project an aura of confidence. "If you wish to pass here, first ask my sword." Wu Tong thought to himself. Perhaps Xiao Wanwan's youthful and innocent appearance failed to convey the cold, strong demeanor of the character in the novel, resembling more of a lead in an idle drama trying to play aloof. Song Chu found it even harder to watch. "Enough, you both can step out and wait for the results. Let the next person in." Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen, both dissatisfied, lingered stubbornly. Song Chu paid them no mind and directly summoned Mu Ruo. Upon her entrance, both Song Chu and Wu Tong gasped in awe. Wu Tong whispered to Song Chu, "She is even more beautiful in person than in the photos." Song Chu frowned. Mu Ruo's beauty exceeded the requirements for the role, raising concerns that the audience might focus solely on her looks. Reducing her to a mere decorative vase. In Zhao Jie's film Huogua, the princess role could afford to be ornamental. Beauty alone sufficed. However, in Sheng Yin, Feng Yu was a master of both allure and icy demeanor. Mu Ruo and Xiao Wanwan shared similar appearances and gentle, delicate traits. Chapter 72. But your gentleman is male. Ignoring the onlookers, Mu Ruo introduced herself to the director with a composed demeanor. Her attitude was not overly warm. Yet it did not come off as haughty. It simply conveyed that she possessed a certain fortitude. As Mu Ruo took the stage, her aura shifted dramatically. Her once bright, shimmering eyes now glinted with intensity as she mimicked drawing a sword. This instinctive gesture astonished Wu Tong, for the script lacked such detail. Her self-added actions breathed life into the character. Her gaze, once icy, now reflected a hint of disdain. Trespassing into the dragon-scale realm. "Do you seek death?" Naturally, there was no one opposite her, but the script indicated that the male lead and his companions were conversing. Despite the silence, the expression of the cold beauty on stage gradually transformed, revealing a smirk. "The divine dragon seal? Do you know what that is?" "It is a legendary artifact." Though she held no sword, she mimicked the motion of drawing one. "If you wish to pass here, first ask my sword." Earlier, Xiao Wanwan had shouted her lines for effect. In contrast, Mu Ruo's voice remained consistently calm, yet it inexplicably exuded a profound sense of pressure. Liu Beichen, for reasons unknown, felt that he hardly knew Mu Ruo at all. To him, she had always been the type to vie for love and jealousy. She was vain, beautiful, and exquisite, perpetually perched atop her pedestal, either plotting against Xiao Wanwan or indulging in the purchase of exquisite clothing. Such an aristocratic girl was not as easily satisfied as Xiao Wanwan, who would be overwhelmed with gratitude for a single pearl. Even a string of diamonds might not earn Mu Ruo's admiration. Engaging with someone like Mu Ruo came with significant sunk costs, and he would gain none of the delights that Xiao Wanwan could provide. Yet now, Liu Beichen felt as if he had never truly known Mu Ruo. He was unaware of this dazzling side of her. She seemed not to be a caged canary, but rather a swan capable of spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Able to adorn herself with beautiful jewels from her solitary island, Wu Tong lowered his voice. "I see why Min Li and Zhao Jie both recommended her. Is this girl truly a newcomer? Even though her online reputation isn't stellar, Director Song has decided to cast her. She embodies the Feng Yu I envisioned, naturally fitting for the role." Liu Beichen turned to Song Chu. "Director Song, is there no room for negotiation?" Song Chu's tone was distant. "Mr. Liu, you just witnessed it. Miss Xia is indeed unsuitable for the role. Her acting ability is insufficient." Xiao Wanwan's emotions were tangled. Previously, She had always overshadowed Mu Ruo in Liu Beichen's presence. While Mu Ruo gradually fell from grace, Xia Wanwan was excelling in every aspect, inching closer to the pedestal, ready to replace Mu Ruo. Initially, she had been a mere stand-in for Mu Ruo. Yet she firmly believed that one day she would consume Mu Ruo, driving her to madness, leaving only a singular, unparalleled Xia Wanwan in the world. How could there be two such similar individuals? One was more than enough. However, now, Xia Wanwan felt hesitant, even a bit panicked. She could not comprehend the strange turn of events. She should have been sailing smoothly as Mu Ruo stepped out of the elevator. She received a text confirming her successful audition. Without much hesitation and no desire to audition more candidates, Song Chu finalized Mu Ruo's casting. Especially with Xia Wanwan present as a comparison, Mu Ruo shone like a genius. Had it not been for Xia Wanwan, Song Chu might have considered Mu Ruo's reputation, pondering whether to audition more individuals before making a decision. Now, Song Chu was genuinely infuriated with Liu Beichen and Xia Wanwan, hastening to confirm the casting to prevent any future antics. Mu Ruo had no substantial background, no established status, and not even a single fan. Thus, her pay was quite modest, compounded by the fact that film pay was inherently lower. Even renowned actors earned less than in television. Should Zhao Jie or Song Chu's production team be involved, many actors would willingly audition without pay. Yet, credentials were built over time, and achievements were garnered bit by bit. For Mu Ruo, progressing steadily was far more reassuring than suddenly skyrocketing to fame. Perhaps one day, she might become a star adored by countless fans. The house was quiet, with most lights turned off. Every day, gazing at his visage is particularly pleasing to the Mu Ruo. Stealthily ascends the staircase when, suddenly, she is tugged back. She observes Butler Lee shushing her. Mu Ruo inquires, Butler Lee replies, "The sir is in the wine cellar." Intoxicated, Mu Ruo remarks, "Is he drowning his sorrows after losing billions in business?" "Oh, that's not quite right. He seldom fails in business." Butler Lee sighs, "There are always a few days each month when the sir is rather unhappy." Mu Ruo retorts, "I can relate, but your sir is a man." Butler Lee, resembling an NPC, continues speaking to himself, "We dare not advise him. We can only hide. However, I fear he might break things in there while drunk. The wine is exceedingly expensive, madam. Would you care to check on him?" Mu Ruo responds, "If you dare not, why should I? We haven't even received 2 million this month." Ultimately, she concedes, "Fine." When the benefactor is discontent, this little canary must flutter her wings to amuse him. After all, she dines on the bounty of the Fu family and resides in their grand abode worth billions. A peculiar thought crosses her mind, and after a brief hesitation, she muses, "Mr. Fu, do you suffer from any mental ailment? One moment you seem like an angel, the next a demon." Butler Lee's expression shifts slightly. "No, absolutely not." Mu Ruo questions, "Really?" Butler Lee nods. "It's just that during his childhood, he experienced some trauma." She inquires, "What kind of trauma?" Butler Lee replies, "I cannot say. You must find the answer yourself, madam." Chapter 73. Life is truly bitter. Mu Ruo cautiously pushed the door open. The basement exuded a low-key luxury, with the crystal chandelier casting a mesmerizing glow. Had there not been so many bottles of wine on the table, she might have found the scene even more picturesque. She casually picked up a bottle to examine. Oh dear, a Romani Connie from the year of her birth. One bottle down, and a Himalayan diamond-encrusted bag was gone. Fu Jianji lounged on the sofa, his tie loosened, and 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing prominent collarbones. A sudden wave of sensuality washed over Mu Ruo. Yet the allure of Fu Jianji was daunting, making it hard for anyone to dare approach him. Perhaps it was the complexity of the impression he left, as if he existed in a world apart. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. Fu Jianji's elongated eyes and deep-set brows gave him an almost mixed-race appearance. His striking handsomeness made him resemble a character from a dating simulation game brought into reality. With features flawless and without blemish, the delicate, fair wrist of the girl appeared exceptionally slender within the confines of the man's long, powerful hand, creating a stark contrast under the light dye in that moment. Fu Jianji exhibited none of his usual warm demeanor. His gaze was as icy as that of a cold-blooded creature, inscrutable and wholly unfathomable. Mu Ruo began to speak, but before she could finish, Fu Jianji pressed her down into his embrace. The disparity in their sizes left Mu Ruo with no room for refusal. just as she wondered if Fu Jianji, in his drunken state, might act recklessly. His frigid hand unexpectedly grasped her slender neck. "Do you wish to die with me?" Mu Ruo exclaimed internally. She truly did not wish for death. Her bank account had yet to be entirely depleted. Moreover, she found it incomprehensible why someone as wealthy as Fu Jianji, a paragon of success, would contemplate such despair. With great caution, she grasped Fu Jianji's hand with her other, and while his grip tightened momentarily, it soon loosened. "I think living is quite splendid," she ventured. Unsure if he could comprehend her words, she continued, "Mr. Fu, perhaps you are under too much work pressure and need to rest. Shall I assist you to bed?" Fu Jianji released her hand entirely, his icy gaze fixated on her. In truth, Fu Jianji, in this state, remained remarkably composed. The alcohol had allowed him to forget the realities of the world, immersing him in his own deep esteemed, a depth of 10,000 meters. No light could penetrate, not even the most radiant sunshine. The water temperature lingered below 3 degrees, with any creatures appearing grotesque and monstrous. In fact, there were no creatures, only the unfathomable loneliness of the abyss. Mu Ruo opened her mouth. Yet the words that fell upon Fu Jianji's ears were mere sounds, devoid of substance. He could not grasp her meaning. Much like humans could not understand the language of whales. Suddenly, she reached out, gently brushing her fingers against his forehead, testing his temperature. Fu Jianji seized her wrist. "Do you wish to leap off a building or dive into the sea?" Mu Ruo replied, "I wish to ascend and rest. Esteemed sir.It is 11 o'clock. We ought to retire for our beauty sleep. Staying up past 11 constitutes a late night. As an actress, maintaining ample sleep was imperative for her skin's health." Yet Fu Jianji appeared entranced in his own world, utterly oblivious. Mu Ruo pondered his past, questioning whether he bore any psychological scars. From the moment Fu Jianji entered the narrative, he was portrayed as the epitome of sophistication. Endowed with unparalleled wealth and power, how could someone seemingly invincible harbor any wounds? Why, in his drunken stupor, did he only contemplate death? Mu Ruo found herself seated upon Fu Jianji's lap, an undeniably awkward position. Yet she felt utterly powerless to extricate herself from his grasp. Perhaps, at his core, Fu Jianji was indeed a particularly malevolent individual. With an exuberant canary flitting into his domain, it was only natural for him to draw her into the depths of the ocean. He seized a bottle of wine from the table and, without room for dissent, forced a sip upon her. "Drink with me." The following morning, Mu Ruo descended the stairs with a splitting headache. Feeling utterly disoriented, Butler Lee offered her a cup of hot milk. Mu Ruo lamented, "I am truly suffering, indeed." Earning a daily wage of 208,000, she scarcely managed to attain half that amount. Yet, she found herself obliged to accompany her employer for drinks. After 2 glasses, Mu Ruo had become so inebriated that she could not recall the events of the previous night. Butler Lee remarked, "Mu Ruo, in a hushed tone, do you know that your employer is contemplating suicide? I fear that one day, he might lose control and take me with him." Butler Lee reassured her, "Rest assured, if the sir does not love you, you are safe. It is only if he falls in love with you that you may encounter trouble." Mu Ruo, skeptical, queried, "Is that truly the case?" Butler Lee replied, "Have I ever deceived anyone?" Hesitant, Mu Ruo pondered, "But might your sir actually come to love me? I do consider myself quite beautiful." No, Butler Lee asserted confidently. "The sir is usually very rational. He would not fall in love with anyone. Madam, it would be wise to ensure you do not become infatuated with the sir." Reflecting on this, Mu Ruo realized the truth in his words. The unhinged Fu Jianji was a rare occurrence. The version of him capable of love was something to be avoided at all costs. In most instances, Fu Jianji was. Mu Ruo watched as the man approached from the side. Exuding his usual charm. Fu Jianji took a seat at the dining table and smiled slightly. "Good morning," Mu Ruo responded mechanically. "Good morning." She hastily stuffed a yolk into her mouth, only to be predictably choked by it. In a flurry, she gulped down some milk. Fu Jianji observed her series of actions, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "I was abroad for a conference and attended an auction in between," he explained, producing a velvet box and sliding it across the table towards her. "Is life truly difficult for you, madam?" At that moment, Mu Ruo suddenly realized that her earlier conversation with Butler Lee had not gone unnoticed by the esteemed gentleman. She opened the box to reveal a 10-carat pigeon blood ruby brooch that dazzled her eyes. Not difficult at all, not in the slightest. In a flash, Mu Ruo pinned the brooch onto her knitted t-shirt. Thinking, benefactor, I shall remember you for a lifetime. You will forever be my most cherished man. Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow. Mu Ruo, fearing he might misconstrue her words as a breach of contract, stammered, what I meant was, aside from Liu Beichen, you are my favorite. In terms of admiration for my employer, Mu Ruo sighed. Alas, life is truly bitter. Chapter 74. How wonderful it would be if one fell for oneself in the days leading up to her group training. Mu Ruo busied herself with script analysis during her free time. Haley had secured a position at her father's company, and the two had not seen each other for many days. On Saturday, Haley invited Mu Ruo out. After facing the challenges of her job, Haley appeared considerably worn down, resting her head on the table with a sigh. I aspire to become the vice president, but my father insists I start from the bottom. Mu Ruo advised, dear heiress, perhaps you should heed your father's wishes. Haley extended her hand. Ruo, I know a delightful place. Let me take you there. Half an hour later, Mu Ruo found herself amidst a room filled with charming young men. She had always known of such establishments but had no desire to frequent them. The reason was simple. Mu Ruo felt her worth far exceeded that of these young men, wondering why she should spend money on them. Besides, none of them could compare to Liu Beichen in terms of looks. Yet, the drinks and desserts at the venue were quite delectable. Mu Ruo focused on enjoying some food and sipping on a couple of drinks. The beverages contained a hint of alcohol, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, prompting her to dash to the restroom to splash cold water on her face. Liu Beichen, with a hint of arrogance in his tone, remarked, "It's merely luck. Don't attribute such things to luck. Why are we not equally fortunate?" Mu Xinghui inquired, his thoughts drifting to Mu Ruo. Liu Beichen felt slightly vulnerable at the mention of her name. He initially assumed her sulking was a tactic to elicit his attention, a jealousy stemming from her feelings for Xiao Wanwan. However, as time passed, he found it perplexing that she had not reached out to him. Not even a single phone call or text. In response to Mu Xinghui's inquiry, Liu Beichen expressed his dissatisfaction. She called, but I didn't answer. Mu Xinghui remarked, Mu Ruo truly seems to have feelings for you. As close friends, Mu Xinghui and Liu Beichen shared a bond of mutual concern. One worried for his brother's well-being, while the other dreaded his brother's success. Deep down, if a woman like Mu Ruo pursued him, with her captivating figure and flawless beauty, Liu Beichen would choose her over any other, regardless of how many Xiao Wanwans there were. Yet, who among men would desire their brother's wife to be a goddess? Moreover, Xiao Wanwan not only endeared herself to Liu Beichen but also displayed a commendable demeanor towards their group of friends, unlike Mu Ruo, who, as an ethereal young lady, maintained an air of superiority. Viewed solely from this perspective, their fondness for Xiao Wanwan and Liu Beichen was evident. Throughout, Liu Beichen had always been the favored one, with his striking good looks, prestigious lineage, and success in both love and career. He seemed to have it all, yet, in the presence of Fu Jianji, all his accomplishments appeared to be mere jest. In terms of aura, appearance, family background, and wealth, he fell short. By the age Liu Beichen currently was, Fu Jianji had already taken the reins of the Fu family's power, consolidating a vast business empire under his command, with even the senior figures of the consortium heeding his every instruction. Liu Beichen, on the other hand, struggled to manage the cunning old foxes on his board, let alone gain the approval of his own parents. He was compelled to adhere to their wishes, juggling a romance with Xiao Wanwan, while also being pushed into dates with young heiresses. Furthermore, Fu Jianji's circumstances were far more challenging, having lost both parents and contending with a new stepmother and two ambitious younger uncles. In stark contrast, Liu Beichen enjoyed all the resources and affection from his family, who doted on him. With a cold smirk, Liu Beichen remarked, "He is several years our senior, just a greasy middle-aged man with a beer belly larger than a pregnant woman's. I wonder if he can last 3 seconds in bed." Mu Xinghui couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Mu Ruo has quite the taste. No wonder this big shot never shows his face in front of the cameras, and no wonder Mu Ruo, despite marrying a tycoon, still clings to you." Eavesdropping nearby, Mu Ruo retorted, "Who says women are the ones with jealousy? Men exhibit far worse envy when faced with those superior to them, and their slanderous rumors are even more distasteful." With arms crossed, Mu Ruo strolled out. Upon seeing her, Liu Beichen's expression shifted dramatically. Today, Mu Ruo had opted for a simple ensemble, donning a little black dress by Versace, devoid of any embellishments. Yet, her slender figure, with a waist so delicate it could scarcely be grasped, was exquisitely sculpted, her fair skin glowing against the dark fabric, her damp hair glistening, and her unadorned features radiating beauty, her petite face resembling a white peony glistening with dew beneath the moonlight. Mu Xinghui stole a glance at Mu Ruo's figure, his eyes drawn to her feet clad in nude high heels, then darting to her slender, alabaster ankles and elegantly long calves. Alas, how could such a pure and beautiful moonlight ever fancy his blind brother? He thought to himself how much better it would be if she had set her sights on him instead. If only he had been offered a single olive branch, he would have turned his back on his friend in an instant. Nevertheless, Mu Xinghui maintained a stern facade, expressing his disdain. Mu Ruo, if you have any self-respect, stop clinging to Beichen. Mu Ruo smiled faintly. Is that so? Lu Beichen, do I call you every day? Am I really the one clinging? Lu Beichen felt a pang in his heart. Rendered speechless, Mu Ruo produced her phone, scrolling to Lu Beichen's number. Now, I have blocked you. You, right in front of me, should do the same with my number. My past blindness is over. From now on, we shall coexist without interference. She intended to distance herself from the lives of Lu Beichen and Xiao Wanwan, wishing for this pair of infatuated souls to engage in their melodramatic antics without her involvement. She hoped the world would normalize, allowing her life to be less encumbered by their existence. Lu Beichen scoffed. Are you out of your mind? Why should I heed your words? Just because you tell me to block you. I will. With that, he turned to leave. Mu Xinghui sneaked another glance at Mu Ruo's calves before hurrying after Lu Beichen. Hey, Beichen. Wait for me. Chapter 75. I wish to look like this in my next life. Mu Xinghui quickly caught up with Lu Beichen, who at that moment wore a dangerously cold expression. Lu Beichen's mood was tumultuous, yet he couldn't articulate the source of his agitation. Mu Xinghui patted his shoulder. It seems Mu Ruo has finally given up. She won't be bothering you anymore. Isn't that a good thing? Lu Beichen scoffed. What business is it of yours? You've taken sides against me. How inconsiderate. Mu Xinghui shook his head. Are we no longer brothers? Or do you wish to have your cake and eat it too, wanting both the White Moonlight and the Cinderella? Lu Beichen was struck by Mu Xinghui's words, his face flushing with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Xinghui laughed heartily. Come on, let us find a place to drink. I've met some lovely ladies recently, curvaceous, with long legs. You'll certainly be satisfied. As the night fell, a gentle rain began to fall over Rongqing, the neon lights shimmering in the downpour. Lu Beichen felt a profound discomfort, though he couldn't pinpoint its cause, realizing it was a consequence of his own choices. Upon arriving at the hotel, the staff assisted with parking and provided umbrellas. A Rolls-Royce pulled up beside them, and a driver emerged, holding an umbrella while opening the car door. A man clad in a black suit stepped out, his profile strikingly handsome and deep-set, exuding an air of noble indifference. Mu Xinghui glanced over. Wow, this guy looks impressive. Which rich second generation is he? I wish to look like that in my next life. Lu Beichen's expression stiffened, a surge of jealousy washing over him. Fu Jianji noticed their gaze. Offering a subtle smile, Mu Xinghui murmured, Goodness, this guy seems quite amiable. Lu Beichen grit his teeth, suddenly asserting, Rest assured. Mu Ruo is merely throwing a tantrum. She has liked me for so many years. Do you think she would easily give up? Mu Xinghui, unsure why Lu Beichen brought up Mu Ruo again, had no choice but to support his friend. Of course, who doesn't he know Mu Ruo is head over heels for you? Honestly, she looked stunning today, her beauty surpassing every girl I've ever seen. Fu Jinji continued walking, his expression unchanged, coolly instructing the driver beside him, have the hotel manager remove those two from the premises and blacklist them permanently. The driver replied, Sir, but this hotel isn't owned by the Fu family. Fu Jinji replied, After today, it will be Lu Beichen and Mu Xinghui had gathered a few friends for a night of revelry, a mixed group of boys and girls around a table. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. The hotel manager regretfully informed them that they could not host such a raucous gathering and requested their departure. Mu Xinghui erupted. Are you kidding? Are you compensating us for our expenses? Do I look like I'm short on cash? We were just having drinks and chatting. Where's the illegal conduct in that? You're being ridiculous. I'll file a complaint and ensure you can never find work again. With several friends present, including a few attractive girls, being asked to leave was utterly humiliating. Lu Beichen revealed his identity, asserting he was acquainted with the hotel's owner. I'll call your president. The manager smiled. Very well. Liu Beichen attempted to call 3 times, but none were answered. Unbeknownst to him, after receiving a call from Fu Jianji's assistant regarding the hotel's acquisition, the owner had already blocked Liu Beichen's number. Faced with so many eyes upon him, Liu Beichen felt his pride falter. The manager maintained his smile. If you refuse to leave, we will have to call the police, Mu Xinghui, feeling the pressure, suggested, let us leave now. Your hotel is trash. I'll never stay here again. Among the girls he had invited, some were involved in transactional relationships, and if the police got involved, they could all be apprehended. The potential scandal could tarnish their family's reputation, making the consequences far too severe. They had intended to impress the girls, but now they stood to lose face in front of them. As the rain continued to fall, Liu Beichen and Mu Xinghui had their car. While most of the other girls had arrived via taxi, looking disheveled and downtrodden after being unceremoniously expelled, Fu Jianji, who had been dining on the hotel's top floor, was just finishing his business meeting when he happened upon the scene. One girl couldn't help but complain, Mu Xiao, this is the first time I've been kicked out of a hotel. With the rain falling, she lamented, where can we go now? Mu Xinghui, feeling equally disgruntled, responded, the situation is unique. Today has been particularly unlucky. It's one thing to disregard my face, but you shouldn't disregard Beichen's either. Liu Beichen's expression darkened considerably. Just then, he spotted Fu Jianji. The driver opened the door for him, and before leaving, Fu Jianji offered Liu Beichen a smile. This pushed Liu Beichen over the edge. Watching the girl continue to chatter, he shoved her. Stop being so dramatic. What's with all the fuss about selling yourself? The girl, taken aback, fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Mu Xinghui was astonished by Liu Beichen's actions. Their group typically didn't engage in such behavior. A man treating a woman this way would not reflect well on them, so he quickly intervened. Beichen's just drunk. Everyone, calm down. I'll call a few cars to ensure everyone gets home safely. The girl who had been pushed began to sob quietly, dabbing at her tears with the back of her hand. She understood that while Liu Beichen might not be able to do anything to the hotel's owner, a wealthy and powerful second generation like him could easily exert his influence over people like her, using them as a scapegoat for his frustrations. Chapter 76. He is truly impressive. Mu Ruo felt somewhat tipsy today. It was already outrageous for a drink in such a shabby place to cost $12.88, but what was even more astonishing was how dreadful it tasted. Hailey, the wealthy lady, ordered over 30 drinks in one night, all to impress a charming young man she fancied, and even opened 2 bottles of expensive foreign wine. As Hailey was driving, she abstained from alcohol and dropped Mu Ruo off at her doorstep. I just saw a message in the group chat. Ruo, did you encounter Liu Beichen and Mu Xinghui today? Du Hailey furrowed her brow with concern. Ruo, I understand that forgetting Liu Beichen for a moment is quite challenging. You appear strong, but your heart is undoubtedly bleeding, Mu Ruo replied. To be honest, Du Hailey's words made me want to spit blood. What is more attractive than Liu Beichen? Houses, cars, diamonds, and money. None of them can compare. Even if my heart bleeds, it's certainly due to my lack of wealth, not because of Liu Beichen. She wished to pat Hailey's shoulder and tell her friend not to speak such melodramatic words. But her head was spinning. At that moment, Butler Li approached. Madam, he greeted politely with a smile. We will take good care of you. Miss Du, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Mu Ruo, feeling dazed, walked inside. Butler Li, expressing concern, asked, has the madam been hurt by her idol again? Mu Ruo sighed. Enough, in everyone's eyes. I am merely a vicious supporting character who clings to the male lead in vain. At least I am the madam who has been legally recognized by your master, Mu Ruo teased. But please, Butler Li, do not put a green hat on your master. Butler Li apologized. My apologies. All right then. Mu Ruo continued. If your master were here, he would certainly laugh at me just like you do. Your master is filled with wickedness. After all, Fu Jianji is a self-disciplined big shot who cares only for his career, with no interest in women. Even a delicate flower like Zhou Nianyan, with her tragic love story and childhood romance, failed to capture his heart. Women only serve to hinder the expansion of his business empire. The more Mu Ruo clung to the male lead, the more she feared that Fu Jianji would grow increasingly complacent about her. Feeling truly dizzy, she laid down on the sofa and fell asleep while Butler Li went to fetch her some warm milk. With years of experience accompanying Fu Jianji, Butler Li could easily discern that his master was in a foul mood today. He quickly offered Fu Jianji a cup of warm milk. suggesting it would help him sleep soundly. Fu Jianji chuckled lightly. Am I a 3-year-old child? Butler Li silently thought, certainly not, as you have beautiful women to lull you to sleep. Fu Jianji's gaze landed on Mu Ruo, who was resting on the sofa. She was still in that little black dress, leaning against the spacious couch, making her appear exceptionally slender. Mu Ruo, who had not truly fallen asleep, was awakened by their conversation. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up. Butler Li promptly handed her the milk, saying, Madam, you drank too much today. Tomorrow, you might feel unwell, so please have a cup of milk to sober up. Mu Ruo seemed a bit dazed. Oh, thank you. Having a butler and housekeeper was indeed delightful. She thought to herself that if one day Fu Jianji were to cast her out, she could take this old man as her butler, preferably bringing along the excellent cook, Aunt Zhang, who was said to have once been a head chef at a Michelin restaurant, skilled in both Chinese and Western cuisine. Yet, it seemed she could not afford such arrangements. Nor did she have a large enough house for a butler to manage. Mu Ruo lowered her head and took a sip of the warm milk, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow on her fair face. Fu Jianji smiled. Did you go out for drinks? Mu Ruo nodded, gulping down the warm milk. She couldn't help but sigh. In a couple of days, I have to join the crew again. I only have these few days to enjoy myself. And soon I won't be able to eat Aunt Zhang's cooking. What a pity. Today, I ran into Liu Beichen. Mu Ruo added. Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow. Encountering Liu Beichen was not a rare occurrence for Mu Ruo. After all, in the original text, Fu Jianji admired Liu Beichen's work capabilities, giving him several opportunities. There had indeed been some friction between her and Xiao Wanwan, as the original character had schemed against Xiao Wanwan multiple times. With such a malicious persona, Mu Ruo had to admit the truth. Seeing Mu Ruo's face flush with guilt upon hearing Liu Beichen's name, Fu Jianji's expression darkened, despite the absence of any humor in his eyes. He remarked with a smile, interesting, he was kicked out of a hotel for gathering a crowd of men and women to revel. Mu Ruo immediately denied it. Impossible. Liu Beichen has many friends. After all, he is a domineering CEO. It is quite common for wealthy heirs to indulge together. However, it is utterly implausible that the male lead would be thrown out of a hotel with a group of friends. What CEO would allow himself to be humiliated like that after reaching adulthood? Typically, Liu Beichen would be the one to have his rivals expelled. Besides his looks, Liu Beichen's greatest assets were his wealth and influence. If he lost face in front of his friends, he might very well drive a tank through that hotel. Fu Jianji regarded Mu Ruo with a playful expression, as if to say she must be joking, and pinched her cheek affectionately. In your eyes, is he truly that innocent? Mu Ruo winced slightly at his pinch and quickly grabbed his wrist. Whether he is innocent or not is another matter. His family is quite influential in Rongcheng. How could he possibly be kicked out? If that really happened, just wait, that hotel would go bankrupt. Fu Jianji let out a cold laugh. Is that so? He is indeed impressive. Fortunately, he is not as remarkable as you. Mu Ruo sincerely admired. Oh, my benefactor. You are the most domineering CEO in this world. Chapter 77. Anti-wolf spray. After being praised by Mu Ruo, Fu Jianji did not appear particularly pleased. He ruffled her hair playfully. Mu Ruo's hair became a tousled mess, and she couldn't help but plead, Hey, don't mess up my hairstyle. My hair shouldn't be touched carelessly. Fu Jianji headed toward the stairs. Mu Ruo tidied her hair. She was genuinely tired today, and as soon as she lay down on the bed, she fell fast asleep. Song Chu quickly contacted Mu Ruo regarding her training for the upcoming production. This role involved a significant amount of action scenes, necessitating guidance from a martial arts instructor. In Song Chu's production, even the highly popular leads rarely used doubles, let alone Mu Ruo, who was still an unknown. A mere supporting character. In the drama Xing there was no female lead, only the male lead Wu Tong, making Mu Ruo the supporting character with the most screen time. While resting, Mu Ruo scrolled through the news on her phone, unable to suppress her admiration, truly deserving of being the female lead, managing to engage with the male lead and swiftly making a name for herself. Xiao Wanwan had just entered this industry. The film directors did not recognize her talent, forcing her to muddle through in television drama crews. In a short time, she acted in 2 dramas, both as an endearing supporting character. Although Xiao Wanwan was not a stunning beauty, her pure appearance and competent acting skills, particularly in idol dramas favored by young audiences, allowed her to match the male lead without any awkwardness, even surpassing them at times. To escape his parents, Liu Beichen ventured into the entertainment industry, and his momentum continued to rise. During the days when Xiao Wanwan's drama aired, He almost bought a trending topic every day. Now, Xiaowanwan had amassed a considerable fan base. Securing 2 or 3 endorsements, and her upcoming projects would feature her as the lead. Sitting in her chair scrolling through the news, Wu Tong plopped down beside her, opening a bottle of mineral water. "This miserable place is ridiculous," he exclaimed. They had been filming on location, and the remote area lacked even basic amenities, making it difficult to order takeout. The conditions were harsh, both in terms of food and accommodation. Wu Tong had numerous scenes with Mu Ruo, and their relationship was quite amicable. He glanced at Mu Ruo's phone and remarked, "Hey, that girl who auditioned the other day has become popular, hasn't she?" Mu Ruo nodded. Many newcomers had suddenly gained fame in recent years, but Wu Tong did not regard them with envy. "Are you jealous?" he scoffed. "That kind of commercial value dissipates quickly. Those who overdo it with cosmetic surgery can't even act in serious dramas. Confined to playing roles in juvenile productions. Any hint of scandal, and their fans vanished." As a senior in the industry, Wu Tong had a keen eye for new talent. The weather outside was bitterly cold, and after being rejected by the director for 2 hours, Wu Tong finally entered the break room to warm up with some hot water, gradually regaining his composure. Actors of Wu Tong's caliber always had assistants with them, bustling around to fetch water and snacks. Turning his head, he noticed Mu Ruo had already left for her shop. Wu Tong's assistant quietly remarked, "It's strange that director Song chose this obscure actress to play Feng Yu. Everyone thought she had some backing, but she doesn't even have an assistant. I saw online that she was criticized as a rich kid bullying her sister, but she seems like a lovely girl. Where would a newcomer just entering the industry get that many assistants?" Wu Tong shook his head. "She doesn't have any background. Her personality isn't flamboyant either. She was recommended by Minli after filming together, and I was present when they made the decision with director Song." Wu Tong's assistant couldn't help but exclaim, "That's impressive. To land a role alongside an award-winning actress in your first project is a remarkable starting point, far surpassing 99 of actors in the industry." Wu Tong smiled. If she can endure the picky and temperamental nature of Minli and Zhao Jie, her future is indeed promising. The wind recently felt like blades cutting at their faces, with sand swirling in the air. Almost everyone in the production team was suffering from the harsh conditions. After filming several scenes, the sky began to darken. Mu Ruo set down her heavy weapon and rubbed her frozen hands. The film's producer, who typically did not join the crew, had been a longtime friend of Song Chu, overseeing everything from casting to shooting. However, today, the producer and an investor had arrived, as they needed to discuss matters with Song Chu. Mu Ruo was adorned in a black costume, her waist cinched elegantly. Eschewing a headpiece, her long hair cascaded gracefully down her back, while a purple crystal pendant dangled from her forehead, shimmering brilliantly. Given Mu Ruo's exceptionally fair complexion and delicate skin texture, some darker powder was applied to her face to enhance her aura in line with her character. The investor's eyes widened in astonishment. "Who is this actress? I have never seen her before." Song Chu casually remarked, "I selected her for the role. She is a newcomer.To. A newcomer, is she?" The investor inquired, probing for any advantageous connections. The producer couldn't help but chuckle. They had previously inquired about Mu Ruo's background and were aware of her parentage. The Mu family was indeed affluent, yet their fortunes had dwindled over the past 2 years. Moreover, Mu Ruo had a half-sister, who was reportedly not well regarded within the family. It was her sister who was the pampered darling of the Mu household. If Mu Ruo was truly cherished at home, would she endure the hardships of filming? The role Mu Ruo was cast in was immensely challenging. Several renowned actresses had declined it due to the harsh conditions. The producer smiled and suggested, "How about this? During dinner tonight, I shall have them all accompany us." "That sounds splendid," the investor responded. "I also wish to engage with these actors. If their film flops, I might have to hold them accountable." Shortly after, Mu Ruo received the news. Puzzled, she inquired further and discovered that several prominent actors would be attending. There were few actresses in the crew, and her frequent companion, Wang Zifan, remarked, "Just wait and see. Tonight's task of serving tea and toasting will fall to us too, and we might even find ourselves subjected to unwelcome advances." It was imperative to comply. Every industry necessitated socializing, and failing to show respect to the boss would jeopardize future prospects. Mu Ruo handed Wang Zifan a bottle of spray. Curiously, Wang Zifan asked, "What is this?" "A new makeup spray," Mu Ruo replied. "It's a self-defense spray. They were here to work. After all, if someone refused to act as a proper capitalist and chose to be a lecher, they had to be prepared to retaliate." After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at the restaurant. Upon seeing the man across from her, Wang Zifan gasped, "Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Which actor is he? He is bound to become a sensation once he appears on screen." Mu Ruo adjusted her bag, realizing she had been foolish to bring the self-defense spray. She had never encountered a need for it in front of a financier. The weather was rather chilly, and Fu Jianji, clad in a black trench coat, towered impressively among the producer and investors, his demeanor particularly striking. Song Chu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this investor would have such extensive connections. Being acquainted with Fu Jianji as Fu Jianji was about to exit the restaurant, the fortunate investor who had previously encountered him at a banquet seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself, approaching with a beaming smile. This was the producer's first meeting with Fu Jianji. He had only heard of him before but had never seen him in person. Recognizing the situation, he quickly presented his business card, and even Wu Tong and Song Chu joined in. Wang Zifan and Mu Ruo, as junior actresses, dared not utter a word in the presence of such influential figures. This wasn't an occasion for them to make acquaintances. The investor, beaming, addressed Fu. "Mr. Fu, I saw you at a banquet 6 months ago and my name is Xia Jian. Do you remember me?" Fu Jianji had long forgotten who this person was. He had attended countless banquets, and this individual had not exchanged a single word with him, leaving no impression. Nevertheless, his inherent poise allowed him to maintain a warm demeanor. "Hello." He accepted the producers and Song Chu's business cards as well. Mr. Xia was pleasantly surprised by Fu Jianji's amiable demeanor. At the time of their last encounter, Fu Jianji had been surrounded by powerful figures, leaving no room for conversation. "Shall we dine together? Would you do me the honor of joining us?" Mr. Xia inquired. Not harboring much hope.To his surprise, Fu Jianji agreed. Song Chu quickly summoned several actors to greet Fu Jianji, introducing him as the head of the Fu group. Wang Zifan had never heard of such a figure. Initially, she assumed his striking appearance and charisma indicated he was an actor. To discover he was a major boss whom everyone sought to please was quite the revelation. Celebrities, aside from acting, often engage in numerous social obligations. When it is time to bow, one must do so, lest they risk being blacklisted for any misstep. "Hello, Mr. Fu. I am Wei Zhe. I look forward to your guidance." "Greetings, Mr. Fu. I am Wang Zifan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Mu Ruo, being the least known, could be said to have no reputation at all, perhaps a bit of notoriety, but nothing more. By the order of seniority, she was certainly last. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable. In her former life, as a minor actress, Mu Ruo had only dared to reject the unspoken rules. Yet, in front of a boss and investor who had no intention of exploiting her, she maintained her politeness. Deftly navigating the social waters, now, standing before Fu Jianji, she found herself locked in a silent stare with him. Fu Jianji chuckled softly and extended his hand. "A pleasure to meet you." Mu Ruo said nothing. Merely grasping his fingertips, Mr. Xia and the producer surrounded Fu Jianji as they made their way to the private room. Wang Zifan sighed enviously. Indeed, beautiful women receive preferential treatment. He doesn't shake hands with anyone yet extends his hand to you. Mu Ruo replied. Wang Zifan continued, "But he is so exceptional. How come I've never seen him in the news before? Do you think Mr. Fu is more formidable, or is Mr. Liu, who supports Xiaowanwan, more powerful?" Mu Ruo mused. "Both are formidable. One is a ruler of the sea, the other a leviathan of the deep. Each dominates in their own realm." With Fu Jianji present, and having displayed just the right amount of interest in Mu Ruo, even the dimmest investor would not dare to impose any unwelcome advances in his presence. Renowned for his gentlemanly demeanor, Fu Jianji would leave no room for Mr. Xia to paint himself as a lecher. As a result, Mr. Xia refrained from asking the two beautiful actresses to serve tea and toast, instead opting to discuss business matters with a cheerful demeanor, throwing in a few compliments along the way. Fu Jianji, having resided in the upper echelons for so long, was accustomed to flattery and remained unfazed, his expression consistently composed. Wang Zifan sighed in relief and whispered to Mu Ruo, "Thank goodness we have Mr. Fu to protect us. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly face unwanted advances tonight. Who knows, we might even encounter the situation your spray was meant for. You know, at the last banquet, I encountered Mr. Xia, and he made some rather distasteful jokes." As the two young women whispered, Fu Jianji cast a cool glance at Mu Ruo before shifting his gaze to the door. Mu Ruo mused. In 3 minutes, she then excused herself to the restroom. Fu Jianji promptly stood up. Those present, keenly aware, pretended not to notice. Wang Zifeng gasped, "Could this exceptionally handsome big boss be intending to pursue my friend?" After washing her face with warm water and applying a layer of moisturizer, Mu Ruo was startled when the restroom door swung open. Fu Jinji smiled. "Socializing is part of your job too?" The private room was rather warm, so Mu Ruo removed her coat upon entering, revealing an oatmeal-colored cashmere sweater and a white skirt, her straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, making her appear even slimmer than when they last met. Mu Ruo replied, "Of course. An actor's job extends beyond just acting. It's also about networking. Who knows where the next opportunity might arise? While there are bound to be unsavory characters, a bit of cleverness can help navigate those encounters. Securing resources is quite simple." Fu Jinji playfully pinched her cheek. "Why don't you come to me for help?" Mu Ruo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Mr. Fu, do you wish to promote me?" Fu Jinji replied, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What you desire comes at a price." Mu Ruo responded, "I knew it. When dealing with capitalists, one is always bound to lose." Fu Jinji, being as astute as he was, might very well require her to sign a contract with a betting clause. If she lost, she would have to toil for him for life. Mu Ruo raised an eyebrow. "I don't need anyone to uplift me. I can succeed on my own." Fu Jinji's gaze sharpened, his hand resting gently on her head as he ruffled her hair. Mu Ruo felt a surge of annoyance. My hair. Chapter 79. The authority of explanation lies with Fu Jinji. In the depths of winter, static electricity was already a nuisance, and Fu Jinji's ruffling of her hair left it in disarray. She quickly turned to the mirror. "It's a mess." Armed with a comb, Mu Ruo spritzed a bit of hairspray and meticulously groomed her hair for a while. After Fu Jinji departed, she pondered his earlier words. Mu Ruo was no fool. Given her looks and figure, there had been many who sought to exploit her in her previous life. What Fu Jinji had said echoed sentiments she had heard from others. For young women in this industry, the path downward was always far more prevalent than the ascent. "This is my contact. If you desire resources, come find me." Mu Ruo. "You know what you must offer to obtain what you seek, don't you?" These words were strikingly similar to what Fu Jinji had just articulated. However, Mu Ruo did not perceive any ulterior motives from Fu Jinji. The reason was simple. Mu Ruo possessed a certain degree of self-admiration. She was aware of her decent appearance. Yet, she did not believe everyone would tolerate or be enamored by her merely because of her looks. There were countless captivating things in the world. Was Fu Jinji the sort to lose his senses over beauty? Certainly not. Furthermore, having shared the same space with Fu Jinji countless times, if he had any intentions, they would have manifested long ago. To date, Mu Ruo had never detected any hint of impatience or desire in Fu Jinji's eyes. Her perception of him was tinted with a depth greater than the Atlantic Ocean. The two of them vanished from sight within a mere 15 minutes. In such a brief span of time, it is, of course, impossible to accomplish much. Initially, those at the table speculated that there might be something between the two, yet realizing that even 15 minutes would scarcely suffice to tidy their attire, they dismissed their ambiguous thoughts. Wang Zifeng lowered her voice to whisper to Mu Ruo, "Do you think President Fu intends to pursue you?" Mu Ruo poured herself a glass of coconut milk and replied, "Sister Fan, do you really think someone with a face like his needs to pursue anyone?" Wang Zifeng hesitated, stating, "To be honest, I believe that with his looks and the aura he exudes, he could easily become the star of any entertainment company, garnering fame far and wide." However, she couldn't resist pinching Mu Ruo's delicate cheek, saying, Ruo, you truly have no idea how much your pure and enchanting beauty attracts those tycoons in the capital circles. Your supple, youthful skin, sparkling eyes, and rosy lips, along with your elegantly sculpted nose, evoke a desire to protect and cherish you. The mere thought of keeping such a beauty confined at home as a personal treasure was thrilling. Fu Jinji received the most toast that evening. The producers and investors had initially intended to discuss matters with the director, but ever since Fu Jinji joined, all attention turned to him. Mu Ruo felt a twinge of concern that Fu Jinji might drink too much. She had subtly learned from Li Guanjia that Fu Jinji's doctor advised against excessive alcohol and caffeine consumption. Typically, a man of his stature would have some stomach issues, and overindulgence could indeed jeopardize his health. As the primary benefactor who paid Mu Ruo the most, Fu Jinji's well-being was far more significant to her than her acting career. Before entering the room, she noted his room number and requested a cup of warm milk from the hotel staff. Drinking a glass of warm milk before bed would not only help with sobering up, but also ensure a more restful sleep. Mu Ruo knocked on Fu Jianji's door, holding the milk. After a considerable wait, the door finally creaked open. Fu Jianji stood there clad in a bathrobe, evidently just having stepped out of the shower. His hair still damp. Mu Ruo offered the milk. "Mr. Fu, please drink this before you sleep." "I noticed you had quite a bit to drink tonight." Fu Jianji smirked coldly. "So concerned about me?" Mu Ruo replied earnestly. "Of course, To someone like President Fu. I regard your well-being as paramount." Yet, it was not solely due to their contractual obligations. To Mu Ruo, Fu Jianji embodied a captivating and enigmatic figure, his thoughts as inscrutable as his past. In the original narrative, every supporting character seemed to exist merely to advance the relationship between the protagonists. Revolving around Xiao Wanwan and Liu Biaiken, Mu Ruo's role appeared to facilitate the ups and downs of their romance, making it all the more bittersweet. Fu Jianji's significance seemed to lie in providing the male lead with opportunities, elevating him further in his career. As for Fu Jianji's own thoughts and experiences, they remained perpetually elusive. "I do not drink anything before sleeping." Suddenly, Mu Ruo realized she might be somewhat superfluous, and with the milk in hand, she was about to leave. "Step out of this room, and you forfeit a year's salary. 200 million, to be precise," she recalled. The decision rested entirely in Fu Jianji's hands. If he did not divorce her the following year, she would achieve financial freedom. Whatever the boss commanded, she must comply unconditionally. With no other choice, Mu Ruo sat on Fu Jianji's bed, sipping half the milk. After a long day of shooting in the chilly wind, followed by an evening of socializing, the warm milk had a soothing effect, and before long, she drifted off to sleep against the pillow. Fu Jianji, while drying his hair, gently grasped her chin, observing her innocent, unguarded sleeping face. Deep down, Fu Jianji was inherently a rather ruthless individual, cloaked in gentlemanly attire yet harboring a heart as dark as a demon's. He sought to seize whatever he desired, indifferent to morality or rules. His intentions today mirrored those she had encountered before. Yet, Mu Ruo, blinded by her admiration, could not see beyond the fate. Perceiving him as a good person in Fu Jianji's eyes, she remained a charming, innocent girl, several years his junior, her true nature and her concern for him utterly transparent. She was simply a bit misguided, harboring a deep infatuation for a man like Liu Biaiken in her sleep. Mu Ruo unconsciously nuzzled against Fu Jianji's palm, inching closer to him. He chuckled softly, covering her with a blanket. Chapter 80. Even the Tycoon has physiological needs. When Mu Ruo awoke the next morning, she felt an unusual warmth enveloping her. As she lifted her head, it bumped against something solid. Shifting slightly, she looked up to find Fu Jianji's strikingly handsome, deep-set face mere inches away. To behold such a handsome visage first thing in the morning was indeed a delightful sight, if only his expression were not so cold. Quickly, she raised her hand to rub her forehead where she had collided with him, apologizing profusely. Fu Jianji captured her hand in his grip. Mu Ruo glanced at herself and then at Fu Jianji. She was still clad in the same outfit from the previous day, while he wore a silk bathrobe from the hotel, its collar slightly open, his face still bearing traces of sleep. Mu Ruo surveyed the bed, noting the vast space she occupied, leaving Fu Jianji precariously close to the edge. Feeling a pang of guilt, she said, "I accidentally fell asleep. It's still early. Why don't you come closer so you don't fall off the bed?" "I have to get up for the set." Fu Jianji raised an eyebrow. "So you are aware of your poor sleeping posture?" Mu Ruo retorted. "This is an exception. Besides, you've had your moments of crowding me too." She shifted aside, attempting to pull Fu Jianji closer, only to be met with him grasping her wrist and drawing her into his embrace. The faint scent of wood from Fu Jianji was intoxicating, and Mu Ruo had long wondered if he wore a particular fragrance. Curiously, she leaned towards his neck to catch a whiff. Suddenly, Fu Jianji pressed down on her shoulder. "Stay still." Mu Ruo stammered. Fu Jianji harbored no physiological issues. Mu Ruo was undeniably beautiful, her eyes glistening softly as she awoke, her skin a creamy white, and her lips a rosy hue. Her long, thick black hair cascaded over her shoulders, captivating both in close inspection and at first glance. Her soft, voluptuous figure pressed against Fu Jianji's arm, exuding a subtle fragrance akin to orchids and musk. Now stiff with trepidation, Mu Ruo dared not move, as if she were a character in a novel she had read for years. Realizing that the strong hand resting on her waist belonged to Fu Jianji, he felt no discomfort, for it was typical for a man to awaken in such a manner. Yet for Mu Ruo, it was akin to a bolt from the blue. She had always assumed that someone of Fu Jianji's stature would be devoid of desires. While he was indeed detached, the presence of physiological needs was evident. His large hand clasped her smaller one casually, his tone nonchalant. "Could you assist me?" Mu Ruo replied. "President Fu, that is something I cannot assist with." Fu Jianji scoffed. "Coward." A slight sheen of sweat formed on Mu Ruo's skin. If Fu Jianji wished to deduct her salary, so be it. Even if it meant losing everything for the year to come, she refused to engage in such transactions. To her surprise, Fu Jianji made no further threats, but rose to head to the bathroom. When he emerged, he was already fully dressed. Having grown hungry, Mu Ruo wanted to head to breakfast. She opened the door to find the director, Song Chu, and the producer approaching. Song Chu regarded Mu Ruo and then Fu Jianji, astonished at the revelation that the newcomer had swiftly climbed into the bed of the Tycoon. Knowing this relationship, Song Chu would certainly refrain from criticizing Mu Ruo on set in the future. Should the young lady become upset and confide in her powerful protector, he would be in quite a predicament. The producer, quicker on his feet, greeted them with, "Good morning, President Fu, Miss Mu." Song Chu soon followed suit. Recovering from his shock, Fu Jianji nodded. "Morning. Mu Ruo is my wife. She is new to the industry, so please extend your guidance," Fu Jianji stated. This left Song Chu utterly dumbfounded, as well as the producer. Fu Jianji's wife. The implications of such a background were staggering. Had he mentioned this earlier, they might have considered altering the lead roles to better suit her. Still reeling from the astonishment that even tycoons had physiological needs, Mu Ruo merely nodded at the director and producer as she proceeded to the dining room for breakfast. As usual, Fu Jianji had other matters to attend to and departed after their meal. Song Chu and the producer were not likely to spread rumors about Mu Ruo's background. Their positions demanded discretion and intelligence. Having memorized her lines, she opted not to engage in gaming but instead rested her head on the table and thought. After a while, she discreetly prodded Li Guanjia. "Does your master?" Li Guanjia replied. "Our master?" Mu Ruo continued. "In our marriage agreement, it states that if we do not fulfill our spousal duties, I cannot develop feelings for him or harass him." "Correct." Li Guanjia sent a string of ellipses her way. "Madam," he finally responded, "you and the master are legally wed. If he desires you to fulfill your spousal obligations, it is only natural." Although Li Guanjia was unaware of the full terms of Mu Ruo and Fu Jianji's agreement, as the steward of the Fu family, he astutely recognized that all interpretative power lay with Fu Jianji. After all, Mu Ruo could not recall where she had placed the agreement. Mu Ruo also opened a Weibo account, sharing the promotional video for the production. The initial focus of the crew's marketing was naturally the acclaimed actor Ganwan and the renowned actress Huang Minli. However, the promotional video unexpectedly highlighted some of Mu Ruo's scenes, leading to a surge of 500,000 followers on her Weibo before the film had even premiered. Most fans are captivated by appearances, entranced by this visage. They have long forgotten the overwhelming negativity that once flooded the internet about her, eagerly awaiting the film's release to behold this beauty on the big screen. The artists in the Shang-Yin production team have also taken notice. Wu Tong and Wang Zifan share a good rapport with Mu Ruo and have both followed her on Weibo. "Certainly, I shall reserve a private screening to show my support." As Wu Tong watched the trailer, the mere glimpses ignited her desire to see the full film. Curiously, she clicked into Xiao Wanwan's Weibo and discovered that she had also retweeted the promotional video from the production team. Having previously worked on the Huogua set, "I found the director and crew to be wonderful. Although my scenes may have been entirely cut, I still hope for the film's box office success." Chapter 81. Who doesn't relish a glimpse of a fellow artist's misfortune? Mu Ruo. Observing the insipid remarks, Mu Ruo felt a jolt of apprehension. She anticipated another wave of criticism directed at her. This kind of plot had unfolded numerous times in the original novel. After all, as the female lead, Xiao Wanwan, viewed from the reader's perspective, appeared both clever and kind-hearted, perpetually bullied by supporting characters. Thus, whenever Xiao Wanwan publicly articulated her struggles and grievances, a wave of sympathy would inevitably follow. Mu Ruo glanced at the comment count on Xiao Wanwan's Weibo. Indeed, the public was eager to feast on this juicy drama in a mere span of time. Comments had already surged into the thousands. It was evident that she, the so-called chosen supporting character, would be the target of scorn. With no time to spare for further contemplation, it was soon time for her to shoot. The wire work in this action scene was particularly demanding, and the martial arts director inundated Mu Ruo with instructions. She listened attentively, nodding slightly, gripping her weapon firmly. 3, 2, 1, action. Snowflakes danced through the air as Mu Ruo, with her sword in hand, soared gracefully through the sky, executing a series of fluid movements. Due to the large ensemble cast, minor errors occasionally arose among the actors in combat. Director Song Chu had high standards, calling cut multiple times, and by the end, 2 hours had elapsed. When Mu Ruo was finally lowered from the wires, she felt utterly frozen. She gratefully accepted the warm red date tea that Wang Zifan offered her, smiling at her. Thank you, Sister Fan. Wang Zifan, seeing her portray a regal and ethereal character on screen, couldn't help but smile sweetly back at the two glistening eyes of Mu Ruo, her heart melting instantly. To be honest, even as a woman, one couldn't help but want to befriend such a beautiful and hardworking girl. Director Song Chu cast a rare appreciative glance at Mu Ruo before turning his attention back to the martial arts director, who was addressing the male actor who had repeatedly faltered. Filming action scenes is never an easy task. Wang Zifan remarked, Ruo, you must have a background in dance, right? That high kick while receiving the sword was truly impressive. Most people can't maintain a high kick while suspended in the AI. Mu Ruo nodded. She indeed had a dance foundation and had previously filmed action scenes. However, the director she encountered in the real world was far more difficult than Director Song. Back then, as a newcomer lacking connections, she had endured 2 hours of exposure under the scorching sun, suspended on wires, nearly fainting from heat exhaustion upon being released. In Director Song Chu's production, Mu Ruo found a surprisingly comfortable environment. The wire work was simply part of the filming requirements, and Director Song did not mistreat her just because she was a newcomer. Upon hearing Wang Zifan's comments, Mu Ruo was reminded of Xiao Wanwan's retweet. She clicked into the comments section. Sure enough, it was a tempest of vitriol. Thankfully, there wasn't much mention of Mu Ruo, but the very first comment left her astounded. Zhao Jie is simply a joke? If he doesn't want to keep our Wanwan scenes, he shouldn't let her into the production, wasting so much of her time and deleting her footage. Well, Mu Ruo truly hadn't expected fans to lash out at the director. If it had been a lesser-known director, it would have been one thing. But this was Zhao Jie, a prominent director in the industry, one whose works graced international stages. Wang Zifan and Wu Tong gathered around to witness the spectacle. Wang Zifan exclaimed, "Wow, this lady's fans are truly something. Just a few words could jeopardize her future." For most stars, directors like Zhao Jie are revered, almost worshipped. Allowing fans to insult a major director is akin to a subordinate being encouraged to insult their superior. Wu Tong, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Her fans must be a bunch of young school children. How dare they speak out like this?" And so many likes on these comments. Truth be told, Wu Tong, among male stars, was quite adept at box office draws, often being lavished with attention, and his fanbase had substantial purchasing power. Even so, his fans would never dare to speak ill of a director of Zhao Jie's stature. At this moment, Xiao Wanwan herself was oblivious to the low intelligence of her fans. In her previous drama, the male lead was a domineering CEO, while the female lead was a doctor. Their love story was tumultuous and passionate. Xiao Wanwan played the role of the male lead's estranged sister, appearing to be a delicate flower from a slum, yet in reality, she was a wealthy heiress, with her on-screen pairing being a charming young master. The drama had skyrocketed in popularity upon release, attracting many impressionable young fans. Xiao Wanwan's tweet was intended to incite her followers to attack Mu Ruo. Little did she know her fans would take her words at face value. Footage being cut? Surely it was the director's doing, so let's all go and scold the director. What if he is a major director? Offending Wanwan's fans means even big directors will face backlash, from top to bottom. The most liked comments were either attacking the director or the production team, with one after another unearthing Zhao Jie's past instances of deleting actors' scenes. Watching Xiao Wanwan's fans tear into Zhao Jie, rushing to the Huaguo promotional Weibo to berate the director, Mu Ruo couldn't help but chuckle. Who wouldn't he enjoy a good laugh at a fellow artist's misfortune? The more such entertainment, the better. Xiao Wanwan hurriedly deleted the tweet and urgently instructed her fans not to attack anyone indiscriminately. Fortunately, among Xiao Wanwan's fanbase, there were still a number of rational supporters. Realizing that offending a major director could hinder Xiao Wanwan's progression into the film industry, they urged everyone to refrain from criticizing the director, striving to appease Zhao Jie and prevent him from harboring ill feelings towards Xiao Wanwan. even rallying to support the film's box office. Ironically, this entire uproar ended up serving as a promotion for the film, far from her original intention. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, the Shangyin production team went on holiday, allowing everyone to celebrate the new year before resuming work. Mu Ruo opened the WeChat moments of Butlerly. The first post read, "Paid holiday," accompanied by the vacation destination of a certain star-rated hotel in the Maldives. Goodness, Mu Ruo completely forgot that Fu Jianji would not exploit the household staff throughout the year. During festive occasions, he would grant everyone a break. The working conditions at Fu Jianji's household were far more comfortable than the demanding 996 schedules of major corporations. Chapter 82. You all are isolating him. Mu Ruo mused that if one day she found herself broke and aging, struggling to land roles, perhaps she should consider becoming a nanny in a wealthy family. With an employer like Fu Jianji, she could enjoy 2 overseas trips a year. She used her fingerprint to unlock the door. As expected, the inside was shrouded in darkness. Mu Ruo turned on the lights. Fu Jianji was not home today. A man of his stature had more than one residence, and given his numerous social engagements, it was common not to see him. After taking a shower, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep, only to awaken at noon the next day. Roused by hunger, she ventured downstairs to open the refrigerator and poured herself a glass of milk. While heating the milk, Butlerly sent a message. Butlerly, grinning. Butlerly. On leave, madam. If you need anything, please contact me after the holiday. With a ping, the microwave chimed, and Mu Ruo retrieved her warm milk, one hand on her phone as she sent a voice message to Butlerly. Will your master give me a red envelope for the new year? If I perform well, he might. Fu Jianji was not dressed in his usual formal attire today, but rather wore a black trench coat, looking strikingly handsome, exuding more presence than a runway model. Mu Ruo's eyes sparkled. How much will he give? Is this a year-end bonus? Fu Jianji didn't quite understand Mu Ruo's enthusiasm for money. Born into wealth with 2 mountains of gold, even if he lived a life of indulgence, he would never exhaust his resources, not to mention the vast commercial empire he had built over the years. Ironically, what Mu Ruo cherished most was precisely what Fu Jianji possessed in abundance. Undoubtedly enhancing his experience as a domineering CEO, Fu Jianji merely smiled in silence. Indeed, the next moment, the unyielding Mu Ruo sought to please her boss, pretending she hadn't sipped from the glass of milk. Offering it to Fu Jianji, "Mr. Fu, I prepared breakfast for you." Fu Jianji glanced at the rim where her lips had touched. "I want a latte." Mu Ruo dashed to the coffee machine to prepare a latte. "I can even create latte art. Do you prefer a little swan or a heart?" For the sake of her year-end bonus, Mu Ruo was determined to put in the effort. Fu Jianji remarked nonchalantly, "Do you particularly enjoy contacting Butlerly?" Mu Ruo replied, "You mentioned before that if there's anything, contact Butlerly and not disturb your work. Besides, Butlerly is like a walking encyclopedia. He knows everything, and asking him is never offensive. Plus he won't deduct my salary." Fu Laozi's health had improved significantly, yet given his age, he still bore some frailty. As a junior, it was only right to pay him a visit. When Mu Ruo and Fu Jianji arrived, the living room was filled with warmth, resembling a happy family. Fu Laozi sat on the sofa, a soft cashmere blanket draped over his knees, while Zhou Yinhui gazed at him with gentle affection. Fu Quan and Fu Zheng, the 2 brothers, were seated beside the sofa, laughing heartily, seemingly sharing amusing anecdotes that had Fu Laozi chuckling heartily. However, the moment Fu Jianji and Mu Ruo entered, the smiles on everyone's faces faded, and they glanced toward Fu Jianji. It is perplexing that Fu Jianji, undoubtedly the rightful heir of the Fu family, appears at this moment as though he is a mere outsider. His entrance seems to shatter the warm and joyous atmosphere that envelopes the family. With a half-smile, Fu Jianji greets, "Grandfather, grandmother, Happy New Year." However, the expressions on the faces of Old Master Fu and Zhou Yinhui are stiff, both merely nodding in response. Fu Jianji then turns to his 2 uncles, Fu Quan and Fu Zheng, with a cheerful, "Second uncle, third uncle, Happy New Year." Their faces bear an odd expression. Fu Quan turns his head away, letting out a cold huff without uttering a word. Both have experienced severe beatings at the hands of Fu Jianji, particularly Fu Quan, who has only just healed from his injuries and is now haunted by the fear of another outburst from Fu Jianji. He knows he cannot bear another such encounter. Even 10 of him would not suffice to withstand Fu Jianji's wrath. Mu Ruo's eyes. This scene unfolds as Fu Jianji's polite greetings to his uncles, Yet it is evident that the ungrateful uncles collectively ostracize and bully him. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Mu Ruo feels a pang of sympathy for Fu Jianji. How could they isolate and torment such a kind, generous, elegant, and refined individual? The New Year's Eve dinner is rendered tasteless, as Fu Jianji's arrival seems to spoil the pleasant atmosphere, leaving a palpable discontent among all present. After the meal, Old Master Fu clears his throat, stating, "Jianji, I need to speak with you." Fu Jianji smiles lightly. Responding, "All right," he assists Old Master Fu in his wheelchair toward the study. Watching Fu Jianji's dutiful figure, Mu Ruo's heart aches further. Once the study door closes, Old Master Fu's demeanor shifts abruptly to one of coldness. "Fu Quan and Fu Zheng are your uncles. You cannot disregard familial ties entirely." Fu Jianji, with a semblance of a smile, replies, "Oh?" Old Master Fu's anger simmers beneath the surface. "While I was incapacitated, you eliminated those executives within the company who opposed you. Are you now intent on leaving your uncles destitute? In just a few short years, you have amassed such power. If I were to displease you, would you also seek to remove me? Not at this moment." Fu Jianji counters with a smile, for maintaining a respectable image yields continuous benefits. Who would wish to engage in business with a cold-blooded madman? As for your two uncles and their mother, your father's matters do not concern them. They have done nothing wrong. Fu Jianji gazes intently at Old Master Fu. If it were otherwise, do you think they would still be alive? As long as they relinquish what rightfully belongs to me, I shall spare their lives, offering them billions to live comfortably abroad. Old Master Fu is nearly apoplectic. Billions? Are you sending them off like beggars? Just one of the antique vases in the Fu family is worth over 100 million. And you would merely offer a fraction of that to your wife and two sons? Fu Jianji smiles with a cultured restraint. Without your agreement, those billions will not materialize. Do you truly believe your wills hold any value without my consent? Old Master Fu points a finger at him. Fu Jianji, you will inevitably become like your father. You and he are both heartless wretches. Thank you for the compliment, Fu Jianji replies as he opens the study door and exits. Wishing him a happy new year. Chapter 83. Please, I beg you. Mu Ruo waits for Fu Jianji in the living room. Zhou Yanhui seeks to provoke Mu Ruo, aiming to coerce her into divorcing Fu Jianji. She knows that only by separating Mu Ruo from Fu Jianji can she ensure that Zhou Nian marries him, thus securing wealth for herself and her son. Otherwise, once Old Master Fu passes, they will surely be expelled from the Fu family by Fu Jianji. However, Mu Ruo remains indifferent to Zhou Yanhui's barbs, merely nodding in acknowledgement regardless of the harsh words spoken. Zhou Yanhui feels a sense of frustration and disappointment. At that moment, Fu Jianji emerges from the study. Mu Ruo suspects he may have been reprimanded by Old Master Fu. After all, with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and a step-grandmother can turn a biological grandfather into a step-grandfather. Mu Ruo rises, concern etched on her face as she looks at him. Fu Jianji tousles her hair, slightly disheveling the curls she spent an hour styling. Mu Ruo grips his sleeve, following him into the room. She can sense that Fu Jianji's mood is not particularly bright. Did grandfather scold you? A faint smile graces Fu Jianji's lips. What do you think? Mu Ruo sighs. I truly cannot fathom how you grew up in such a family environment. Fu Jianji pauses. It was much like today. Mu Ruo inquires. What do you mean? They were all enjoying themselves, and I was merely an observer. A smirk plays on Fu Jianji's lips as he recalls a lifetime of such moments. Mu Ruo feels an inexplicable ache in her heart. It seems unfathomable that such experiences could befall someone as formidable as Fu Jianji. Yet he himself seems untouched by such feelings, perhaps because he has never sought their affection. However, noticing the hint of concern in Mu Ruo's eyes, Fu Jianji's expression betrays a fleeting moment of confusion. Today, Mu Ruo has dressed attractively to meet the elders, her long, voluminous curls cascading behind her. Devoid of makeup, clad in a light purple rabbit fur sweater and a calf-length skirt, her eyes shine with a purity akin to crystal-clear waters. Standing before Fu Jianji in flat shoes, she appears delicate and petite. Fu Jianji lifts a hand to pinch her cheek. Are you concerned for me? Mu Ruo quickly dodges. Of course not. If we are to speak of pity, I am far worse off. Given my tragic fate, at least Fu Jianji possesses an immense fortune, enduring endless solitude. Mu Ruo, on the other hand, is forced to face disgrace and ruin. Nonetheless, in the present moment, Mu Ruo perceives Fu Jianji's profound loneliness. A striking beauty with a tragic story. Curiosity stirs within her about Fu Jianji's past, yet she hesitates to unearth his wounds. After bathing and changing into sleepwear, they lie in bed, and Mu Ruo, intrigued, asks, "When you were young, did your grandmother Zhou treat you as harshly as she does me? Did you endure many grievances as the pitiful Grey Prince?" Fu Jianji replies, "The past has its share of both good and bad." In his mind, Zhou Yanhui and her son are far from virtuous individuals. In the Fu family, even the madman cannot survive, let alone the good-hearted. Fu Jianji possesses an innate coolness, destined to be the one who bullies others rather than being bullied himself. Yet if Mu Ruo insists on pitying him, he will not deter her. After all, Fu Jianji is a rather malicious character, unwilling to forego any advantage. He nods, chuckling softly. "What is it? Do you find me pitiful and desire to embrace me?" In the next moment, Fu Jianji stiffens as Mu Ruo wraps her arms around his waist, genuinely offering a warm hug. The fragrance of her soft, delicate form presses against him, inexplicably igniting a sense of heat within him. His gaze darkens, fearing Mu Ruo has forgotten that he is, in fact, a man of considerable assertiveness. Fu Jianji's large hand grips Mu Ruo's slender waist. "If it were another man, would you comfort him in the same manner?" Mu Ruo stammers. Of course not." She herself is unsure why she feels compelled to do so only with Fu Jianji. It's because he is exceedingly handsome? Mu Ruo ponders silently. Liu Beichen is not unattractive either. However, if he were to share such a pitiful past, she might suspect he had been warped into a neurotic by a troubled childhood, leading her to distance herself from him. Fu Jianji occasionally harbors a brooding demeanor. Yet in most instances, he shines brightly. Even without his striking visage, his charm and grace remain captivating. As Fu Jianji's hand squeezes her waist, Mu Ruo winces. "Please don't squeeze me. After all, she is also a beauty." If the man before her were anyone else, she would certainly feel he was trying to take advantage of her. Yet there is little to be done. Mu Ruo's waist is slender, and due to the rigors of filming, she has lost considerable weight. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Fu Jianji's frame is naturally larger than hers, allowing him to encircle her waist with ease. His grip is so firm that it feels as though her bones might snap under the pressure. Fu Jianji refuses to relent. "Beg me," in a bid to protect her waist. Mu Ruo promptly replies. "I beg you." Fu Jianji, with a teasing smile, retorts. "Not sincere enough." Mu Ruo, with a pitiful expression, pleads. "I beseech our esteemed President Fu." Fu Jianji's voice drops an octave. Still lacking in sincerity, Mu Ruo's eyelashes flutter slightly. "Husband, I beg you." Fu Jianji closes his eyes, silently releasing his grip. At last, Mu Ruo escapes the clutches of his wicked hand, enveloping herself in the blanket and curling up in a corner of the bed to sleep. Fu Jianji, however, finds no solace in sleep. He dons his clothes and steps outside into the courtyard, igniting a cigarette. Following a heavy snowfall in Rongqing the previous day, the servants of the Fu family have only cleared the snow from the bluestone steps, leaving the winter roses blooming vibrantly on either side. The roses, adorned with glistening snow, burn bright like fire against the white backdrop. On this New Year's Eve, the stars twinkle in the sky, dense and numerous. Yet the night evokes a profound sense of solitude, and one knows what Fu Jianji is contemplating, much like the hidden and obscure past he has endured. A tapestry of cruel and murky thoughts forever buried beneath the snow. Chapter 84. He takes priority. The following morning, Zhou Nian arrives at the house. The transformation in her demeanor is striking compared to their last encounter. She has shed her previous frail, delicate appearance, now radiating with vibrant confidence, showing no signs of her heart condition. Upon seeing Mu Ruo, she cheerfully embraces her, leaving Mu Ruo taken aback. It seems the young lady no longer regards her as a thorn in her side. Nor will she exploit her health issues to gain sympathy. However, Mu Ruo's initial optimism proves to be unfounded. An hour later, she sits expressionless on the sofa while Zhou Nian scrolls through news on her phone, suddenly glancing up to inquire, "Have you entered the entertainment industry?" Alas, I have heard that the women in the entertainment industry are quite astute, often ascending through various unspoken rules. Ever since Zhou Yanhui remarked that the persona of a frail, delicate beauty fails to attract Fu Jianji, Zhou Nian has dramatically transformed her style, becoming vibrant and charismatic. Zhou Yanhui could not help but furrow her brow. "Have you taken to acting?" None of the women in the Fu family engage in such pursuits. Mu Ruo, who had no desire to engage with this Antony's duo, found them akin to contrarians, and no matter how Mu Ruo expressed her views, they would always counter. However, when she chose silence, Zhou Yinhui's incessant chatter only grew more relentless. After you embark on your acting career, who will care for Jinji? If you are unwilling to be a good wife and a devoted partner, there are many who would gladly take on that role, Mu Ruo replied. Jenny has hired a nanny. They are far more attentive than I'd. If I were to assume the nanny's duties, they would find themselves unemployed. Zhou Yinhui remained displeased. What income could you possibly earn as an actress? It would be far better to devote yourself to AMA, and Mu Ruo was truly growing impatient. Zhou Yinhui was not particularly old-fashioned. With a smile, Mu Ruo remarked, I fear that if I were to divorce Jinny one day, I would lack a source of income. One must have some form of employment. After all, at this, the expressions of Zhou Yinhui and Zhou Nianyan soured considerably, particularly Zhou Nianyan's. The Zhou family was not exactly affluent. Being of ordinary means, however, due to Zhou Yinhui's meteoric rise, having married into the Fu family and bearing 2 sons for the elder Fu, the Zhou family's current standing and Zhou Nianyan's transformation into a pampered heiress were entirely attributed to the resources bestowed by the Fu family. Zhou Nianyan recalled her childhood, living in a modest home where her parents would bicker daily over meager salaries. Then, inexplicably, the family established a company, and her father became a prosperous entrepreneur, receiving deference from others. She transformed into the center of attention, with an abundance of lovely dresses at her disposal. She was even taken by her aunt to the opulent Fu residence, where she encountered unforgettable figures. The Zhou family exemplified the adage that when one ascends, all associated rise with them. Their wealth was entirely parasitic on Zhou Yinhui's success. Their standing in high society was solely due to Zhou Yinhui's marriage to the elder Fu. Yet, in recent months, Zhou Nianyan had become acutely aware that something had shifted. Fu Jianji had long earned the respect of the upper echelons of the corporation, but now mere respect was insufficient. He had ousted some loyal to the elder Fu. With their departure, the Zhou family's business ties were abruptly severed. Without the Fu family's support, the Zhou family resembled a rootless weed adrift in the wind. Over the years, neither Zhou Nianyan's parents had cultivated sufficient connections nor resources through their dealings. They preferred flattery over engaging with those who worked diligently, relying on the Fu family for support, particularly with 2 Fu nephews in the mix. But now, with both nephews in jeopardy, they could scarcely attend to their uncles. The largest villa belonging to the Zhou family had already begun the process of being mortgaged. Should the elder Fu pass away, they would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits, but maintaining their current splendor would prove challenging. Her haute couture garments and exquisite jewelry, along with their vast residence, could vanish overnight. While Mu Ruo could venture into the lucrative entertainment industry to amass wealth, Zhou Nianyan's academic pursuits had been repeatedly postponed, making it impossible for her to secure a well-paying job. Clearly, she could not take up employment. Such a move would invite ridicule from her peers. Unbeknownst to Mu Ruo, her words struck a nerve with Zhou Nianyan and Zhou Yinhui. Zhou Yinhui grew increasingly agitated. She had attempted such arrangements before, yet Fu Jianji always declined, citing that he regarded Zhou Nianyan as an elder, despite her being his senior only in age. He was younger than Fu Jianji. He was unwilling to marry her, and neither Zhou Yinhui nor the elder Fu could compel him to wed Zhou Nianyan. Throughout their lives, Zhou Yinhui and Zhou Nianyan had schemed countless times to manipulate Fu to ensnare Fu Jianji into taking responsibility for Zhou Nianyan. This had resulted in Fu Jianji regarding them with the same wariness one would reserve for wolves. With Mu Ruo in the picture, Zhou Nianyan's hopes dwindled further. Zhou Yinhui's eyes darted, and after a moment, she warmly approached Mu Ruo, requesting her company for a shopping excursion. Mu Ruo felt perplexed. After all, Zhou Yinhui was her grandmother-in-law, and her refusal was not an option. Moreover, with Fu Jianji occupied with male relatives, she found herself bored at the Fu residence. Thus she accompanied Zhou Yinhui in half an hour. Mu Ruo had carried a multitude of bags for Zhou Yinhui. When Zhou Yinhui wished to purchase more, Mu Ruo, with an impassive expression, provided the boutique staff with Fu family's address for delivery, as she had no desire to continue playing the role of a bag carrier. Zhou Yinhui's remarks were biting. Ruo, how can you not carry them? Being so delicate, how can you fulfill the role of Jianji's wife? Mu Ruo smiled and replied, my hands are full. If I take on more, I would have to balance them on my head. At that moment, Zhou Yinhui noticed that Mu Ruo had left only the address of Fu Jian. Mu Ruo, ever obedient, chimed, grandmother, you brought me shopping. Was it not to purchase things for me? Thank you, thank you. Zhou Yinhui felt as though several million had vanished into thin air, her expression darkening. Just then, Mu Ruo's phone rang. She quickly summoned a car. Zhou Yinhui panicked, attempting to assert her seniority. I still wish to continue shopping. Mu Ruo replied, Grandmother, you stated I must always defer to Jay. He takes precedence. You may carry on shopping by yourself. Zhou Yinhui was left standing there, her brow furrowed. She had orchestrated everything, yet within half an hour Zhou Jinyi, a man of his caliber, did not believe he would genuinely fall for Mu Ruo. Everyone could see that she was merely a tool for him to placate the masses, as long as Fu Jinyi remained unmarried. The elder Fu and Zhou Yinhui, as elders, could still dictate his actions, pressing him to fulfill the traditional duties of marriage and procreation. After all, the Fu family was no ordinary clan. This vast enterprise must be upheld by someone. With Mu Ruo as his wife serving as a shield, they could no longer intervene in Fu Jinji's marital affairs. Thus, Mu Ruo had to be eliminated. Once she was out of the picture, both Zhou Yinhui and the elder Fu could compel Fu Jinji to marry Zhou Ninian, ensuring an endless flow of income for the Zhou family. Zhou Yinhui's phone buzzed, and a strange male voice came through. Sister Zhou? The arrangements have been made, right at the intersection of Xian Street. Zhou Yinhui hesitated, contemplating cancellation. She had initially intended to instruct Mu Ruo to procure items at her designated location, should Mu Ruo arrive. A runaway truck would inevitably appear at the traffic light. She would then bribe the police. The driver would serve a few years in prison before being released, enjoying a life of luxury with a hefty sum of money. The unexpected departure of Mu Ruo heightened Zhou Yinhui's unease. This was her first experience contemplating hiring a hitman. All right, when should the next arrangement be? Zhou Yinhui took a deep breath. This time, reason triumphed over impulse. Complete cancellation. The shadow cast by Fu Jinji loomed too large. Zhou Yinhui felt a twinge of worry. What if Fu Jinji harbored feelings for Mu Ruo? Not only would that thwart the prospect of marriage to Zhou Ninian, but it could also spell disaster for herself and her son. With this thought, Zhou Yinhui returned everything she had purchased that day. Though this sum was inconsequential to her at present, what about the future? What if one day the elder Fu passed away, and Fu Jinji relegated them to the streets, begging for alms? Zhou Yinhui ground her teeth, her gaze turning icy, suddenly recalling a method riskier yet potentially more rewarding for eliminating Fu Jinji. This thought startled her. Mu Ruo was aware that Zhou Ninian enjoyed courting disaster, but she never anticipated that this time Zhou Ninian would go too far. Fu Jinji was acutely wary of Zhou Ninian. Under normal circumstances, he would never touch any food or drink she offered him. Zhou Ninian was fully aware of this yet persisted in her attempts to provide him with various items. Perhaps the recent decline of the Zhou family spurred her on, or perhaps the long history of failures left her feeling frustrated. Once more, she resorted to drugging Fu Jinji's drink. To ensure he would consume it, she injected a substance into a sealed bottle of red wine. This time, Fu Jinji did drink it. However, it was not just he who partook. Various distant relatives and business associates from the Fu family were also present. The room was filled with warmth, and one uncle, suffering from high blood pressure, fainted, prompting the household staff to urgently summon a doctor. In a household like the Fu's, surveillance cameras were a given. Zhou Ninian's furtive act of injecting the drug into the wine was captured in its entirety on film. The substance Zhou Ninian employed had no antidote. Fortunately, the guests had consumed only a modest amount, resulting in some reactions, though not overwhelmingly severe. In the current situation, the rising tension outweighed any fleeting sensations. And everyone's gaze toward Zhou Ninian remained cold. As Fu Quan and Fu Zheng's cousin, Zhou Ninian had effectively soured their expressions. Just moments before, Fu Quan had been jovially conversing with relatives. But now his face was flushed with anger, wishing to expel Zhou Ninian from the Fu family. Fu Quan, red-faced, exclaimed, Ninian is still young. She doesn't understand. Children can be playful. One of Fu Quan's uncles frowned. In her 20s? And still a child. What a lack of decorum. Thankfully, it was only this drug. What if it had been poison? Would we all have met our demise here? The relatives associated with the Fu family were predominantly affluent, either wielding power in political circles or being titans in various industries. They possessed immense wealth and influence, and no one valued their lives more than they did. Zhou Ninian's series of actions left the Fu family utterly humiliated. Fu Quan apologized to the elders, unwilling to offend any of them, as his relationship with Fu Jinji had long since deteriorated. He still hoped to rely on these elders for support in the future, especially since several of them coveted the wealth of the Fu family and had long plotted to bring down Fu Jianji to share in the spoils. Zhou Ninian had not anticipated such a turn of events. She believed that upon realizing her body's impulses, these individuals would keep it to themselves, as many people tend to dismiss drunkenness as mere impulse. She had planned to find an opportunity to be alone with Fu Jianji. If she could secure him, the Zhou family could once again thrive off the Fu family's status in high society. She sat on the ground, covering her face and weeping pitifully. However, this group of people, accustomed to the sight of beautiful women, was utterly indifferent to her tears, more concerned about their own reputations. The elderly Mr. Fu was wheeled out by a servant, his expression grave. The moment he appeared, the crowd fell silent. His words mirrored Fu Quan's. The young lady is simply inexperienced. We are all adults here. Let us not hold her accountable. Does the elder brother show such favoritism towards the Zhou family? Is this how one behaves when in the wrong? A cold sneer came from a cousin, who pointed out that for years, Mr. Fu had been blinded by newcomers, showering affection on the children of the Zhou family while treating his own grandson with less regard. With only one son left by his late wife, who had died young, Jianji had also been bullied at home. Mr. Fu's face flushed with embarrassment. I have entrusted the company to Jianji. How could anyone bully him at home? If the company is not for Jianji, then who is it for? The cousin, displeased, retorted, without Jianji, how could the Fu family have expanded overseas to such an extent? All the wealth of the company is due to his efforts. At that moment, Fu Jianji finally rose from the sofa, casting a cold glance at the elder Mr. Fu and Fu Quan, before turning to address the crowd. Chapter 86. The true warrior Fu Jianji spoke with a soothing voice. I apologize on behalf of my grandfather to all the elders and brothers present for today's incident. The Fu group was firmly under his control now. His word was law, and no one dared to contradict him. The crowd's demand for an explanation from Mr. Fu stemmed partly from his retirement and the fact that power now lay with Fu Jianji, whose ties with the family were distant. As Fu Jianji spoke, the other's attitude softened instantly. Jianji, this is not your concern. Why do you apologize? Yes, you too are a victim. Sighing, they acknowledged that among the younger generation, only Jianji took responsibility. No matter the issue, he was always the one to clean up the mess. It's not a major problem. The doctor assures us we are fine, so there is no need for concern. Fu Jianji continued. The Fu family has always maintained strict household discipline. This incident occurred due to the negligence of the servants in overseeing food and beverages. I will dismiss all the household staff and replace them with a more responsible team. Not only had he replaced all senior management in the company with his own people, but he also intended to replace all household staff with those he deemed suitable. This way, every move within the household would be under his scrutiny, and he would be aware of any future disturbances. Over the years, Fu Jianji had spent little time in the Fu household. Due to the disturbances caused by Zhou Ninian and Zhou Yanhui's meddling, his emotional ties to the family were shallow. Zhou Yanhui controlled everyone in the Fu family mansion, from the butler to the maids, and even Zhou Ninian was treated like a beloved daughter. Once the new staff arrived, they would recognize Fu Jianji as their employer and would not be so compliant with her whims. Fu Jianji turned to Mr. Fu. Grandfather, as the head of the family, what do you think? Faced with so many relatives and friends, Mr. Fu felt an immense weight in his heart. Fu Jianji's proposed solution left everyone with little choice. If they did not comply, they would all be dissatisfied, believing the Fu family to be neglectful of their guests. Should they follow his plan, the entire Fu household would effectively become Fu Jianji's domain. Mr. Fu closed his eyes. You are right. It is indeed due to the servants' laziness and lack of supervision that this situation arose. We shall proceed as you have suggested. Fu Quan and Fu Zheng's expressions darkened considerably. Fu Jianji glanced at Zhou Ninian once more. Miss Zhou, given your actions, you are no longer welcome in the Fu household. I do not know how your parents raised you, but their failure to guide you cannot be overlooked. The Fu family does not require such partnerships. Zhou Ninian's face turned pale. Fu Jianji's resolution was far superior to the elder Fu's and Fu Quan's leniency towards her childishness. The crowd sighed in relief. Their spirits lifted. Fu Jianji was well-liked in social circles, and he had instructed the family doctor to prepare nourishing herbs, inquiring after several elders' well-being. Observing Fu Jianji's dignified demeanor and his respectful treatment of the elders, the guests not only calmed down but also turned to offer their comfort to him. As for Fu Quan and Fu Zheng, others were unwilling to extend them any goodwill. They did not care what happened to Zhou Yinyan's family. After all, they bore the Fu surname, not Zhou. All their lives, Fu Jianji had been the center of attention, completely overshadowing their brilliance. Today's events only amplified this. Zhou Yinyan, in a panic, grasped Fu Quan. Cousin, you must plead with Jianji. If the Fu family ceases to cooperate with the Zhou family, our family will be doomed. Fu Quan pushed Zhou Yinyan away in disgust. There are so many people here. I cannot afford to offend them. How dare you? Zhou Yinyan wept inconsolably. Ever since she arrived at the Fu household, everyone had indulged and cherished her, with Mr. Fu treating her even better than he did Fu Jianji. She thought that none of these guests could rival the Fu family and would certainly not dare to speak against her. Moreover, as a frail young lady, she believed no man would dare to scold her. Little did she know that the scene would unfold as it did. Fu Quan was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. The effects of the medication had not yet worn off, intensifying his anger. Do you have any idea how others will speak of me now? The combination of Mr. Fu and Zhou Yanhui, an older man with a young wife, had already attracted much gossip, especially regarding Zhou Yanhui, who had been a nurse at Mrs. Fu's bedside in her final days. And shortly after her death, Mr. Fu had married her. Many speculated that Zhou Yanhui was a seductress, claiming she must have had an affair with Mr. Fu while Mrs. Fu was ill, suggesting that it was her actions that led to Mrs. Fu's demise. Now, with Zhou Yanhui's niece embroiled in a scandal involving drugging men, the gossip would only worsen. With such a familial disgrace, where could Fu Quan and Fu Zheng find their dignity? In a fit of rage, Fu Quan kicked her away. Get lost. If Jianji has nothing on you, you all have given him the opportunity. Mu Ruo, bewildered, approached a servant to inquire about the situation. All the household staff were about to be dismissed due to Zhou Yinyan's actions. And in despair, she recounted what Zhou Yinyan had done on Mu Ruo. What is a true warrior? This is a true warrior. While others engage in solo battles against formidable foes, she plays support and takes on multiple dragons. Understanding the chaos within the Fu family, Mu Ruo knew that any misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, she decided to wait in Fu Jianji's room. Moments later, Fu Jianji entered. Mu Ruo raised her gaze slightly. He was impeccably dressed in a suit, having loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. Appearing somewhat disheveled, Mu Ruo sat up and rubbed her eyes. A man like Fu Jianji acted decisively. Once he seized an opportunity, he would conquer and claim everything as his own. The effects of the medication still lingered on him. Such occurrences had become laughable, akin to a victorious battle. Yet, Fu Jianji felt no joy. His threshold for excitement was notoriously high. It was only upon seeing Mu Ruo that he felt a flicker of interest. Chapter 87. Are you a vampire? The sounds from outside were faintly audible. Yet the room was enveloped in silence. A faint smile graced Fu Jianji's lips. Mu Ruo. His voice was deep and melodious, but upon reaching Mu Ruo's ears, it inexplicably sent shivers through her heart. Mu Ruo was reluctant to admit it, yet she could not deny that Fu Jianji was an undeniably charming man. However, at that moment, she was uncertain whether the effects of the medication had worn off. He seemed unaffected, but often, appearances could be deceiving. Mu Ruo instinctively bolted for the door. Mr. Fu, would you like some water? I can fetch you a glass. Fu Jianji firmly pressed his hand on her shoulder, pinning her against the door frame. She could catch a faint whiff of alcohol on him. The scent was not unpleasant, mingling with a hint of woodsy fragrance, creating an inexplicable allure. Fu Jianji's deep-set eyes lowered slightly, locking onto Mu Ruo's. You already know what happened, don't you? Mu Ruo, on the verge of tears, nodded. Yes. Fu Jianji's slender fingers caressed her face. Then why did you come to my room? Mu Ruo replied. The thing is, I have nowhere else to go. We are married. If I don't come to your room, should I go to the elder Fu's room instead? Besides, with so many men in the house, if I were to be anywhere else, who knows what might happen if one of them got the wrong idea. If I ended up fighting someone and got them hurt, my $2 million job would be at stake. Mu Ruo glanced towards the bathroom. Mr. Fu, why don't you take a cold shower? Fu Jianji was almost amused. In winter, you want me to take a cold shower? Mu Ruo replied. In novels, male protagonists under the influence of aphrodisiacs often do this. But reality should not be compared to fiction. At this very moment, in Mu Ruo's eyes, Fu Jianji's life held equal importance to her own. Should Mr. Fu catch a cold and suffer any misfortune, It would undoubtedly cause her great distress. Mu Ruo sincerely wished for Fu Jianji to enjoy a long and prosperous life. In truth, Fu Jianji did not perceive the effects of the medication as particularly severe. If it were truly that potent, it would surely be the elderly men who would succumb first. Zhou Yanyan also refrained from administering anything too potent or harmful to them. Yet, observing Mu Ruo's pitiable expression as she found herself ensnared in his embrace, Fu Jianji's previously unspoken desire for cruelty suddenly surged exponentially. He had initially raised his hand to gently pinch Mu Ruo's cheek. But at that moment, the gesture transformed into a tender caress, his fingertips brushing against her lips. For a brief instant, Mu Ruo's mind went blank. There was always something uniquely compelling about Fu Jianji. Perhaps it was the allure he exuded while she read novels, or perhaps it was her faint sense of pity for him, having been bullied and isolated throughout his childhood in that household, which tugged at her heartstrings. Fu Jianji leaned down and bit her neck with considerable force. She winced in pain, unable to suppress a soft whimper. Yet, Fu Jianji regained his usual composure. His gaze turning calm, though a hint of blood lingered on his lips. Mu Ruo was taken aback. "Are you a vampire?" Fu Jianji chuckled lightly. "I had no choice. The effects of the medication just kicked in, and I couldn't quite control myself. Only pain can bring clarity," Mu Ruo retorted. "But I am the one in pain. What clarity do you gain?" She was not one to seek revenge for every slight. For Fu Jianji's sake, she decided to let this incident slide. Upon learning of the events that transpired at home, Zhou Yanhui nearly fainted, her eyes rolling back in disbelief. Over the years, many in her circle regarded her as the epitome of a prosperous, wealthy wife. However, within the eyes of her relatives, she was somewhat lacking in stature. Even though the original matriarch of the Fu family had passed away, most relatives still acknowledged her descendants. In their eyes, Zhou Yanhui was a vain and malicious woman. After having 2 sons, she had indeed grown resentful of Fu Jianji. If she could have eliminated him, she would have done so years ago. The crux of the matter was that she could not. Not only could she not, but she was also forced to watch Fu Jianji step by step inherit the family business. Now, Fu Jianji sought to dismiss all the servants of the Fu household and replace them with his own. Zhou Yanhui felt her legs weaken slightly. She could hardly believe this reality. She had merely stepped out for a brief moment, and the Fu family had undergone a dramatic transformation. Fu Quan, filled with grievances, exclaimed, "I told you long ago, do not favor your uncle's family too much. But you wouldn't he listen, treating Zhou Yanyan as if she were your own daughter. And now look, do you believe that someone as ruthless as Fu Jianji will eventually drive us out, leaving us with no place to call home?" Zhou Yanhui's complexion turned haggard. "What are you saying? That is your own uncle. Yanyan is your own cousin." Fu Quan grew increasingly displeased. "All these years, you poured your savings into your uncle's hands, which he squandered at the gambling table. It would have been better off in my hands." Zhou Yanhui sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, to salvage the Fu family's lost dignity, she felt compelled to apologize on behalf of Zhou Yanyan. The outcome was predictable. Not a single person was willing to extend a courteous greeting to Zhou Yanhui. Even the younger generation avoided engaging with her, as if speaking to her for even a moment would tarnish their own purity. She could almost hear their disparaging remarks and judgments. The old man must have been blind to allow such a woman into the family, tarnishing the Fu family's reputation. Let me tell you, I know the inside story. Fu Yi was driven to madness by her. If it weren't for her, Fu Yi wouldn't have died. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanhui's expression twisted in anguish. Was it truly her fault that she had seduced the old man of the Fu family while his grandmother lay ill? Had everything that transpired since then been her responsibility? After all, she had not had an easy life either. Enraged, Zhou Yanhui turned to leave, only to find Fu Jianji standing before her, his icy gaze fixed upon her. Despite the lack of warmth in his eyes, a faint smile played upon his lips. Zhou Yanhui could no longer contain herself. "It's you. Everything is your scheming," Fu Jianji replied with calm composure. "Is this too much for you to bear? Grandmother, your capacity for endurance is rather lacking." Zhou Yanhui's face turned a shade of deep indigo. Fu Jianji continued with a smile. "I have always maintained, how you entered the Fu family is precisely how you shall exit.